points.
I'm still here, Christopher.
They have nothing.
Show me a fucking proof, you fanny. Not chromosome 2, not a cell, not a fucking theory. Show me a fucking proof.
Can't get proof of this because the people haven't ever been out of the earth. All the pictures are just drawn.
Okay, here's my proof.
Correct.
Let's talk about it specifically. This
Right,
is
go on,
a video of a ship.
Yeah, you're going to
going
say
over
that's
the
behind
horizon.
the horizon, aren't you?
Let's talk about it.
You're going to say it's behind the horizon.
Half of it is missing, and this can't be
Can I
chalked
have
up
a
to
full
perspective.
picture, please?
Let
Let
me
us see the whole
finish.
picture. Where
Poncho,
am I looking? Am I looking
Poncho,
up a river?
Poncho,
I want to know where I'm looking.
Poncho, Poncho.
What?
Let's talk about this.
Go on.
That's a ship halfway missing on the horizon.
No,
My
you
theory
assume.
is
You assume. Don't tell me your answer's right, cunt. Don't tell me
Let me
your
finish-
answer's right.
let
'Cause
me
you're a
finish my
cunt.
argument.
That's your answer, not mine. Cunt. Are we straight? Do you understand me? You're a cunt. That's your answer. Don't try and put your answer on me.
That's my
I've got my
answer.
own answer. Cunt.
Shit, baby.
Can you?
Okay, go ahead.
Christopher, you got nothing, mate. Nothing.
I'd like to
nothing.
expose the flat
Otherwise,
earther
I wouldn't be
and
here, would
not
I
providing
wouldn't be
a
here.
counter
Flat
argument.
Earth wouldn't be here, Christopher. If you had a proof,
I would like to hear your
I'd
counter
be shut
argument.
up. I'd be in the corner sucking me thumb. But I'm not. I'm here like a fucking tiger. And the flat Earth's coming, bitch. And we're gonna fucking maul you. We're gonna maul you.
You're a tiger
Science is
chasing
gonna
its
get
own tail.
Fucking mauled,
Let me
Christopher.
talk, Mr. Poncho.
Go, sorry.
Delusion. It's,
Would you like to refute my argument?
I don't want to
Instead of
refute
just
nothing
ad hominem?
that you want to talk about. You're a cunt. That's not fucking proof. That's just fucking visual, angular ranges and perspective you're showing me. That's not a fucking proof. Show me one real picture from space. Why is the ISS getting taken down, Christopher?
Nope.
Why is the
We're
ISS
sticking on
getting
this.
taken down? Because
We're
Jared is
sticking
the
on
one in
this.
24-hour play. NASA can't give you it. NASA, because all the amateur
Let's stick
astronomers
to
like
one.
Richard,
Stick to
really
one.
puts his fucking
We're gonna stick
telescope
to
up there,
one.
realizes it's
Calm down.
bullshit.
Calm down.
The picture is assuming something that isn't real. It's assuming that we
Yeah,
have
it's
a
assuming.
sky.
You're right, Sarita.
Yeah.
Let's talk about this.
The sky isn't there.
Let's talk about the boat.
Let's
Let's
talk
talk
about what? Your
why
mum's boat?
half
I'll
of
get
it's
your
missing.
mum. I'll motorboat your mum. I want your mum, Christopher.
Okay.
Is she dating age? Because I'm single. I'll motorboat your mum.
Okay,
Like this.
calm down.
Give
Calm
me your
down.
mum's No, give me your mum's Skype name, Christopher. Christopher, give me your mum's Skype name.
Come
Tell her I'm good looking. I look like a
Let's stick
70s
with
throwback
this.
thing, he said.
Alright, this is
I'll be
getting a
about
little
my age,
old,
that's right.
Poncho.
Tell her I
Take
put a
it
smoking jacket on and a Cuban cigar.
Boring. You're boring now, Poncho.
You're
It's
boring
just
now.
tiresome.
Shut the fuck up, Richard. You're a cunt. I had to listen to you for an hour. I've been here all this time. You got no proof.
25
No
minutes
proof,
here
Dickie.
yelling
No
and being
proof,
stupid.
Dickie.
Boring.
Dickie, you're a little wanker.
Boring.
Can we talk about global warming now? Hello?
How do you keep that up, man?
Can we talk about global
Oh,
warming?
God. It really is.
You can visit Mr. Poncho's channel by just slapping your keyboard, and whatever comes up, it should get you to his channel.
I'll tell you what, Christopher.
there's
I
your
want to
promo.
slap you. I really
What do
would.
you mean by cum?
Properly give you a fucking slap across the face. Might knock some sense into you.
Hey, that's not very godly of you, man.
Oh, I didn't say I was God. Silly bastard. There you go again, putting fucking words in my mouth. I'm man. He created me.
I'm
He's
saying-
Can you
fucking
imagine-
almighty. He can smite me anytime he wants. Silly
Can you
fucking
imagine
backward
the people in the
monkey boy.
trailer next to
Monkey
his?
boy. Hoopy-doo, hoopy-doo. I don't want to be like you. Hoo-hoo, hoopy-doopy-doopy.
Can you
I'm a
imagine?
banana, Dickie.
Did you
Christopher
hear
don't
what I-
like bananas. Christopher prefers sausages. Oh, bottom chugging with sausages. I'm here, Christopher.
I don't
your
think he has
mum
pants on.
freezes her shit in a condom and then fucks herself with it. Is that true?
That's a little specific.
Well, I just heard a rumor, that was all. I'm just assuming it's right. Like you're assuming that,
That
shit's
was a
gone
little
over a ball, cunt.
So you're unable to refute the boat over the horizon
Are you
and
unable to
only
assume that
use
your
name
mum
calling.
freezes her shit in a condom and then fucks herself with a frozen shit?
Christopher, let me ask you, have you ever been on a boat?
Yes.
Have you ever left the house?
No. Did you know that boats actually don't float on water unless the water is artificial?
Okay, yeah, this guy's a total troll. No, like
Yeah.
no way. I mean, he couldn't string sentences together if he was that dumb.
I mean, we have a scale or a
don't
gradients of
don't say
stupid
it.
here,
Please do let him speak,
and
then.
Mr.
Go on a boat.
Poncho is at the level of stupid, so this
Would you go
can't
on
be
a
a
boat?
real question.
No, I mean, just the tone of voice and all that, it's impossible.
Hey, I'm on your
Yep.
side, man. You need to support me.
Mr. Poncho's officially stupid. This is a troll.
Oh yeah, you said, because your answer's right, innit, Christopher?
In it.
It is.
Innit?
I've proposed an argument and you've avoided it.
You're backwards.
I'd like to
in-bent
consider this a
cunt.
win.
Anyway, show me his fucking picture of frozen shit in the freezer.
Your inability to engage in this is a win for me. So, do you want another one?
I'll engage your mother, I'll marry her, and then I'll be your daddy. And you'll have to call me daddy, Christopher. This 70s throwback in his turtle collar fucking jumper's gonna be sat on your living room couch with your mum like this. Alright, Chris, how's it going, mate?
My mom
Still
doesn't
believing in
date
the glow?
people from
Yeah, well, there's your
1985.
mum, mate.
She doesn't date people that can't dress themselves.
Can't dress
So-
themselves, am I not dressed?
Well, properly. I mean, you could throw a shower curtain on and consider yourself dressed, but that's not really
Shower
known.
curtain? No, I don't do superhero fights. You might like to wrap the fucking shower curtain around your neck and run around the living room. NASA man, that's what you are, Christopher. You're a fucking grade A cunt. Cuntifer!
Now we have Adderall XR, which is an
You should
extended
get a little
release,
bit
so
of
you don't
background
act
music, Cuntifer.
nuts 30 minutes after taking.
Come on, Christopher, play the Omen for me.
That's
Play the
O
Omen and flash me the
for
666
O
while
for
she raps
tuna.
it.
We need to watch the boat.
What's the
Come on,
name of that
Christopher.
song you were just
I need
humming?
the fucking Omen music. Fuck that. I want to listen to the Omen
Oh, you
music
think
while
it's
she
from a
talks to
movie?
me.
You don't think that song has a name?
Are you
Good
sat in
shit.
a fucking pentagram right now? Christopher, Christopher,
Hey, Chappie,
Christopher, if I let you come round my house, will my chickens be safe?
hey, Chappie motherfucker, whatever your name is. This is a serious question. Do you have neighbors? Because you know.
Yeah.
You know.
How far is your trailer from the other
Who are you talking
trailer?
to?
Mr. Poncho.
Hey,
My trailer, I've got a beautiful house that I don't pay for. You hear me, Christopher? I don't pay for it. 5 years. 5 years I haven't paid for the house.
You have kids?
Yeah.
Can
You
you
put it on a
can you put
5-year
your
payment
camera-
plan.
Can you put your camera on?
All you gotta do is go to the land registry if you got a mortgage and ask to see the Doomsday Book, the Book of Records, and in it there's a birth certificate for your house, and you pay 10 quid, because no building, no matter how big it is worth more than £10, $20. All you gotta do is pay for the birth certificate, Christopher, and the house is yours, the mortgage is gone, null and void.
I
Did you
haven't
say
paid
your
for your
house has
house
a
for
birth
$5
certificate?
years, and that's the kind of shirt you can afford. And you,
Is that all
what
you
the
got,
fuck is
Dickie?
wrong with you?
Is that all you got, Dickie? Something's about me jumper. Dickie, bring me a proof. Bring me a fucking proof, Dickie. I don't want to see your big bella end, Dickie. I don't want to see your willy, Dickie. I want some proof.
How come no one else is talking but Christopher and Mr. Poncho?
I'm sorry.
It's the funniest combination.
Do not attack me, jumper.
Shit.
Get him, Jumper. Mr. Jumper.
Me jumper.
Did your outfit come in a 3-pack?
Did my outfit come in a three-pack? Is that what you said?
No, that's
Sounded like fucking Jen Panda then, dude.
Sounds like that.
You do sound like that, mate. Don't put your fucking husky voice on now. When you get terrified and angry, we was all commenting about it in the sidebar when you was talking. Every time someone gave you an answer you couldn't fucking dictate back to, you was like, you're like a little fucking velociraptor with pink nails.
Wait, I have another point. I have another point to support flat Earth, but just listen to me, okay? So
Huh?
humans can only perceive. I have a PhD in math. Humans can only perceive things, right? Humans can only perceive things in 2D,
You're a
right?
terrible troll.
Let
So
him
if the
speak.
Earth
Let him
is
speak.
not
He's got
flat,
PhD.
how do you know for sure that it's a sphere if humans can only perceive things in 2 dimensions?
There you go.
Oh my god.
No,
We
it's
can only
such-
perceive
it's
things in 2 dimensions. We
No,
have
that's
2
right.
eyeballs that allow us to perceive 3 dimensions.
What? Humans can't perceive 2 dimensions. That's a BS argument.
Yeah.
It's a known
Okay, we
fact.
refute it then.
It's a known fact in a 3D world you can only perceive 2 dimensions.
That's not true.
It's a 4-dimensional world at least. It may even be an 11-dimensional world. We're not sure yet.
Yeah, but
There are
we're
at
not.
least 4 dimensions.
Can't see that obviously. You fucking Todd.
Can you name the 3 dimensions?
Yes, X, Y, and
Right,
Z.
he sees in 3 dimensions, so that means he can see around the back of something, does it?
Yeah, exactly my point. You can't see in 3 dimensions.
You can't see in 3D. You're contradicting yourself. You're a cunt, Christopher.
Are you saying you can't tell? Are you saying you can't tell when something is further away?
Say it proud.
Are you saying that?
Why do people pay extra? Why do people pay extra to go see 3D
Christopher asked a very
movies?
good question. He said, can you not perceive things further away? You can only perceive things because things further away are smaller in size, but you can't spatially visualize
That's
whether...
not true. That's not true. Then if I saw an ant, I would say, oh, look, that's an ant, but because, you know, it's small, it's just because it's far away, not because it's actually small.
Yeah, but we know...
No. There is perception of depth. There is perception of depth. Shut the fuck up. Why do people pay extra to go see 3D movies?
Because they're fucking cunts, like Cuntifer.
Yeah, they're just flat.
Because they're cunts. That's my answer.
Because no matter what you do, you're still not watching it in 3D, are you? Because you can't see round the back of it. Silly cunt. It's a circular reasoning argument again. 3D images. No, you're looking at a 2D screen. Unless that fucking actor comes out the screen, goes behind you, and rubs your titties for you, it's not 3D. Cunt.
Yeah.
Are we done, Cuntifer? Because you're getting fucking pummeled, Cuntifer. Bang, bang, over and over.
I'm literally trying to think of how you could have gotten this so wrong.
It's just gonna get worse for you. You're a cunt of the highest magnitude, and there's loads of us coming. The whole world's waking up. Just imagine 1,000 of me, 1,000 of me
got a
coming
whole
at you.
truckload of stupid heading your
You're
way.
a cunt, Cuntifer. When the world wakes up, you're gonna get strangled for lying to every cunt.
God damn it, man. That's horrible.
There are children dying everywhere, and Dickie here has got young girls fucking washing his balls. You're gonna answer to God, Dickie. You're a cunt.
Which God?
Like Cuntifer.
Which God?
That's
Which
because my
God?
house is worth more than $10.
Your fucking house is not worth nothing. Everything's free, you silly cunt. Just you acknowledge that someone told you this is worth something, and now you're
He's a
doing everything.
shoplifter also.
Bullshit.
The earth is flat.
Your birth certificate is worth millions. Look it up. It's called the straw man. Not the straw man argument, the straw man legal name. Look it up.
I know
That's
all
why I
about
haven't paid
that,
rent for
you
5 years.
ignorant
So,
nonsense.
it's called accepted for value. Look it up. You just cash it against your social
Ignorant
security number.
ass nonsense. Show me
You just
one
cash it
market that
against your
trades
social
birth
security
certificates.
number. It's got millions in it.
Show me a market that trades birth certificates, or shut the fuck up with that ignorant ass bullshit.
Dick,
Okay,
stay a slave.
look, guys.
Stay a slave and have those little girls as your mini slaves.
Let me guess. You traded your birth certificate for $1 million in your $10 house, right?
So why
You've been
does
in
the
business since the age of 7. Admiralty Sea law. England
And you got a
occupies
grand total
75% of your globe.
Fucked up looking shirt and a $10 house.
It's not, yeah, it's a $10 house. But in reality, it's worth $250,000.
That's
In
not what you
reality.
said a
Your
minute ago.
reality. But not
You
mine.
said
It's
nothing's
$10.
worth anything. Which is it? Is it a $10
No, that's
house
right.
or is it worth
It's a
something?
$10 house. 5 years, no rent.
I have a question.
And that's the kind of shirt you can afford with all the money you saved. I don't really see your point.
Dickie,
So what?
right, it's got no to do with what I've saved. It's about what's right and your human right. Your human rights have been removed.
So I have a
You say
human
your
right
name,
to have a
Richard,
house.
whatever it is, that's not you. That's a piece of paper.
I
And
have
piece
a
of
human
paper
right to have a
allows
house.
anything to be done to him, from tax to vaccinations with poison.
I think I have a human right not to look at some douchebag wearing a shirt like that, frankly.
Well, put your camera on and show the world what you look like, Dickie.
I told you I'm going to buy one tomorrow and point it at my balls.
Oh, you've got that much money you can't afford a webcam. What a fucking...
I have another
I
argument.
want one, frankly, but I think I might buy one because I hear that a lot. Oh, you can't afford a web. Of course I can afford a fucking webcam.
Hey, Richard.
Who
Richard.
can't? Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
so I just did some quick research, and it seems NASA and other leftist radicals like George Soros, they claim the Earth spins at 1,000 miles per hour. If it spins, first of all, it's not round, but if it does spin that fast, how can people not be spinning off the Earth?
You know, it doesn't matter what I say. You're going to say you don't believe in gravity, you don't understand
No, we
momentum.
do
You're
believe in
asking
gravity.
stupid, ignorant questions.
No, we
I'm
do
really not
believe...
in the
Why
mood
do
to
you say
answer
we
them,
don't believe in
frankly.
gravity? We
Go
do
look
believe in
those
gravity.
questions
But
up.
we
Just
believe it's
Google
because
them,
of weight.
and you'll be able to find out the
Mass,
answers.
volume,
Don't
weight,
ask me.
density.
I really am not in the mood to discuss
Gravity?
the same old ignorant
Richard,
questions.
are you lighter than air?
I never said
If
gravity.
you're not lighter than air, then you'll fall.
I don't care what you say.
If
I'm
you go up a
telling
building
I
and
don't
you
wanna
fall
talk
through
about
the air and you're
it.
heavier than air, you're
Sure,
gonna hit
but I
yourself.
don't.
That's gravity. Nothing to do with spinning.
It seems Richard is saying that we won because he can't respond.
No, I'm saying I'm taking a break and I don't feel like talking to you. Give me 15, 20 minutes or whatever, and maybe I will.
Where's Christopher?
Whatever,
Christopher, where are you? You've gone silent, you quack. Where's he gone?
He gave up, man.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But the answer is gravity and momentum.
Yeah.
That's the answer.
Come back,
Gravity and
Christopher.
momentum. You say 1,000 miles an hour, like you think that's some big thing.
Yeah,
That doesn't
and then
mean the Earth is spinning
66,000
really
miles.
fast.
Richard,
It's
Richard,
really,
that's
really
not the whole
large.
equation. That's
So
not
that
the whole
1,000
equation.
miles
It's
an hour.
1,000 miles an
It's
hour.
not a big deal like you think.
66,600
Not
miles
a
an hour.
bowling ball spinning
444,000 miles an hour.
It's a huge, huge, huge
884,000 miles an hour.
spinning
Now
1,000
tell me,
miles an hour.
I've got 4 gravities. 4 fucking gravities, you that prick.
4 gravities? What?
Yeah, 1,000 miles an hour, 66,600 around the sun. The sun's dropping at 444,000 miles an hour. That's 3 gravities. And then on the arm of the Milky Way, doing 884,000 miles an hour. So I'm doing nearly 1,000,000 miles an hour, and I can't feel it. Fuck off. You're a moron. You are a fucking idiot. 1,000,000 fucking miles an hour, and you can't feel it. What a fucking plonker, Rodney.
Yeah, also the speed of light, people say light goes at 3.8 to the power of 10 meters.
Oh, it's a lie, it's a lie.
If it goes that fast, how can air drag not slow it down, huh?
Mm-hmm.
How can what?
I'm using your own leftist physics. How can air drag not slow down light?
How can what?
How does
Air
air?
drag.
He's asking how air slows
resistance.
down light.
How can air slows down light?
Yeah, you know what air resistance is? It's proportional to velocity.
The light's doing 184,000 miles a second.
You
He's
really think
asking
light
how the
travels that
fucking hell air slows that down.
You really think light travels that fast? No way,
That's what
man.
he thinks.
Shit, no.
That's right, because E equals MC. C is not a constant. C is not a fucking constant.
That's Einstein, baby.
And you've got a fucking degree in fucking whatever, and you can't work it out.
I have a PhD in math and I know it's fake.
I know. I can tell, sweetie. Smart kid.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
He agrees with you, Pancho.
I know he does. He's right.
No,
Oh,
no. You are like a reverse compass. If I for whatever fucking reason agree with you, I have to reevaluate my stances.
Well, that's because you don't evaluated anything,
You
dude.
are like a fucking reverse compass.
You
for
haven't
right and
fucking
wrong.
evaluated nothing. You've just
Well, you are
accepted.
opposites.
You've just accepted. The minute you evaluate for yourself, you'll have your own answer. And the minute you have that answer, you'll be like me. And I'll be like, fuck
Yeah.
me, look at you.
I'm sorry.
Give me
No,
your shit,
please,
man.
please don't tell me I'll ever
Compasses
be
are all
like you.
fake.
Well,
They
that's
say
all right,
around
because
and
then you go into fucking hell, dude.
That's a scary
That's all right. Be the Antichrist. Be whatever you want to be, demon. I don't want you to be like me. If that's how you feel about it, don't be happy. No, keep paying your fucking rent like a dickhead.
Hey, compasses aren't real either. How can they be real if the magnetic poles are simply an illusion of a round Earth?
Uh-huh.
You're a troll. You're not fooling anyone. Shut the fuck up.
He's not a troll.
The only person
He's
that
not a
thinks
troll,
you're not
he's
a troll
asking you
is
a
this
proper
fucking
question.
is this fucking idiot who needs.
He's asking
someone
you a
to
question that you can't answer. That's why he's a troll to you.
Problem. This is the problem with leftist radicals. If you say the Earth is flat, they say you're a Christian or a science denier.
Yeah.
They never retaliate your arguments. They just make those two absurd
That's
claims.
right. He
They're
said
never
straight
true.
away it was the Bible. Dickie went straight for the Bible, or whatever. Went straight for the Bible. I've never mentioned the Bible. I said
Yeah, I never read the
I
Bible.
was created. That was all.
I'm baffled.
Well, you're gonna be baffled because you believe in fucking fantasy and fairy
You just
tales.
got
Up there.
disillusioned, mate. You just got disillusioned. You're surprised.
Fooled, that's all. I don't mean to come down so hard on you boys. I really don't, because most of you are normal guys. I know you are. You're not fucking shills or trolls or out. You're just normal guys that have just gone through an education that you can't see that. Not all of it's lies. Not all of it. When you say, oh, it's all lies, we don't say that.
Oh, please.
Empirical science exists. I agree with it. I agree with science that can be tested and verified. Okay? But you can't test for the gravity. You can't test for the ball. You can't test for outer space. None of it. It's all fake. They made it up. It's just fucking Star Wars.
Star Wars?
That's what it is, yeah. You've watched too many fucking space and sci. Right? What is there none of in space? Oxygen. So how does the flame work?
Exactly. That's a very good point.
Hold
How
on.
does that
No,
work,
no,
babe?
hold on. It's a simple logic.
What did you
If you're in a
just-
vacuum. You're in a vacuum. We're not
what
talking
did you
Henry the
just
Hoover.
say?
We're talking the vacuum of the universe as you think it is.
What
right?
did you
That's
just
a big
say?
fucking vacuum.
What did you just
You
say?
can ignite it. Woof! It's a vacuum. And then on top of that, you've got nothing to push against.
Yeah.
Aeroplanes, helicopters push the air, the ether. Water, boats, submarines push water. Road, terra firma, cars, lorries push the road. What does the shuttle push? Nothing. There's nothing there to push against. It would just spin.
Shit.
It wouldn't even spin. It would just
because you've had Star Wars, Dickie. Use the Force, Dickie. Use the Force. You're on the dark side, Dickie, with your fucking laser beam hanging off your head.
What's in your hand?
Fooled you. It's just a magic trick. Anyone can do it. Green screens.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
no matter how many times someone tells you, right, look.
You know what conservation of momentum is? In a vacuum, the spaceship has to go forward. Something else has to be going in the opposite direction, man. And if it's a vacuum, it's not pushing on anything else. So the spaceship can't move forward. No response.
It's pushing on the spacecraft.
You got no answers.
Huh? Wait, what do you mean it's pushing on the aircraft? If the aircraft is going one way, something has to go in the other way, right?
What goes backwards when I drive my car down the road? What goes backwards? What the fuck are you talking about?
What are you on about when you drive down the road, you go backwards?
Yeah, what the hell does that mean? No, that's because there's friction involved. In space, there's no
tires
friction.
on the road.
It's not true. There's friction. In fact, when astronauts come back into the atmosphere, they catch on fucking fire. There's so
you
much
don't even know it exists, Dickie. It's in your head.
There's friction, dude. Of course,
No, Dickie.
there's friction.
Dickie.
Air has only
Why in the fuck do you think?
Not in outer
think
space.
there's no friction in air? Are you stupid or something?
No, of course
dude?
there's friction in air. Wind resistance. We get that.
Yeah, but not in
What
outer
we're saying
space.
is
Not in
right.
vacuum.
Explain to me, Dickie, the boundary conditions
So you're
about
saying
the
that
vacuum
if
of the
there's no
universe
friction,
doesn't suck
you
all
can't
the air
move
away.
at all? That's what you
How
believe?
the fuck, right, does a spinning ball keep all the air on? Explain the boundary condition that stops the vacuum of the universe. I'm not talking about a little Hoover, Henry. I'm talking about the vacuum of the universe.
Why you think space is a vacuum? I don't know. Why don't you explain vacuum? Because there's all kinds of shit in space. Space is.
There's nothing in space. Yeah, there's all science.
Space is not.
God and the angels are in space because it's heaven. You fooled Richard. Richard,
What
right?
do you
Look,
mean
look,
by
Richard,
vacuum?
look, Richard. Oh, look, Richard, look. It's so simple. Look, my sleeves are up. Look, right in front of you. Look, none of you can deny it. Look, there's your thing. Look, I'm gonna grab it. I'll make a hole here. Look, and I'm gonna push the little white thing. Look here. I'm gonna push that into my hand. Look, so you can see it. Look, it's going right there. Look, I'll do it right where you can see it. Look, it goes in right there. Look, it's in. Look,
Kind
watch.
of talking to
Watch,
the other guy.
just watch.
Why do
Watch,
you
look,
think
it's gone.
If you're
It's gone,
going
Richard.
somewhere, you
Didn't
need
drop it,
friction to
Richard.
be able to move.
Richard,
Why do you
look,
think that?
it's gone.
Soretta, or whatever your name is?
Richard, that's what they've done inside your head. That little white tablet was gravity.
I'm
And what
not
they've done,
talking
it's
to
gone
you
like
right
that now, and you can't
Sorry, I
find
know you're
it.
the center of attention and all. I'm just not talking to you.
No, Richard, right, that's what they did, a magic trick. Look, Richard, look, right, it vanished,
I'm
right?
another way. I'm not listening
look,
to
Richard,
you.
I'm
How
going
does
to
that
show
work
you, look.
for you? Do you
Richard,
understand what I mean now?
Richard,
No
look.
one wants to talk to you anymore. You are a drain on this conversation. You're a fucking drain on society. Shut the fuck up. Put a shotgun to your mouth. Pull the trigger. Kill yourself.
Fuck you little fucking weasel.
Go
You
me.
You had nothing to say for the last hour whilst we drilled you. You've just been slapped all over your own fucking stupid lobby.
Watch
I'm just tired.
You have. You've been fucking raped. I could spend here all night. I really could. Sarita, mate, nice to meet you. For the guys that were there, nice to meet you. But fuck's sake, can't
Go
do
meet,
this.
if you love your god so much, go meet your maker. Put a fucking shotgun to your mouth and blow your brains out and fuck off.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna take your fucking answer again, aren't I? Why don't you shove your little PS4 controller up your little chocolate starfish?
PS4 controller? I'm not a console peasant.
Oh, he's a PC nerd! Shove your fucking... Oh, so you've got one of these! That's why he fucking painted over it! He gave it a shine so it doesn't hit his arsehole when he pushes it in. Did you give it a gloss finish? Did you gloss finish your joystick, you fucking wanker? That's it, innit, look? You've got nothing! Nothing! I'm too fucking smart for you!
Yep.
You got nothing! Sarita just sat here and slapped you all over, and you called him a troll!
Not that I'm flabbergasted with the stupidity of your conversation. It's that you're so smart that I can't possibly understand.
I'm smarter than you little cunt. That's for sure. And when the truth spills, I'm gonna come to your fucking little gay boy game channel and I'm gonna ridicule you.
Gay boy, what?
Your little gay boy game channel, that's what you said you had?
Game channel? What game channel?
I don't know, that's what you said. You said I sit here all day and push my joystick back and forth.
No, that's the hairdresser, dude.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Sorry, my mistake.
Dude, I've been watching you take the stage for like the last hour, and like you can even seem to defend yourself off against 5v1 situation. When you talk to these people and you don't have the same vocabulary as them, that seems to determine whether they're smarter than you and that's what they believe is true. It's like...
On vocabulary, I know.
He's just shouting and yelling abuse. And the reason he's getting away with it is because we all find it so amusing.
We all find it so amusing. I find your fucking accent amusing, mate. We all find it.
Well, we know you've said
at
that.
At the same time, you have nothing to prove what he's asking.
I mean, it's...
Yeah, that's right. You can't disprove any of it. You little gay boy hairdresser. He can't prove it. You can't fucking prove it. I know I'm living on a flat plane. I know. Look, no. I know I'm not spinning.
We're just
That's
laughing at you.
You cannot debunk it, Panda. I am not spinning. Make a video explaining how you know what I'm feeling.
Right, I've had enough of this guy. Can we get
only way?
Yeah, that's right. You've had enough. I'm leaving.
While it lasts, it's getting a bit of drain now.
Why is it that the only way that you can take in any information is via YouTube video? Why
you
is
think I've
that?
learned all this from YouTube? Not paying for rent?
Why is it you can only take information from someone else?
Make a video.
No, mate.
Make a video.
I've done it for myself, tested it. Applied the scientific method. Used Occam's razor. And when you use Occam's razor, the simplest answer is the right one. Check your straw now, man name.
You don't know what is Occam's razor?
You don't have to pay for shit.
What is Occam's razor?
I separated my name.
If you knew what Occam's razor was, you probably wouldn't be a flat earther.
No, what are you on about if I knew what it was? Of course I know what it was. The simplest answer is always right.
Correct.
Yeah.
Not really.
Well, it fucking is.
Correct. That's
It is right.
No,
you
that isn't right.
The simplest.
You think that spinning balls draw in?
Right.
Is that the right answer? Is that the right answer? When you spin something, it draws stuff in. Can you show me that? No, you can't. I've been sat here like Paul just
Where's
said.
Richard gone?
He's watched me for an hour, and you haven't brought one fucking piece of evidence to the table.
I'm
Not
here,
one.
dude. I'm eating some egg salad. Whoever asked where Richard was.
It's impossible. Listen, it's impossible
Look,
for us
guys,
to
I've
talk.
enjoyed my time. I want you guys to go on with your chat now. I'm going to go meet someone else. This is killing me.
All right, it's been fun, dude. Glad you came. It was
Nice to
great.
meet you.
Yeah. See you, Poncho.
Fuck off, Jesus Christ.
But now you're going to shit talk him when he leaves, but you couldn't actually talk to him when he was here?
Maybe because he was shouting every time I tried to say something.
Yeah. I mean, I did try to shit talk him while he was here, but he just shouted. But we can shit talk you if you like. You're here.
That's what you're good at, and that's what you do, but I won't be specific, and I won't be a victim
This
of
is the
it.
guy that's been accusing everyone of being brainwashed and closed-minded all day. Oh, he's made a run for it now.
I know he's
guys
scared.
are getting really pathetic.
So I have a question for the Globers, all you crazy, stupid, closed-minded Globers. How long do you plan on hanging out on this bullshit? I'm almost sick of it already. I mean, a couple of days, couple of hours, a week. I mean, is this a permanent thing for us? I mean, how long do we all envision being here? I'm thinking maybe 1 or 2 more days, and I just won't be able to listen to the same old stupid questions anymore.
You know what the problem with this channel is? If it diversified its topics, I think it would have been a bit better. Because if you go to the channel and you view the history, it's flat Earth, fucking ages. And I think it's gonna die because of that. So I mean, if it diversified the topic up a bit, it would be more interesting. But yeah, I mean, I can't take much more of this. It's not. I mean, I don't want to generalize, but all of these people that believe in a flat Earth, for some reason, they all shout so much. It's physically painful to have a discussion with them.
So how about conspiracy? Paul's still here? Did he leave? I was going to ask Paul what he thought. I mean, I'm guessing if you're a flat earther, you'll stay here forever because you're a flat earther and people, that's what you want to talk about.
Forever. But I gotta give credit to the flat earthers because by nature they usually run, because this isn't you can't put these kind of ideas in a public forum where they can be scrutinized and expect them to stand up. So I think we're kind of responsible for making them all go crazy and shout, because if you just slow down and look at the evidence, none of it stands up. So that's why I think Mr. Poncho did the correct thing by shouting. He was able to maintain what he thought was a conversation for an hour, and he thinks he's walking away a winner. And that is the mentality of the flat earther.
He kind of cracked a little smile there. I think he was just having a little bit of fun and ran out of energy. You know, I'm not believing he's taking all that shit seriously, dude. He cracked a little smile and said, "Hey, Glenn, nice to meet you guys," and all that. But he does have a YouTube channel. I was seeing in text, and people were saying it's kind of just like that and hilarious. So might even check it out.
He's on. He writes songs about the flat Earth, and he suspends himself in front of a green screen because he believes that's what NASA does when they produce videos. And I mean, he's high energy, but it's not that they're. Yeah, I'm seeing what you're saying about a couple more days
I'm having a
of
hard
trying
time
to
believing some
correct
guy
them.
smoking a joint, calling everybody cunts, really believes in God all that much. You know what I mean? I could be wrong, but I don't know.
That is the English God he believes in.
Yeah.
The English God allows all sorts of stuff.
There's no commandment against hypocrisy.
He's not like the American God.
Evidently not. I'm going to have to move over there. I kind of like the Buddhist God here in Thailand, though. You can kind of get away with anything, too.
But if you're a flat earther, it's not gonna. Yeah, go ahead. Let me yield.
I was just saying, wasn't that something? Wasn't that great fun? Hey, you ballers?
Yeah, how do you think he did?
Holy shit! Look at this guy's breathing. That's scary stuff right there. That's like the next Tudor breathing.
I'm a baller.
Did you love the abuse?
Well, I'm glad you're admitting it was abuse.
I thought it was fucking great, man. That guy was hilarious.
I thought
He just got old after a while, that's all. And he was polite enough to recognize that it was getting old and boring and just kind of left on his own. I mean, he's a pretty cool guy, really.
So you guys think he just doesn't believe all the shit he was saying? You guys think he just doesn't?
Oh no, he believes. I mean, I think he's playing a bit of a character, but I think he believes a flat Earth.
Yeah, he compromises between the two.
Why did he have a foam cock within arm's reach?
I'm saying in the flat Earth is an act, God is an act. I'm saying the whole thing is a character he plays, Robbie. So no, I don't believe it all.
Pancho is the shit.
Puntifa.
Yeah, he's great.
Well, he's a magician and natural showman, so I guess it comes natural to him to act that way.
Let's get A4 on now.
I think it probably does come natural to him to act.
Oh, please not A4. Please not that guy. Anyone but him.
He's scared of me. That's why he won't join.
He's even worse than whatever the.
What about Spaceman? Can we get Spaceman and Poncho on at the same time?
Poncho
That would be good, wouldn't it?
Poncho is terrible. A4 is terrible, and that sock puppet piece of shit is probably the worst of them all.
So I must be terrible too, because I love all those guys.
Why? I'm not drawing any parallels between you and them just because you like them.
It makes sense.
Do you think they make good arguments?
You know, like I was saying earlier, it really just depends on, you know, what you're really trying to do, you know, and I don't think he was trying to make an argument, so I don't think I can answer that question, to be honest with you.
He seemed to be claiming he'd won a few arguments. You know, he seemed to be. It was like in his mind he was winning arguments.
But in your guys' minds, you guys were winning arguments.
Well, not in that encounter. Nobody was. Well, Chris did a little bit with his boat and stuff, but he kept proclaiming, right, Net, you've got nothing. You've got no proof. I've been here an hour. You haven't proved anything. Like
I can see where he's coming from. I can see where he's coming from. You know, I mean,
would you like to look?
I think the only determination to winning arguments simply depends on how many people from either side are here. If it's 5-4, whoever has the number 5 on their, you know, Globers or flat Earth people, they're gonna win the argument if you take a vote. But nobody, you know, the
we
real
didn't even
win
get to
would be
watch that video, unfortunately. Remember, we didn't even get a chance to watch that video.
Yeah, I don't know what video you meant, but yeah, whatever.
Christopher was gonna show us the vote video.
Oh, it's what I usually start with, and then it's not a matter of refuting this for flat earthers. It's a matter of what topic can we jump to from this, because we don't want to talk about this. So I know just one piece. All you need to do to refute flat Earth is just have them stick on one topic and watch them try to branch off to the Nazis built this boat and somebody said the water was fake. I don't really take him all that. I think he was just kind of trolling in. But this right here should be proof enough. So if you can stick on this one and refute why half the boat's missing and the top is clearly visible, that eliminates perspective. there's no visual signs of there being any kind of mirage effects going on with the boat, tell me where the other half of the boat is. It's as simple as that. If you can't do it, then or come up with a reasonable explanation for it, then you're stuck. You have to start blaming the media. Do you have
you'd have to cast suspicion on the actual, this video itself, which is kind of what flat earthers do, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's pretty much
What
the
kind of
same.
camera? What kind of lens? So reality wins, it looks like today. Nice.
I disagree.
Who said that?
I'm going to say that until this channel disappears, flat earthers are winning. Just the fact that, I don't know who I was talking to the other night, but they used the phrase, a fairly well-known flat earther. And I said, there's just something wrong with that phrase even being allowed to be said in the world, you know?
Well, I see it kind of as a positive thing because I can't remember what the comedian's name was, but his point is at least Charlie Manson had the decency to carve a swastika on his head so we could see him coming. And the flat earth movement really funnels in, like, who are our stupid people? Oh, there they are. They're all in one group together. And just like that Mandela effect really plucked the idiots out of the herd. I mean, just really got them all coming out. And I like it. And the fundamentalists, if you weren't sure if someone was a fundy or not, the flat earth thing brought them to light. So they had to become Bible literalists.
Right. Yeah, I guess if I had to pick a favorite topic, it would be the globe. I'm a little fascinated about somebody who actually thinks there's a glass dome around the earth, but they can't touch it or see it or any of that. Just the fact that they can say it without laughing. See, I don't have a good poker face. That's part of the reason I'm here, I guess. But when people can say shit like that without laughing and giving away that they're just bullshitting, kind of fascinates me a little bit.
I agree. And that dome, I think I thought a good disprover for the dome would be when they deorbit the Hubble satellite, but I've heard it's going to be making re-entry where everybody can see it. And
they're going to say it's a hologram or fireworks or whatever the fuck it is. They always try and find some justification to make it sense in their head. You can stretch their hypothesis to whatever you want to. That they're always going to weasel their way through, because it's not something established. It's just words. It's just hearsay, basically. It's not anything established. So basically, when they get cornered, they can just change the standards. That's why it's successful.
Yeah, I'm reading the side chat, and apparently the Hubble is in fact CGI. Sorry.
Oh, apparently Mandela's name was Mondella. That's not even the right Mandela effect, is it? It was about when he died.
I wonder if this type of skepticism, which I'm very familiar with because I have it myself, is systemically created from a fundamental mistrust in other human beings.
What are you guys' thoughts on the Mandela effect now that you mention it?
The Mandela effect is a effect that allows forgetful, stupid people to all of a sudden think that it's not them who's stupid or misremembered something. It is the CERN opening up a portal to another timeline.
I'm well aware of what that is.
My personal opinion... go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
My personal opinion is, first of all, I thought it was just kooky. I thought, it's just misremembering. And then I kept looking into it, and I realized there's way too many things that are changed that I knew for a fact were, different maybe movie titles or, lines in movies and different things that I knew for a fact were a certain way, and they fully changed. And I don't have an opinion if it has anything to do with CERN or anything like that. But I do believe it's real, whatever it is, and whatever is causing it. And I do think if it is real, it fundamentally changes the way we see reality. Maybe it's simulated, maybe it's not real. You know what I mean? Like, say, a video game, you can just change lines of codes in video games and different things like that. And it kind of has a similar thing about it.
How would you determine whether you have forgotten something or misremembered something, or it was the Mandela effect? How do you make the distinction?
Hey guys, I'm back. Just letting you know.
We saw you pop in. It's how video chats work.
Well,
How do you make a distinction?
Well, I just too many things. Real
Not no. Not too many things. How do you make it? If you thought someone's name was Bob and his real name is Chad, how do you say this is me misremembering, or this Chad guy is from or is a product of the Mandela effect?
Well, I've actually tested it on people, and the way I did it, I'd say like I did this test on Mum. I said follow the lines something on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? And the Mum said mirror mirror, when it's actually now magic mirror. That's just one example, and I've done this example with many different things with many people, and they've all misremembered the same thing. And not only people I know, but people on the internet making videos. So many people have the same misremembrance to the point where I just don't think it's coincidence that many people misremember the exact same lines that way. That's why.
Right, but there is a hold on a second. There is a this phenomena that happens with misunderstood song lyrics, where people are there's a huge list of lyrics that people have for a long time been mishearing and hearing something else, and I can't remember all of them off the top of my head. And but anyways, so what you're saying is that I can find a big group of people who also misheard these lyrics as a collective, as a they're all misremembering it. But what you're saying is that maybe they're not misremembering the lyrics. Maybe the Mandela effect has somehow changed the lyrics of the song, and there is another timeline intersecting. That's the conclusion you draw just because you forgot how they spelt Fruit Loops on the box when you probably spent most of the time staring at the back of it instead of the front. You can't believe somehow that it's spelt F-R-O-O-T loops, and you are absolutely sure and willing to invoke a portal into another timeline because you forgot how they spelt Fruit Loops.
I never said I invoked any portal to another timeline. All I said is things have changed. I don't know what it's causing it, but I do believe it's a real thing, and I don't know. I'm not saying it's certain. I'm not saying it's timelines. I'm just saying I've misremembered. Something's changed. Something has changed, and I don't know what exactly it is. What you want to call it time? You want to call it whatever you want to call it. It doesn't really matter. But fundamentally, I do think it's a real thing. I've tested many people on it, and there's many people who misremember the same things. It's not the song. It's so many different things. Like I said, I first thought it was bullshit too, and then there's too many things.
Hey, Christopher, sorry, if you don't mind, do you mind filling me in on what we're debating?
We are debating the Mandela effect, where common phrases and things remembered from the past are now remembered as something being different, which I've heard attributed to CERN firing up their system and launching a certain group of people into another timeline that things are spelt different, like Sex in the City, Luke, I Am Your Father, Mirror, Mirror on the Wall, Mr. Rogers' song, and a box of Fruit Loops, how they spell it. These are the things that changed on this timeline.
So what are you debating? What significance does it have?
Whether there is
it real or not?
Whether it's just people misremembering stuff.
Okay.
And I think that one of the problems with memory is we work by association, and it only takes one person to sort of misremember and misquote something, and it can soon become part of popular culture, and then we sort of associate all our other memories with that. It feels like we're remembering it when we're remembering the misquote. I think.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay. I think another important point to take into consideration is just like the Black Lives Matter movement. Whether or not people really care for the movement, a lot of people just join the race because they're unemployed.
What? Maybe on another timeline that would have made sense.
I mean, I get the right wing humor. I get it, but yeah.
I mean, the Mandela effect is something, I guess, it's something hard to really ever prove all the way. I mean, for me personally, I'd bet my life on it that it's a real thing, whatever it is or whatever it's causing it, and
You bet your life on it.
I would bet my life on it.
So can you kill yourself right away?
Bet the life.
Okay, what's your name? One of the brain, the brain picture thing. Who just said in my life? Because you seem like a sophisticated guy.
I seem like a what?
A sophisticated guy. At least the way your mannerisms are
Oh
presented.
no. I'm naked. That might be
Well,
really no. It's
well, you better be touching yourself.
no, not right now.
Okay, maybe later. I wanna.
Probably not maybe later. Probably later.
Okay, I wanna fuck. I wanna see.
Scotty, I
everyone-
wasn't mocking you, Scotty. I kind of mock everybody in here.
No, I don't care. I don't.
Okay, just so you know, I wasn't like singling you out.
Wait,
Yeah,
so
I'm-
I got
Oh,
my words
I'm
together.
touching
I didn't-
myself.
My words
if it
together about
helps.
my Mandela effect
I
argument.
didn't notice. Oh. Well,
Okay, so what I was trying to say was, how do you know for sure whether people actually forgot or people are just saying whatever you guys are saying? Like for the Black Lives Matter movement.
See, I actually listen. The Occam's razor was mentioned a while ago. I think this is actually a situation where Occam's razor would be applied. We're working with unfalsifiable hypotheses, so maybe we just look at it and say, "Hey, isn't this a bit silly? And does it actually have any bearing in our life? Let's just dismiss it like that."
Okay, so if
Very
you're
good
working
point,
on
very
an
good point.
unproven hypothesis, how is it fair to use that Mandela effect as evidence for whatever you're saying?
I don't think
It's it's argument by equivocation. That's what it is.
I mean, I think it's stretching the argument so much. It's just it's trying to find a barrier to stop the conversation there. It's not advancing the conversation. It's a track stopper. It's literally, oh, you're in this corner now, so you're gonna pull this bullshit car that you're gonna make out of your ass. That's why you can dismiss it just like that. Or I would at least.
What the Mandela effect?
Yeah, the one that you bet your life on it, so you might as well kill yourself just right away.
Yeah, you need more than invoking going
look,
back
mate,
in
okay,
different
alright.
timelines as your reason for forgetting something to be.
I
taken
never said
seriously.
that. I never said
I'm
that.
not saying you. I'm actually talking to the satirical guy or whatever his name is.
Okay.
Actually, I don't want to talk about Mandela effect because I don't know anything about it.
Yeah, I can
See?
tell that. But you asked why could you just dismiss it out of hand? And the answer is because when people make outrageous claims like they're in another timeline, they're the ones who need to substantiate it, and dismissing ludicrous shit out of hand might be dangerous, and you might turn out to be wrong,
So why
but it's
do they
not
think they're
necessarily a
in
bad
timeline?
thing to do.
I already
Well,
explained that.
The reason why I think I'm right because I've actually gone out in the real world and tested it on people.
Oh, I never went out in the real world, so I don't think I can talk about Mandela effect.
Yeah, I could go out in the real world and pose math problems to people and walk away with the conclusion, because I've polled people, that nobody understands math, and this is a real thing.
Oh.
So you pointing out something like what shirt did you have on when the Challenger exploded, and if you don't know, then therefore everybody's memory is messed up. It's not and these are very common things that have just been misremembered. That's
but
it.
you're talking away as if you're correct and there's no other and
I believe I am.
and there's no alternative here, but I believe I'm correct as well. So it's like you can say
He didn't say there was no alternative. He said people probably forgot what kind of shirt they were wearing when the Challenger exploded. He did not say there's no
I agree.
alternative.
I agree. But like I said, I've gone out and tested.
I might want to point this down in case a fucking retard a couple of years from now is going to interrogate me about this bullshit. Like entertaining arguments from ridiculous people is really not usually the regular population objective or focus. I'm really concerned about that.
I ain't part of the regular population.
So I've tried this, and I'll show you. This is the last thing I'll say about this stupid argument, but I've actually pulled out because I was dating somebody who watched Sex and the City, and she bought the DVD collection, and so I pulled it out, and I'm like, look, this was bought while the show was on, while it wasn't on. There wasn't even Netflix out when that show came on. Showed him the DVD collection, and it says Sex and the City, and that was supposedly proof that I was from a different timeline than they were from, rather than just them say, no, I'm sure it's Sex in the City or Sex and the City. They insisted I'm from another dimension. So that's how ridiculous it is. And you don't test this hypothesis by going out and polling people. You go back and you look at things like that, physical evidence that was gathered at the time that show was on, And what does it say on the DVDs? It says sex and the city.
Yes, but
Case closed.
if say timelines have changed, or whatever has changed, like the whole reality changes, so you can't really prove it the way you're talking. So it sounds a bit ignorant to where you're coming from.
Right. It's unfalsifiable, therefore it's unprovable.
Yeah, see, I was just going to mention the same word again, unfalsifiable. What you're trying to do, and I've seen you do it quite a few times, Scotty, is you come up with ignorant-ass bullshit and say, well, if you guys can't disprove it, then it must be true. No.
Richard.
You come up with ignorant-ass bullshit like the Mandela effect. It's incumbent on you to prove that some idiot is from another timeline.
Yeah, you're making
not incumbent on me to prove he's not. Okay,
you're making a positive
that.
claim, and by the way, an outrageous one at best. So it really is only on you to prove that bullshit that you're spewing.
So you think I'm spewing poop? Okay. You know what, guys? I want to give you all this question because this question I'm going to give you blokes will put in my head where exactly you guys are in I guess you could say reality. Do you blokes this is all I need to know. Do you blokes think that terrorists were responsible for 9/11? Do you think Muslims did it?
What? Terrorists?
Terrorists.
Terrorists.
Do you believe terrorists? Do you blokes believe Muslims, terrorists, or whatever?
I personally don't think that. I personally think it was George Bush that did it.
I think it was terrorists that did it. Yeah. I would say that
you believe that terrorists did it. Okay, well.
No, actually, I'm saying I don't.
I'd say that it's indisputable that it was terrorists who did it.
I'm saying George Bush did it.
Well, you've lost all your credibility, mate. All your credibility is gone.
Who are you talking to?
How will I?
Would you like to talk about 9/11 now? Is that what this is?
How will I sleep at night knowing that random ass fucking Scotty doesn't give me his credibility? Listen, man, I'm gonna say you. I'm gonna tell you right now. Indisputably, shut the fuck up. Indisputably, 9/11 was an act of terrorism. Okay.
Everybody,
how do you know? Did you ask them?
Everybody in the chat who's listening to this, hear what he said and soak it up, and that's all they need to know.
This is typical flat Earth tactic.
How do you know the terrorists?
Everyone in the chat, he thinks terrorists were actually responsible for 9/11.
Did you
hear that, people in the chat?
Was it?
50 people heard that.
Hold on. Was it an action that was perpetrated by someone to further some political agenda? If yes, that is terrorism. So yes, I'd say that even if it's from the United States government, I'd still classify that as terrorism.
No, that's not our definition of terrorism, mate.
Okay, so what is the definition of terrorism? Bad actions portrayed by Muslims.
Well, in this 9/11 case, we're saying that these terrorists are convicted of the crime.
You give me.
Yeah, I am.
You give me your definition of terrorism.
I am saying that 9/11 is a case of terrorism.
Shut the fuck up. You give me your definition of terrorism.
Okay, an organization independently carrying out a hate crime.
A hate crime. Okay, you're wrong.
Oh, that's my definition.
I mean, you're not wrong. It's your definition of terrorism.
Violent hate crimes.
It's not a definition of terrorism that is
violent hate crimes.
Most of the people.
Violent hate crimes.
No, it's an action to further a political agenda that goes against a certain establishment. That is basically what terrorism is. And there is
I agree that 9/11 was terrorism from the U.S. government.
Yes,
that's not from the Muslims.
But by the way, I don't believe it was the USA government. Everything seems to point out that yes, it was just like regular.
How do you explain the fact? How do you explain the fact
Building
that
7 people, Building 7.
No. How do you explain the fact that Rolls-Royce said that the engine?
Hold on, I have to go check on my green.
What?
A Rolls-Royce engine where?
Yeah, so Rolls-Royce claimed that the engine discovered from the Boeing plane was not theirs, and all Boeing planes at the time were equipped with Rolls-Royce engines. How do you explain that?
Why do you believe Rolls-Royce? You don't believe NASA?
Well, they said that it wasn't their engines in the plane.
How do you know they're telling you the truth? How do you know the articles telling you the truth?
Okay, if they told why would they want to lie? What advantage is it to them?
I didn't ask you why they wanted to lie. I said how do you know your claim is true?
Well, they obviously did. They did an inspection on the engine, and it didn't resemble
How do you know
the
this?
normal engine
How
because
do you know this
they
to be
released
true?
a statement on this. They had a pictures.
How do you know the
Well, now wait
statement
a
was
minute.
true?
They have pictures, or did
Oh,
they release a
I'm back. Go
statement?
on.
Which one is it?
you can have both, right?
You can. So point me to your evidence. Where's this evidence? Because right now all I have is some guy in a
Okay,
YouTube
I'll show you.
channel
I'll
telling me
let
about
me
this.
get a link. Let me find a link.
Thank. And that it's important that your link be credible too, not just some bunch of whack job truther sort of thing.
No.
Nah,
www. The whole world is lying to you.
yeah, and
Jesus.
Something like from the Rolls-Royce
Jesus is real.
Corporation. You said it came from the Rolls-Royce Corporation. So show me this article and the pictures and
Yeah,
the
I'm finding the
statement from the
article.
CEO and all this good stuff that you say. Now,
I think that
also,
the
I would say,
already
I would
deleted
also
that
say that he
article.
could be wrong. He may have even made the statement and he could be wrong. So just find the statement and we'll go from there.
Give me some time. You guys can debate.
Sure, you have all the time you want, dude. I don't know why you're yakking and talking to me and not looking for it. Don't blame me that you're not looking for it.
I am. I'm looking for it.
Do
All
any
right, take all the time.
do any
So
of you
wait, what are
people
we looking for?
A statement from the Rolls-Royce Corporation that they found an engine that did not belong on the plane that should have been a Rolls-Royce engine or some shit like that. We'll find out when we read the article, I guess.
do any of
Okay,
you people believe anything that's outside your mainstream social conditioning?
Hold on. Why is Scotty not dead yet?
Well, I don't know what you mean by that. Anything to do with 9/11 isn't outside my social conditioning because it only happened once. I mean, do I believe they
believe-
lied about a boat in Vietnam and an attack? Yes. Do I believe they gave
you believe the
Indians
official story to everything?
tuberculosis-covered blankets? Yes. There's a lot of conspiracy shit I believe because it's true and has evidence.
Do you believe in all official stories the government tells you?
No, of course not. I believe in things that have evidence. Government, I don't make an exception for the government that they get to tell me bullshit without evidence. No, I believe evidence. I believe things that are reasonable to believe, and I withhold belief on things without evidence that are big claims, such as, terrorists did not do this, or, if somebody, I guess I'll explain it to you like this. If my friend said he got some pussy last night, I kind of believe him. I'll trust him. If my friend said he got picked up by Paris Hilton and 6 beautiful rock stars and had sex with them, then I'm going to want some evidence because his story has gotten a little out of control for me just to jump to believing him. So what I believe is proportional to the claim. Okay, I'm not going to jump to believing bullshit from the government, from you, from me, from anybody else without sufficient evidence. And the sufficiency of that evidence depends on the magnitude of the claim. That's all,
Do you blokes believe that there's extraterrestrials and that they have visited?
I don't disbelieve it, and I think you might want to phrase your questions more carefully. I think it's possible, but one thing that bothers me is that the shows I've seen claiming a lot of stuff about aliens, there are so many lies in those things that really bothers me. And, so I really worry that some of the things that I don't necessarily know are lies may also be lies, and I just don't know that. So I've reserved judgment on the whole alien thing because there's so much bullshit out there that it seems to me that I haven't been, the truth hasn't come along really yet. I don't know.
Okay,
I'm reserved. It could be, maybe not. I don't know. I'm not convinced it actually has been.
I found the link. It's kind of long, so I'll tell you which part it is.
Can't you just type it in the chat in the right-hand side, dude?
Yeah. Just control find Rolls-Royce engine. It's kind of long. So the thing is, it's very hard to find data. Let me. I put the article. Let me give you some background. Let me give you some background before I give you this.
Whack job truther thing. This is not an article from the fucking Rolls-Royce Corporation. I can see it already.
No, I just told you. Press Control F. There's a newspaper picture. Press Control F and hit Rolls-Royce engine.
Let me try. Let me go through this. I'm gonna mute the room and read this and all. I hope it's not.
No, there's nothing to read. There's not much to read, and you're not letting me explain. explain. Give me like 2 minutes. Okay. So the thing is, it's really hard to find information about this because Google is funded by leftist radicals, and they're obviously not going to keep information about 9/11 conspiracies on Google. So it's very hard to find it now. The only place you can find it are Chinese websites and
How do you say your name?
And random forums like this. Wait, what?
How do you say your name?
Why? Shri. Just call me.
I'd like
just call
to know
me.
too.
No, because I wanted to ask you a question.
Just call me Person. I don't give out my real name.
No, I'm talking about how do you pronounce your screen name?
Oh, Liverpool. Yeah, you can do Liverpool. Call me Liverpooler 1997.
Okay,
I prefer that.
Liverpool. Are you of the view that the airplanes and 9/11 alone did not bring down the Twin Towers?
No, I do believe that the airplanes crashing caused the Twin Towers to fall. I believe that.
Okay, all right.
I'm just saying that those huh?
Sorry, go.
I'm just saying that I believe this entire operation was assisted from the U.S. government.
And what compelling reason do you have to conclude
there's
that?
a lot of coincidences that I don't think can line up.
That didn't answer my question.
Okay,
How am I supposed to find this article, dude?
One of them, why were there no Jews at the time the building collapsed?
How do I find this article? I see this whole loose change thing.
I just linked it in the text, dude.
I don't see anything about what you said. I see the Pentagon, the timeline, the Trade Center. I don't see anything on here.
I just told you. Press Control Find, and then type in Rolls-Royce engine.
Control Find where? What the fuck
okay. Do you know what Control F? Press Control F on your keyboard.
All right, Control and
at the same time.
Do you hold any other conspiracy theories?
Yeah. So press Control, hold it, and then press F. So
the fuck? What is this guy talking about? This is like
I'm doing it. Nothing happens. What the fuck are you talking about? Don't you have a fucking link or something, dude? You got me on this whole shit. Control F. Find. What the fuck are you talking about? You said you had a fucking link to an article. You got me on a web page. Control F. What the fuck, dude? Has anybody else seen this fucking article, or is it just me being stupid?
I can see the article. Do you want me to read this?
Yeah, go ahead. That'd be great.
Okay, so there's a picture here saying controversy swirling over September 11 Pentagon mystery. After this photo, now they don't provide a link to the photo, so fuck that, right? And by the way, the site looks really amateurish, and it's...
Well, it's a 911 loose change whack job.
Yeah, okay, sorry, guys.
After this photo was published by American Free Press, sounds, readers wrote...
dude, can you press Control F on your computer and get me a link to the actual fucking article, or what?
Wait, do you know what Control F is? Just let me...
Control F is a very basic function.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
I hit it, nothing happens. What can I tell you? Am I supposed to do it in the fucking bar, on the web page? Nothing.
Yeah, okay.
Just with your mouse selecting nothing, just press Control plus F and just type in rolls.
Press the Control key, hold it down, and then press the F key.
I know, I'm not completely ignorant. I know what Control Alt Delete does, right?
You're a 55-year-old man.
Can't you just screen share? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Can you just screen
How do I
share?
screen share? I never used this shit.
I don't know why. Maybe my fucking keyboard's broken or something.
Okay, yeah, I'm screen sharing.
Go to the left.
I think it's not.
I don't believe in this Control F shit. I think he's making that up.
Okay, I'm screen sharing. Do you see my screen?
Come on, dude.
It's a conspiracy.
Do you see my screen?
Yes.
All right.
Let me narrate. Let me narrate over this. There were newspaper articles.
Narrate?
Yeah, let me narrate. Okay, there were newspaper articles. Yeah, shut up. There were newspaper articles 10 years ago, and obviously you're not going to be able to find them on Google now because the U.S. government doesn't want you to know that it was a conspiracy. So you can't tell me to go find an article because they're all taken down and they're really hard to find. But there are some forums where people uploaded pictures of newspaper articles over the years, like this one.
All right, now first of all, you lied. You said that the whole fucking engine was not a Rolls-Royce engine. The article you just fucking posted said it's not a part from an engine. So they have this one little part in their fucking hand, and the guy says there's no way that's an APU wheel. It doesn't come from the Pratt & Whitney Rolls-Royce engine. So fucking what? Nobody on there said there's no fucking engine.
Rolls-Royce engine, then do you think Rolls-Royce made it?
The article is saying is they found a part that is
Yeah,
not
so the
from an
mi-
engine,
The
so
engine
what?
was obviously modded in some sort of way for a particular reason.
No, they found a part that is not from the engine. The article does not say they did not find the rest of the fucking engine.
I know. I'm just saying that this engine was modded. Why would that part be there if it wasn't part of the engine? Someone
If
had to put
somebody
it there.
found a strap-on cock in your front yard, does that prove your girlfriend's fucking you in the ass?
It proves that someone put it there.
Yes, that's exactly true. There was a part that does not belong to a 757 engine in a crash site. That's exactly
it did
true.
belong in the engine, but I'm saying it's really hard to find evidence on this now because the internet is strictly regulated by the U.S. government. I'm not going to be able to find you a CNN news article on how the 9/11 was
See
a
the bottom,
conspiracy.
and it says why. Why doesn't this guy recognize the part? Put that back up. Because Brolin had, I mean, it explains it right here in your fucking thing. He says he wouldn't be expected to be familiar with the part in the first goddamn place.
Yeah, that's because this isn't a 9/11 conspiracy website because they don't exist. The U.S. government takes them down. The only websites that do exist are counter arguments.
So that's your evidence that because a guy that shouldn't know what he's looking at doesn't know what he's looking at.
I'm saying that
and there's
snippet.
an unidentified part. My answer to your original question of does this matter is no. You need something better than this.
Can I hold on, Streeja or whatever the fuck your name is? Let me ask you something, and this is kind of the crux of the whole issue. Why is your threshold for evidence for something so low and for other things so high?
What's that?
Why is your threshold for evidence for some things very low and for other things very high?
Where was my threshold for evidence very high?
Why is the threshold inconsistent?
Where have I given a lot of? Where was my threshold high?
Are you not a flat earther?
I am.
Well, there you go then.
Yeah, I gave you evidence for why the Earth was flat.
No.
I did. I said first, how can light not be slowed down? How can it go 3.0 times 10 to the power of 8 meters per second if air resistance is prevalent? And I also told you if it's spinning so fast, then how can people not fly off? And I gave you a lot of.
Light is massless.
It only goes that fast in absolute vacuum. Of course, if it encounters other particles in the way, it's going to be slowed down. That's why it's slower in glass, it's slower in water.
A vacuum can only exist if there's no air particles in a given space, correct?
No air particles, no nothing particles.
Yeah, that's what I mean, whatever. Okay, and what are the statistical chances of having no nothing particles in some given space?
What does the speed of light have to do with the Earth being flat around? Why would it matter? If the speed of light was 5 miles an hour more or less, why would that prove the Earth is flat?
No, I'm not saying it's more or less 5 miles. I'm saying it's not even remotely close to that. I'm saying light does not travel in space. It's just something that's
How does that prove a flat Earth?
Yeah, it's just
Why
prevalent.
would that prove a flat Earth? I don't get it.
I'm just saying science fake.
Science is wow.
I'm not. I'm.
No,
I'm,
it's just, that combination of words. Science is fake. That should. Yeah, that's it.
What is science?
You're not even saying that my interpretation of science.
I am saying modern science. I'm saying modern science is heavily influenced by. I'm saying modern science is heavily regulated by leftist radicals like George Soros, and it's only there. It's only being published to continue to vote Democratic and give the leftist radicals more power. I'm not saying all science is fake.
You did say that.
Bush was in government. Oh, he's a leftist radical as well?
Well, no. I'm saying, well, the last president was a leftist radical, and Bernie Sanders
he was a leftist
almost
radical. He seemed pretty centrist to me.
Oh, he was Muslim.
He was Muslim. I think he's an atheist. I think he says he's a Christian, but
he signed that stupid Women's Equal Pay Act. How is that not a leftist radicalist move?
It's propaganda,
he basically said we're going to force more employers to hire women just to make it more equal. Does not seem remotely leftist to you?
No, that's not leftist. That's stupid.
What is that?
It's stupid.
Yeah, and he did it. He did it.
Okay, so you're telling me is this news to you? So people do stupid things. Actually, not even stupid things. I mean, from a PR point of view, it's pretty smart because most people are actually
get so off in left field, dude? We're talking about leftist radicals and votes on women's pay and the speed of light. Not a single one of those fucking things
is related
to anything to do with whether the Earth is fucking flat or round. Fuck me.
Well, you guys can't debate my arguments. You guys keep taking this debate
What
some other
argument
place.
would that be? You started with.
You guys are talking about the Mandela effect.
Hold on.
Earth is flat, and we're off to Obama and women's rights. What the?
Are you the guy that says that water was an illusion or whatever the fuck it was? That
was a troll comment.
Okay, yeah, it was you. No, okay, you're a troll. No, an absolute.
No,
I'm not gonna talk to you.
Wait, why? Because you can't debate. You can't argue my points.
I'm not wasting my time on a troll. You just.
This is exactly what you science aficionados claim. Oh, they're science deniers. Oh, they're Bible believers. Oh, they're just climate change deniers. But you never give actual solid evidence.
Do you know what science is? Let's start there.
Yeah,
Why
I just told you.
say...
I told you earlier. I have a PhD in math.
No, you don't.
Well, I'm currently a PhD student, so I think that renders itself.
What, you're a PhD student because you're a freshman in fucking college? Yeah,
I'm not a freshman.
Great.
Who said I'm a freshman?
Let me know when you get your PhD, dude. Okay.
Who said I'm a freshman?
I did.
How do you know?
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. So you're just making up lies, just like all your evidence.
Call it a lie. I'd say giving you the benefit of the doubt. I'm not exactly.
You're not giving me the benefit of the doubt. I just said I'm a PhD student. You said I'm a freshman.
Yeah, because I'm being nice to you. I don't think you've seen a day inside a university. Frankly, I was just being polite.
Well, I go to university, so you're wrong.
Which one?
Is that important?
No, it's just interesting when you ask people on the spot questions if
UCLA.
they play and ask stupid questions like, "Is it important?" Instead of
what? I go to UCLA.
You know they're lying.
Fine, I'll go to BYU. Have you ever?
Yeah, you're a little late, dude. A little late for that. Sorry.
A little late for what?
To be determined to be telling the truth to my satisfaction.
That I go to BYU? That's not the truth?
Yes.
Okay, well, we'll leave it at that. Okay, so what's the next debate?
Well, you're a PhD student in mathematics. Let's talk about mathematics. What's your problem in the world of math? What do you think is fake about math?
No, I don't think it's fake. That's why I have a PhD
What did you take your master's on, by the way?
I skipped my master's. Oh, I skipped my master's degree.
You can't skip your master's.
Yeah, you could.
You skipped your master's degree, yet you have a PhD.
No, I'm a current PhD student. I did research in my undergrad, so I skipped my master's degree.
And you wonder why people don't believe you when you've gone from I have a PhD to I'm a PhD student two times now. You've changed your mind whether you either have one
because
or
you won't believe me if I'm not credentialized.
You're honest.
You're just gonna say, "Oh, it's just a student. We won't listen to him."
No, I don't know why you would think that.
That is a gigantic straw man, and furthermore, you are not just a student. You are an absolute fucking waste of space, worthless.
Well, obviously, I'm contributing to society by doing math research.
You're not doing anything. You can't tell me your field of study. What are you studying?
You didn't ask me.
What's your PhD study?
I am in the field of algebraic geometry.
Algebraic geometry.
Yes, it's basically finding roots of complex polynomials that you can't find with simpler methods. You use symmetry of graphs and other pictorial representations to find roots.
So you're saying you're getting a PhD from BYU in algebraic geometry?
Yes. Why? See, when you say things like that, that's what makes it.
Internet, and I'm going to go to the BYU website to see if it's possible to get a PhD in algebraic geometry.
No,
that's why.
It's called a PhD in math. There's no such thing as a PhD in algebraic geometry.
No,
that's my specialization.
It's a PhD in math, dude. You're an idiot.
In math.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm taking a PhD
moron.
in education.
You can get a PhD in math.
in dropping out of college.
You can get PhDs in different types of math. There's no PhD in general mathematics, dude.
Yeah,
hey
my
guys,
specialization is algebraic geometry.
I have a PhD in science.
Yeah, but mathematics is. What do you want me to? How do you want me to prove this to you that you can get a PhD in math? What do you want me to do?
You don't have to argue a point instead of this boring shit. I go to BYU's website and look for myself. They have a list of all the different available PhDs.
Okay, go.
How about you tell us how your math that you know about leads to a flat Earth, please, and how
I never claimed that the math I'm studying leads to the fact that it's Earth. I'm just saying my evidence from my other arguments.
Then the math would not be real. Explain to me where the math is not real. That's why I'm not saying that my math
math leads to the fact that the Earth is flat. I'm saying my other arguments, such as the speed of light not holding up, or that the spaceships can't travel in vacuums, those reasons lead to the fact that
You're
the
saying
Earth
you're a
isn't round.
PhD student and yet you believe that things can't travel in vacuums. Why would a ball not be able to drop in a vacuum?
No, I'm saying things can't travel in a vacuum without the assistance of gravity.
Why?
You can't move because unless you apply a force.
You're a PhD student.
Unless you
You're a
apply a
PhD
contact
student, and your
force.
answer is because. You sound like a fucking
I just
two-year-old.
gave you my answer. I said because you can't, unless you apply a contact force, things can't move in vacuums.
Why do you believe that? Who in the fuck told you?
That's a law of physics. That is a law of physics.
What's the name of this law? No, it's not. What's the name of the law you're
I don't
talking
know.
about?
Newton's first law.
You don't know. I mean, come on, dude. You're a fucking nut job.
Newton's first law.
Newton's first law?
Yeah. Have you heard
Newton's
of it?
first law is things that are moving keep moving unless you put friction on it, isn't it? I could be wrong. It's been a long time.
An object stays at rest. An object stays at rest, and an object in motion stays in motion unless there's an unbalanced force. And there's an implied unbalanced contact force, and a contact force in a vacuum. The only force in a vacuum is gravity. The only
You're an idiot.
Force. What's
if
another
it's in
force?
motion in a vacuum, the law you just cited says it should stay moving.
Yeah, but if we assume that it's not in motion, how can a spaceship propel itself forward in a vacuum if it's not in motion at some given time?
A number of different ways. One was gravity, like you mentioned. But
gravity makes objects move.
What spaceship do you think it is that gets to space without moving?
No, gravity's gonna make the spaceship move
spaceship
towards.
got to space without moving, dude? How do you get to fucking space without moving?
You can't. I'm saying you can't.
Right. So everything that gets to space is moving, and your law just explains how you can move through space, but you don't believe you can move through space. You're an idiot.
I'm saying it proves that you can't move through space in a vacuum, as if you're assuming that the space is a vacuum.
But you also just said if you're moving, you would keep moving because nothing's slowing you down according to the law. Then I asked you, is it possible to get to this place called space without moving in order to get there? And you said no. So when you get there, you would be moving. There'd be nothing to slow you down, and you'd keep fucking moving.
I misunderstood. I'm sorry. If you are already moving in space, then you would be continuing to move. But I'm saying it's not possible to move in space in the first place from rest.
From where? From rest.
From rest.
So what? And who cares? Nobody starts their space shuttle in the middle of space.
Well, how do you explain spaceships that take rest at the International Space Station? How do they proceed their journey?
They don't stop and take rest. They're moving 17,000 fucking miles an hour, and you have a PhD student.
That's only because you're assuming that the Earth is rotating.
No, that's not true.
What? The International Space Station.
I have pictures. I'm not assuming. I have pictures. I have evidence. I have math. I have a whole bunch of shit. None of that has anything to do with the flat Earth. It has to do with you making an idiot of yourself, contradicting yourself 10 times, don't even know whether you're a PhD student or you have one, and you haven't proven the Earth is flat.
The International Space Station is moving because of the Earth's...
you think it is. You think the Earth is flat because a spaceship can't move in space. Has nothing to do with whether it's fucking flat or not.
What?
How does that have anything to do with it? You just said yes. If a spaceship took off from the Earth and it's moving and it hit space, it moved just fucking fine. What in the fuck? So what? If a spaceship took off from Earth and got stuck up the ass of a big fucking god hiding behind the moon, that wouldn't have anything to do with whether the Earth is fucking flat or not. It's just irrelevant nonsense.
I'm saying all of these are interrelated. I'm saying that all of this is fake.
All of what? All of this means nothing. You say a lot of shit that means nothing.
The fact that you can go to outer space, I'm saying the speed of light is fake. I'm saying the Earth that's flat is a false statement or a true statement. I'm saying a lot of science, a lot of modern science fake.
Well, let's take those things one step at a time. You realize that...
Well, what do you want to debate on?
I'll tell you. You're saying that you realize that numerous universities all across the whole globe do experiments on the speed of light that all come to the same conclusion. Why do you think they're all lying? Because you don't have evidence for any of them.
I told you why they're all lying. I told you that they're all funded by the George Soros and other leftist radicals, so people stay on welfare.
Every single university in the world is funded by George Soros and radicals. That's not not true. Many universities are funded by dead people like Rockefeller and Carnegie. My family, for example, has donated $4 million to the University of Maine. We're not leftist radicals.
All American universities get tax exemptions if they.
That's true.
Yes.
The tax. So when George Bush is president, and then you have Clinton
and the
president.
federal government is
fine.
controlled
So
by leftist radicals.
Your answer for all of these independent things all around the world is because American universities are funded by leftist liberals.
Correct.
That's your answer.
No, not leftist liberals. Leftist
That's his answer.
Radicals.
Yeah, that's my answer. Yeah.
That's your answer, right?
Uh-huh.
Well, it's a stupid answer. I'm sorry to tell you.
Because it's an ad hominem attack, you fucking idiot.
What? I don't know what that word means.
You're a PhD.
Ad hominem?
I have a PhD in math, not comparative literature.
What is ad hominem? What does that mean?
Who's laughing so hard in the back? I hear some girl cracking up in the background.
That's your
a
mom.
sex slave.
Oh.
It's one of his many sex slaves.
Cool.
It's one of his children, probably. Dude, can you, like, mute your thing?
So why is it that, what about the students in Tokyo? Why are they coming to this erroneous conclusion about the speed of light?
No, I'm saying that the Google.com is funded by leftist radicals, and it just seems that they're coming to these results, but we can't know for sure whether or not that's true.
I asked about university students in Tokyo. I realized that Google, first of all, Google isn't funded, it's funded by people advertising on the internet.
Oh, come on. At that high of a level, everyone is interconnected. Everyone is interconnected at that high level.
Right. So some of those people are going to be right-wing conservatives, is my point.
No,
I think what you mean,
don't think so.
Let me finish. What you mean to say is that Google is controlled by left-wing radicals like Mark Zuckerberg. That's what you meant.
Google is not controlled by Mark Zuckerberg. Mark Zuckerberg owns Facebook.
Oh, yeah, you're right. I'm sorry. I don't know why. I was thinking Zuckerberg this whole time. You're right. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. But I'm sure you think that Google are left-wing.
I'm saying that they are probably funded in some way by leftist radicals, and thus their actions are motivated.
Why in the fuck would the people that run Google need funding from anybody, dude? They make, billions of dollars when they're sold their IPOs. The fuck do they care?
And where do you think?
You think those people need funding from anybody?
Marketing came from? You think it's from? Where do you think all that popularization came from? It came from the government marketing their website. And if it wasn't, there were many search engine companies like Yahoo, Bing. These were companies that weren't controlled by left-wing radicals, and they lost out on the race to Google because they
what government source is it that advertised Google that made people want to use it?
Hold on.
The U.S. government.
Yeah, what site?
Hold on, Richard, hold on.
Well, they make it your default homepage a lot of times.
Hey, shut up for a second. Let me talk.
Microsoft does that, and no, they don't.
Which engine is not controlled by leftist radicals?
Well, I can't say for sure.
China. I'm trying to stick on one statement. I'm trying to find out. I want to subscribe to this government.
Okay,
I want to subscribe to this government advertised newspaper you're talking about. What's the name of it?
Search the speed of light in Baidu, whatever the fuck that is.
Well, we can't do that because we're using U.S. servers right now, so it's still controlled.
I'm not using U.S. servers. I'm not
using U.S. servers.
I'm using U.S. servers, so I can't say for sure.
I can conduct the investigation for you. I'll screen share.
Well, it's not going to do much because where are you from?
I'm from Portugal.
Okay,
I'm from Thailand.
Yeah, and those are both heavily influenced by the U.S. government.
No, you don't even know what.
The only two countries. You don't
even know about the existence of Portugal.
Let me tell you. The only two countries where I will accept search engine searches from are North Korea and Cuba because they do not have direct control from the U.S. government.
Why doesn't Cuba have control? They just made a peace deal and all that. Why would you trust Cuba? You are familiar that Americans can now go to Cuba and we're like buddies again, right?
Yes, but that doesn't mean the government is a complete democracy and controlled by leftist radicals.
None of this has anything to do with my question. Why would they find the speed of light in Tokyo the same as all these conspiratorial liars?
I'm telling you. That's what I'm telling you. The U.S. government wants to make it seem like they're and getting the same
Why
answers.
do they give a fuck what the
Did
speed
you
of light
go?
is? So, does North Korea have its own
You're the one that just
search engine?
asked me about speed of light, and then you're saying, why are you talking about speed of light?
No,
What do you want me to talk
no.
about?
I'm saying, why do they care? Why are they hiding it and keeping it a secret? Why don't they just give us the real speed of light? What difference does it make what the speed of light actually is? Why would they spend all
Because
this
then that
money
would go. That
to
would
bribe
probably go
every
against.
university? They're bribing every physics university in the world to make sure nobody knows the speed of light. Who gives a? Why do they give a shit?
I gave you my reason. I gave you my reason. It's so people can can constantly listen to the government and stay on welfare and continue to vote Democratic. That's the reason.
Well, because
That's why
if the speed of light
why
was
would that
anything
matter?
anything different from what it is now,
correlate to welfare.
It matters
So
because
you're
that's how
telling
the
me
leftist
everybody would get
radicals-
off welfare and get a job if they knew the real speed of light. That's what you're saying.
I'm
that
saying
makes
people
no
would be
sense.
I'm saying people would be enlightened and they would
You are
not need
pathetic.
assistance.
You are pathetic. You are such a
this
fucking
is
dread.
his own fucking theory to world peace. Just tell everyone that speed of light isn't actually the speed of light. It's way faster than that.
What? Are you talking to me?
Yes, because you're saying that speed of light, that's the solution to our, to world hunger and everything.
The reason people are on welfare, dude, is because it exists.
I never said it was just the speed of light. I'm saying it's all of modern science.
And none of it's necessary. Listen to me for just a second. The reason people are on welfare is because it's easy to get. That's the only thing they need to get people on welfare.
Can I
just
tell?
to offer it up?
I don't think so.
And say here it is.
Sritaja, you think that all of science, all of current science, fucking bullshit? I'm gonna tell you right now.
No, I think all of modern science is bullshit.
Okay, all of modern science, that's fine. Do away with all your electronics, do away with the internet, log the fuck out right now, throw your telephone away, say bye-bye to medicine, okay? Do that, you fucking worthless piece
You really think medicine works? What do you think Tylenol does? It just instantly cures you?
Yep.
You really think these medicines work?
Why are you
Well,
on
I
the
would
internet?
say,
Why are you on the
think
internet?
smoking crack doesn't work? I mean,
Huh?
do you think taking LSD doesn't work? I mean, I can show you a whole bunch of medicine that works really fucking good, dude. I'm from
Did
the
you
70s.
conduct the
and
research?
believe
Do
me,
you know the chemical?
I'm telling you, medicine works just fucking fine.
How do you know? Do you know for sure, or are you just listening to
We don't
saying
care.
that?
Listen. We don't care. All we want you to do is get off this thing that was propped up by
Then
science.
who else would you be debating? I'm the only one here that's a flat Earth believer. Then who
That's
would you
not
be
true.
debating?
Fucking Scotty bullshit
Look,
guy. Well, unless
are all these fucking flat Earth people legit nuts?
Wait, is there another flat Earth believer here, or am I the only one?
No, there's Scott.
Me too.
Oh,
I'm still on the fence.
I bet you know Mr. Poncho Pete.
So, Scotty, are you a Christian?
The reason we know medicine works, by the way, is because some people get cured by it. It doesn't work 100%, but
And you
sometimes
don't
medicine
think that it's
does
just
work.
a statistical
and sometimes
outcome?
it doesn't.
You don't think it's just a statistical outcome that some people can escape death without having diseases and others don't?
Yeah, all those people living 1,000 years statistically show me that death is escapable. Unfortunately,
Explain to me why the average. Explain to me why the average lifespan. Explain to me why the average lifespan 100 years ago, excuse me, was much lower than today's. Exactly what I fucking asked you, piece of shit.
What was the question?
Can you please repeat the question to the dumbass? But
Sorry, I was fucking
do it in a term which he can understand.
Yes, simpler language, please. None of your leftist radical terms. But what do you define by lifetime? What do you mean by lifetime?
Lifetime, period of life that one person. Popping out of the vagina is the beginning. When your brain and heart stop is the end.
Well, actually, they just did a study in France. They predicted that in 20 years, gay people will eventually have the ability to reproduce, and so people won't necessarily be born from a vagina.
What study was that? 2 gay people having a baby? That was the study, and you believe
Yeah.
it?
Well, again, I'm saying it's really hard to get this evidence because the Google is controlled by leftist radicals. I can't.
Leftist radicals don't want gay people to have babies. Do you know what a leftist radical is? They love gay people having babies. What the fuck
Exactly. That's why they're proposing such stuff.
Why do you have a problem with it? Let's say it's real. Let's say you can fuck your
No,
brother
I'm not
in the
saying I have
ass
a problem
and
with
make
it.
a baby. What's the problem?
I'm saying your definition of a lifetime is fake. You said it's the time a baby comes from a vagina. So you're saying that gay babies that are born from gay parents, don't have lifetimes then?
No, I was unaware that that was possible. Now that you're telling me that's possible, that would be part of the definition.
From this.
Suteja, what is a toshent? What is a toshent? What is a toshent?
A toshent?
Yeah, Z Brothers in the chat wants you to answer. What is a toshent?
I don't know what that means.
T-O-T-I-E-N-T.
I don't know what that means.
I don't either, dude. I don't either. He's asking you a question.
Who? Where?
What's a toshent? Z Brothers. What is a toshent?
Z Brothers isn't on this thing. Oh, in the YouTube chat?
Yeah, in the YouTube chat. He says, what is a toshent?
I don't fucking know.
Must have something to do with math, I guess. I don't know.
Well, is it part of algebraic geometry?
You're the PhD. You tell me. I'm just a dropout dumbass. I don't know shit.
I think that guy's a scammer. I think he's a scammer.
He's a scammer. What is he
scamming?
scamming?
Who's a scammer?
Does he know? Ask him what a zero member is. Ask him what a zero member is.
Babies, you mean?
It says Toshient.
Scammer, and you're
Toshient.
What does he want me to say? Like, what does he want me to say?
Basically, what he's saying is.
What's your definition of a lifetime, dude?
I don't think a toshient is a thing. I've never heard of it.
Says
So
should know this.
Z Brothers is calling you out as a BS artist. That's what Z
Well,
Brothers
I'm looking it up on YouTube.
And by the way,
I'm searching it up on Google and I can't find anything either.
Yeah, hold on.
This is
By the way,
about
if you think that universities universities are controlled by the Illuminati
Radical.
or leftist radicals, why do you attend one?
What? So I can suckle off the government?
Suckle.
So I can work in academia and get some of that leftist radical money?
Academia.
So basically, what he's saying is he's willing to give up his beliefs and.
All I can say, dude, is good luck getting a fucking job.
I just want the same money.
hire
I
you.
just want the money I've been paying back in taxes. I want all that money
Good
back.
luck. Good luck with that, dude.
Why? You think I can't get it?
Why?
You think I won't get my PhD?
I'm thinking that you're gonna have to modify your shtick a little bit to get a job. Yeah.
No, I don't need a job. I just need a full-time research position at a public university.
That's a
That's
job.
true.
That's not a job. That's called suckling off the government.
Suckling off.
You think
No,
math
it's called
research is
suckling
actually...
off the university,
And you're
dude.
definitely not gay for saying that.
I'm not gay. I never said I was gay.
But no, you said you wanted to suck off the government.
Yeah.
Didn't you say you were having a baby with a
I
gay
said-
person from
I
France?
said I wanted to suckle off the government.
Dude, you just said you were having a baby with a gay guy from France.
Yeah.
Are you sure I said that? I don't remember saying that.
Gay boy.
Sammy, what the fuck? Are you not gonna respond, Scotty?
To what?
Scotty's dead.
All these Jesus deniers and all these modern science propagandated fools, are you not gonna bash them out with me?
What kind of crazy person would deny Jesus? Crying out loud.
You guys are
When he
denying
died,
Jesus.
do you know that when he died, there were 500 people that rose from the grave, started walking around Jerusalem? It's in the Bible, and not a single newspaper reported the event. How could you possibly not believe
Yeah.
that?
Well, my
Because
definition is
newspapers weren't around then.
Didn't exist back then, did they?
Yes, they were. Yes, there were, dude.
Dude,
Printed
they didn't
daily
even have
on a
language
stone?
back then. Are you retarded? They didn't
Oh
have
my
English.
god, fucking die already. Jesus,
just
I'm sorry,
grunted.
this guy's blocked.
They
Fuck
didn't have
that shit.
newspapers like the printing press. They had people writing stuff down.
You really think they were
distributing it.
able to speak
I don't
languages
even
back
want to
then?
listen to his
when
dumbass
Jesus was
anymore. He's
around?
clearly a
No,
troll.
no, it
Languages? What do you
was a
think?
daily printed stone back then when they published it.
No, they used papyrus paper.
Well, I got blocked. Can you hear me?
And linen and leather.
Yeah, I hear you, dude.
wax.
No, you're not blocked. Why do you think you're blocked?
Someone said, man,
You know, I
Beyond
blocked it.
blocked me.
I blocked that
Whoever
son of a
Manuel
bitch. I'm
Beyond
tired of
is.
listening to his stupid tirade.
Well, I guess you did get blocked. Okay.
But how
Yeah.
can you hear me if I'm blocked?
Don't ask me, dude. I couldn't even use fucking Control F. You're asking me how I
Wait,
can hear you.
let me ask you. I'm just curious, Richard. What do you do for a living? You don't have to answer it if you don't want to, but I'm just curious.
I trade stocks on the internet, but I'm kind of fucking around and I'm not doing anything today. But I have the businesses going on TV. But basically, I watch TV and gamble.
Oh, you
with
play
my-
poker?
No,
Richard is
I
a high
trade
dollar
stocks and
prostitute,
options.
okay?
Oh, that's
What's that?
okay.
Richard is a high-end prostitute. All right, Shripeza, next question.
But I'm trying to respond to these fools in the chat.
Well, you might want to get your PhD first, or at least figure out whether you're a student or have one.
I am a specialized. I am a researcher in algebraic geometry.
I believe you're in special education. That I believe.
Yeah. He's in special education, so that's why he thinks the world's flat.
Huh? I didn't. Wait, who said that? Peter? Hey, Peter.
Is Peter your boyfriend from France?
Peter is my daddy. And the other daddy is this flat Earth pyramid dude. What happened to the original guy, the British guy that was screaming his head off? Why did he leave? I liked him.
You got bored.
Dude, the fucking guy.
Is he in charge of the channel?
Makes up a
Who's in charge of
phony,
this
like,
channel?
degree, and
He's
someone
not
asks
nuts.
him-
He's trolling. He's fucking around with everyone.
And someone asks him a question about a math term, and he's like, I don't know what that means. So basically, his whole math degree is bullshit.
Yeah, no kidding.
This is gay. You guys just can't.
If
You
you had
guys
a
can't
math degree, you
comprehend
wouldn't
what
have
I'm
problems
saying, so you
answering that
blocked me.
question.
No, you have a shitty position. Sorry.
I'm sorry. I don't know what to say.
I mean, I love hearing the flat Earth arguments, but your argument wasn't good. Sorry.
Do you believe the Earth is flat?
What was it?
I don't know what I
happened to-
believe.
What happened
So why are
to
you in a
Mr.
debate where
Pancho
flat
Pete?
Earth deniers
The
are
guy who
debating
said-
flat Earth supporters?
The guy who says Hitler said that to the world was flat.
Why
are
should
you
I
in
give
here
any
pretending to
credibility
be
to what
something you're
Hitler
not?
says? Even
I
if
am
it's true, why should I
stating
give any
that
credibility
the
to what
Earth is
Hitler
flat.
says? Was Hitler a scientist? I don't think so.
Fucking Mr. Poncho Pete hanging off the ceiling behind the green screen.
Was Hitler a logistician? I don't think so.
What do I do? I'm blocked.
Hitler was cancer. He was like the definition of 4chan back.
So
Hitler was the definition of 4chan.
Yes. Back before, they had the internet, Hitler was the shit poster of them all.
The shit poster.
The ultimate shit poster.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the quantum eraser experiment?
What's that?
I'll have to look it up.
I'm not familiar with it. What is the quantum eraser experiment?
Oh, it's one of those quantum. It's a quantum experiment that people like to misuse, especially Christians, to try to claim that something happens prior to it happening if you look at it. Essentially, what it is, I'm sure you're familiar with light going through two slits.
Yeah,
right?
the slit
Double slit
experiment.
experiment.
Right. So it's the double slit experiment kind of on steroids, where if you look at the result of whether or not it goes through one slit or two, it can appear as though the result
you guys come
actually
here every day?
changes
Was
based on you
influenced
looking
by
at it.
an observation, yeah.
Yeah, so I was wondering if anybody would say, oh yeah, that shows retroactive causality or something like that. But I
Jeremy?
guess we're all smarter than that.
But I mean, but what is the explanation though? 'Cause I'll be honest, I'm not familiar with quantum
Let me
mechanics.
just say,
Okay,
y'all
well, the
motherfuckers don't know shit
explanation
about
is
science. That's why you
Basically
guys had
another
to
we
block
don't
me, 'cause
know
you guys didn't know what to
because
say
there's
about
like
my
6
arguments.
milliseconds.
And now I can't even argue for your
6
arguments 'cause
milliseconds
I
or
can't hear what
so.
you're saying, and you
We
can't hear
find
what
the
I'm
result
saying.
out 6 milliseconds too
I haven't
late.
blocked him.
So we
Not
don't
you,
really
I'm
know
talking about the other
anything,
three people.
frankly.
Yeah, I know. They're talking. They kind of ignoring me, I think.
6 milliseconds
Yeah.
too late. What do you mean?
Okay, well,
goodness.
bye.
Okay, so we send the electron, I guess, photon, whatever it is, through.
Particle.
We send it into the experiment. It bounces off a couple of mirrors, and then we determine whether it went through one slit or two. And by the time we determine it, there's a 6 millisecond delay, so you can't say anything changed.
Oh,
In other words,
yeah, I understand. Yeah, I understand what you mean. I mean, things happen so fast that the time you take to evaluate the results basically change the result.
yeah, pretty much. That's exactly it. You don't know. You can't say that it changed because you find out that would be an assumption of what happened in the beginning.
Yeah,
That's
sure.
basically
No,
the problem.
I perfectly understand. Yeah, I mean, basically, when you see the religious people and doing that, trying to justify their beliefs using science sometimes, it's usually just a bastardization of, and misusing concepts that just because they're uneducated about it. And
or they do it on purpose, and I think the quantum eraser experiment is one they actually use and do it on purpose. They say, look, it shows what the religious people say is that it shows that by looking at the result of the experiment, it shows that the beginning of the experiment changed, and that proves that God can change things after they happen and all that kind of bullshit. Yeah. But it's not true, obviously.
I think feminists created the flat earth.
I think we already went down one too many rabbit holes, and let's not go into that one.
That sounds like a very bad rabbit hole.
That would be catastrophic to this conversation, I find.
Feminists can show me their tits and suck my dick. That's what I think about feminism.
Stop being misogynistic, guys. Jeez.
Oh, fuck.
I think people like you are cuckold pussies who need to get their fucking face shoved into a fucking sewer.
People like me.
People like who?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a virgin, mate. Never touched a pussy in my life.
Gee, that's a surprise.
Scotty reminds me so much of a Max Mofo.
Who the hell is that?
Being abusive. You run around whining. Any man who says, "Oh, you're being abusive," I'm guessing is a virgin. So there you go.
Stop triggering me.
Yeah, right.
Did you just insult his gender?
No, did you just assume his gender? Did you just assume Z's gender?
I think I did.
See, this is what I was talking about. We shouldn't have gone high. This is too much.
So we're all agreeing that we're all feminists, yeah?
Yes.
Yep. Feminist, communist.
What was that? I was watching that freaking flat Earth debate. With the trolls. That fucking curry chef guy. Oh my gosh, that was just fucking stupid as hell. Oh yeah,
I'm saying that when go ahead. I'm saying that when women grow a penis, they'll be equal to men.
They're working on that.
Well, I've already done it. Haha.
At the moment, the best they could do is a strap on.
I'm sorry.
I think it'll take more than growing a penis, personally, but
Well, it's a step in the right direction for the feminists I know.
Plenty of chicks with dicks these days.
Hey, I'm in Thailand. I'm an expert on chicks with dicks. Let me tell you what. I go to the 7-Eleven. I see them. I see them at the counter in the fucking mall. When we go to the movies, fuck me, they're everywhere around here.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that's part of the androgynous agenda, isn't it?
They're not trying to be androgynous. They're trying to fucking shove their dicks up tourists' asses.
No, but what I'm saying is this is a top-down manipulation to make everyone androgynous. That's the whole plan.
Well, I heard there's a third sex, and like I heard there's third sex where you have a cunt and a dick at the same time. And so it's supposed to be the powers that be of this sex, like the people who run things.
They don't look androgynous to me. They got fake fucking tit. They look like girls, and then they're grabbing their balls, making it kind of obvious they want to fuck some dude in the ass. I don't call that androgynous. I call that a lady boy who looks like a girl and has a fucking penis. That's not androgynous.
I think that was the point that Shriteja was trying to make earlier, is that this is what the leftists want. They want you to think it's normal, right?
It's not normal.
I didn't say I thought it was normal. I just said I know what it is. I know when I'm looking at it what it is. They're not. To me, I maybe I'm wrong. I thought androgynous meant I wouldn't really be sure if it was a boy or a girl. I know perfectly fucking well that it's a lady boy with a penis. They're not trying to pretend they have a vagina.
Yeah. Why is there so many lady boys over there?
With all that fluoride, you know what I'm saying?
Probably because they're not like looked down on and they're free to be lady boys, where in a lot of places in America, somebody who wants to be a transsexual would be afraid to do that. There may be lady boys here who start out doing it just for fun, or maybe they're doing it for money or things of that nature. But it's much easier to be a transsexual in Thailand, so you kind of would expect more of them just for that reason alone, and that could be why. Other than that, I really don't know.
Well, I don't know. The only thing that makes sense, elite ruling class are manipulating us top down to be gay if we don't have children. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
They're fucking their minds. I guess
why?
poison.
Why do they give a shit if you're gay or not? Why? What are they going to accomplish, and why do they care?
Depopulation.
Ask Mitt Romney.
Why do they care? Why do they want less people to get tax money from? number one. Okay, if they want to be rich, they want to be controlling. Wouldn't you want to control as many people as possible? Have you ever played a war game where the object take over the whole world? You always want to take over as many people as possible. Why do they want less people?
Because it's easy to control us people.
They don't want it to be easy. They want to have fun controlling as many people as possible. Why do you think they want it to be easy?
How do you know that? How do you know that?
Because I'm not stupid.
Well, that doesn't. Well,
isn't that circular reasoning?
According to you guys, they're controlling everybody right now. So why do they care if there are less people? If there are less people, they're going to make less money. They're going to have smaller yachts, not bigger yachts. It's going to take longer for them to build hotels on the moon or whatever they want to do.
Well, look,
there's people have all the money in the world anyway.
The way they basically want to make it so that you are just this. Oh, here's a better way to play. Since they already control the economies and everything, they already know and everything's gonna go to shit. So basically, they're just trying to get as much shit as they can out of it, and then they're gonna jump, with their gold.
Yeah, I understand. I understand the theory. What I'm saying is why.
They don't want hordes of poor people pounding on their palace doors when they get hungry.
And you think the hordes of poor people are going to make it to the 6-star hotels in Dubai or the underground bases that they have you can't get into, or the hordes of the poor people are going to end up on the 500-foot yachts surrounded by people with machine guns? I mean, I don't.
Way back in the day, since we're old and just tear shit apart, and then the rich people go, oh shit, we gotta fucking appease them,
So if they're okay, so here's where I come in with that. I understand your point. What I'm saying is since they control everything already, according to you and according to me too, that rather than make everybody poor and even have to worry about the poor people tearing up their shit, they're just going to keep people medium poor, not worry about it, and enjoy their shit and collect more tax money with more people on the planet. This planet can sustain 100 times as many people as are on it now. Why would they want less tax money, less people, less fun for them to control? It makes no sense to me.
I'll tell you exactly why. What you're talking about is middle game. What I'm talking about is end game. We're in middle game. They already have their cash giving them money. They already have that. We're in the middle game now. I'm talking about end game. You're still talking about middle game.
End game's not about money.
Exactly. Money is fiat currency. It means shit. It's like a casino game that they let us play for a little bit while they're the ones generating the profit from it. But it's kind of like putting a little light show in front of a cat so that he's entertained for a little bit.
And when is the end of the end game coming?
When it's no longer sustainable, obviously.
Well, it's not obvious. I'm asking you, when is the end game? When is the end, or when is the beginning of the end game coming? Is what I asked. You said we're in the middle. When are they gonna collapse everything and make everybody poor and all that?
You probably know that better than I do because you watch markets all day and shit like that. I got bored of watching markets. I prefer more abstract shit. But like in my honest opinion, I don't. When you look at the United States, I don't know an exact time flash. When you look at the United States of America, for just to take a small example or an easy example, is 50% of global consumption is accomplished by the United States of America. That's not sustainable.
Do you think this has happened before? It's more like 30, but do you think this has happened before?
It happens all the time. It's like a cycle.
Okay, so I guess, so at least we can agree on that, but why do you think it's some, I mean, I just call that the natural progression of human beings, not some like religious, nefarious conspiracy or something. Yeah,
that is where I have a fundamental question, and I brought it up multiple times in this chat. What is human nature? And a flat earth person, somebody who's gung-ho, going to be skeptical about literally everything, they start from the position that they have been sold a bill of shitty goods, and being told about the social Darwinist mode of living is just part of that bundle of shit that needs to be thrown into the dumpster. And so when you start by telling me that human nature will naturally send the resources up into the direction of such a small number of people, and it's smaller and smaller by the nature of capitalism, to control more and more resources, disproportionate power. And if you look on it on a big scale, instead of on just each individual person claiming everybody has freedom and they're to blame for their situation, you'll see that it was put in place on purpose. And you can obviously say that it was it was a benevolent thing because it lifted up the poor man. It made the savage noble, so to speak, if you want to go that way with it. But to be quite honest with you, the most interesting thing about this flat earth stuff is that it gives you it almost gives you like this weapon to be able to be like, all right, you know what? I don't want to believe that shit. I don't care how many fucking scientists said it. I don't give a shit. This is now. With all the horrible shit that is being produced currently in this system, how can we trust anything in this system?
I agree.
And so that's where the flat earth appeals to me as a person who is educated and who does read books and knows what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm not a dumbass.
You're doing a good job of explaining what you were talking about earlier about the philosophy of it. We have a little more time. We're not people yelling and screaming in here. So yeah, that was interesting. I grasp that. But I guess rather than saying human nature, I should have said maybe the nature of human history maybe would be better. But I look at things like the Romans and equate that to America. The Chinese have risen and fallen in their own little world a bunch of times. And yeah, I agree that it's a repetitive kind of thing that happens both, in small areas and on a larger worldwide scale.
And that is
so it doesn't worry me. I'm not all that concerned because what happens is, Nazi Germany that gets their ass kicked turns into the biggest economy in Europe, or the Roman Empire that gets crushed turns into idiots selling $1 million Ferraris and $10,000 handbags, and Japan gets nuked and turns into the second largest economy in the world. I don't give a shit because out of the ashes, the phoenix really does seem to rise historically. Eventually, the ashes part, you don't want to get caught, at the bottom of the nuclear bomb in Japan, but you could be a poor person later and end up with a job at Sony, and it might actually have been better for you.
And you know what? That actually makes sense if you start reasoning from the mindset that what we currently have is normal. But what you just described is a person using power to mitigate the behavior of another. And that's what animals do. That is a base function of an animal. Okay, and all I'm saying is that the people at the top of the shit, they don't operate at a base level. They've already taken base, and that includes the competition and the violence. That stuff is not necessary. I know.
What do you mean by the top? What do you mean by the top level? How many people are in the top level?
No, I'm not going to play this game with you where you try and drag down my whole point by pointing out one little word.
I'm just asking, dude. I'm not trying. I'm agreeing with you for the most part. I'm not trying to drag anything down. What I was trying to get to really was, do you think that this is like president? Do you think that the elite level are presidents? A couple of guys at the 33rd degree Mason at the Lodge. Just give me an approximation of the elite.
I won't do that. I'm not going to allow you to try and pollute my entire point by hinging your point of disagreement on my mislabeling something.
I was just curious, dude. It wasn't like that at all. Gee.
All right, but if you want me to elaborate on what I'm saying, I think the best way to do it without triggering a bunch of people is to talk about John F. Kennedy, where he says, we are at present opposed by a nefarious organization who uses covet means to expand their sphere of influence, okay? And they are, by their very nature, operate in secret. And you might say, oh, he was referring to communism or whatever. But see, that's the problem with you trying to label it. I'm speaking in abstract.
Just make your point, will you please? You're going off on this tangent. Every other sentence is about what I would say or me doing something. Just state your case. Don't worry about me, please. You were doing fine. Now you're turning it into an argument with me, and I'm not even the one arguing. You're arguing on my behalf. Please stop doing that.
I'm not arguing on your behalf. I'm simply showing our audience what occurred. So anyways, the point is that what I'm talking about is the nature of power, okay? You're saying it's good for the powerful to use their power and violence to affect negatively somebody of less power.
When did I say that? When did I say it's good for the power? When did I say that, dude?
You said when we went and bombed. Stop asking when and let me answer. You said that when it produced a good result, when we nuked Han, you said it had a good result. So you're advocating the use of violence.
What? No, he was giving an example. What the fuck, man?
No, I said it's possible that a poor person could have gotten a job at Sony and it could have been better for them. I did not say
there was no point.
anything like what you just said.
I'm glad Japan was nuked so that guy in particular particular managed to get a good job. Like, who the fuck said that? What a total misrepresentation of what the arguments that were presented.
That's bullshit, dude. It's exactly what he said.
I never said that power and violence that the elite are using on the poor people was good. That was a huge fucking leap you made, dude. Just a bunch of nonsense. But go ahead and continue. I'm actually liking what you're saying, but you're making up all this shit about me is all that bothers me. Just state your case. Don't worry about me.
I didn't make up any shit about you. What you did was say, so tell me, how many of these elites are there? Are they Freemasons? Are they Illuminati?
I think there are about 1,000. Okay, I'll answer my ideas. There's probably 1,000 elites in the world that are at the top circle of running things. I was just curious how many you thought there would be. I will give the number, a round number of 1,000.
Hey, I don't need to give a number because it's arbitrary. It doesn't mean anything.
Let's not let this devolve into a big argument, dude. Just keep talking about what you believe. I was actually interested. I wasn't going to argue at all.
So the thing is, what I'm talking about is the nature of power. And I'm saying that human beings are not meant to live this way. We're not meant to live in a state of competition for resource. It's unnatural. The whole system is unnatural. And the reason it's unnatural is because it creates alienation. And we're not antisocial creatures, we're social creatures. We have a system that's predicated on alienation, okay? That was one of Karl Marx's main points. However much communism and hate Karl Marx, he made a lot of really good fucking points. And basically the problem is that power seeks to perpetuate itself, and then it will create a moral system so that it says, oh, my power is justified. And that's the fucking problem.
I don't agree with you that we are not meant to be living this way and that human beings are not supposed to be in competition with each other for resources. Do you have any idea how nature works? I think that society, as it is evolving, is making it less and less competition and more cooperation. Because if you go out in the wild, it's all about the individual. Competing for resources.
Are we going to continue living as animals, or are we going to grow up?
Well, that's different, though. You said growing up would imply that we are supposed to be this way until we grow up, and you are saying that we're never supposed. We're just not meant to be this way. I was going to ask you why you put human beings. Let me ask my question. Why do you put human beings on this special plateau that's different than all the other animals? Because he made a good point. All the other animals, it's about nothing but survival. What makes humans on this special place?
We are animals.
Compare yourself to an animal. You're better than that.
No, we are. No, we are animals. Our motivations are exactly the same as animals.
Oh,
so that's your answer, is because we're not animals.
You don't have the ability to rationalize and think.
What you think a dog? You think a dog? You think a cat? You think a parrot doesn't have the ability to think and rationalize what's going on around them?
We were meant to look after our fellow man instead of letting the government do it instead.
No. Shut up, Steve. Fuck off. I'm talking to Robbie because he does seem to have some degree of intelligence. Listen, Robbie, do you not think? Shut up, Scotty. Jesus Christ. Do you not think that most core data, so animals with spines, so I'm talking about dogs, I'm talking about parrots, I'm talking about elephants. Do you think that these animals don't have an ability to rationalize their surroundings?
Before you do this shit that I already know you're gonna do, you're changing what I'm saying into something I'm not saying.
Okay, how did I strawman you?
How did you strawman me? You strawman me by trying to claim that I don't understand biology.
No, I wasn't saying that.
Of course I know there's cognitive processes occurring within a biological organism. I'm not a fucking moron. But I also know that a human being has the ability to choose, whereas a dog doesn't. A dog is stuck in its base nature. A human can transcend their base nature. And what I'm saying is our society does not promote the general person from ascending from their base nature. You might say it promotes a
So it is natural. You're saying they want to move on from their base nature, but it's not natural.
You're a human.
Understand you.
How does it? All right, look, let me put it this way. So, and you guys are probably going to cringe right when I use the word. So, the old science of alchemy was not. There was a physical process to it, but they were trying to actually transmute physical items into gold. But there kind of came a more sort of a symbolic teach from it. Same with Freemasonry. There's a whole symbolism to it, and the symbolism is that you ascend to a higher state, basically. And what I'm saying is that the majority of people are at a base state.
Agreed.
The majority of people are at a base state, and I don't think our our society, I can definitely see where you guys are coming from, and that our liberal society would promote it first to pursue their own non-base. But what I'm saying is that wouldn't a better society teach people to come out of their base nature rather than trying to
raise their consciousness? So I said I'm raising their consciousness.
Exactly. And what I see in the world is I see, bombs, and I see all this unnecessary shit. And I know that there's a struggle between good and evil, or whatever, however you want to call it. There's people that hate other people for whatever reason. But I just think there could be a better system. That's all I'm saying.
I agree.
The reason is because some people deserve to be hated.
Really?
Sorry, I've been monopolizing this. Go ahead.
Well, most of the hate is manufactured. Humans are kind and loving, and aren't what we've been portrayed in history. It's all manufactured. All the wars and everything that we've been seen as these bad soulless animals when we're not.
I mean, I don't know how to tackle this. We are animals. The exact same thing that moves us to act is the exact same thing that moves other animals, especially chordata, to act. I'm not saying that we can have a higher degree of critical thinking and rationalization. Fucking course we do. We deny this. Although certain people may understand that. But the question is, I mean, you're saying that what we are is not natural. I disagree. I think what we are is completely natural. And society actually helps us out in that regard. We need to be in competition with each other. We live in a plenty society. There is always food in the store if you live in the West.
I go to third world countries all the time, and those grocery stores are stocked full of food. I've heard you say that before. If you're in the West, I get that out of your vocabulary. Every fucking third world shithole in the world, in the cities, has plenty of fucking food, just as much food in the grocery store.
I'm talking about what I know.
All right.
I've never been to
I can say there's a shit pile more food in the grocery stores for third world countries than you seem to think.
I'm not saying they're not starving. Obviously, they manage to sustain their millions of population. That they're overcrowded. But whatever. The point is that our society is actually better than nature, and our nature is not a. I don't subscribe to the good and evil thing. That means jack shit for me. But
me too.
But it would be in your eyes, it would be worse off morally.
That guy left, by the way. But that guy left. Unfortunately, I kind of like talking to him a little bit, but I think we're right on time and right on track. I think that our behavior and our sophistication is right where it should be. I think the next major change is going to be when we realize that we can develop enough automation and robotics and say, now wait a minute, exactly how are we going to have 4-hour work weeks, or 4 hours a month is maybe all it takes for our little manufacturing city to survive just fine. What are we going to do? How are we going to produce shit feed people and all that?
That's not the worst thing.
It's not bad at all. That's not bad at all. I'm just saying that I think it's not bad.
But we need to have such a shift in political and economic standards, because
there has to be an evolutionary pressure. There has to be an evolutionary pressure, and I think that pressure is going to be automation and robotics. But of course,
we live in a. Okay, so this guy, I'm gonna have to.
Is he mutiny or something, dude? I know I saw him come in at a couple of names.
Yeah, he is, and I have zero tolerance for this. So if we're in the middle of a conversation and he tries to mute me, just gets immediately blocked.
Okay, I'm blocking.
So the thing is, God, what was I?
Evolutionary pressures, maybe?
Oh, no. We talking about the automation. The thing is that I actually think, and as much as I despise communism, we live in a capitalist society where we trade our time for work, for money that we can buy goods and services with. But, if everything is automated, you are no longer needed to work. Oh, shit, then what happens? How much of a share do you get, right? I think there's actually going to be, at that time, some degree of communism implemented by the simple fact that you are not producing anything.
Right. It's real interesting to sit around in the debate with a factory owner who all of a sudden decides he's going to put a factory in town next to the factory that employs 500 people, and say, look, okay, I'm going to put this factory in. We're going to make all these goods, and these people will all be unemployed. But here's what I'm going to do. Do you want my factory? We say, yeah, that's a great idea. We can all sit on our ass and do nothing, or we only have to work 1 hour a week. That's a fantastic fucking idea. Who knows what's going to happen? But there are going to be situations, and it may happen very slowly. These facts come in, nobody really says anything. Next thing you know, we have all these factory owners and not very many people working, and we're like, hey, wait a minute, maybe you need to contribute something for every machine doing a human job, or maybe not, or who fucking knows. But it is going to be some evolutionary pressure when that kind of thing gets a little bit out of control.
Yeah, well, definitely, I think that the worst thing would be the adaptation period, but after the adaptation period, I think would be better off than, you know, working our boring jobs, or most people's boring jobs.
Absolutely. My dad, he thinks, well, everybody will just be in the service industry. They'll start, you know, hand making things and doing literature and art, and, you know, people go back to the day where, you know, maybe you spent your lifetime, you know, painting upside down on a ceiling or what have you, you know. But he says it's just another adaptation of the assembly line of the farm tractor, and it's just nothing to worry about. That other people might be coding at Apple instead of making, you know, pots and pans or something. It doesn't matter. People will find something to do. They'll find a way to compensate each other, so a doctor gets more than a dishwasher, and everything will go on just fucking fine.
Yeah.
Of course, that other guy, he would say that doctors don't deserve more than a dishwasher in that world. He would say that everybody should be compensated equally. We're all humans, and isn't all that lovey-dovey, and it's unnatural to have competition and blah, blah, blah.
The problem is if you cannot provide an opportunity for people to work, then really, how are you going to differentiate the worth of each other's work?
Right. I mean, if nobody needs to work, why would anybody be more valuable than the next guy? That's for sure, you know.
But let's be honest here. We're all going to be working because as long as we all need a place to live, pay bills, you know, we're going to be working.
I don't think you've listened to what we've been saying.
And I disagree with what you're saying.
You guys know you're misrepresenting yourself. Have a good day.
Bye. What did he jump in and say? Somebody's misrepresenting themselves or some shit?
No, misrepresenting his position.
Oh, whatever. Again, like I said, anybody that whines like a little fucking girl can go fuck themselves. You know, I don't, whatever. Anyhow, yeah, I think that day, you know, it's just hard to know. I mean, right now it seems to me, and once again I could be wrong, but it seems to me like the Chinese, the only reason the Chinese are not using more automation is because they're terrified that their people won't have jobs. You know, of course they want to use automation, but they don't know what the fuck do. They buy American bonds just so they have people to buy their shit so their other people can work and make the shit. I mean, the economy of the world is really quite tenuous right now. It's chugging along and all, but there's in my opinion, there's a lot of technology and a lot of things that aren't being conspiratorially suppressed, but they're also not being used because, you know, the governments are not exactly sure how successful it would be to, you know, switch China over to automation, so the Chinese aren't so willing to rush right into that kind of thing. You know, I think there's a lot of stuff that we could do that we haven't quite figured out what we even think the result is going to be.
Yeah.
So we're not really doing it.
Definitely. I mean, it's you basically sometimes just want to keep political stability more than advancements in technology. And if you rush too much, maybe you're asking for political instability to rise up, and that would be problematic to a certain degree.
Of course, I totally agree with you.
What do you think, Hank?
Sorry, what?
Oh, I'm just asking you what you think. We're kind of talking about what we call the next evolutionary pressure on humans for a massive change, and we're saying that that's going to be automation, or I said it's going to be automation and robotics, and trying to figure out how to compensate people when machines do most of the work. Peter Harris.
Yeah, I'm against that. I'm against it. I don't really know exactly what you guys are talking about, but I boycott the auto pay at Walmart, and I boycott as much of that stuff as possible because I'm for jobs for people, not robots.
All right, I can go. I can go along with that, dude. I'm pretty sure, being a Christian and all, you see that sort of coming in the Bible, maybe or something. But yeah, I'm for people too, dude. But it's inevitable because business is all about saving money and making profits and that kind of thing. And machines are simply cheaper. They don't steal. They don't take days off. They don't get sick. You know, they're pretty fucking reliable compared to human beings who, even on, just accidentally, they can try as hard as they want, they're still not as reliable as a machine.
Yeah, but humans have what we call special skills. If you were to try to teach a robot to kick a soccer ball in between two defenders and a goalie and get it in the hole while running and dodging at the same time, you would have a hard time doing that. Now, with humans, we have a supercomputer in our skulls, and there's certain things that a pilot can do that the autopilot cannot do.
Right, but that's changing, and that will change. The reason that you can't have a guy on a soccer field doing that is because the supercomputer that the robot needs is simply too large. Where I'm sure you're familiar with Moore's law, that basically it halves in size and doubles in power every few years or what have you. But eventually, and there are some other laws that sort of stop that type of advancement that are sort of the anti-Moore's law thing. But eventually, we are going to have those types of robots that can even do that. But that's not even what I'm worried about. I'm talking about things like waitresses and painters and welders. We've already got that stuff going. Here in Japan and China, they have restaurants now, and their whole theme is your waitress is a robot. And eventually they'll get perfected to the point where your 5-star restaurant at all the Hilton hotels will be robots, because they just buy all the robots and get rid of the waitresses. And it'll happen slowly, but it'll happen. And they don't need to be, as far, many jobs don't need to have that level of sophistication you're talking about, but eventually they will.
Yeah, I do see certain jobs where robots are really awesome. In Texas, in Dallas, there was a event where they took out a man with a robot. So this robot went in and blew the alleged terrorist, up. And yeah, that is controversial in the fact that the robot was the first Terminator to kill a human legally in the United States. But at the same time, I would not want my brother, let's say my brother was a cop, to go in there and try to apprehend that terrorist, because they negotiated with him for 3 hours and there was no more negotiation. So they had two choices. They could send a robot or they could send a man. So I'm not saying it's all bad. I'm just saying that, well, let's think about it. They did it once.
Absolutely.
Now they're going to do it again with a robot killing people. That was just the first time. And like anything, it can be used for evil.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and it applies to other things that are a little even more basic, that aren't even quite that dangerous, like, for example, coal mining. There's a lot of people that get sick and they get the black lung disease and all that. Would it be better, or would that small town that relies on all those workers for their economy not be very fucking happy, right? There's a lot of other things that really take a lot of thought. Do we really? But the problem is it's inevitable. So the thinking we have to do is not should we do it or should we not do it. The thinking we have to do is how are we best going to do it as it comes along, because it inevitably will. And it is. Detroit was mismanaged by some really bad liberal policies, but it also lost a shit pile of jobs because of automation. All the welding, the painting, the car doors, the this, the that, all that shit is made by machines that used to be made by people, as well as the town being mismanaged.
Yeah, there was definitely some bad decisions made in Detroit. One of the things that I kind of feel like screwed everything up was when we bailed out the GMC and car companies with the big bank bailout. I think we should have had some very strict guidelines for them when they did this. I think it should have been, okay, if we bail you out, you have to provide 100,000 jobs within 10 years or something along those lines. But instead, we bailed them out and they kind of got to do whatever they wanted to with the money, so to speak.
Well, I will tell you this, that as much as you probably hate left-wing liberal Obama and all that, the bailout for this last economic catastrophe was the first bailouts in history that had any strings attached at all. At least there was some contractual requirements to pay back the money. That's why Ford actually didn't have anything to do with the bailouts, because they didn't want to get, tied in with the government. The government actually owned a huge percentage of General Motors and whoever the other one is. My brain's, it's fucking late in the morning, 3:30 here. But my point is that at least that, to me, that's a step in the right direction. Hopefully next time, I don't want to see them pay back 100% of the money. I want to see them penalized on top of that. If you need a bailout, if the government actually bails you out, that company should have to pay back 100% of the money plus a big, huge ass penalty for having to borrow the money from the taxpayers in the first fucking place.
And really, I know it's off topic, but the big problem with the bailout was we don't really know where that money went. I mean, we might pretend that we do, but in honesty, they hired the people to investigate what happened with the money, but the people they hired were the people that took the money. So once again, there's another.
You have to be more specific as to what bailout you're talking about. Banks, car companies.
The 2008 bank bailout. I know it's off topic.
Okay.
We're talking about technology, but yeah, I'm against the bailouts and absolutely even more against the bail-in. And in a lot of ways, when they print more money, it's sort of a bail-in. The more money they print, you said you got a little money in the bank. If you were in the United States and they just print like crap load more money, thank you too. They print a crap load more money. They're really taking the value of the dollar out of your bank account without you even knowing it. And then I think in Europe, they actually do actual bail-ins where they go into the bank and actually take money out. These are all really bad ideas.
Yeah, it's of course a little more complicated than that. What they got going on now is, normally you're right. Look at all of this money printing they've done, QE1, 2, 3, all the bond buying crap. You would expect to see some fairly serious inflation by now if your scenario is correct that your money is going to be worth less. The reason we don't is because all the other countries, for the first time in my history anyway, the first time I can remember, and I'm also a historian, not just 55 years old, the first time in history that other countries didn't tolerate that. They said, wait a minute, we are not letting you drop your dollar so that your goods and services are a better value overseas and you can get out of this really easily. They started printing their own money fast and furiously, so it became this equilibrium where printing up all that money did not actually have that effect this time. That's what the doom and gloomers are really, really worried about. They're saying one of the things that those type of people would say is that this is really the first time in history where not just one country is at risk for printing money, which if it is the United States is bad enough, but every other country tried to raise the value of their currency to the bottom right along with the United States for the first time in history, and nobody knows the result of how that's going to end up. And those people's concern, of course, is that all currencies will go to zero, which basically means that inflation just runs at a crazy, the currencies don't collapse to zero overnight. Inflation just rockets up overnight, producing the same effect. But that's what a lot of people are worried about, is that it didn't work this time the way it's always worked in the past, where we print up a bunch of money, our money goes down, our goods and services sold overseas goes up, everybody's happy, it's a new economy. That didn't happen because everybody else did the same thing.
Right. I think that they are scientifically engineering a reset. I think that they want to do a one world currency, and you can go and call me a crazy person if you wish, but it just seems like they're doing the opposite of what they should be doing. Like not too long ago, there was a problem with the government. I can't remember what it was called, but they basically had a debt ceiling problem, and the government shut down. And Obama was like, we need to raise the debt ceiling, and that'll fix our problems. And I'm thinking to myself, yeah, that's equivalent of telling someone, you got a credit card debt problem, you need to get another credit card so you can fix the problem. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, it's an accurate statement, except that sort of singling out Obama isn't fair. And
no, it's not.
Okay. So at least you know that. But it's, in some sense, it's the same. In some sense, it's not. not. The reason it's different with the economy is because just by nature of a population, a world population and United States getting larger, what that means is you can have more debt in money and still carry the same percentage. So raising the debt ceiling a little bit is actually keeping it as zero depending on the population expansion, because there are just more people buying food and buying this. You understand what I'm saying there? So it depends how much you're going to raise the debt ceiling. But I would agree that, it would seem as though without some pretty good inflation, I wouldn't call it hyperinflation, but without getting back to closer to 6%, we're at 2 or 3 technically. I know if you're a shopper, you say, wait a minute, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm just talking about the way they calculate it for the purposes of discussion is about 2 or 3%, even though it's higher if you go to the grocery store. But getting it back up closer to 4 or 5% is going to have to be done eventually in order to get in line with the raising of the debt ceiling, at least. So there's going to be inflation. It's just a matter of what's going on. But I don't think your idea is crazy at all. I don't see, I think the idea of a one world currency is just as easy to sell as the idea of globalization was to the general public. It's like there's a whole lot of reasons that people would believe in order to sell it to them. Oh, well, if you go to Canada, you're not going to have to exchange your money and figure out, oh, look at that 3% you lose every time you cross the border and need cash in another country. Oh, it'll be, simple for our international companies doing business, in Japan, and they're all you don't understand what I'm saying. It's an easy sell to everybody except those that think it has something to do with Satan and God. The rest of the people, I don't think really care. They probably think, hey, that's kind of cool, and it'll be sold as, the United States is in charge of it anyway, so who cares, right? You know what I mean. So no, I don't think that's crazy at all.
That's not the response I was expecting to get. But then again, you are dabbling in stocks and stuff like that and trading, so you are a little more savvy than the average Joe. But yeah, I don't want to insinuate that God has anything to do with it. I think that it is just scientifically engineered to fail. Fiat currency, in my opinion, always is. It's a perpetual debt system, to be honest with you. I think that it's...
Well, see, now that part I would disagree. That part I would disagree. I don't think it's scientifically... I don't know. Actually, you didn't use the word intentionally, but what I thought you meant was it was intentionally scientifically designed to fail. And I would take another tack. I would take another tack, and I would say we are not smart enough to scientifically design a permanent system that works. I hope that's not a distinction without a difference, but you understand. I don't think anybody intentionally designed all this shit to fail. I don't think we're smart enough to come up with an alternative that actually works. Non-fiat money is not the entire answer. Just that is not really all that much better than what we do now, because there are ways to manipulate that. If you have an asset-backed currency, you're going to need a whole lot of rules to go along with that we've never had before, and you better be sure the guy holding the keys to the asset is something other than a human. You get a computer to control it, maybe I'll go along. You have some rules to go along with it, fine. But when you say we're going to back it with gold, and then you manipulate the price of gold, it's the same thing as the Federal Reserve changing the interest rate. When you steal the gold, it doesn't work very well. We've seen that in the past. There's a whole lot of shit in the world of we can't figure it out, rather than it's intentionally designed to fail. And that's where I would sort of disagree with you.
Yeah, I just look at the Federal Reserve telling everybody that they were going to stop the boom and the bust, and then as soon as they got in power or whatever, they got the Federal Reserve Act of 1913, and then shortly after that, we had the Great Depression, and I guess I can't...
No, the first Federal Reserve was called the First Bank of the United States. It was started by George Washington and Alexander Hamilton. The Fed is a model that is just like that. It's come and gone 4 times. The only thing that makes the Federal Reserve different is that after we had federal banks in the past, starting in the George Washington administration, and remember again, the difference is that in 5 years, what's 13 minus 5, or in 1908, we set out on a 5-year plan by Senate resolution to make the next Federal Reserve, or the next first, Bank of the United States, permanent. That's what separates the Fed from all the other Feds we've had in the past, is we decided decided that not having them caused such fucking economic chaos that we weren't going to allow the politicians to stall like Andrew Jackson and decide that we weren't going to renew the charter. It started with 20-year charters, and they had to be renewed, and then that's what differentiates the Fed. Not the same bank. The Bank of New York, for example, was Alexander Hamilton's bank. That was one of the banks in the original first Bank of the United States with George Washington, and it's also the head of the Fed today. It's the same system and everything. The difference being that it was made permanent in 1913 is really the only difference, other than minor differences. And in fact, the Fed paying the government is actually a better deal in the Federal Reserve. Alexander Hamilton got a lot fucking richer than the Fed people today. I promise you that. They, it's 6%. The Fed gets paid 6%, and Alexander Hamilton basically got 96%. So yeah, don't think that the Fed is some magical thing that came along in 1913. We have always had a central banking system in the United States, except when we didn't renew the charters.
But now it's a World Bank, and would you disagree that every time they print a dollar, that there's a debt owed, and the only way to pay that dollar is to print another dollar, therefore making more debt? Kind of reminds me of, a Ponzi scheme or some kind of pyramid scheme where it's just building upon debt, 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 debt.
Yeah, in a certain sense, yes. I think that I would explain it differently. I wouldn't say that you have to borrow more money to pay back the money that you borrowed necessarily. What I would say, I'd sort of explain it differently and say that all money is born into existence from debt. Which sort of in the part that is paying some other debt back, to me is somewhat irrelevant. The point is that all new money that comes along because some guy goes to the car dealership and borrows some money from a car, and that employs somebody to make a car that wouldn't otherwise be making the car if that guy hadn't have borrowed some money. And that other guy gets a paycheck, and then he goes and borrows some money for his car, and that whole Ponzi, what you're calling a Ponzi scheme chain, just keeps going down the line. So the fact that the money has to be paid back or not is irrelevant, because some people default on the loans. Some of the money is never paid back, but all new money that comes into existence is borrowed into existence, and it shrinks sometime. It doesn't always stick around. Some people borrow money, wreck the car, and die, and it's a big, the bank gets fucked, so there's a little less money. But all new money that comes into existence is borrowed into existence. It is not earned into existence. That is how I explain it.
Well, see, I have a problem with modern bank. It's okay if you charge interest, usury, but fractional lending and charging interest. Now, if they were doing just fractional lending and not charging interest, I'd be okay. But it seems like a double whammy to me. It seems like the system is set up to keep people in debt. Now, if the bank can print money by fractional lending, they're essentially printing digital money. If they can do that, and that's okay. But if I print money, I go to federal prison. To me, that doesn't seem very fair.
That's absolutely not true. You can print all the money you want. You can't print money that is representative of the U.S. dollar. But there's all kinds of money, dude. There's a town in Vermont that has its own ridiculous money. They all trade their chickens and their eggs and their meat and all this shit for this, this particular money. It's not illegal to have Bitcoin. I don't know. You're not quite as old as me, but they used to have this things called green stamps. You'd go to the grocery store, you'd fill the books, you'd buy shit. All that stuff is money. Coupons are money. It's not illegal to compete against the United States in the world of money. It's just really fucking hard, and you can't pay your taxes in Bitcoin. The government won't accept Bitcoin, and there are people, you can't force another person, you can't force Ford to take Bitcoin, but you can force Ford to take the American dollar as payment for your debt. So it's not illegal at all to try and start your own brand new banking system. In fact, with the same constitution we have now, most of the money used to be privately printed by banks. They called it scripts. That was one of the problems when we got rid of the second Bank of the United States. Over 50% of the banks failed, and they were writing their own currency. So all the currency you had in your hand from your local bank, when the bank went bankrupt, went to zero. Imagine that. That's one reason people freaked out at that time and made the third bank, was because 50% of the currency in the country went to zero, dude, overnight. Not exactly overnight, but almost. So no, it's not illegal to print your version of money, as long as it doesn't look like, or somebody might be fooled into thinking, if you put a George Washington's face and call it a $1 whatever, that's going to be illegal.
Right. I should have been more specific. Yeah, if I try to print American dollars, I'll go to prison for 5 years. And it's okay for the bank to do it. I guess they have permission to digitally print American dollars. Now, of course, they don't have, their own printing press and they're printing dollars, but fractional lending and usury together should be illegal, in my opinion. One is okay, but two is just a double whammy.
Yeah, I have another problem with something you said. I guess maybe you want to rephrase it before I jump on you or whatever, but I don't see it's the bank's fault that people get into debt. And I'm in kind of an unusual situation, perhaps, because my first loan was for a car. I borrowed the minimum or whatever amount, so I didn't need to buy full coverage insurance, like $1,000 or something. And when I was done paying off the loan, they sent me a little thing, said you're going to have to send an extra $100 to get the title for your car. I sent them a letter back and said, I'll send you the $100, but if I do, and you better think about it, I'm fucking 19 years old, I will never use the banking system to borrow money again. What do you want to do? And they said, send us $100. I said, fine. And I never borrowed any money again. I bought my first house with cash, and I'm not involved in the banking system whatsoever. So, but my point is that you don't have to be involved with the banking system. You're involved with the banking system if you're smart, because you need transportation for a job. Perhaps you're borrowing money for education for a job as an investment, or you're not involved at all. But most people are involved because they're greedy. They don't want to wash their clothes in the bathtub, so they buy a washer and dryer they can't afford, or they buy that $80,000 car when they can only afford a $10,000 car. That is not the fault of the banks. That's the fault of people's greed. And I don't necessarily mind some business person out there getting wealthy over people making stupid decisions. I think buying an iPhone is a stupid decision. I'm not going to berate Apple for suckering people into buying these stupid fucking hand devices and staring at them all day. That's not Apple's fault. That's the guy staring at its fault.
Yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with taking advantage of stupid people to make money. I guess that's capitalism, right?
Honestly, as long as you're honest about it. I don't like people, like, for example, if you make a loan and you lie and say, well, it's going to be 4%, and in the fine print it jumps up to 8% next week, then that's wrong. But if you tell people exactly what they're getting and it's a really stupid deal and they do it anyway, as long as they're not retarded, as long as you're not lying, there are people out there that are willing to make really stupid deals just because they want to. That's their life. I'm a libertarian, so that's really all I need to say. So you know my position on that.
Yeah,
not capitalism. It doesn't come from capitalism. It comes from libertarian.
I'm a libertarian in a lot of ways too. I certainly don't think that Washington D.C. has any right to tell me how to run my life. That's for sure. And I'm almost borderline anarchist. I kind of feel like nobody forces a farmer to make food. He just does it. And in a lot of ways, if there was no government, then nobody would force the people to make roads. People would just get together and make roads. But I could be wrong. I'm still young and maybe a little naive. But yeah, I kind of like thinking of myself as a free man, and I could be totally wrong.
Have you ever seen the videos by, I don't know, he's kind of a health nut, and I think he changed his tune completely, but there was a guy who called himself a free market anarchist who had a bunch of videos exactly on what you're talking about how the world would work with anarchy and capitalism, or the free market, not necessarily capitalism, free markets and anarchy, how people would build roads and schools and stuff like that. He's pretty interesting.
No, I haven't seen explain it, but yeah, this idea
Anyway,
that I'm
that's a
talking
phrase
about,
you might want to remember that's kind of
free market
catchy is
anarchist.
free market anarchist. Yeah.
Yeah, I know that what I'm talking about, anarchy and socialism. It would not work in America. But if I'm talking about a small island where people with high IQ could get together and police themselves, everybody's armed. I'm saying I think it could work. But as far as the mixed culture we have today, nobody can agree on anything. It absolutely would not work in America today. So for that reason, I'm a capitalist. But I do have a dream of a world where people living on an island with extremely high IQ could get together and do their thing and basically live like the Christians in the first century, where they all got together and pretty much shared everything that they had. Now, this is not realistic today because of diversity. I'm not talking about race. I'm just talking about nobody can agree on anything. Is that a fair statement?
It is a fair statement. I think it comes from just all the lies. I think the problem, it's another problem. I really don't like freedom of speech all that much. I think freedom of speech is crazy. Why should you, be able to say, fuck your mother, or why should, Fox
I'm
News
getting a
be able
phone
to
call.
tell?
I do apologize. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, I agree that we're split down the middle, and I think it's from the misinformation that's out there. There's so much of it that nobody knows what to believe. It doesn't matter. You could be a right-wing guy and watch Fox. You're going to get a bullshit story. You're a left-wing guy watching MSNBC. You're going to get a bullshit story. And the result of that is nobody really knows what the truth is because they don't pay the fuck attention. Of course, the flat earthers would say that extends to the flat earth, but they're fucking stupid. Yes, freedom of speech is crazy because it's turned into being legal to tell lies. Telling lies is crazy. I didn't join the military and put my life on the line so people could tell lies. I put my life on the line so people could tell the truth. And I don't want to, make a big deal out of that. I'm just pointing out that, we don't defend our Constitution for the right to take a full page ad out in the paper and make a bunch of lies up the day before the presidential election. But that's what freedom of speech in America is. It's legal to do that. There's no recourse to printing a whole bunch of lies if you're running for governor about the other guy the day before the election. That's perfectly okay. Walking up to telling people, oh, fuck your mother, she's a cunt and all that. There's no reason that anybody should think that I'm going to join the military and kill people or maybe die to protect the right to be offensive. Okay? Why? Why do you think that being offensive is an important right to have? I don't agree with that. It's stupid. It's unnecessary.
I think freedom of speech is.
And not you, Hank. I was talking to the guys in the room, but go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Y'all go ahead and comment on that, since I love freedom of speech, but people take it too far. I have the right to tell you that you have a bad haircut, but I do not have the right to say I'm going to set your hair on fire because of it. So people cross the line too much, and I think freedom of speech is supposed to be about the freedom of press. Like, if I see this dude doing something bad, I should be able to say, hey, this dude did something bad, and I'm calling him out on it. And then if someone, says, hey, you can't say that, you're an anti-Semite. I don't care what you say. I'm calling this dude out.
There's a guy in text. He says freedom of speech isn't perfect, but it's better than the alternative. There's no such thing as the alternative. There could be numerous other alternatives. And over here in Asia, just so the guy in the room knows, and so you might know, Hank, you don't, they have what's called cultural ministers. And they decide, exactly how bloody, how offensive, how much shit and piss can be in the porn. Generally, not very much. They decide, exactly, how much you can say, fuck your mother, I don't like your mother. They're the ones that draw the line, and they decide these things, and they give their ideas to the government and what have you. So anyway, the point I'm making is that, like you said, America has gone way, way, way too far, and that's why I should say I don't like freedom of speech the way it is. And that's because lying, being salacious and offensive is part of the problem with America. If the news, where I really went when you left was if the news was required to tell the truth or got penalized for lying instead of it's your right, there would be less than a 50-50 split. The
part, in my belief, is that part of the problem and part of the reason we have a 50-50 split is there's so much bullshit out there. If there's more percentage of the truth, I think you have less of a split on issues. Go ahead, Hank. I could be wrong, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, I guess there really is a fine line. What I was talking about, the whole anti-Semite thing, like when you say something and someone doesn't like it, they can call you names and say all this other stuff to counter your stuff. And a lot of times they don't use facts. They just say this or say that. Like if I were to say that I don't support Trump, but if I did and I said, yeah, I want to support Trump, I want to support him building a wall, someone might call me a racist. And I think that the Pope, for example, said that that would be a racist thing to do. In the meantime, he sits behind a huge wall in his Vatican. So I guess that what I'm trying to say is freedom of speech, we should be able to point out things like that. And I realize that the Pope is a very powerful man, and I should probably show respect when I talk about him, but I should be allowed to talk about him if I want to and point out my grievances.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely you should. My main thing is lying, to be quite honest with you. I don't find any reason whatsoever why lying should be a protected right. I've never met anybody in the military that says, I'm going to fight for your right to be a big-ass fucking liar. Okay? That's my main problem with freedom of speech.
Right. And you were talking about mudslinging earlier. The politicians, especially over here, they're really guilty of mudslinging. And one example I could think was they were saying that Bill Clinton was on video smoking a joint, which is probably the least of everyone's concerns. And he lied and said, I did not inhale. It doesn't matter if he inhaled or not. He smoked a joint. He should have been like, yeah, I smoked it and it was good. But the way that politics works, you can lie and say, I'm going to shut down Guantanamo Bay, and I'm going to shut down the Fed, the Federal, not the Federal Reserve, IRS. And then when they get in there, they may or may not come through on it. They may not even try. So
well, even worse than that, you can lie and say, you could be Hillary Clinton and say, oh, I saw Donald Trump having sex with a child and put it on the front of the newspaper the day before the election, and that's legal. That's not a crime. There's nothing wrong with that in America. That's the kind of shit I really don't like, is who fucking passed that law that lying, outright lies about political, just because they're a political figure, means it's not libel or slander and touch it for you. Who fucking decided that? That's just insane.
That should be liable, shouldn't it?
It should be, but since you're a political figure, it's not. You can say anything you want, any ad you want, write any newspaper article you want about any political figure with all the lies in it you want, and tough shit for them. You didn't have a thick enough skin. You should have known, you should have had a thicker skin as a politician is what you're going to get from the judge. No, it's not illegal. It's not libel. It's not slander. There's an exception for political figures, which it seems to me it should be the opposite. Voting for somebody's really fucking important. It should be the exact opposite. You can lie about everybody but the people you're voting for,
That's a hard thing too. You got to figure out what's true and what's not. And when it comes to politicians, they're basically all lawyers in one way or another. Even if Donald Trump is not a member of the bar, literally he's probably still just like a lawyer. If he's not a lawyer himself, he has lawyers to direct him in what to say and what not to say. And the thing about lying, yeah, that really gets under my skin too.
Do you agree with my general premise? Do you agree with my general premise that if we could wave a magic wand and only the truth could be told in the media, that most of the things that might have a 50-50 split today would be less than there'd be more of a majority if there are less lies? My theory being that when everybody knows the truth, you don't have a 50-50 split because people aren't that stupid. Some people will be bamboozled. Some people won't get it. But if there's 100% of the truth out there, the split becomes much less than 50-50 in my opinion. I don't know. What do you think?
Absolutely. Yeah, truth in the media is very rare these days. I think there's a video of George Bush. Someone called out and said that the news was coming from the CIA and was scripted from the government. And he pretty much agreed with them and said, yeah, if the American people don't know, that's their problem or some shit. I can't remember word for word, but he didn't deny that the news came from the government. And that's a scary thing to think that we have this Second Amendment right, but 6 corporations can buy out 90% of the media consumed by Americans.
Yeah, I heard you
say that the other day. Why? I don't really understand why you say 6, because to me, I see AP Newswire and Reuters. I say 9. I'm kind of disagreeing with you here. I say 98% of the news is owned, as a random number, it's owned by one media organization, because virtually every article you're going to see comes from either AP Newswire or Reuters, and AP and Reuters are owned by the same organization, which happens to be Rupert Murdoch. But can you show me very many articles at all that don't, especially in the major media? Every single one of them are playing the same shit every single night. All this, it doesn't matter if you're watching, whatever, it's going to be the Sandy Hook shooting or the O.J. Simpson trial. That's because it all comes from AP or Reuters. That's one. That's not 6. Why do you say 6?
Yeah, there are 6 major news corporations, or they have 6 major owners. Yeah, there are really big ones, but the other small ones are the one that I'm adding in there. I'm pretty sure you could Google it and find it real fast if you wanted to, but you say, 98? I say 90. I'm just lowballing. That way, if anyone wants to call me out on my bullshit and call me a liar, I don't think they can at 90%. Now, at 98%, I could argue if I wanted to, which I'm not, that YouTube news is picking up and
Right. Okay.
things
All
like
right.
that.
Okay. I was just asking what, why and what. And I get your point, I guess. But I think, anybody who says, oh, there's lots of news organization, I would just challenge them to look at the stuff they read and ask themselves in a week how many articles they actually read that were not from AP or Reuters. It could, I would say the average person might find 0 articles that didn't come from AP or Reuters.
Yeah,
But I could be wrong. Who knows?
RT, I mean, they almost sound like, the right news to listen to. But when you read between the lines, they're always stirring the shit bucket, in my opinion. It sounds like news that, people like me could get behind and be like, yeah, RT's good stuff. But after you watch it for a couple of months and you start reading between the lines, their agendas are blatant and obvious.
Well, yeah, they're a pretty Looney Tunes kind of thing. I don't really know exactly what that is. Anyway, is that some private thing pretending to have something to do with Russia, or is it actually Russian, or what exactly is that fucking thing? It's fucking loony, man. It's not completely wrong about everything. It's just weird,
You got to look at who owns it. So what they're going to do is they're going to tell you non-truths and slip in that one lie, and you're not going to pick up on it. If I say 9 truths in a row and mix one lie in there, you're not going to be savvy enough to pick up on it unless you're just really intelligent. So that's what they're doing. And look who owns it. If you see who owns RT, and like a lot of people listen to Alex Jones.
I don't know. Who owns RT?
I don't know his name, but I know what he is. I'm sorry I forget his name. I'm not very good with names, but I know what he is.
What is he, a banker, a media guy? Just some crazy, what is he?
A deception agent, in my opinion.
Oh, okay. What do you think of Alex Jones?
Oh, he works for Time Warner Cable, which is owned by that other screwball that I can't remember his name either. Ted Turner, I think?
I think Ted Turner sold all his media interests. He's pretty much old, fucking retired crazy guy now. He doesn't, he sold CNN, I know that. I don't think he really fucks around with the media much anymore.
Well, I might have got the name wrong. But yeah, Time Warner Cable owns Alex Jones. I'm getting another phone call. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
All right, they're closing this down, and I'm just going to say goodnight. Maybe I'll log in, maybe not. Who knows? Yeah, it looks like we're shutting.
All right, yeah, I'm back. Yeah, I used to listen to Alex Jones in the early 2000s, and I started listening to him for a little while, and then I realized what he was, and yeah, it's pretty obvious. Oh, yeah, minus.
Yeah, I just don't know what to make of that fucking Alex Jones clown. Some people say, oh, he's a disinformationist. The other people will say, well, I've never really heard of Bilderberg, so maybe he's not. All I know is that he's seems to be another guy that just seems like everything's doom and gloom, and he's wrong about everything all the time. Every year, this is going to be the year that the elites crash the economy, and my friends in the powerful places told me, and he's just wrong every single year. And there are other people out there like that too. That's about all I really think of him, is he's wrong a lot, really.
Yeah, it didn't take me long to figure it out. I think it was less than a year, and I figured out what he was. In my opinion, he's a disinfo agent, at least an agent of some sort. Yeah, he does. He cries and screams and gets emotional, and that's what these news people are playing on. They're
Right,
playing
like the
on
guy
your
that
emotions.
like the guy that jumps up and down, yelling and screaming, being all offended about how you could possibly be accusing him of stealing the money.
Exactly. Yeah, they play on your emotions, and they know that the public at large is very emotional and easy to manipulate. If I tell you a sad story about my grandmother and grandpa, you might give me a little bit extra money.
Are we going to join the next one, Hank?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Got a little stuff to do, but yeah.
Yeah, I guess my whole deal with conspiracy theories and all that is I met this guy in the Boston airport once, and he told me, I don't really know how it came up, but I remember him saying the reason I don't believe in conspiracy theories is because I don't think people are that smart, and I kind of agree with him on most conspiracy theories. I don't believe people are smart enough to figure a lot of the conspiracy theories out to begin with.
What do you think, Reds? What do you think about conspiracy theories?
Better be quick. You got about a minute.
Well, hi. Conspiracy theories. I think some of them can be good. Like, for example, the government bailouts.
Had deteriorated into a hybrid of hillbilly, valley girl, inner city slang, and various grunts. Joe was able to understand them, but when he spoke in an ordinary voice, he sounded pompous and faggy to them.
T-1.
Hey, how's it hang, SA? Yeah. Right.
What the hell was that? Was that from you, that faggy thing there, Reds, or what?
I think because of these drugs the Army put me on. But if you could just get me well enough to get back to base.
Right.
T-40 seconds.
Kick ass. Well, don't want to sound like a dick or nothing, but it says on your chart that you're fucked up. You talk like a fag, and your shit's all retarded. What I do is just like, you know what I mean? Like,
no, I'm serious.
T-20 seconds.
Don't worry, Scro. Now there are plenty of tards out there living really kick-ass lives. My first wife was tarded. She's a pilot now.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
I need for you to be serious for a second here, okay? I need help.
There's that fag talk we talked about.
Hey everybody, sorry for the delay. It's me, Atheist Drek, and I had a little trouble with my router that took me a whole friggin' half hour just to get behind the desk and to the wiring. Anyway, I'm going to settle in. I'll be back on. Why don't you join? The link is in the description. It's the top line in the description. No need to search. Or say hi in the chat, and I'll talk back. But give me a couple of minutes, okay? I'm settling in. So come in if you want. So, who's here? Who's in the chat? And who would like to come on and talk live? We'll have fun, as usual. Hey, is anybody here? Apparently, Yvette's channel just went offline. And I'm waiting for somebody to come here, come into the chat, come into the hangout, and if somebody has the balls to show me where I was wrong with Yvette, where I was trying to draw her out in conversation, where I was trying to explain myself, and in the process, have her explain herself, that she couldn't seem to do. And I made many concessions. I said I was on my soapbox of righteous indignation, of righteous anger. Oh yeah, I definitely went over many lines, but well, let me hearken back to what I just said. It was righteous. She didn't want to recognize that. Hey, like I was saying, everybody is welcome on this channel, and no one will be spoken down to. They will only be spoken towards. This includes Yvette, but I think she's going off to bed. She couldn't handle me in her last hangout. She can't handle me in this one. I asked her directly to name specific examples of me not trying to be communicative. Oh, everything you say is wrong because you know why? I'm menstrual. That was her answer. So I defy any of you to come on, say something in the chat, I'll respond to it, or come into the hangout and we can talk face to face, mano a mano, albeit over the internet. Hey, cognitive dissonance, why don't you come right in? Come on. We can talk about Yvette's menstrual cycles and their horrific effects on her and everybody around her. I mean, seriously, what was I saying to her that got her so off kilter? All right, we cannot. Hey, Tristar, what do you want to talk about? Go ahead, write it in the chat. I'm just sitting here. Even cognitive dissonance is on too much cheap MDA to come on here and even try to talk. He's that stupid. Well, Trish Star, you won't know what's going on because in her last hangout that I was prominent in, as usual, whenever I'm prominent in her hangouts, she gets a spike in viewership. Yet she hates me. So she has to disregard everything I say. Do you know why? Because she can't regard it, not honestly and intellectually at any rate. So, yeah, I'm calling out viewers from her now defunct hangout and onto my hangout. We could talk about her, which I'd probably get through in about 30 seconds, but we'd also like to talk about other things like, the space program, flat Earth, and flat Earth idiots. I hope I made myself clear. So yeah, I'm just hanging out. I can talk about it. Anything you want to talk about, log on, come into the hangout. The link is in the description, the very first line in the description. No need to search. Put your comments in the side chat. I'll answer them and all that shit. I see cognitive dissonance just wants to laugh at himself in the chat. Oh yeah, like he's got the balls, the cojones, the nads, the brassies. Come on here and even think of talking to me. That's how stupid that fuck is. What's your name? Trish Star. What's wrong with flat earthers? Flat earthers are what's wrong with flat earthers. They have divested themselves of all human intellect and exempted themselves from participation in humankind. They have made themselves subhuman. That's what's wrong with flat earthers. Trish Star says, please explain why having a belief makes them that way. What makes them wrong? Everything about that belief makes them wrong. And the fact that to hold that belief, they'd have to deny such truth of intrinsic value that we have gathered over 4,000 years to bring us to where we are today. You have a computer in front of you, do you not? Do you think if the lights went out, you'd survive past 5 minutes? Thank you, science. Stupid cunt. And cognitive dissonance is obviously on the cheapest MDA on the planet because he's a backwoods fucktard. Yeah, why shouldn't I be drinking, you dumb bitch? Hey, who wants to come in? The link is in the description, the very first line of the description. I'm here, it's me, Atheist Rec. We could talk about the mistreatment inflicted upon me by Yvette or not. We could talk about flat Earth, horizons, you name it, astrophysics, aerospace technology, all that shit. Or you can type a message response in the chat. I'll respond to that too. Be a lot more fun if you joined. It ain't that scary in here.
I made it.
Did you? Is this, it's Hayes, ISIS.
I didn't know you had your own little channel going on. What's going on here?
I don't. It's not my channel. Oh, this
is it?
Do you want to hear the funny part? The funny part is
it's all going to be funny.
Well, remember that story I told you earlier? I went to Hillbilly's channel, then I went to Yvette's channel, and I was, and there were people railing me for not being prepared on that subject of Sandy Hook. And right after that bitch, Yvette, woke up all cranky. I was like yelling at somebody for being such a low-life human being. That very morning, I went right over to this channel. It was called Flat Earth Debates before. And the guy was on. He was monitoring everything. And I spoke out loud. I joined. And I said, listen, you want to talk to me because I want to form an alliance with you. I was so filled with rage over that bitch Yvette. So, I told him to make it an open hangout, put the link in the description. I told him to modify the title. And then, I signed off on that. But then it's after a couple of hours, it said Atheist Rex on it. That I did not sign off on. But in hindsight, I don't mind. So, and that was Yvette's big drama for the last 2 days. Me and her former nemesis, Sensi, he goes by. I don't know if it's a he or she or what, but this is just a loon and a lark for me. And we're already up to 190 subscribers from just double digits a few days ago. So, and Yvette closed off her channel during the day. It's you had to email her for the link. So she had nothing but Shroomy and A4 apparently.
Oh.
So anyway, but it's just been a fun endeavor, and in the past few days I haven't had time to go to the channel, but now I'm here and I got nothing to do tomorrow, so I don't give a shit. But But no, now can I seriously ask you what did Yvette just do to me earlier? Was I or was I not?
I don't know.
I mean, well, she was the one saying, "Oh, I can't get into it. I've got a niece sleeping next to me." Then I asked her to speak more softly because apparently her niece is sleeping right next to her, and she can speak at this tone of voice because it's no effect. And she's telling me she can't speak in this tone of voice. So me, being the voice of fucking reason, says, "Well, why don't you speak more softly? Since it's already apparently okay for you to speak at this sharp pitch, you bitch. Why is it not possible for you to carry on a conversation more softly and more alleviating toward your niece?" Now, with those facts in mind, I have to fucking suspect her veracity on even having a fucking niece, let alone being sleeping right next to her. That's what kind of lying bitch I think this cunt is. There, I've said it.
Well, you know, I've kind of washed my hands of the whole flat Earth thing. It's kind of boring to me.
At
to be honest.
the moment, with my several days in a row off, I'm feeling the fucktardery of online drama. And no,
Yeah.
I did not take my Dramamine. So
Yeah, and it doesn't get limited to just flat Earth. I mean, they they
no.
parrot the same stuff when trolling as well.
Trust me,
so
this is a safe and vitriolic and venom expending sidebar for me in my life, which is fun. I'm having fun doing it. I created this channel like several days ago. Well, he changed the name. I didn't do it, and it doubled in subscribers in 2 days. So, and Yvette was like going, "Well, Atheist Rex is against me, and he teamed up with Sensei." And we're like, you know what? I did that in a drunken fucking stupor, and still managed to. Then she closed off her account. I mean, the access to the membership to the Google. Started talking morosely about giving up because now everybody hates me. You were a big subject while you were gone. Oh, Zytus left too. And then I told her, I was like, "Well, Yvette, your cat left you." I mean, what does that say? Even that cat was like, "Fuck this baddie broad." She was sad for all. She was
that in the closet.
Oh yeah, that's the part that got her. Now you see her right in the chat. I was pointing out the chat, and I sincerely did not believe it was Yvette because she is more clearly spoken in person, right, over the microphone. And what was in the chat typed up was like, "I hate you, Rex." I was like, I seriously doubted it was her. Then she came full voice on and said, "Yeah, it's me." And I went, "Holy fucking shit, you are fucking misbegotten moon bitch whose cat fucking left her."
I don't care much about that kind of stuff, but when it's just all, you know, it's all just darkness and throwing mud at each other, I kind of just...
Was that not surprising to you? Did she or did she not come across as a raving Luna bitch? It was like,
yeah, I mean...
What did I do? I asked her to speak softly and talk to me. Let's talk this out. What was it that offended you about what I was saying? Remember, I went into the entire explanation previously. It took me about, fucking 10 minutes? I was razzled because I loathe people who misuse the grief of others for their own benefit, just to make them a fucking special snowflake. And for her to support someone like that is already getting on my bad side badly. And you know what? She says I was ranting and raving. Was I ranting and raving saying, "Oh, my neighbor is a crisis actor and his daughter's alive and well in Venezuela and he's just taking government money to squirrel her away"? Jesus fucking Christ. Was I saying that? No. Was I saying,
they're actually saying that shit?
Yes.
They're actually saying that shit? What the fuck?
Concocting reports of people, in secret glee over their children's death or supposed death. They have every form of shade of gray in there. It's like some conspirators have the children actually being, signed on the dotted line by their parents to be killed off for millions of dollars and to shut up for the rest of their lives. Right to this never happened, it was holograms. To that level of fucking crazy, insane, batshit motherfuckery. And
last time I heard bullshit like that was the Challenger disaster, believe it or not.
Yeah, I hate that too. I hate that too, but those were professionals who knew they could die at any moment. These were children who were attending classroom in grade school. Now, I was going off, just like I am right now,
on the motherfucker who brought this up and tried to mire me in that kind of muckraking. The shit that would burn my soul. I couldn't take enough showers to be clean of that kind of discussion. To listen to this fucking subhuman garbage spewing forth like I'm doing now, I lost it. Bitch woke up, bitch meaning Yvette, woke up in a cranky menstrual mood. He goes, and there's me going off on this asshole. And she goes, you know what, Rex? You did that and banned. Now, did I, before she even came on, before I even suspected that that person writing in her name was not her because it was just too fucking stupid, I explained all this, 2 hours ago. And then she comes on and says, everything I say is like, she hates me. Okay, now it's affecting me personally. But you know what? It's affecting her more personally because she is the lesser human being. There, now I'm done.
Well, I can feel you there. I mean, it's, when you spend time in these kinds of channels and you're dealing with people's views on reality, it's sometimes a bit hard to just sit there and listen to someone.
No, never mind all that. It's like I can get vitriolic when talking about physics, flat Earth and spherical Earth and how stupid they fucking are. Guess what? That's the easy part. I don't want to be trudged through the entire ugly spectrum of their conspiratard fucking, you name it, atrocity. The atrocities that they inflict on the public that emanate from their very diseased brain. They force me to think about this shit, and it is such a magnum opus of depravity that I just do not care to wallow in it. Yet she defends those who would do that to me. So fuck her. And you know what? Her cat fucking committed suicide rather than live with her. And I understand that. She's not batty enough to even be she is too batty to even be a cat lady. Even cat lady have fucking more semblance of intellect than she does. She's too fucking cunty that even cat fucking can't stand her. They'd rather die, as her previous cat did. Yeah, she was on and on a couple of days about, I can't find my cat. I can't. Bitch, you live out in the middle of fucking nowhere. It took a lot for this cat to want to leave you. Where the fuck was this cat gonna go? In the desert? It would rather go starve and die in the desert than live with her. And that's just a fucking cat. And let me magnify that into her personage, into her humanity, into what vestiges of morality and dignity she had. None. She favors an argument in favor of crisis actors boo-hooing over dead kids. Fuck that cunt.
Yeah, I don't understand.
The floor is now
it's
yours.
like 9/11. It's similar to 9/11, isn't it? Like, it might have been a big conspiracy. What are you going to fucking do? Thousands of people died. Innocent people died. Show some respect for them. I mean, you're not doing them any justice by sitting there going, "Oh, they did this and they did that." It's
not about doing justice for your fellow human.
Yeah.
It's about exalting yourself.
No.
It's about exalting yourself. Look at all these fucking conspiratards. All these guys who's like, everything that happened, false fucking flag, and nobody's dead, and it's hologram, whatever insanity. Satanic run humanity. That's you. Come on. You and I both know that they run toward that end zone where Satan is behind it all, or the Illuminati, you name it.
Yeah, and
you know what I'm talking about.
He's this false flag.
Fucking insane. And they show
the same hand is holding onto the belief of Satan and all this. Like, what the fuck?
And I know.
If you believed in Satan, then you should be able to believe Sandy Hook was real, can't you? Like,
if
the two
you and I both know how far to the insane extreme they run, and you know what? That's not a fringe element. That is not a small percentage. That's the majority of them. That's why they burn my fucking ass hairs. There, and that's why I'm online.
Yeah, I don't get involved with those kinds of discussions because it's not respectful.
Yeah,
just like the moon landing fake. I came to the conclusion if it was fake or real, it's not patriotic to promote the idea that it's fake, because especially as an American citizen, because it puts an idea into the enemy. And you don't want that. Like,
I'm an American citizen, and the moon landings are not fake.
Yeah,
I don't say that as an American citizen. I say that as as a member of the world population.
Yeah, well, naturally, I mean, but you know what I mean? To paint that idea of your own country, it's like, what the fuck are you doing? You know?
Yeah, the sad part is these people have watched pretty much The Walking Dead. And I get it. There have been apocalyptic fantasies way before that, a century at least for that, all leading up to it's like, and you can tell all these misanthropic, ill-educated, ill-prepared. They think, some of them call themselves preppers. They ain't got a fucking can of soup on their cupboard. Preppers. Bullshit. Oh, I live off the grid. Yet
preppers.
Yet you're communicating to me on a fucking computer. You live off the grid. They've been to a great feast of prepper language and stolen a few scraps. They have no fucking idea what they're talking about. Me, I ain't no fool. We are now, due to global warming, going to suffer major hurricanes in New York City. I've got generators. I've got food to last me 5 months. I've got water to last me much longer. I know where, and I live on the top of a great big hill. So me, who doesn't even believe the world is going to come to an end, and prepared for it, because I lived through there were 2 major blackouts here in New York City, and I remember the second one. I mean, though I was an adult for this one. And
we had Sandy, didn't you? Hurricane.
Oh yeah, Sandy was a butt clencher, and it was disastrous for the low-lying areas, but not for me. So
geez, I know that Tribeca and
I started quote unquote prepping since that blackout, because I remember thinking to myself, what if the lights never came back on? What would this culture look like in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month, 6 months? Be back to the Stone Age. And
it's not going to be the government that would cause that.
And it wasn't a great awakening for me. I just went, let me take this into my stride of reality, and I began stocking away foods, canned foods primarily.
What's funny is that the people who most criticize the government
are the ones who
always
could not live without it for 3 seconds.
Exactly. They'll be running to it the moment something happens with their hand out.
They'd be going, FEMA, save me!
Yeah, and 3 weeks ago they were posting on some forum about how evil FEMA is.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like they see these shows like Walking Dead, and they think because their lives are so fucked up, they are so inconsequential in their community, in the nation, in the world. They are nobodies. They shine fucking shoes. And they think that it would take an Armageddon and end a collapse of society of magnificent proportion to somehow elevate this numbnuts to a position of fiefdom. It's like suddenly he owns his own little piece of that turf. He is so fucking savvy. He's so fucking savvy. He can deal with
he was prepared.
He's so fucking savvy. How come he couldn't deal with a normal world? Oh, it takes an apocalypse to bring your talents to the fore. You'd be dead in 5 fucking minutes. That's what.
Yeah, I mean,
you hold the fort. I got to run downstairs.
Yeah, it's like the best military modeling cannot predict what a father of 2 will do for a can of baked beans to feed his kids. The average Joe Blow doesn't realize that the enemy is not the state, and the enemy is not the the government. The enemy is the guy next door who caved your head in for your Twinkie bar. You're not going to have washes of zombies coming after you. You're going to have fathers ripping your limbs off. Yeah, and then bandits of gangs. You will not be on top of things. You will wish the government returned and order and the society which we lived in, because we've been there. We've done that with the bands, and people just want to live in the past because they don't want to accept responsibility for their life. They don't want to work every day, and so they just go, fuck it, I want the world to end. I want it to be like back in the Stone Ages, like the Wild Wild West. But they live that reality vicariously through film and media and don't realize just how fucking terrible that world really was. And they'd be running and screaming from it given any chance, just like we all would. It's why we are where we are. If it was so good, we'd still be there. Discover, apparently I'm you. Apparently, using a voice mod or something. So there's that. I overheard that today.
Yeah, no, I just bring it up because it is it's a common theme, a common motif in like flat Earth diatribe. It's like going, it's like I'm clued into the next stage of knowledge, and with my special snowflake, ability, I can see truths you don't. Why? Because you you just know science, and I know everything else. Everything that is by your own self defined as unknowable. Suddenly you fucking know it. And not only that, you're willing to sit there and try to tell me what's up. Jesus fucking Christ. And that extends into their inability to forecast a future model of present civilization and see themselves as some kind of, post-apocalyptic warlord who somehow manages to, ascend from the froth of inhumanity to achieve some power greatness when they can't even fucking not burn the fucking fries at Burger King in real life. That is the part that is the part that gets me. They're so unable to do the intellectual equivalent of tying their shoelaces that they think that they could somehow fare better in a society where they could even think they could think of rules to make for themselves.
Just the hypocrisy of that belief set, though. Like, I'm a Christian. Satan rules the world. Now, if the world ends, if everyone dies, it'll all be okay because I'm good. And they don't realize that the people ruling are not Satan. That they're people, and that they themselves are just as easily corrupted and could easily become the very people they hate, given that position of power. In fact, they'd become worse because you look at a hippie and look at their beliefs and analyze them carefully, and you'll see a total left-wing fascist. If you look at those bleeding heart hippies saying, oh, blah, 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 and peace, love, and mung beams, they're trying to tell people how to live their lives. Whereas the best of us say, be what you want to be. We can handle that. We have the systems in place where you can explore pretty much anything you want to be anything you like. Whereas the hippies, no, you can't be that, you can't do this, you can't do this, you can't do that. Nah, that's why that society doesn't exist, because it just can't work for everybody.
Yeah, like you said, it doesn't exist. No one's heard about the hippies for 40 years. I mean, it was a kind of an offshoot of communism, and
it was an
effort.
attempt by the Communist Party to usurp capitalism.
It was a quasi-communist Christian factor. I mean,
But it was a movement. It was hip.
Really?
It was hip to be a hippie.
Really? ISIS shouldn't be on this show. ISIS was on the other show fucking bagging this show out. You're a fucking faggot, mate.
Hey, Ford, don't talk to me like you wouldn't be sitting in front of my...
Shit, mate.
Hey, A4, you're a big tough guy when you're talking to someone online, but mate, you'd be on your knees begging me to not hurt you if this... Don't speak to me. Don't speak to me like you're some kind of tough guy, you skinny little rat. Threaten someone to their face. Don't be a little... Look at your grubby little face. Go outside. Go out of your bedroom. You're not fighting me, A4. I am not real, okay? If you want to act like a fucking dickhead, go out to a train station and be a dickhead. But don't act like that to me.
Yeah, you wouldn't talk like that. I'm telling you right now, you fucking big mouth cunt. You wouldn't talk like that if I seen you in person, all right?
Have a listen to yourself. You speak to people like you're some kind of tough guy. I say again,
seriously, shut the fuck
boy,
up. No one
I would tie you in a not
turn your camera on so then we can
real life.
That's all you do.
I would
you're a
tie
fucking
you
piece of shit
in
that resorts
a
to fucking
knot.
mute people because you're a fucking
Boy.
pathetic fucking scab on the internet. You fucking piece of fucking shit.
Now listen to yourself.
Fucking junkie.
When you leave this chat, and you will, have a good listen to yourself and the way you speak to other people. You are not a tough guy. You are a coward, A4. You are a coward. You talk tough online to a fucking monitor. No boy, no boy, no boy. You would be on the floor bleeding. You'd be picking up your fucking teeth.
Show your face, hobo, dog, John LeBon. Show your face, you fucking faggot, dog.
Now, I am not going to entertain grubs like you,
Show your face,
boy.
John LeBon, you fucking faggot, dog. You lost, yeah, that's right. John LeBon lost, and that's how this has to work, all right? If these faggots come on these shows and they want to stand there and fucking tell other people that they're fucking not supposed to be here, no, tell these faggots to turn their...
It was ISIS, you morass.
That's right. ISIS just got his fucking ass handed to him. John LeBon, you fucking maggot dog. I'll be making sure that I show everybody what you do with your spare time, John LeBon. LeBron, you pedophile faggot dog. I own you cunts, mate.
Right, this is our shield.
Fuck faggot dog. You'll be lucky that if I don't get you fucking lynched when I don't fucking get your real names, mate. John LeBon, you're lucky fucking hide in New Zealand. You ain't in Australia, you fucking faggot. I fucking
Right, this is our shield, man.
I own you.
Oh, you for? What's up? Every time Zaitis come on panel, man, we always talking some crap.
Oh, hey, is that Luke Francis?
Yeah, it's Luke Francis.
Where you been at, man?
I'm doing some research on gyroscopes.
And that's how you deal with fucking trolls, mate. And anybody that wants to defend fucking Zeisis, you know fucking better than that.
Zaitis is shield, boy.
Yeah, if he doesn't turn his camera
Go
on,
back by NASA and get your money.
if he does not turn camera on, he does not have a say, and anything he says is irrelevant.
Are you done?
John LeBon, mate, you've got an ultimatum now.
Now, A4, you're a fucking lunatic, dude. Like, seriously, you are a
Zaitis
fucking
is an
lunatic.
asshole,
I
boy.
don't know how many times.
Zaitis, your blood clot. Zaitis, your blood
I
clot.
don't know how many times.
Zaitis, how your
So
blood
you
clot.
little kids are going to sit.
Zaitis, how your
Is
blood
this how you
clot.
little kids act when you're online? Is this the best you can do? You just repeat yourselves and laugh and sit there and mentally masturbate. No wonder I don't get involved. No wonder I don't get involved with fucking scum
You're
like
lucky
you.
pillbox wasn't here.
Bye, little boys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Zaitis, your lucky pillbox wasn't here. Yeah, you had to go. No time.
He got exposed. John LeBon got exposed.
Anyway, I gotta go to work later.
I don't know why they try to play with me for. Like, I do not know what you fucking morons out there that know who I am keep on trying to play with me. You think that I'm actually retarded and I don't know who you are. I've been letting you off this whole time because I find it amusing. But like that, I know who you are, just like I done at Tim Osmond. Giggity good, giggity good, giggity good. All right, so when I see Zeisis, all I have to say is John LeBon, John LeBon, John LeBon, and see him disappear. All right, because I know who they fucking really are. That is the best part about this. I know exactly who they are, and all you fucking idiots, you're gonna have to tag off my ass now. And I've got some big dags, mate. I've got big dags that you can hang off. Woo! Fuck it. I love this now. I'm actually having fun with this now. I am actually having fun.
That's why it's here, for you to have fun with. Apparently, you got rid of, what are their names? Luke Francis and what's the other guy's name? Zeisis. You got rid of them both. Check you out.
I didn't get rid of Luke. Luke just left on his own accord. But I got rid of Zeisis. Zeisis is a fucking another troll called John LeBon. John LeBon. John LeBon.
Is he really John LeBon?
Yes, he is.
Are you sure?
That's funny as fuck. He's really trying to fucking get the show taken down by playing fucking copywritten material because I'm exposing him. I'm exposing him. Tim Osmond is giggity good. If anybody wants to know who Tim Osmond really is, be sure to ask in a private message, and I'll show you exactly who he is.
There's no need for that. He's just trying to disrupt the chat. Hey, A4, calm down, will you?
Oh, fuck. I am actually loving it now. I'm actually loving it. I want to...
Is Zeisis gone?
I want to play now. I want to play. Mr. Timmy Osmond, man. Why haven't you been talking anymore? Every time I join the show, you seem to try to get the show taken down.
What? Giggity goop!
Giggity goop, brother. How you going, brother?
John LeBon! John LeBon is Zeisis!
After me.
See how he failed his own character then, and then he stalled. Yes, And that's what I'm talking about, kids. One by one, I'm going to name and shame these people. One by one, even that lady, I'm going to make sure that I name and shame her. All right? So any one of you people that have been trolling me for these past several years, just realize that I'm starting off top and I'm heading down. So Event Skeptic, I'll have your name soon enough, because they're giving up everybody's name trying to fucking hold each other out. Now, it's so funny. I found out more within the last day than I did within the whole 4 years that I was looking myself when somebody in your own clique gave you all up. Oh, shit, I shouldn't have said it, should I? Somebody in your own clique gave you up. Now I know where to look. I might not know exactly who's who, but at least I'm on the right track now. Woo, it's getting real fun now. Oh, look how John LeBon's trying to defend himself. He's like, I hope you seek some help, perhaps get offline. So he's actually trying to deter me from telling anybody that he's John LeBon using another account now to push a narrative that he disagrees with or wants to just earn revenue with, or whatever fucking means necessary. What is he doing here? Why doesn't he just come on the show and then turn his camera on, and then he has sufficient proof that I am wrong, and then nobody should ever listen to me ever again? If he comes on the show and turns his camera on and I'm wrong and he is not John LeBon, then nobody should ever listen to anything I've ever said or anything I ever say ever again. So if you want to prove me wrong, Zeiss, simply join the show and turn your camera on, buddy. Just turn it on. Turn your camera on once for everybody to see, and then we'll see if I'm right or wrong. You can make this a lot easier, but you're the one that wants to sit in the truth movement and be dishonest. You want to sit on the truth movement. There's a bunch of people that are on here to be truthful to each other, whatever means necessary. It's like, yeah, what's your name? My name's Adam, brother. Where are you from? Australia, mate. All right, truthfulness. So Zeiss, if you do not wish to come on the show and turn your camera on, you should never declare victory, really, but I think I should declare a victory right now because you won't adhere to any type of structural rules. Like, come on, I've shown my face. I've been truthful about who I am. If you want to call me any type of a name or say I need help in any type of way, it should be obligatory, an obligation of yours to come on the show. No, that's not, no? Okay then, a no-face troll can go around the internet and say that I'm Illuminati or I'm a Freemason or I'm whatever he wants me to be. I'm a lunatic. But this person has never shown his face on that account. It's a bit weird. It's a bit weird that these faceless characters are always allowed to attack people, but yet they never show their face ever. Zeiss, brother, come on. If you want to sit in the chat and be an immature little kid, come on the fucking show and turn your camera on. I won't say a word. I'll even mute myself, and then you can turn your camera on, and then you can have your side of the discussion. But until you turn your camera on, nothing you say is relevant because you're a character clown, and this is all satire. All right? Nothing I say is satire because I'm real, and I'm here to make sure that real people realize that you are a character clown, Mr. John LeBon. Come on, brother. Did you really think that you were going to beat me? Did you really think that? Come on. Fuck, mate. I wasn't even trying when I done this. You just got me angry at the wrong time. I could have done this months ago. You shouldn't fucking mention my name. I'm like the boogeyman. You mention me too much and I'll come and fuck your shit up. Come on. Mr. Zeiss. Come on, brother. You were running your mouth before. You want to run your mouth about any time somebody else comes on the show. You feel like you're on some type of a pedestal. Well, guess what, buddy? You're not. You're not smart at all. I've heard the gibberish that you talk and you're not fucking smart. I can give Atheist Rex the benefit of the doubt and say, he's got half a brain. You don't have any type of a brain, Zeiss. You're so easy to see through. So come back on the show because I want to have an argument with you. Not a debate, just an argument, because it will add entertainment for this show and this channel. And then Atheist Rex can kick off and then I can jump back in whenever I want and add my opinion. So come back on, you little mouth fuckwit. If you think you're from Australia, you would have some balls and you would be on the show already and you'd be trying to cut me off and then have your rhetoric instead of dribbling in the chat like a child. By the way, you can't spell. Fucking Zeiss, mate. If you hang around people like that, you're bound to get AIDS. That's how it works, all right? If you roll with fleas, no, what is it? If you roll with dogs, you're bound to get fleas. You know what I mean? Fucking. You're what we call a mutt, Zeiss. A mutt. You always come on these shows to say that other people do not have courage or that they're weaker people than yourself, and yet I have offered you the opportunity to tell me where you are, so then we can meet up and we can see how chicken shit I really am. And and yet you're the one that doesn't want to oblige in any type of way, and yet I'm the chicken shit. Logic? Is there any logic? Do you use logic at all, brother? If you have any fucking balls, you know where I live. Why don't you come and confront me? I'll even give you the money to come confront me. I'll give you the money, and we can have a one-on-one fight in a ring somewhere, just so that I can show everybody that you're not a fucking... You're a piece of shit is what you are. Come on, Zeisis, mate. You make it fucking boring. You come on, you dribble rhetoric to fucking misdirect people away from crisis actors. How about I just do that then, hey? I'll just bring up crisis actors and I'll expose it the way it's supposed to be exposed, and I'll make you pay trolls come on this show. You really want me to do it? I'll just keep on talking about crisis actors then. How about Andre, whatever your fucking name is, mate? How about you give me moderating features so then I can take this channel to the next level, and I'll make these trolls join your fucking show, because I'll show that much real information they'll have to try to gatekeep. All right, atheist Rex wanted to try to promote himself by saying that he can get you viewers just by being here. Well, that is the same via me. I can get your views just by me being here. My personal fame will bring you enough viewers who pay your own bills if you wanted that. But what I want to do is I want to take it to the next level. I want you to get overrun with trolls now. So I want you to make me a moderator so I can get some CNN footage up and analyze it. And trust me, brother, I'm not going to get your channel taken down, because I know how long to play the videos, and I know that I have to critique them. So I'll make sure I pause at the appropriate times and I analyze in the appropriate way to make sure that I'm critiquing it and I pass the fair use guideline. I know what I'm doing, mate. So feel free to pass on them privileges. I don't ban people because they can use as many fake sock accounts as they want. It's like I can see their real name through their account. It's about time. It's about time to say you give the people that deserve the pedestal. Really, you like Patricia Steer, a transvestite-looking radio host. You've got Mark Sargent, a gay-looking, apparently a military, whatever he was, a sergeant, I guess so, and he looks like he's a gay. Then you've got Ronnie St. James Harris, or Event Skeptic, gay. Then you've got Deep in the Rabbit Hole. Well, he's got a big bum hole, gay. Which one of these isn't gay? Seems like a bit of an agenda there. No wonder they don't let anybody real participate on their show. What about this Nathan Oakley fella? All the way talking with a lisp on his mouth because he's had too many knobs smack him on the bottom lip, I guess. You know what I mean? Like, what other shows do we have out there? Who's this Jeff C character? Why the fuck haven't you trolled? You've had this show going for about 3 months, and not one of you have touched on who Jeff C is and why he's here. And no, don't talk about why people are here. Don't talk about the agenda. What you've got to focus on is things that you can't actually do anything about. All right, so we want you to talk about Jupiter, not crisis actors, Jupiter. Tell me more, Pinocchio. Come on, where the fuck is Zeisis? Come on, you fucking pansy faggot dog.
So hey, A4, Adam, how do you feel about Yvette?
She's a toe rag.
Toe rag? That's being generous. She's a rag, all right, but the toes are too dainty part of the body for her to be involved with. If this were the 1500s, she'd be burned at the stake. So hey, who in the chat wants to join? Or ask a question in the chat. We'll entertain it.
What did she do again?
What is who doing?
What did Yvette do for you to be so rude?
Besides being a menstrual twat? Besides being an emotionally scarred cunt? Are you asking me what she did?
Yeah.
Cool. I was busy tearing some asshole a new one. Asshole, that is. While he was making light of dead children in an elementary school.
Oh, you're talking about Sandy Hook?
I am.
Yeah,
And in the middle of my righteous tirade, he goes, meh, I woke up cranky, fuck you, off you go. And then, just not an hour ago, I tried to have a decent conversation with her, and she couldn't engage. This has happened before in our past. I started suspecting a little while ago that she was an unstable twat, and then she went full fucking retard. So fuck her. How's that?
You're such a diva, dude.
No. I'm me. I don't believe in demons.
Diva.
Oh, yeah, I believe in divas. Yeah, I'm one of those, too.
Yeah.
Well, it was her who had to shut down her channel the next day. Shut it down to open involvement. It was her who started talking seriously about, oh, I just can't do this anymore. Everybody hates me. Everybody hates you. Bitch, your fucking cat left you.
God, dude, you have no clue.
You know what? She lives in the middle of the fucking desert. Her cat took its chances in the arid terrain rather than live with her. What does that say? That's
She
just a
lives in
dumb
the
animal.
mountains, dude.
Yeah, that cat's not a tiger. Maybe she's the best mother in the world and never fed it. It had to go somewhere else. Or rather than live with her, it preferred suicide.
You really kick them when they're down, I guess, man.
Well, you know what? I start kicking them when they're up. It's they who go down of their own volition. Why should I stop kicking?
Your vet deserves it.
Returns are complete up front. You're back from lunch or haven't gone.
Just like you deserve what's coming to you too.
Right. Yvette never asked the question of what I was so righteously angry about. Never, never. And then earlier tonight, I had her one-on-one, and I asked her what was I talking about that was so hateful? Was I talking to my neighbor and saying, you, sir, are a crisis actor, and your child is willfully dead by your own hand, paid off by the government?
The kids
Did I
didn't die. No one died. No one got hurt.
Was I speaking diatribe about that, or was I speaking diatribe about people who would believe, as I believe you just stated you do, that it was like some kind of false flag event and nobody died and nobody's grieving and humanity isn't disappointed in itself?
Yes.
That makes you go fuck yourself.
No, fuck you. I'd rather that's more of the possibility when we've got people like fucking fuckface Osman here.
He's an
No one
Yvette.
died. No one got hurt.
He's an Yvette fuckboy without a dick. That's what he is.
Yeah, he's
This
just
Tim
a
Osman here.
pedophile. He's just a pedophile, really.
No. He's one of Yvette's fuckboys, but he hasn't got a dick. He's a fucking eunuch.
Well, I'd say
He's a fucking eunuch, and he'll believe whatever any imbecile tells him.
I'd say he's a pedophile, really.
How you can be a pedophile without a dick?
Pedophile, that's why. That's all you have to do is just know that he's a fucking pedophile.
No. He doesn't love children. He doesn't love children. He hates them.
No, he fucking loves to fuck him in the bum.
wants
He's a
children
fucking
dead.
pedophile.
He wants the death of children to be sick fodder for some idiot's video.
He wants to stick
channel of YouTube.
his private parts fucking children. He's sick, demented. Like
Probably in their probably in their corpses, but other than that, no.
My child, no way. Tim Osman is like the worst type of person.
You guys are funny.
In this fucking wow, like you cannot get any fucking worse. You'd have to be like absolutely terrible, a terrible
Gorgeous
person.
out here.
You'd have to be a terrible person, like a full blown terrible person to be worse than Tim Osman. Like you'd have to be practically a Satanist or a cannibal or something.
Nah, Satanists are good people.
Well, whatever religion Tim's a part of, they like to study pedophilia, don't they, Tim? Oh, did he leave? Come on, Tim. Don't be a nasty little piece of fucking trash.
What's up? I got kicked.
Yeah, I hope you did, you scummy mutt dog. You know, like
Why
everybody.
why so much hate, dude?
You know, everybody hates you. Everybody hopes you die.
Oh wow, I didn't know that actually.
You know, they they hope you die. They hope you get hit by a truck and the truck reverses over you. They hope.
Do you think you have a better quality of life because you're such a hateful person, or
you're the
do you
hateful
think...
person that sits behind a fake account? Turn your camera on, faggot. Show your face. Show your face, faggot. You're a hateful person. I'm not a hateful person. I've shown my face. You haven't shown your face. Therefore, you're the hateful person that wishes to troll people like a faggot pedophile.
My face, dude, is on my videos, man. You can see me.
No, you have no face. You're a faceless troll mutt dog.
Isn't it funny that you hate trolls so much, but you are like the internet's biggest troll? Isn't that
I'm
funny?
not a troll, though.
How big of a hypocrite you are?
No, that I'm not a troll. Everybody.
Do you
knows
know what
that
a
I'm not
hypocrite
troll.
means? Because you're a walking
I'm not
hypocrite.
a troll. I'm not a troll. Once I get
Yeah, you
banned
are.
from the channel,
You troll
I'll
people
ask
continuously.
why they banned me, and if they choose to tell me why they banned me,
You're the
then I'll
worst
leave.
type
If
of
they
troll,
don't, then I'd leave
Adam.
anyway.
You don't even know that you're a
I
fucking troll, dude.
don't understand how you got the concept of me being a troll out of
Me being a troll, and I have a sinus infection, and my name is Adam Dwyer. All right, well, that was cool, I guess. Adam, do you have a job?
You can't troll me. You
Do you
thought
work?
could troll me. What are you talking about? You
Do you
remind me
work?
of a pedophile now. You're just getting on beyond a joke now, bro.
You use that word so openly, bro. It's so funny.
I know, like bitch, man. It's like bitch to me. You fucking bitch. It's like you pedophile.
He's a fucking pedophile. He's a pedophile.
Man, you've been to a Wiggles concert lately, haven't you? I know you have. You've
Oh,
been sweating.
absolutely.
I can see it. I can see it.
Yeah.
You've been to a Wiggles concert lately.
Sounds like an old iPhone, man. What are you back in like 2010 or something right now with the iPhone 3 or something? I guess he had to answer his meth dealer. He's gonna hook him up pretty soon, so he'll be in a better mood once he gets the stuff. So we'll just have to wait.
What'd you fucking say about my fucking iPhone?
What's
you
that?
fucking maggot dog? Why would you talk about my fucking iPhone for? You little fucker!
Oh shit.
You call me a troll, Timmy, but yet I am the guy that everybody's following. I'm telling ya, within a year, they'll be uploading videos about a spider god and you'll be like, fuck off, are you fucking serious? And I'll be laughing at you like, I tried to tell you the script, but you're just a dumbass troll that was calling me a troll.
Yeah. Well, I wish you tons of luck with the Spider God video, dude. I've been trying to get that information out of you for a while now.
Yeah, I know. It's really good too. Like, oh my god, it's good. Like, when you know the story the way I know it in my head, you can sort of see the script before it's even played. Like, I could have told you that Alex Jones was staging all these protests himself, like years ago, but I guess that I'm a troll.
Yeah, you're definitely a troll, bro.
How can I be a troll
when you get on and you yell at people and you overtalk over them and you call them fucking pedophiles and stuff, dude, you are trolling people.
No, faceless people don't get an opinion.
I don't get an opinion because I don't show my face.
Yeah, that's the concept of it. Why should I give you as much validity as I expect when I've been open and honest about who I am, and you don't want to partake in that honesty?
What's great about it is I don't care about what you think is valid.
I'm going to have to differentiate myself and yourself, and I will by saying that you're a pedophile.
We went back to the pedophile. That's funny, dude. Good stuff.
If I say it enough times, somebody's going to actually believe it.
No, someone's going to show up at your door, dude. Fucking
No,
handcuffed.
dude. We live under the Queen's regulations. You're an American, right? Unless you're a Canadian, and that's going to be funny as fuck, because then they'll get your name. But you're an American, right? So we don't follow the same rules and regulations, and you cannot get me extradited, faggot.
I like that. Faggot right at the end. Faggot. You remind me of Shroomy, dude. Like, you're a little more coherent, but you definitely have like the same vocab, basically. Yeah, there's like at least 100 to 200 words in it, but I mean it's pretty impressive. I mean you can pretty much talk to anyone out in the real world, you know. But most of what you say is just shill, troll, and pedophile. So when really you're the shill, you're the troll, and the pedophile. At the same
How am I being? Wow, no way.
Yeah.
And how am I being paid to be here? Who's paying me?
Probably the people that gave you that ring.
Huh?
Probably the people that gave you that ring.
They gave me the ring, so they're just going to give me paychecks every week without any type of information. I've never received any information from these people on what I'm supposed to do or why.
No, they just said keep up the good work of what you do on the internet, exposing. Well, I mean whatever you do or whatever on the internet stuff.
What do I do on the internet?
I have no idea. You troll people and you shill them deaf.
No, I actually decode things. I'm a decoder. I'm a philosopher.
Oh, really?
But
self-proclaimed.
yeah, I
like
guess I'm
it.
a troll because I'm the one that read the Bible backwards, and then as soon as I told the story about the Bible being told backwards and I decoded it on the live streams that you were watching, you were trolling me on, well then there was Freemasons watching the videos that I was making, alright, and you were watching it with them, you dumbass. So who are they? You tell me, who was the Freemason that was watching my video that sent me the ring and then they told me that I was on the right path? And that was about the spider god. So they were telling me I'm on the right path when I was talking about the spider god, and you were the one that was trying to deter me from talking about the spider god. Seems pretty legit, brother. Seems pretty legit that you always troll people for their like imagination, but yet you don't even have the balls to turn on your camera.
Oh, I always turn on my camera, dude. Actually, I have some videos of me in my underwear in a hot tub and stuff, dude. So I mean, if you want to go back and look at that, I'm sure you can get
I don't
some
believe you.
action or whatever.
I don't believe you. Don't believe you.
Oh really?
You're gonna have to turn the
Ask
camera
Atheist
on
Rex
now,
about
dude.
it.
Because, no, dude, you're
Ask
gonna
Rex
have to
about
turn
it.
your camera on while I'm on the stream with you, so then I can see you talk to me. So then I can say, "How are you? My name's Adam," and then I can see your lips say, "My name is Tim Osmond." You know, because I know
So you
how
want
you
a cock
fuckers do it.
shot? You want a cock shot and you'll be happy or what?
Pube shot, not cock. Only the tip, only the knob.
You weren't supposed to agree with that. Oh Lord. What is it gonna take, Adam? Like, what's gonna make you successful in your life, man?
What's it gonna take to make me successful in my life? I'm already successful.
Are you?
Yeah, I am. I'm actually very successful now. I did go a little bit what you would call off the rails when 4 years ago when you first encountered me, but now I'm very successful indeed. I have people offering me jobs all the time, and I have to decline them because I make more money doing what I do day to day, just trading and bartering with people, finding a product that somebody's paying too much for, and then finding it hard to sell it a little bit cheaper in a mass.
So meth?
I think
You're saying like wholesale meth deals and stuff?
No, drugs, illegal activity doesn't get you anywhere because the government's always got their hands involved. So no, I don't do anything like that. I'm talking about like cars and iPads and computers and Xboxes and things that are legal. All right, I don't.
You really do that?
Illegal. I don't do it. Yeah, I do. You can make
Wow,
a lot of money,
man.
dude. You can make a lot of money out of it.
When I get bored, dude, that's what I do, man.
You can sell an Xbox case, just the case, for $5. You can sell the shit that comes inside the boxes. If you keep it and it's like not broken or anything, you can sell that for like $20 to $50 sometimes. People pay for that shit.
Yeah.
People pay for everything. So why not buy and sell? Why not find things that you like and then use them as much as you want, keep them good, and then sell them on?
Here in Denver, we have really good thrift stores. So I go to Goodwill almost every day, dude. I buy all kinds of electronics and shit. But then I use is there Craigslist over in Australia?
Yeah, sort of like a Craigslist, I guess you could say. We got like their buy and sells and whatnot.
Yeah, nice.
But that's what you do, you know what I mean? You find a couch somebody's like throwing away. You've got the storage room for it for a while, then you take the couch and you put it up for $50 or nearest offer. And then if somebody gives you $20, you've earned money, you know what I mean? And then if it does it within a month, then you chuck it away, and all it done was take up a little bit of your storage space at that time. You know, like, you just have to think logically about it.
Wow, yeah, it's the most logical thing I've ever heard you say, actually. I'm sure you've seen my Tim Osmond Exposed video where I go through and show like all the shit basically that I had for sale, and then I like you just said, found a couch basically by the dumpster. It's like brand new, sold that for like $80. So yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, dude. With just a little bit of storage space, you can fucking sling all kinds of shit.
Yeah, a little bit of storage space or determination, really. You know, you don't even need the storage space if you've got the determination and the know-how, you know. So if you're in the know and you know people that are wanting certain product, you know, you got to go around and ask people, would you be interested in buying any type of secondhand material? Like, you go around to the furniture shops or whatever it is that you happen to be finding or, you know, selling in these things, and you ask these shops that are selling them for a higher price, and you'll try to margin out with them and make a deal with. Everybody wants to make a deal. Everybody wants to find the bargain.
Nice, yeah.
Why not be the bargain man? So you're a fucking drug dealer, but we won't go there, will we? The difference between me and you're a drug dealer that sits in fucking Denver, Colorado, and you sell fucking methamphetamine and you sell weed, and you don't just sell weed, you sell the dab shit. You sell that the like heroin type of fucking weed. All right, so don't even try to put me on anything. I know that I'm doing really, really good in my life. If I die right now, I could actually face judgment. I could face a higher power that says, what did you do for this world? And I could say, yeah, I done enough. So what can you say, Timmy Osmond? What can you say? Oh, you just left me to my own devices, to my own demise, talking to myself and the character that never adds anything. Fucking hell. I hate the fucking shield, but come on, brother, you got to add something. Oh, here we go. Take the floor. Take the floor.
Jesus, still fucking here. You're talking shit still? I bet you're talking about how amazing you are and that you make so much much money, and let me tell you, buddy, you better fucking mute it before we can hear you snorting around in the bong and pulling a cone, and then you turn around in the same breath and try to give people financial advice while you're sitting on the dole.
When did I ever pull a bong? Wow. So
I can hear your fingers in the fucking bowl, dude. Your microphone's a lot better than you realise. I can hear you pull a fucking cone, Adam.
How would you know? That's not even the you're making the assumption.
Yeah, I can hear you pull a fucking cone.
It's something to do with
You're a
drug
fucking
paraphernalia.
drug addict, mate. You are a drug addict, and the sooner you fucking admit it to yourself, the sooner you start fucking healing. Okay, let's analyze Adam, because he's so good at talking shit at people, and you're going to sit there and talk because you're not going to want to fucking hear this, because I'm twice your age, boy. You get on this fucking internet and you pick fights with people because you know you won't get your fucking little head smashed in. You're a girl, man. That's why you come online and you talk shit to people and you pick fights with them, because you know full well at the end of the day you won't get your fucking head kicked in. Because, boy, you know full well that if you spoke to me the way you just did, I wouldn't hesitate to pull your fucking throat out in the street. I guarantee you that. If you gave me your address, I'd be on your fucking door the next day, mate. So don't sit there and talk shit and think that other people will believe it just because you do. You little fucking grub. So either you wake up to yourself or you fucking don't. But I guarantee you that you are going to have little to no effect on anybody around you, including yourself, when you continue to believe in the bullshit that comes out of your fucking mouth, you little fucking lunatic. Have a good listen to yourself. You're a fucking nut kid. That's why we have laws against people like you from getting out into society and infecting the rest of us. Sitting there talking shit like you earn money in what, a population of 6,000 in that town? People might believe your bullshit, boy, but I don't, because I live in the real world and I make real money. I have a real career. I actually work fucking hard at my job. That is something that you are not familiar with. Working hard, studying hard, and committing yourself to something, you drug-fucked. Now, if you think for one moment that you have something over me, boy, realise this, that you will always live with your mother, you'll always sit there pulling cones, and you'll always continue to lie to yourself, and you'll lie to everyone around you. That is what you are. And until you bother to actually look at yourself in a fucking mirror, then you will not see what you are. You will cover it in the bullshit that you're doing right now. And it's when you get to my age, boy, just like friends I have, you will actually realise that life has passed you by. And you've sat there talking shit on the internet for the last 10 years. And you will compound yourself in your fucking behaviour because life has passed you by. While all your friends around you are happy off there living their lives like they are right now, that you're already jealous of because you are lazy and you are stupid. And you are fucking sitting there. You've got bad parents who are actually enabling you. They're not disciplining you. They're enabling your fucking lunacy.
Someone's self-projecting. Oh, wow.
No, boy. Someone knows someone just like you. Someone has moved away from people just like you. And it's as disturbing as it is to actually see a fucking idiot just like you existing online and actually thinking that he's got something to offer humanity is no more disturbing than the reality that I actually used to consider people like you my fucking friends. And it was a great point of growth for me to actually realize what the fuck is wrong with your kind and to go, wow, I'm going to move away from you. And guess what happened? My fucking life improved significantly because people like you only ever want to destroy everything, including yourself. Look at you fucking smoking drugs and sitting there. You're a fucking nut, dude. So you might sit there and pick a fight with me and think you won. I will forever leave scars in your fucking brain, boy. What I have said will never leave you, ever leave you. And that is my gift to you, boy. And what have you given to me? I will forget about you tomorrow, but I will always be in the back of your head in 10 years from now. I'll be that voice that your father didn't have the balls to fucking say to your face because he's just as big a coward as you, boy.
What was that you said? I forgot what you said, boy. He left. He's raging inside. What a poor guy. He's raging inside. I actually feel sorry for him. Oh man, Zeisers, you have to leave because you were going to hit up some meth, I guess. You raged that bad that you had to go hit the pipe. Poor guy. Back on the pipe again, guys. I'm sorry, I've stressed him out a bit, and he was on his rehabilitation. He was attending his meetings, and I've made him relapse. He's on the relapse, all right? He's going to have a bit of intervention with M&M soon, all right? He's on the relapsing. Oh, poor guy. Going to hit that pipe again hard tonight, all right? He's probably going to shatter a few of them. He's probably going to make them explode how much he's going to fucking smoke that crack, all right? Fuck, I feel sorry for you, brother. I didn't even hear a word you said. Something about boy, and me dad is just as much of a coward as I am. Good on him. Dad. Me old. And you were saying, I heard you say like a few times, you double my age. That'd make you 60. What the fuck are you doing with your life at 60? 60 years old and you're coming on the internet yelling and screaming like that and too scared to show your face. Fuck, mate. I'm sorry, old timer. I'm sorry that I've been going off at you. I'm sorry that I've upset you. I take everything I've said back because I didn't realise that you were 60 years old. I thought that you were about my age, around 30, and you had a fucking ego problem or something like that. Now I realise that you're 60 and you're probably suffering with Alzheimer's and a few other things, and that meth pipe ain't helping you. Then I realised, sorry, but I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. Just gonna have to leave it here, guys. Feel free to comment in the chat, leave the show a like, subscribe. It's always good to help out. Cheerio for the night. I'm gonna have a good laugh at that. Go rewind and listen to him rage a bit.
Hey, big news. Elon Musk, the genius, has got a big, massive plan for us. He's going to make a new bus on a truck. Cool, man. I'm guessing Elon Musk must own this company called Tesla. I mean, that's some, like the electric cars or something. Jim Jiminy, Jim Jiminy, Jim Jiminy. So, is Isis John LeBon? Well, all we know is that he said he's not John LeBon, and that he has a slightly different voice. That's about all we know. I'm just being silly, man. I don't give a fuck who is who. There's a really good program started on Channel 4 on Monday called Eden, where 23 people with highly skilled people have been chosen to survive on a piece of land for an entire year, and all they were given were basic rations, basic tools to build shelters. They were given plants and seeds, but I watched the first episode. It was like an hour and a half long. It was really interesting. They had a vet, a medic, a plumber, a builder, a yoga instructor. I don't know what she was useful for. But they were doing really well. They were in the south of the UK. Have this lovely, huge place for big. I think the sea was there as well. But they had goats, chickens, a few pigs. They shot one of the pigs pretty much instantly. What else went on? But you could see like the psychology part of it is even more interesting. Some guy who was an expert expeditionist, so he's gone on adventures, broke down world records. His world record was he swam the entire length of the River Amazon non-stop. But he had a hissy fit like within about 2 days. He just like, I'm going to go. He went to go and build his own shelter in the woods because he was adamant that their other camp was going to get blown away by the wind, and he was instantly some kind of outsider and trying to take his food and all, and people weren't having it. Looking forward to the next episode. But it reminds me of this shit, man. All the flat Earth producers, the special ones, the ones more important. So fucking enthralling to watch you all. Not. Got turned into a shit sandwich. Yeah, I guess it is therapy talking to a fucking plastic screen while pacing up and down a room like a fucking insane person in solitary confinement. In some countries in Europe, I think it's Slovenia or something, but the people who go to jail, they have like an entire village to live in. And there's this one jail, the only thing stopping them from leaving is a river. But they have internet, they've got a music studio, they can grow their own food and shit. They're loving it. I wonder if any of them have looked at the flat earth. I bet even them are disgraced by it. Stone cold hard murderers. Even they got more privilege than some of us flat earthers or skeptics, whatever. this is not going to go anywhere, is it? This YouTube shit. It's not going to proceed into some kind of change or some kind of real rally or group of people. That's already there, isn't it? The Flat Earth Society website. I don't think these YouTube people are going to change anything other than have their own group of people watching, listening, arguing. And accusing him, shill! He's a fucking shill everywhere! Like people, hardly anyone who would be paid to have anything to do with this shit. Is it? Or is that relevant? Is it? You know, these people are so fucking powerful. They have so much knowledge, so much truth about NASA that they need to employ some bastard to come and fuck with your head. I don't think they need to do that. Obviously, there must be some kind of people who are in cults who could use this as their practice for their agent skills or for their manipulation skills. So there are some people out there who will have a hidden agenda. As far as being a direct agent of governments, it's pretty far-fetched. But I think the crazier it gets, the more threats are being made, then the more you're enticing the necessity for these people to exist. Because otherwise, it's like all the village idiots getting together with pitchforks. You need someone with a notepad hidden in the lane writing all down so they can go and tell all the police force. Simple stuff. Blah, 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 blah. I'd like to hear a Glober talk about why the ISS has hundreds of videos with unidentified flying objects flying in their camera and then them shutting it off, and then the biggest alien channels on YouTube having the footage first and then having hundreds of thousands of views instantly. So the ISS is real, NASA's real, so these objects are real, right? You know, you won't contemplate the idea that it might not be a globe, but you know, you'll sit there and have to accept that the ISS is finding aliens or alien aircrafts which aren't. You know, you can still say it's just a bit of nothing, but there's been so much shit now for the last God knows how many years about aliens. That's pushed by who? Not by some flat earth guy making a video in his chair. No, by the entire nations. So what's the deal with that, man? Well, I don't know about that, Turbo Teabagger. So I've seen some land, but you're right. It seems there's a lot more cloud cover over important land, bits of land, rather than we'll see a humongous amount of water that takes up, you know, the curvature of the earth. We'll see that fine. We won't see any cities or buildings or fucking, you know, even if they look tiny, it still would mean that they were there, wouldn't it? Surely we can see some kind of action on the land from that distance. You know, if we can see the land, then we should just be able to see what's on there from rural areas to cities. But no, just tones of diarrhea colours with plenty of cocaine-looking clouds and water. Plenty of curving water. That's all we need. For me, it's made my own death seem more interesting and slightly less not to be afraid of. To think if there's any kind of slight chance at all that I'll be able to see for myself what the Earth is. Can't be like made out to be a complete fool, then, can you? Or like you're just some kind of asshole going against the mainstream. And what about for the Globers? If they die and they find out that it's fucking not a globe, like, or you know, or even if we're not traveling, we're not moving through space. It could be any one of the things. Number. It would explain that ghosts have only ever been seen for snapshotless amount of time, or they say there's EVP, but you only get these tiny glimpses of voices almost as if they're from the past. Because if there was a god, he wouldn't allow it, would he? To dead people to spread messages to people who are alive. It's cheating, isn't it? Especially when there's all these things have been hidden from us. We'd all go to pot. There's a group of ghosts going around, the fucking Earth's flat. He's lying. That wouldn't be good. I don't care how stupid I sound, though. I just don't believe it. Anyone's gone on an ISS or travelled up in a rocket past their atmosphere into space, ever. I've only seen little bits, you know, just the massive mainstream videos, and they're obviously all the flat earthers pointing out all these little things. I know they're not big things either. It's just, you know, like the way they look like they have harnesses on, or the way they do backflips every time they're on the news. You have a chance to be on the news to educate millions of people, and all you have to do is a fucking backflip. That's all you've got for me is a fucking backflip. Like, I want to see your nappies, do I? In your weird trousers. No, show us something good. Show us space. Point out the window. It's not hard. You know, so they were doing a live interview and someone's asked him Pete what was outside, and he walked to the back of the ISS, fucking pushed something up, and all that happened was a light turned on in this round window, and he just like glanced for about 2 seconds as if he was looking at his fucking cock. I came back and just came up with a scripted answer. There was nothing real about it. He should be adrenaline rushing, you know, he should be over the moon, literally over the fucking moon, looking out the window at space, traveling that fast. Because surely if you look up and not down at the Earth, then you would be able to see how fast you look like you're traveling. I don't think it's also ridiculous. was it 17,000 miles an hour or some kilometers an hour. If you was looking up at the stars and not looking at the Earth, you should be able to see the motion. Wow, how fast you're moving across the plane, through the sky, the space, whatever, the orbit. But no, guerrilla outfits and, chroma keyboards with paddle, ping pong paddles and some water. That's more important. But I was thinking about this chroma key thing, where George Bush walks into the NASA room and you see Tim Peake in the background doing his experiment. I was like, fair enough, yeah, maybe they're just adding effects to it. But it looks like the board is on the ISS with him. So anyone seen this chroma key board other than that one time? And where does this thing stay? And is there a video on how this CGI board was built and put on the ISS just for some fucking special hot effects? Was that really a necessity? Or was it just, or am I wrong? Was this board not behind Tim Peake on the ISS? Was it not behind him when he had the tennis ball floating? This board thing was behind him and it was like 7 foot wide. It was bigger than him, much bigger than him. That just seems off to me. All these bits of crap they have on there. And then when you look at the side panels, it's just dog shit, like 1990s wirings, just hanging out all over the place. And, they literally, we've watched them just let water just splash, just leave the camera's view. And we don't know whether they're saying it's CGI or it's real. I just think that the shape of the Earth should be unquestionable. Space travel should be unquestionable. The proof should be unquestionable. We should have unquestionable footage of the Earth from far away enough that we can see the entire revolution, the Earth doing a revolution. Just, I know Matt Pellan shapes it like it means nothing, but all his slogan thing, live stream of the Earth spinning, all that crap. But not even that. I want to see something sent off the Earth with a camera that has some kind of fuel to send itself away from the Earth, and then watch the Earth float away into space. And we'll just leave this device behind, but we'll, get the connection to send us the footage of this object looking at the Earth, watching it hurtle through space like we're told it does. Because surely we can have, if we can send satellites to Jupiter, then we can have a device that'll hang back and not follow the Earth's trajectory, because there's no force to space. It's a vacuum. You can activate your own force with these fire burners and just go wherever you want. Any motion is possible. So theoretically we should be able to have this object watch the Earth float away until it's a tiny little glimpse of nothing, and then they'll have proven to everybody that we're hurtling through space and that we are leaving shit for dust. That we're not stood in one blackness constantly, that we're constantly moving. That's what I want. Not no fucking telescopic view of a star and some parabolic fucking explanation for, hey, this moves this way, so we're moving at this, blah, blah, blah. On gold standard evidence of the shape of the Earth and the way the Earth moves. Not that. Would have been first on any real legitimate scientific group. Would have been first on their list to provide for all people. But no, they've left us to fucking muck around in this load of bollocks. The Flat Earth Society, just the insanity ward. And whose fault is that? Us? Or any other flat earthers? Their fault, is it? No, it's not. It's science's fault for not fucking convincing people properly. Because I'll be damn sure that I'm no fucking fool or idiot that would just accept anything. I don't accept that aliens landed on Earth and bummed a few fucking men and then took them away and stopped time and talked to them in a ship and then let them go, and then some fucking therapist did some hypnotherapy on the guy, and he tells his story about how he was in a craft and there was fucking cloned humans talking to him. There's people out there who'll just take that word for word and think it's real. But nay, so I want to be convinced it's a globe, and not by your average shite. I don't, Bukaki pies can try all he wants, no telescope, no footage is going to do anything for me, or no sentences, no on visuals. And that ain't asking for too much. Hey, what's up, John? Joking, man. I'm not into all that shit, bro. I think Max Sargent's the bald guy from Game of Thrones. Oh, this looks nice. This is actually from the ground up looking. Fuck's this? It's that cannabis planet. It's letting off some fumes. Someone's getting high as fuck. Hang on. It's a huge Christmas tree. That's what it is. I like the green colours, man. It's cool. The fuck? Literally looks like Christmas. Sometimes I think we're like a one big lesson for life to learn from, that we're just one massive fuck up that's had to be caged off onto Earth. Never allowed to explore space ever, because we fucked up. We killed everything. There was one big alien war, and all that was left was fucking monkey genes and one alien left, and then that made us. We fucked shit up, and now we're stuck here. I wonder if we did originate from somewhere other than Earth by our own doing. Very unlikely, but we don't know. Oh, but we do know. 2.2 billion years ago. You're going funny, but all I heard was better than talking to snakes. Well, your mic's just roughly. Yeah, well, talking to myself, yeah, it's fine. But I didn't know what he meant, yeah. Then I wasn't saying it and telling him to fuck off, like, well, I don't fucking know, I don't care. I have nothing to do with any of this drama that's gone on. Oh, he's just checking his mic.
Sorry.
Right, it's
4K,
perfect.
4K, Google doesn't like 4K. Google.
Oh, it's
whatever.
too much of a weight to carry on his back. You and your little computer
Well,
has to slow it down for Google.
What I was showing them was infrared imagery. That's the sky as we would see it if we had more color receptors in our eyes, but we don't.
Wow.
So we see black dots, but what is really there is much, much more rich.
Shit.
We just don't see it.
Yeah.
So when we layer 3 versions of infrared or 3 versions of spectroscopy, seeing in the infrared, ultraviolet, and gamma, then we can lay those 3 over the top of each other and we get a much, much different view of space. Our eyes are very limited.
It looked incredible. It's just a weird thing. I remember learning about that and just thinking, wow, so what we see isn't actually what is there. We are forever bound by our anatomy. The other things we'll see.
Butterfly has better vision than us.
Yeah.
We only have 3 color receptors, RBG, and a pistol shrimp has 26.
Yeah.
So
it's like we were
pistol
never
shrimp can look at the sky and go, we just go, oh, sky's blue. Sea's blue, pretty ordinary. But to a pistol shrimp, sky ain't blue, sea ain't blue.
What do you think the Earth What do you think the Earth had in mind for humans, knowing that we would craft things out of metal with energy? Say we couldn't go to space, then what would be expected of us to do with our technology? Say that we couldn't leave our atmosphere. It would just to build a utopia kind of city, wouldn't it? But do you think that Earth knew that we would try and go to space? That's why we are the way we are, to build the things we have built?
Well, I mean, space is a dream for us, We don't know that we'll even get there. We can dream about it, but we've seen evidences of civilizations and rising and falling on planet Earth. I mean, we've seen whole species be destroyed, so we may not even make it. We may not even be a memory in terms of the universe. Like, we're completely imperfect beings. We know that as we learn more about ourselves, we realize how imperfect we are. We certainly know for a fact that we weren't created. If we were, we'd be far more perfect, but we're not. We're almost at the edge of creating a far superior being than ourselves. And if we can do that in our fumblings of 50 years, then to turn around and say that there's a God who's omnipotent and omnipresent, well, he did a pretty foul job of making the universe.
Yeah, well, maybe we sacrificed
running by itself.
Maybe we sacrificed to be a perfect human, to have more emotions, to feel more. Like I've said before, about hating and all the emotions that you enjoy are in effect because of the emotions that you don't enjoy, aren't they? So if we were perfect human beings, we wouldn't know what love was. We wouldn't know we just wouldn't feel the same, would we? We would be like a wild animal, with robotic even, whereas we're not robotic at all, we're extremely...
Well, that's your concept of perfection, but to an artist, it's completely different to what an engineer would say. To say someone who's religious, a perfect being might be someone that experiences all emotions but evenly, or doesn't die, or doesn't have, Parkinson's or birth defects or anything like that. It's a lot of things. When you say a perfect being, we're flawed in every single way, like emotions themselves are, how many people do we murder a day at the behest of our emotions, So even those are not very much of a great sacrifice to be working toward when they do so much damage to us as a being, to our progression.
Yeah.
Then again, not enough, and we'd just be cold. We'd be just cold, unintellectual. We probably would breed ourselves into extinction because we wouldn't be able to make connections with each other, and we'd slaughter each other mindlessly, because we wouldn't be able to make emotional connections to each other. So it's a fine line, isn't it?
Yeah. It's all about, what would the perfect race of humans, say 1,000 years down the line, what would they teach themselves in order to create the perfect balance to where they can thrive, mentally, physically?
we're at an interesting philosophical standing point right now in the next sort of, in the last sort of, I don't know, 20 years in towards the next 50 years. There's a lot of stuff being thrown around by people who care, who have a voice or care to have a voice in terms of genetic engineering. Like we know that we evolved, but we also know that it was selective breeding for the most part that got us where we are. I mean, that's how Asians are different to black people, and white people are different to American Indians. It was the selective breeding process. But in that sense, when we're messing with our DNA, and we can, when we're trying to actually cure diseases, are those things some sort of part of a growth cycle that will lead us to being ever greater? Like, will nature guide us into being better, or will we have to actually encourage it and push it? So, we're at this crossing point. Do we just let things go, or do we put our hands in there? And, one side of the argument says, no, let nature take its course. Nature knows best. But the other side of the argument, well, nature doesn't know best because we're selectively bred, and we can prove that. So we have had a hand in our own creation.
Yeah,
nature does that.
We could have lost great attributes, couldn't we, from our human origins?
Well, we know that we have. Yeah, we know that there was one stage down in near China. There was a really intelligent simian, and we went in there and just raped and pillaged them all. We murdered all of them. And they probably would have been much smarter than us if they were left alone. But we murdered them all as Neanderthals.
Yeah,
and that's proven. Holes in the skulls, broken bones. We did it. We can't. And the only thing that we can surmise is that a nomadic species came along. It wasn't tigers, because no teeth marks in rib cages, crap like that. There's holes in skulls the size of the human femur, a leg bone. We've used that as a weapon and bashed their skulls in. And they were very large-brained and very, very intelligent, because they were cutting glass. They were getting volcanic glass, and making weapons with it. We weren't doing that. So, we fucked up a pretty good, smart bunch and said, no, this is ours, because we were the most, what put us where we are. We're the most violent, most cunning species on the planet. We're the most dangerous motherfuckers around.
Yeah, I've seen an interesting, a cool video on my facts. It was the top 5 people who have died and not rotted, or what they call it, when a body doesn't, bloody hell,
decompose.
Yeah, but there's famous bodies that haven't decomposed. And I know most of them, like that woman who was a saint.
Yep.
But there was one.
Yep.
There was this white guy who was found. He's the oldest man that was ever found that was fully intact with his flesh and stuff. But he was 6'6", and he had like ginger hair, and he had like a couple of women around. He was found in China, and nobody knows who the fuck he was or how he got there, because he was white and nobody else. It's still a mystery, isn't it? And I thought, I was like, whoa, that guy must have been raw to get all the way to some country on his own, like. But and he must have been worshipped kind of as well, because he had I think he had some nice stuff around him, and he had quite a lot of women around him. So he must have been looked upon as he must have been intelligent. But if you can literally see someone look at his face today, man, it's creepy.
So wait, you're saying he was buried among other burial sites of women?
No, he had women around him as if they were his wives, or they could have been his family. But
you mean entombed as well?
Yeah, but I don't know what kind of tomb he was in.
Chinese guy.
No, he was white, but he was found in China, and he was he shouldn't have been found where he was at that period of time.
Around what period of time is this? What era?
I'm guessing 2,000 years ago, but I'm not sure. So it was only a 5-minute video.
Around the time of Christ.
Yeah, that's it vaguely. But he had ginger, long hair, and he was 6'6", and everyone else was like 5'2" in that region. So he must have traveled an extreme distance, but nobody will ever know why.
No, I don't think anybody was 6'6" in any region at that time. I think everybody was, King 5 foot nothing.
Yeah.
No, King Ramses was a ginger. He was also a ginger, and he was also 6'4".
Ramses? Which Ramses? The third?
Yeah.
The third. Well, my history only goes up to Ramses the second, so I'll look into Ramses.
Art Narkin was also very tall. Pretty much the creator of monotheism, and the only reason why the Egyptian people listened to.
Wait a second, that's Yahweh. You mean
Art Narkin? Monotheism, yeah.
Monotheism. You know what? There's no monotheism. Even the Holy Roman Catholics have backslid into polytheism. I mean, number one, they've got the Father, the Son, the Holy Ghost, the Trinity. Now, if I were to imagine a God, as everyone else has, I would not give it 3 facets. I'd give it
trillions of facets. That's how big my God would be. So let's lose that triune nature of God, and never mind that. Let's go on to the saint. We got the fucking Holy Mother. We got even Joseph ranks a place. We've got all the saints throughout the Old and New Testament. It's a polytheism once again. They couldn't even reconcile with a single fucking God. They had to give it a triune nature, a son nature, a Holy Ghost nature, as well as the vast creator intellect of the universe nature. Oh, come on. They backslid. And now, what? There is no brand of truth, to my knowledge, that requires the art form known as apologetics to accompany it. I don't require apologetic, ever. I will defend what I say with what I have to say. I have yet to see a flat earther, creationist, religionist who does not come fully equipped with a full range of apologetic. And do you know what apologetics is? It's from the Greek term apologia, to make excuse for what you believe.
Right.
And that's usually in conformance with what you know to believe ain't true, but somehow have to believe it through some emotional infirmity of your own.
So it can't be a reason, can it? An excuse is not a reason. That's how you be an
No,
apologist.
my point is that apologetics never comes in the form of truth. It's a way of twisting truth. And that is what I find in the flat earth creationist and religious community.
It's inevitable, isn't it? People who are so into their religion, even if they do flat earth, they won't change their core.
No. They change every day. But what I'm looking at is some very stubborn folk.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
There is no end to the number of Christians, Muslims, and others who are becoming atheists. There are no end to Christians becoming Muslims. There are no end to Muslims becoming Christians. It's a very fluid dynamic. And I find flat earth to be at a confluence of certain extreme points. Conspiracy theorism, creationism, religionista, and outright stupidity, all making a confluence of events to arrive at this point, which is in anathema to all the known sciences.
Yeah, there's also the people who just aren't convinced by science, isn't it? So that's nothing to do. That's the conspiracy side of it, isn't it? It's no religion.
They lack a very vital piece of their personas. That is that they themselves are capable of scientific endeavor and make these truths known. So why don't they do it? Why does everybody else have to do it? And
people are trying. There's the content's out there, isn't it? If you type flat earth experiment, how many fucking videos are going to come up? Thousands upon thousands.
But at the same time, there are thousands upon thousands, and I ask flat earthers for the simplest of evidence, and the goalposts always get moved, and suddenly I'm in the wrong, and they all clap themselves on the back, thinking they beat the globalists. Meanwhile, they've done nothing of the kind. It's like a pigeon playing chess.
Yeah, that's being a wiener. That's like typical. Globalists, that's just like you're too emotionally involved. Get a grip.
No, I'm emotionally involved when I've got my 6-year-old nephew coming up to me after having been online on YouTube and saying, "Is the earth flat?" That was 2 years ago. Well, I set him straight, and that's when I discovered these guys.
Well, how easy was it to set him straight? So easy for, just, he's only 6, like.
Yeah, because the truth is easy. It's bullshit that's hard.
Well, Discoverer, that you and I are the same person.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. One of us is using a voice mod of some sort.
Well, they're not that good of researchers, are these ISIS? Because we've had about 7 2-hour-long chats in the last several months.
Yeah. Well, you can't let them talk. You can't let them know that.
But yeah, it's fine, atheists. I totally understand where you're coming from. You've got a lot to look at, haven't you, from your globalist side? There's so many.
No, I don't actually. I only have reality to look at.
I mean, from the personas of flat earthers, you see a lot coming at you.
No, I don't actually. Whatever comes at me from flat earthers is easily deflected because it is the mere wisp of stupidity. It really doesn't even rate in the world-class arena of commentary or science. It just doesn't. It doesn't even approach it closely in any way, shape, or form. It is ridiculousness in the extreme.
I don't think you're that smart, atheist.
And I know you're not that smart.
No, I'm not.
What I think it is.
Stupid.
Well, what I think it is, it's just that people are conditioned in today's society to be consumers, and they expect knowledge to be the same as everything else. They just want it handed to them on a
That's
platter.
not
They
it
just
at
put an
all.
order in, they get the perfect meal for $5. You've got to seek knowledge. It won't just be handed to you and presented to you in a nice palatable format. You've got to actually work at it. And in the age of information, it's disgusting to see people just deny themselves that ability to learn. And there's so much to know. It's sad.
Of course, there's so much to know in this fucking endless space that we're at the edge of, this universe. There's an endless amount of shit out there, isn't there? For us to,
it's
gain nothing from.
Perfect example. Last Melchizedek. I've theorized that we are in a dimensional prison. Last Melchizedek, I put it to you that you do not understand dimensions in the way that reality understands them. You understand them through science fiction. You think dimensions are another place in time or another place, but you don't realize the simple truth that dimensions are height, width, and length. That's 3 dimensions. That's why we call it 3 dimensions. It has height, width, and length. So you've taken science fiction and you're trying to shove that square into a circle, into the sphere, and you're wondering why that you think you've been taught those things, but it's just the musings of science fiction. It's fantasy, but you've made this leap to say no, science fiction is reality because you've seen science fiction becoming reality. So then you therefore think that everything you see in science fiction therefore is real. You see what I'm getting at? So you're conditioned to believe, you've allowed yourself the mistake of believing that dimensions are other places, whereas dimensions are merely just units of measure. So another dimension is just another cube or another sphere or another triangle, or there is no other dimension other than height, length, and width. That's a fantasy. You could say it's time, but that's not another dimension. That's just space, and time and space create dimensions.
Well, Zeisis, I could have said that in a lot fewer words. It's called reality.
I know.
Period.
Yeah.
The observable reality. When you mention height, width, depth, and all that, the 3 dimensions, and of course time, that's the 4th dimension, they're still a measurable part of our reality. There has been nothing other than that has been measurable, that humankind can point to and said, yeah, we measured that. No, we didn't. There's nothing beyond the 4 dimensions that we've measured. The quantum level, guess what? That is fucking beyond me. And I fully believe there are only 8 people on Earth who understand it. And I'm not one of them. So I'm not going to stand here and talk about it. That would be silly. And I'm not going to stand here and listen to other people talk about it. That would be even sillier. But beyond the 4 dimensions, what have we measured? Nothing.
Well, you can say there's 11 spatial dimensions, but that's like it's a ball.
That's a mathematical concept.
Yeah, it's a concept. That's right. A ball is still a ball, and you can say that it has 11 dimensions, but it's still a ball.
Yes, you can say that can be measurable, but purely in mathematics and purely theoretically.
I'd like to change the subject.
It's like the Klein bottle, The Klein bottle is purely fantasy.
So you agree that we've measured nothing beyond the 4 senses, and anybody who makes any claim of a superior, vast creator intellect of the universe type being, and they know of it, and they know what it wants of us, and they can, be prophets of its doom. Now, those are the people I call fucking bullshit on. That is just fucking ridiculous. You don't know, and neither do I. So fuck you. And I don't mean
you free. You're completely wrong there.
I mean fuck you in general to people who say things like
time is not cyclical. Time is not cyclical. In fact, it's a coil. That's why we call it this mortal coil. If you think the planet in the universal model, you're given a very simple understanding in primary school. It's just implied. You never taught this is the Earth and this is the way it goes around. It's just implied that you understand that concept. But in reality, the Earth does not do circles around the sun. It does coils, and the sun does coils as well. Nothing does complete circles. Not even a rotation of the Earth. If you held a ruler and it left an imprint every second,
because everything's traveling forward.
Everything's moving.
It's called a barycenter. We already know the gravitational nature of the barycenter. But that's where Einstein comes in. That's where relativity comes in. Yes, we're on close to the end of a spiral arm of this galaxy, and we're traveling at immense speed. And even around the sun, we're traveling at immense speed compared to how we move humanly on Earth. It's inconceivable to us, but it happens. It's called inertia. People people say, it's like flat earthers are saying, why doesn't the galactic wind travel through your hair? Because there's no fucking wind, idiot.
It's not wind.
Yeah, but that's how they simplify things to accommodate their simple mind.
Well, I wouldn't say that. It's just misinformed.
Oh, I would say that, and I just did.
Our inability to measure something doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. Well, yeah, I beg to differ.
Yeah, I saw that comment too.
You're having trouble understanding what we've already measured, dude. Like, you're having trouble. You're in the 16th century, mate, as far as work.
Exactly. Not only does he have to imagine things that can't be measured, but he has to deny things that have been measured.
And understood very well.
And well understood for centuries.
Yeah, like the microwave. The microwave is theorized before it was discovered because it was understood that it would be there. Just like infrared and ultraviolet. We knew that it was there. We had no way of proving it, but we were smart enough to go, it's going to be that. It has to be that. It can't be anything else. You know, it's like what's between blue and yellow? Green.
And now look at you. Thanks to microwaves, you can have a hot dog in under 2 seconds.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, the microwave was discovered well before the radio. It was theorized, 17th century? Like, you know, like it's like the combustion engine was invented in 1634. The automobile came like 200, 300 years later. So, yeah.
No. As a flat earther, you'd have to deny all of that. That's why they have this hard-on for NASA. It's like, to be a flat earther, you have to deny. And then when they ask for evidence, you go, well, you know, NASA gets these great fucking motherfucking photographs of it. They go, oh, no, NASA. It's like, the greatest space agency on the planet that provides the greatest evidence ever. That you have to deny that as well. To exclude that is I can't say the height, but I would have to say the depth of intellectual depravity.
Well, no, they don't have a choice. You're a flat earther. You have to disregard NASA. There's no way around it unless you're a geocentrist.
The thing is, they're not even smart enough to know that it's not just NASA you have to deny. It's all space agencies across the planet, and never mind space agencies, every scientific or institute of physics across the globe, of which there are millions. All of them are wrong because you, an internet moron, is somehow right. Show me the math on that. Show me the math on some internet moron being right and all of modern physics being wrong. When has that ever happened?
They're saying they're lying, but I want to talk about something different. I don't want to be shady. I want to talk about how our environment is built for us to never be able to leave. You know, look at the amount of things that we have to do just to be able to breathe in a space shuttle, just to do anything, just to reproduce water, that we have to convert our own piss into water just to be able to drink. You know, what are the temperatures to re-enter our atmosphere? Thousands of degrees. It's like God's playing a joke on us. You know, it's like the tin of cookies above the cupboard that you cannot reach. It seems like to me that we weren't destined to go to space, that there's nothing out there.
You know what? Hardly. There's no God playing a joke on us. You know why?
We're not built for space.
We have definitely conquered our ability to live in space. We can do that. Why we're undertaking the ISS mission is to test the longevity of our existence in space for, say, a flight toward Mars, which would take at least 7 months. We'd have to live that long in a weightless environment, and we have to do that testing now in our own.
You got to look at the ISS as like a log cabin falling around the Earth. It's extremely primitive. You know, like when you actually start to see that, when you see us, 200 years from now, just like us right now looking at a tall ship. I mean, you look at a tall ship in a harbour and you'd scoff at it. And that's how we'll be looking at the ISS 300 years from now with any luck. One day we are going to look down at the container ships being built today. I guarantee this. And I won't be around to say, hey, I told you so. We'll be floating in space looking at the wreckage of an oil tanker going, how the fuck did they build that? Just like the way we're looking at the pyramids today. We're like, how the fuck did they build that? And there'll be a bunch of idiots floating around the planet arguing with each other, or probably on the internet of some sort, saying, going, oh, it was built with this and this, and they'll come up with all these fantastic theories, and it'll be nothing like reality because they won't understand how we could get 3,000 tons of metal and launch it into the ocean. They'll just be like scratching their heads. The everyday Joe will be like, how the fuck did they do that? You know, it's just how things go. And then they would never believe me if I traveled forward in time. They would never ever believe me that we rolled that 3,000 tons of metal on air cushions, on airbags. We literally rolled it on airbags. They're like, no fucking way. And they're building 300 million ton spaceships floating in space going, well, this is easy because we're floating in space, but down in gravity, like, what the fuck? How did they do that? It'll happen.
Zysis, I'll disagree with you just a little bit. I think future generations will know exactly how we got millions of tons of iron onto the ocean. That's not going to be a lost science. What you're talking about, this would be a lost science among these flat earthers we're talking about, who are ready to lose any form of science as long as it fits their religious beliefs and idealisms. As they have gotten so desperate, they've dug in so deep, they can't dig themselves out. That's how
gravity is still a theory.
The stupidity of the flat earther is inflicted upon himself and
Turbo Teabag, I'll present to you
by people like me.
Turbo Teabag, dude, get an anvil, throw it off the Empire State Building. There you go. There's your experiment. It was done fucking 200 years ago, mate. Buoyancy and density has been proven not to exist. Gravity is not a theory. Case closed. I'll just correct your statement there. If you jump out of an aeroplane with an anvil and you pin drop, you've got no air resistance, you will fall at the same speed. Why isn't the anvil falling faster than you? Buoyancy and density has no validity in reality, mate. And I can guarantee you that. Why do you achieve maximum velocity, terminal velocity?
Yeah, terminal
when
velocity
you throw something out of an airplane?
Depends on the weight of the object.
No, all objects fall at the exact same speed. That's gravity, man. Terminal velocity, 9.8 meters per second. Bang.
I thought it changed by mass of the object falling.
Nope. The mass has no bearing at all.
But a human won't fall as fast as a fucking piano off a tower. But it will eventually, if given enough time. You're right, yeah.
No, resistance. If you have the same amount of resistance in the air, so if you pin drop out of a plane next to an anvil, you'll both fall at the exact same speed. That disproves buoyancy and density. That's been proven a long, long time ago by a man named Newton. He proved it.
That's over distance. If you drop a dumbbell in a gym, it'll fall faster than a fucking ball of foam.
Yeah, because it hasn't. Both of them need to be at terminal velocity, but the foam has resistance if it's falling. It has absolute resistance. But if you got that foam and just had the weight itself without the volume, just the mass, like its actual weight, and drop that, and that's like it proves it by firing a gun horizontal and dropping a bullet next to the gun. You know, and I ask flat earthers that very question because it gives me a good measure of your understanding of physics and reality. You don't need to understand physics, you just need to understand reality and how it works. And if you fire a gun horizontally and drop a bullet next to the gun, which hits the ground first, the fired bullet or the dropped one? Now, intuitively, your brain will tell you something, but if you understand lots of things...
Oh, I know.
Your brain will say... And it's a pretty obvious answer, but it's, for a lot of people, it's counterintuitive, you know? So ask yourself if you can answer those questions and you can answer all those kinds of basic mechanical physics questions, then you can say to yourself that you have a fairly good understanding of reality. And then you can then say, with that good understanding of reality, you can then draw conclusions such as the ones Newton did or Einstein or, you know, any of these forward thinkers. But if you can't answer those basic of questions, then you can quite honestly say to yourself that you don't have a very good understanding of reality, not so much as the people who might. So therefore your theories might be just theories, pseudoscience.
And Zysis, I have to add that a lot of things, yes, seem very counterintuitive, but when you study the physics of it and begin to understand the physics of it, it becomes very intuitive. It really does. Physics I came to later in life, but biological, say, evolution, it was in my oldest memories intuitive to me. When I was a young little, in my like 6 years old, I wanted to be Aquaman, and I thought if I stayed in the water long enough at the ocean, at the beach, that I would, you know, my body would grow gills. I didn't understand evolution then, but it was intuitive to me. And when I grew up, it's like I knew nothing, but I just, you know, I saw the bushes and trees of life, and you know, it's just it was undeniable. And though every biochemistry lab on the face of the planet relies on the theory of evolution, and couple that or contrast that alongside the absolute gymnastics the creationists have to go through to explain it away, where we have a very simple explanation. It's called the theory of evolution. Believe it or not, it covers a vast range of interest. And creationism has to take each and every piece of article and find some fantastical thing that somehow always relates to either Old or New Testament theology. Which in the end it never makes scientific sense. And the same is true with the flat earthers. I've heard, what's his fucking name? Cathexis over on Yvette's channel always say, oh, I'm just a flat earth apologist. Well, truth doesn't need apologia in the form of apologetic. All they need is some fucking evidence, which everything else provides. And he always said, I sit in the middle. I'm just an apologist. I don't believe either one, but I do see a lot of problems with the heliocentric globe earth theory. And I have asked him how many fucking times, exactly what problem do you see? Name one. You said you see so many problems. Name one. Never did. Ran, whimpering, tail between his legs, and said, I'll pray for you. The fuck? Well, if he'll pray for me, I'll think for him. I'll have to think for him because he's not thinking for himself. There, rant over.
All right, so what are we seeing when we see the sun? How much of the sun do we see from thinking how big the sun is? Slice, if you want to start, give me a quick description of what we're seeing. Is it just partial rays of light from the sun, or
No.
is it actual
During the course of
physical
32
view of the entire sun? Because it's just a round shape, isn't it, what we're looking at, just the same as the sun?
During the course of 32 days, we see the entire sun. Every 32 days, the sun revolves around itself, of course. And not only do we look with our solar observatories, both in orbit in the Lagrangian points and in orbit around Earth, and Earth-based, do we look at the sun, it spins on its axis a maximum of it's 32 days at the equator and 27 days at the poles. So it has a rotation differential because it's primarily plasma gas. So it is not a solid surface, and it has a rotation differential from the poles to the equator. And that's the nature of our sun. And anybody on Earth, anybody and everybody can get a telescope with sun filters and observe the same thing Galileo saw 500 years ago. It was Galileo who determined the rotation differential. And you know what? Galileo's telescope at that time was 10 times magnification. His best telescope was 30 times magnification. Today, you and me can walk into a Kmart or a Best Buy or a whatever the fucking, package store you got near you, Walmart, Sam's store, can walk in there and get a telescope off the shelf that is 100 times more powerful than Galileo. And he determined in his day the rotation differential of the sun. He discovered the 4 major moons of Jupiter back then. And you today have 100 times at least his capability at the very lowest level. At the very highest level, you have 1 billion times his capability to see into the stars. Why can't you do the same work he does? Why do I have to hear excuses from flat earth morons saying, I can't do research, it's too expensive. $69.99. You get a better fucking telescope than Galileo could have dreamed of. And he made all these discoveries. So flat earthers, go fuck yourselves. End of rant.
Well, yeah, and then there's...
I'm just going to say that I'd be more than happy to look at what he observed, and he must have noted things down, and then one day I would look through that and then attempt to use a telescope myself.
Who, Galileo? Did he note things? Everything Galileo has observed has been recorded by himself.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is I would like to look at that and then do my own thing. Because I'm young, eventually, I don't claim to know how the stars work. I'm not one of them people who will tell you no.
Do you know what the easiest part of that is? Actually looking into what Galileo put down pen to paper and his drawings of his observations. He was also a talented artist, and all his observations have been confirmed and perfected throughout the centuries since him. Now, you and I have the capability. We have 1,000 times his capability in today's technology to do what he did or confirm what he did. You don't have to do better, just confirm it. You don't have to listen to me. You have to listen to him. Read his work and go to fucking Kmart and confirm it.
You know, to add to what you're saying there, Rex, what I find the most hilarious is that a lot of the flat Earth videos, they take photographs of the Comcast tower and various towers, and what would a certain astronomer do with such tremendous towers to work with shadows from, the things he could have done with the size of the towers we build today? He would have been better than 1% accurate in the diameter of the Earth, because he would have had a far greater accuracy, not only of measuring the height of the tower and knowing its exact height, but also creating a larger tower to get a more accurate measurement width.
That's an assumption.
Willfully ignorant is like willfully ignorant.
Yeah, you notice when they put out little videos of, I'm seeing Barcelona from Gibraltar, and they never ever mention the elevation, which is supreme. And I mentioned that, I'm going, what's the elevation? And they answer back, well, what does that matter? It was like, it matters even more than the distance, you idiot.
But so what if you can see it? I mean, so what? So what if you can see anything? Who cares? Doesn't
You
prove a
can't
damn
really
thing.
see anything. You haven't even turned on your camera yet. How can you say you've seen anything?
Oh, go away.
You haven't seen
I don't
it
need to deal with it.
outside of your room.
Just gonna
You're too
pretend that
scared to
you're
go outside of your room.
Poor A4. He needs to
Oh,
pick a
believe
fight,
me.
because
No,
this
no.
guy feels like a real coward in real life.
Oh,
he's probably been beat up more than once. So
He's
Yeah, all the
latched
time.
onto that thing
Beat
where
up all
you
the
have to show
time.
yourself,
All
or
the
else
time.
you're not a real.
I'd definitely beat you up all the time, because you got a mouth on you, and I don't think you beat up. You got a mouth on you, mate.
I think once he's made his point, he can just move on, man. I've heard
Poor John LeBon's getting exposed and he can't handle it.
John LeBon. Go and listen to me. Listen to me right now and play one of John LeBon's fucking videos.
Yeah,
oh wait, you're just trolling me. You're just a troll, man. Unless you got something. So let's derail this entire conversation just for your sake, because you're a special little fucking guy, aren't you?
There we go. All you have
No,
to do
let's
is
just
get him a
ignore
little bit
you. Let's
heated
do
and
what
he can't
adults
help
do.
himself.
Let's do what adults do to children. Shut the fuck up, honestly.
And it shows how rigged it is. How do you even have a moderated? Rigged.
Anyone can mute anyone in Google Plus,
Poor John LeBon.
dude.
Poor John LeBon.
Yeah, you think you get to me, man? Like, so what have you got to offer to this conversation, A4, other than vitriol and ripping into people and basically speaking at through your asshole? What have you got? What do you got? I thought so. Fucking nothing.
Oh, I was asking what the conversation was.
Well, what was the conversation?
Then he lights a bong. He lights a crack pipe or something. Then I heard the lighter, a crack pipe.
Yeah,
You were lighting
yeah,
a
that
crack
was a
pipe.
lighter.
You were lighting a crack pipe.
Buddy, just because I heard you pulling a bong earlier doesn't mean that I'm a fucking idiot like you, okay?
I just
try to imagine. Try to imagine for one moment in your life. Try to imagine one moment in your life that you are not that intelligent.
So I guess
Try
it
to
was a
imagine
crack pipe.
that you are probably double-digit IQ. You got a vocabulary of about 1,000 words at best at your disposal, and you consider yourself quite intelligent. Now think about this, right?
I don't
think
think I'm
about
intelligent
this.
at all,
Now,
at
shut
all.
up
You're
and listen.
and
Think
you're
about
making
this.
an ass out of you and me for assuming.
Oh God, here we go. He's going to repeat Daryl Summers. That's a great intellect to be repeating. Daryl Summers, what a wonderful intellect, a TV personality.
Fucking easy. Come on, keep it going.
give him a go. They were talking about NASA and the moon and sun. I'd like to listen to you. Yeah, man.
Okay.
No, we're basically talking about idiots like you, A4, who have no pursuit of any intellectual capacity whatsoever. And you're now in a position. You're now in a position where your imagination, you are so fucking infinitely stupid that in the age of information, even your infinite stupidity can be applauded by your fellow stupids.
That's how I know
because you are
John
given
LeBon,
voice in this
you
world.
have to use the same words.
You are given voice, and by being given voice, your own fellow idiots can therefore stick their hands up and say,
Fellow
"Yeah, I
idiot.
agree
It's
with
like
you."
you watch too much Lord of the Rings. Fellow idiots.
Yes.
Fellow this. Fellow
Fellow
that.
idiots.
We're not the Fellowship of the Ring, man.
Not even fucking. Well, try to keep your mouth shut for a moment, dickhead. Can you do that? Let's see how long A4 can keep his mouth shut for.
I'm sorry, Jono. But then it's silent. See. Anyway, John.
We're wondering.
How's it going? Over
We're having a
in
great conversation before this.
Wherever
this grub.
You are. Where are you?
This little
Where are you?
emotional
Where
leech
are you located?
came into the room. So what were we talking about, A4? Let's direct it your so-called vast intellect and your Masonic ring.
Well,
that
you
you
were
hold.
talking about the moon and NASA. So if you were talking about NASA and the moon, then you
Yous
would
were
talk about
talking
the,
about
the measurement that
well,
NASA and scientists that they've paid to regurgitate what they want, their knowledge, if you want to call it that.
Well, it was Atheist Rex was talking. I asked him what he thinks we're seeing when we look at the sun, because we see a round sun in the sky, and then he went on about Galileo. I just went on a rant, but
well, you can't really say that you've seen a ball in the air. You can say that you've seen a disc.
No, what I was saying is, you asked me what we see when we look at the sun in the sky. And I was telling you, and I was giving you the earliest version of what we see in the form of Galileo and what you can see today. Why are you asking me what you can see in the sky of the sun in the sky when you can do it for yourself?
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. If you try to tell me that you are seeing a spherical ball, then I'm going to disagree with you.
Yes, everyone can tell you that, and if you disagree with it, then you kind of have to go against the norm. And going against the norm is not exactly not your specialty.
In the air doesn't mean I have to say it's a spherical ball, because
it's not
the norm of
do you know what a rotation differential is?
Spherical object.
Do you know what a rotation differential is? That means it spins greater at the equator and lesser at the poles because of its gravitational nature.
Whatever. Gravitational
can only be achieved by a sphere.
Force. So it's centripetal force.
Rex, you're failing to acknowledge the psychology of the situation.
No, I'm actually addressing the other guy who was talking to me.
I don't call it gravity, though. I call it centrifugal force. So you're
because you're a fucking idiot. That's why.
Because you're a
I mean, you can call it whatever the fuck you like, mate. Because you are a fucking idiot. You are pretty much the worst kind of person that any parent could produce.
You are the worst type. Fucking worst. Worst. Sorry, mate. What were you saying?
And you just reinforced what I said.
I haven't finished the sun shit. I want to talk about
All right,
do you want my 2 bits on it? I don't like hearing these arguments. It reminds me of fucking shit.
Do you want my 2 bits on it?
Man. Well, I want to first make a point about how light travels through the fucking universe, the space, the solar system. It hits objects, doesn't it?
Because I want to know how much this is kind of my passion, my passion and my insight has.
Yeah, so you make a point. So how much of the sun is actually aiming at us? Go on.
What happens when you heat a solid? You know, anything that's solid melts and turns to liquid. Yeah.
Maybe.
Not talking to morons. So when you heat any solid at all, you get liquid. And what happens when you heat liquid?
Gas, yeah.
And what we've discovered is what happens when you heat gas.
Well, what the fuck's the next one? High active
plasma.
Or plasma, isn't it?
Plasma. Yep. So the sun, what I showed you before with all the green clouds, the space isn't some black void. That's just what our eyes see. But what is in reality is we're in this massive Magellanic cloud. We're in a giant nebula, and we've even seen we noticed all but too late. We realized that we are inside a nebula. We can see other ones, but we're actually inside one as well. And there's even been theories as to what will happen when we leave this nebula, when we leave this gaseous cloud that we're in. But the sun is eating gas. It's just sucking it up. And that's also what propels the universe, is the constant recycling of material. That's what causes the vacuum.
Yeah, and you're so special.
But the sun is so powerful in its presence, you know, and it's a big chain reaction of plasma, because it's such a fucking crazy amount of material that's been stuck to it. That's all it can become. And its field is so strong, like its, you know, attraction is so powerful because it's so fucking big that the only thing that can escape it is high oscillating wavelengths. And that's light, sound, heat, gamma, high energy alpha. So only things that are vibrating like really, really intensely can actually escape its
the electromagnetic spectrum.
So to get out of this realm, we got to vibrate like fucking intensely. Then we just got to build a vibration machine, like a mega vibrator.
No, it's more commonly known as frequency.
But wouldn't a vibrator work too?
It doesn't. It vibrates whatever subatomic particles it comes into contact with. And in space, that's not a lot until you hit an atmosphere, like the one around a planet, like the one around ours. That's when you get it prismed into the electromagnetic spectrum.
Okay.
And which we experience every day. We get heat in the infrared infrared. We get
Okay.
visible light in the visible light spectrum. We
All
get
right, what's the
we
visible
get
light spectrum?
ultraviolet. We get
The
ultraviolet,
ultraviolet.
which is luckily
In the
mostly
ultraviolet
deflected by our atmosphere and our ozone layer. Because the
Okay.
ultraviolet is
What about
nearly
the holes that
deadly
have been
to
burnt?
us.
What about the massive holes that have been burnt that they told us 20 years ago that
They've been
caused mass
corrected.
floods by now?
They've
Oh,
been
did they have to
corrected.
get how did they cut it?
Industry has stopped using carbon fluorocarbons.
So them holes
The
just
South Polar
healed themselves, did they?
anomaly is now closing.
So them
And
holes
you
that
know
I
what?
heard
It
about
takes
10 years ago
years.
that miraculously healed themselves, did they?
It's not a miracle, you dumb fuck. It's not a
It isn't a
miracle.
miracle. Oh, so it's just a natural phenomenon that the ozone layer
No,
rebuilds
it's a
itself.
human-made
It apparently like takes millions of years, trillions of years to make the atmosphere, and then we fuck it in like under
Millions
100 years. And you're telling me that the atmosphere somehow is rejuvenated within the 10 years.
Somebody shut that fuck up, please. Seriously. No one is. These are not the straw men I'm arguing.
Just shows the maturity level of people here. Zeiss has to mute because he knows he's John LeBon and he's got no argument to add.
Every time you make a statement about someone A4, you actually prove that you are that very person in the same breath.
Halfway through my...
You say, oh, everyone's a shill, yet you're sitting there talking to yourself in this fucking channel. Like, can you be less transparent?
There's other people that watch
Like, try to be a little bit better at what you're
try
doing.
to put yourself on a pedestal.
You are not very intelligent,
here unless you're
A4.
responsible for every...
Once you start to realise that you're not very intelligent, you will stop being such a fucking idiot. Because you'll have some humility in what you say.
You're so smart. You're not smart at all, mate.
Yeah, no, I'm not smart. That's what makes me smart, because I'm in a constant state of being
What a
stupid.
drummer.
You, however, think you're intelligent, and you think you've actually said these words. But you're just here to fight. That's all you're here to do, is just to fight.
Yeah, cool story,
Because
mate.
you've never had a real fight in your real life, have you, buddy?
Oh, fuck.
Because you've never, ever had the balls to actually stand up for what you believe in. You've always been, yes, sir, 3 bags for... What, did your daddy beat you up, boy? Is that why you come online, to try and bully other people? Because daddy beat you up and you couldn't fight back?
That's all you ever talk about. You self-project so bad about other people getting beat up by...
No, I'm just looking at your behaviour. You fall into a pattern. You are no great mystery.
Shut the fuck up, Gronk. Like, seriously, you've had...
Oh, yeah, I won't shut the fuck up. Yeah. You say...
Yeah, I'm going to have to shut up everybody for a second for a shout out to Shroomy. Back you go.
All right, I've heard you several times now on these chats calling other people out and saying that they've been beat up by their dads or their drug users or this and that. You are a faceless troll that is too scared to turn on his fucking camera. Shut the fuck up, you fucking weasel. John LeBon. Go ahead, mate. Now you can have your rhetoric. Say whatever you like. Say I got beat up by my father some more, John LeBon. All right, I have something to add to this. You don't. You have to hide behind a fucking silhouette and steal the information off other people and sit there and fucking write it all down and have it all scripted and noted out so that you sound smart. But you aren't smart. You are not smart at all. You are not even aware. And I'm fucking very disappointed. I thought you were smart, John LeBon. You think fucking everybody's dumb and unaware of what you're doing. You want to try and play some fucking pedestal game where you're on some type of pedestal. Do you think it's really going to work? Do you really think people are going to sit down and just cop your dribble? You want to sit there and say that you would beat me in a fight when you know who I am. You say my name. You say my first name and my last name. You tell people my location, and yet you're talking shit now. What a fucking moron, mate. You are the biggest fucking dead set loser that I've ever come across on the internet. Seriously, like, I know that I can act like a dickhead, but that's why I hold myself accountable and have shown my face and say, yeah, this is who I am. If you have a problem, you can come and see me. All right, I have a problem with you, mate, so turn your camera on so I can come and see you. Fucking weasel. Anybody else want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm back. I just got a can. Nah, I got no topics, man. Did you watch any of the main Flat Earth live shows then? Did you watch Patricia Steers' latest one?
Patricia Steers' show is a set-up fraudulent show that nobody can get on. You're not allowed to participate in the chat unless you are a network troll. All right?
You're all trolls? You're all networks? You all work for Gavin? You're all trolls? And I don't like it.
All right, whatever.
My name is A4. I'm from Australia, and I'm a fucking asshole, baby.
Yeah, you're a fucking... How old are you?
You need to get A4, Adam. You need to get some new new material, dude.
You're
You're running
You're
out.
all
Patrols, you're all networking. You're really Jean LeBon.
He's been playing that same paranoid, schizophrenic, delusional tune for the last 3 fucking months, dude, and it's starting to wear
No, I
thin,
haven't.
man.
Oh,
I have not. I have not either.
The same fucking
legit.
bullshit, day in, day out.
My
That's what you
research
come
is
in.
legit.
You're all shit, you're all trolls, blah, 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 blah. How much fucking speed do you take in a day, mate?
My shit is
Honestly,
legit.
how much meth do you smoke in a day? Like, what's your habit costing you? Like $300 a day or something? Because I know a
$500
couple of
a day.
cooks, dude. I can hook
I
you
make
up,
meth
mate.
brownies.
You know, you want some ox blood?
You want some meth brownies and some meth cookies, baby?
I don't think you could afford it, dude. Like, I really think you're just fucking snorting codeine or some shit. What are you doing? Snorting fucking Sudafed? Is that what you do?
It's alleged. My drug use is personal. It's a private matter.
Same every day. And it wonders why
It's a
people
private
like
matter.
me just walk away.
Why do you walk away?
Because these motherfuckers just wear you down. You can't actually talk to someone who's on meth.
No,
you can't
I
talk
get
to him.
I got it, dude. He's a fucking idiot. He's
Oh, no. I don't need to be told that. I mean, what's this? Trend maker? Do you know what a shill is, A4? You're actually shilling right now. I wonder if you even realise that.
You're an absolute fucking moron.
So, are you saying that you're not Joven Trend Maker talking in chat right now? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Yeah, no, I'm not.
You're a fucking
Hey,
idiot.
Joven,
You must think everyone is a fucking idiot.
Joven, keep on talking in chat, buddy. There you
Oh,
go.
why don't you get your buddy Joven in here then, hey?
He's entitled to do
Yeah, I
what he
didn't
wants.
fucking
I'm
think
not
so,
even his-
man.
I'm not even
You're
his
predictable.
buddy, mate. I'm just, he's over in some other country. Where the fuck are you,
Yeah,
Joven?
okay.
Again? Where do you live? Didn't you say Croatia? No, not Croatia. Where the fuck are you, Joven? Netherlands or some shit, aren't you? Show you. Look. They keep on going. Yep, there we go. Look, he keeps on typing in the chat. You fucking Gronk. What a dead set fucking loser you are. What a dead set loser, John Lebon.
And this is how you feel good about your shit self, isn't it, Adam?
Oh, you're the one that just accused me.
This is how you feel. This is how you feel good about your shit self.
And then what have I done?
This is how A4 feels good about his loser life. He didn't concentrate in school. He didn't go to university. He just ends up hanging shit on people online so he can feel good about his shit self. That's what he does for a living. And he lies to himself and everyone around him. We should all just take notice of what you're doing and all try to be less like ourselves and more like you, shouldn't we, Adam? Is that what you're suggesting? Because I'm pretty sure that any sane motherfucker on this planet right now would want to be as far from you as possible. And that includes me. And that includes pretty much anyone who's heard you speak for more than 20 minutes. Because I can guarantee you, man, you have nothing to offer except shit.
That was beautiful.
You come here covered in shit, you look up from the trough, man, your face covered in shit, and you're like, dude, this is a really good meal, you should check this out. And you're wondering why no one's diving in the trough with you. You're sitting there going, I've got special information.
I love it.
Face covered in shit, mate.
I love it.
Covered in shit.
You're going good.
Yeah, I'm going good. Yeah, when you get cornered, don't forget to turn around like every other fucking kid online and say, "Oh, it's just trolling." Meanwhile, we both know that you're going to cry. You're going to go off to your fucking bed. You're going to dive into your pillow crying and kick your feet and say, "It's not fair. Why haven't I been handed an easy life? Why do I have to work?"
John LeBon, don't
It's
worry.
not
I'm gonna make
fair.
sure. Just remember, I'm going to record.
Why do I have to work? What's this
Every
work
time-
shit? Fuck it, I'm going to sit on the dole and live with my mum for the rest of my life. That's what winners do.
Suck a dick. You know what I'm going to do, mate? I'm going to go back and make sure.
Hey, Adam, at 32 years old, how does it feel at 32 years of age to be answering to your mother? You fucking dropkick.
Yeah, fucking
Oh,
dropkick.
don't
You know what I'm
do
going to
it.
do?
The only way you're going to fucking grow out of yourself is to actually be honest with yourself and see yourself in a mirror. And if it takes me to fucking do it, I don't care. I've got plenty of fucking dickhead mates like you, and I love hanging shit on them. And guess what? Most of them love me hanging it on them because they didn't have a proper fucking father in their lives. And you little motherfuckers all come running up to me and go, "Please act like my daddy. I need the discipline because I'm a recalcitrant little fucking grub of a man."
He got abused, sure.
Oh, what's the matter, you little grub?
He got abused for sure. Oh, this is awesome.
Yeah, I got abused.
Oh, that's awesome, brother.
Don't bother me. If I was related to you, I'd cut my fucking jeans out right in front of you, and I'd throw them on the
Sorry,
floor and
Jono,
drown
don't
you in them.
stress, mate. Don't stress no more, Jono. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go back and I'm going to get every time you're in here doing all these slanderous things. And
Yeah. And you're gonna circle jerk. You're gonna do what some really smart interneters do and think that everyone's paying attention on the planet to what you say. You're gonna pretend that you actually can dent my psyche with your stupidity.
What I'm going to do, brother?
Oh, look at all the little fucking grubs that
gonna
I've stained and hurt before. What happens, Multi Tom Tom? Did I kick your teeth in too, boy? Get in here and let me do it again. You're fucking pathetic, the lot of you. Look at you. Oh, line up, boys. Come on, line up. I'd do it in real life too. I'd be in the ring with my gloves on saying, get in the fucking ring, you pussies. Because I know that each one of you are fucking girls, man. I know that you're fucking girls. Giggling away because you can't get hit, can ya? But when you're about to get hit, every single one of you motherfuckers are the same. You all fucking put your hands over your head and say, don't hurt me, I was just trolling, I didn't mean it. You fucking girl, man.
They
You sit
say,
there and
do
talk,
you say
you're a
trolling in
fucking
real
girl.
life? I was
Tom Tom,
trolling,
you're
I
a
was
fucking girl.
trolling.
You,
Trolling
Turbo,
with
you're a
you.
fucking girl. You
trolling,
pussies.
trolling,
You're
bruv.
so
Don't hurt me,
fucking
I was
weak in your lives and your reality that you can't even make a proper decision for yourselves. Oh, look at you weak little fucks. You wonder why Atheist comes in here and hangs shit on you, because it just feels so good to do it. It's like wiping your feet before you walk into a nice house. You're a fucking doormat.
Go ahead, mate. Go ahead. If it makes you feel better, go ahead. Give it to me, man. Give it to me. Give it to me.
Because you all do this for what? Entertainment? Because you got such fucking shitty lives. Is that what you
You're
do?
like a little baby.
Your
Talk like a
life's
man.
so fucking
You're
shit.
like a baby, man. You're like a little child.
Oh, yeah.
Grow up.
Yeah, I'm like a child. I'm like a child when I'm sitting in the sidelines talking shit.
You're not sitting on the sidelines. You were left
I'm here, man. Say what you want. Say what you want. Go on.
Oh, yeah, you're here, yeah. But if you're here in real life, you'd be doing like just about everyone does.
Go ahead.
What would you be doing? Tell me what you'd be doing.
Tell me. You tell me.
What do they all do? What do
You
they
tell me
all
what you
do?
do.
You're not mature enough, mate. To talk like a man. You're not mature enough.
You're the one that said that you would be in the ring and putting gloves on. I would have already knocked you right on the chin, brother. I don't know what you're
All right,
talking
A4.
about.
Put your money where your mouth is, man. Where do you live? You're in New South Wales?
Yep.
Put your money where your mouth, boy.
Yep.
Where are you?
Anytime. It's
Where are you? I'll
easy.
come
You
and
know where
fucking
I am,
get
John
you.
LeBon. John LeBon, you know where
Come
I
on.
am.
Yeah, I'll prove to you I'm not John LeBon, mate. And I want you to take photos of yourself when I fucking break your nose and tell everybody who broke your fucking nose.
John LeBon.
That it was
but I don't think John LeBon will be able to do it.
It wasn't John fucking LeBon, you
tell me your
dumb
name then.
little boy.
Oh, somebody's fucking got fear in their fucking voice now.
Fear? Fearing a fucking meth addict.
Guys, if it makes you feel any better, you're not John LeBon. I've seen John LeBon.
Oh, if it makes you feel any better, you're rubbing up to a fucking meth head. Does that feel good for you?
Yeah, it does. I feel good, man.
Figured as much.
Look at you. You're like a crybaby. Like, remember when you were like 8 years old, right?
You know when you get a bunch of fucking idiots on the train, what do you do? When you got a bunch of young dudes on the train, what do you do, boy? What do you do? There's a bunch of kids on the train carriage with you graffitiing the fuck out of it. What do you do?
Guys, grow up. You got some nice points to prove. Yeah, you got nice
What do
things
you
to say.
fucking do? What do you do?
Do it like a man.
It's bombing a train. Yeah, I know what you fucking do. You just sit there with your head down and hope they don't fucking say a word to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't ya?
I give him
Yeah,
me
you
texter.
fucking do, don't ya?
I give him me texter.
Yeah. No, you don't give him your texter. Because writers don't use texters, boy. They use markers. Texter. I give him a texter. Yeah, and when a guy like me comes along and draws a little mustache on you, and you just sit there sweating, hoping that I don't beat your fucking head in, and I draw a nice little mustache on you, and all my mates are sitting there having a giggle, and you just sit there sweating, hoping that nothing's gonna happen, don't you?
You're the type of gronk that listens to Cursor and thinks.
So is this. Anyone can be tough on the internet, right?
Yeah,
You can talk big. You can talk big, right?
Exactly. Look at this hero.
But I bet you're a mouse in real life.
Very amusing though, Jono. John LeBon. Very amusing indeed.
Does you calling me John LeBon, does that make you think that you're hurting me in some way? Is that what you believe?
No,
That's
if
what
it
you
wasn't
believe, isn't
hurting
it?
you, then you wouldn't be
Yeah,
raging so bad.
Do you see how easily red you are? Are you seeing it yet? Do you see how transparent you are? Of course you fucking don't, because you're a fucking idiot.
Oh, God. I feel sorry for you. I really do.
T-minus 1 minute.
Rex, you homo bastard. How come you're all quiet?
50 seconds. T minus 40 seconds.
Oh, there's a bomb going off.
T minus 3 seconds.
There's a bomb going off. Guys.
T minus 20 seconds.
Oh no, there's a bomb.
10, 9,
Oh shit. Oh no.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
How are you? Hey, who's this? This is me, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Oh, nice to meet you. We met once before in the early,
Yes,
like in 2002.
Yeah.
You shook my hand, you walked by.
Yes.
Yeah, that was you.
First, I would like to just get to know you.
Oh, go on.
I want to ask you a bunch of questions, and I want to have them answered immediately.
Go on.
Who is your daddy, and what does he do?
I know what movie this came from. It's great, though. You're very good at that. It's like, I like your sound cues. I was a stage manager once, and I love sound cues. You do it really well.
Thank you.
Wow, you got the thank yous cued, too.
Yes.
Are they written out in like large print, like yes and thank you on your soundboard?
How did you know?
And you had how did you know printed out this way?
Yes.
You are fucking killing me. That is funny. Oh, that's fucking.
Go on.
This is cold. Oh, Jesus.
People. I don't know why I typed that. I could have just as easily said it. Flat Earth, if you prefer. I'm also open to debating social justice, foreign policy, basically what con. I wouldn't go as far as to say I'm a debunker. If you want, you could just post positions in the chat. I mean, if people are too scared, I would totally understand. I'm kidding, by the way. Hey, Quinn. Yeah, go tell your sister to shut the fuck up.
Okay. Hey, I'm out of bed to be. People.
Little brother.
Not so little.
I don't have a proper microphone, so I've got to use the open mic on my computer, and it picks up everything within, like, I don't know, 30 feet. What's my position on the Big Bang? Well, I don't know why I'm making it seem like it's such a complicated question. I do accept the Big Bang as a scientific truth. I try to avoid using the word believe as much as possible because for me there's not a modicum of faith involved. It's more acceptance than belief. No, JEH39, but they have pictures of the Big Bang. Of course, it's more like if you took a picture of a bug squished on the sidewalk, and then just by looking at that photo, you determine somebody must have stepped on it. Atheist Rex, what is this? Don't be condescending with me, Jay. Yeah, I would say so. If somebody presented a model to me that
one ugly boat.
made more sense than the current one, yeah, I would agree with that. The big bump theory? What's that? Other than a poor attempt at a joke. Hey, do you know what happened to my mattress pads? My big cushy foam things?
Mom?
The gray pad.
Mom has.
Why?
And if not, Grandma has them.
They're not in there? Oh, no, wait. No, they're under me.
If not.
Yeah, it's really fucking sensitive and it's really obnoxious. Actually, give me just a minute. I'm going to try and fix that. Okay, can anybody hear me? Anybody? Yeah, it looks like it's picking up. The question is... Oh, no, it's good. I suppose I could just open up the stream and figure out how bad it is. All right, perfect. Yeah, I'm currently using the default headset that came with my PS4. Not good now. Fuck. Oh, never mind. No, it's good. It's not good now. Fuck, I messed that up bad. I'm going to share this on Twitter and see if maybe I can get some more people in here. Ooh, Jeff, Grand Slam. The absolute worst thing you can say is, I have no idea who you are. Wait, so, Jeff, do you support Flat Earth? The Flat Earth theory, I mean, or are you against the idea of Flat Earth? I'm getting mixed signals here. I mean, if anybody has literally any questions, I'll answer them to the best of my ability. My favorite color, I don't have one favorite color, I have two, and that's purple and green. There's my mic. See if I can get this. No, Jeh, I do not. I'm an atheist. Pretty much always have been. Why not? Well, I wouldn't say I don't believe in Jesus. Do I think there's a possibility that maybe he existed at some point? Possibly. But my reason for not believing in God that's a much more complicated subject. Right on. Jesus. Atheist Rex, you weren't lying. Jeff is almost creepily polite. That's way too tolerant. I won't stand for it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. John, let's not make things heated. I like this. It's very rare that I can go online and proclaim openly that I'm atheist without immediately being bombarded with, you're going to hell, you're evil, how can you say such a heretical thing, blah blah blah. And so it's very nice to not have that. And no, I wouldn't say that. John's voicing his opinions, and that's good. It's good for people to have an open dialogue, but it's also important to try to avoid words that would spark what's what I'm looking for, conflict. There we go. Do you believe the Earth is a globe and the blue marble image? Yes, I do believe that Earth is spherical in shape. Again, god damn it, Jeh, you made me use the word believe. I don't like that. Wait, why do I think the Earth is a globe? Because I have no reason to think otherwise, honestly. There's the amount of information supporting a spherical Earth it's overwhelming. There's an insane amount of information and an insane amount of science that revolves around the Earth being round. Things that could be tested in everyday life to, you could go out right now and see that the Earth is round. If the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see all the way to the end of it unless there was something obstructing your view. But if you go out on the ocean and you look straight across the ocean, you're not going to see empty space off in the distance. You're going to see a horizon. Show me proof Earth is globe. It's hard to make a case like that because, like I said, there's an overwhelming amount of evidence, and I'd rather not cherry pick which ideas I believe or I accept to be truths. It's much easier to base an argument off of the beliefs that somebody else holds because that gives you a borderline or gives you a baseline for where you're at and where you need to go from there. No, I don't think you busted me. Jeh. I don't know. How do you pronounce your name? Could you write it out phonetically? Type it out how it sounds? Or if it is just Jeh, just give me the thumbs up or something so I know. Yeah, that's pretty smart. I'll go with that then. Jeff, not Jeh. Yeah, 39. One of the big arguments you can make against God that makes the entire conversation pointless to have in the first place is, can you, through scientific method, prove or disprove that God exists? I am actually waiting for a response. I don't know if I made that clear, and I'm not trying to be condescending right now. I just wanted to make sure you knew. The blue marble is your God image if you believe it and have never seen it. Okay, we'll get into that in just a second, but I had a very specific question. Can you, using the scientific method, prove or disprove the existence of God? And this is a very important question, trust me. Okay, well, I mean, I wasn't trying to put you on the spot or get you to do anything like that. I was looking for a yes or no answer. And, the trend is, not the trend, but the answer is no. No, the scientific method would be an extremely appropriate way to prove or disprove God. The scientific method is the basis of all scientific discovery. You've got, you make a hypothesis. So say for the sake of this argument that my hypothesis is that God doesn't exist. You come up with an experiment. There isn't an experiment to test for something like that. there isn't a test to prove or disprove the existence of God. But so I can't test that, right? If I can't experiment to try and prove or disprove my hypothesis, if I can't collect data on this experiment, God doesn't exist within the boundaries of science. Okay, so no, Jem presents a very good point. The scientific method does only deal with the natural, with the tangible, I guess you could say. It deals with what you can prove or disprove. So if you cannot prove or disprove something, then there's no point in having a scientific discussion about it. It cannot be falsified and cannot be proven. Therefore, it's irrelevant to discuss. And then once you get into that territory, it's no longer about science, it's about philosophy. Show you proof that the earth is round. Now, there's nothing that I can say, and I've got heaps of shit that I could. There's nothing that I could say to convince you of a spherical earth or dissuade you from believing that the earth is flat, because, at this point, and I don't mean any offense to the other flat earthers in here, but you get to a certain point when scientific beliefs become hostile when somebody tries to provide evidence. And more often than not, when I have discussed this topic with flat earthers, no, I'm not saying there's no proof. There's plenty of proof. But what I'm saying is there's no proof that I could give to you that would adequately sway your position to consider either one of us a winner or a loser. And because we have no third party here, no, 39, globe earth is a belief religious God. No, it's not a belief like religion. You see, the thing about religion, the reason it's called religion is because it requires faith. I don't have faith in the science behind a spherical earth. I accept the scientific data that has been presented to me, just like you accept and agree with the scientific data that's been placed in front of you. And I'm not gonna change my stance. I don't know the exact definition of religion, but I'm gonna look it up really quick, and I'm not afraid to admit that I'm a cheater. Oh, come on. The definition of religion is the belief in and worship of a superhuman controlling power, especially a personal god or god. There's also two other definitions: plural noun, a particular system of faith and worship, and a pursuit or interest to which someone ascribes supreme importance. So when you say, can I prove or disprove flat earth? No more than you could prove or disprove globe earth to me. See, that's just it though, 39. If I were to go about it and try to find clues, it would be biased. It would be, because I don't have all the information to go out and experiment and observe in order to make an informed opinion. So at this point in time, I'm sure, like many flat earthers too, the only sort of experimentation that they've done has been, I guess, presented to them by biased parties. Oh, I'm sorry, John, I didn't see your question, and I'm not sure where it is. Okay, fair enough, 39. John, if you could repost your question or the point that you made. Okay, I'm defending the globe in the same way that you might defend flat earth theory. Oh, my bad. Give me a second. Across a nanosecond, faster than the speed of light. Nothing travels faster than the speed of light. No, actually. See, that's a tricky question, because no, Joseph, not particularly. It's sort of kind of all over the place. Well, I'm not, but you didn't. But I figured, because of your skepticism and your displeasure with my answer, I made an assumption that you were a flat earther. But back to John. In the first few seconds of the Big Bang, according to what I know anyway, I'm not sure how accurate all of this is, but there wasn't mass. There was no mass. There was matter, but there wasn't mass, because there wasn't, fuck. Okay, give me like 2 seconds to collect my thoughts, because I'm fucking up. I'm trying to read the chat and everything here. No, it was a few seconds. The first like second or 2 seconds, I think. I don't know. It was fucking infinitesimally small compared to the length of the universe. Alright.
In the toilet.
So, from what I understand, in the first nanoseconds, if you'd like it, in the first few nanoseconds after the Big Bang, there was matter, but there wasn't any mass until the Boson-Higgs field, which was a field that came about momentarily after the energy release of the Big Bang. Where did the rest come from? Only 4 light gases were created in the Big Bang. Oh, okay. So those 4 light gases Hold on, mate.
You know what I mean?
Those,
You know what I mean?
yeah, it's a theory. But those 4 light gases before the Boson-Higgs field moved at the speed of light because they had no mass. And therefore no kinetic energy to act upon them to slow them down when they collided with other particles. The amount of energy that was exerted was so powerful that it basically destroyed the atoms and pulled the building blocks of atoms apart. And I don't mean protons, neutrons, electrons. I'm talking about quarks. No. I think there are 4 quarks in total. And these 4 quarks make up everything. And that is a truth. That is something that we have observed, is quarks. Thanks to the Hadron Collider. So yeah, it's believed that these quarks came together.
Real names. Tell me their real fucking names. It's about time some real names get fucking spoken.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, hitchhiker. Go for it. I'm fucking this up anyway. Give me a minute to collect my shit. Go for it.
Adam Dwyer.
Oh, fuck you. 39. You've called my bluff. Oh, look, there's a person. All right, will do. Okay, so tell us something you know without preaching some theoretical nonsense. See, that's an issue because most of what I'm comfortable with is theoretical nonsense. I'm really ill prepared. For one, I didn't expect to find a debate channel, and 2, I haven't been alive very long. How did we get here? I don't know. That depends. 39. No, I don't know, because I'm not a particle physicist or a theoretical physicist. I am a 19-year-old kid from a small town with a hobby. That's about it. 39, I can't give you globe proof. Anything that I say will be called theoretical nonsense. I'll stumble over my words, or it'll be the same pointless rhetoric that you've heard before.
The problem with science is that everything's a bloody theory.
Alright. Okay, baller. Somebody give me something to actually refute. I'm shit if I'm just proposing a statement or whatever.
Okay.
Thanks, Fanny.
So, instead of gravity, how about if I give you this? Anything heavier than light air particles will fall, and anything lighter than light air particles
Okay.
will rise.
Okay. What exactly is it? What's your point there? Am I arguing if the Earth is round, why things are still attached to it?
Well, they say gravity comes from the rotation of the Earth, do they not?
I would say it is a combination of that and the displacement of space. That's
Rather. Well, instead of gravity, anything that's lighter than the air particles which we cannot see in the air.
Yeah.
Did I just say heavier or lighter?
Sorry, repeat that.
Did I just say heavier or lighter?
I don't know.
Anything lighter than the air particles will
Right.
rise, and
Yeah.
anything heavier will fall.
Yeah, true.
So it's not about, gravity or space, whatever you said. Can you refute it?
No, I can't refute that. That's a commonly accepted law, pretty much. Or not a law. It's a commonly accepted truth.
The law is, the theory is that, whatever must go up must come down, If I throw this ball in the air, in theory, it will fall. That's the theory of science, gravity.
Okay.
But I say, the ball that I'm throwing is heavier than the air particles in which I'm throwing it into. So of course it's going to bloody fall.
Oh, okay. Now I understand what you're saying. Okay. So, it's not the density that matters so much. Yeah, to an extent, it does matter, but look at gases like, a helium balloon.
I was thinking of that.
Okay, it's lighter than air, yes? But when you cool helium, it sinks. You can take the same volume and compress it, and it will still fall. Or it will fall.
But in essence, you're making it heavier by compressing it. It's not natural, When you compress something, obviously, or you're putting your own stamp on it,
That is a good point. This is actually something that I've not heard.
Air particles,
Well, I mean, just as much as you could argue that it's not gravity, but the density of an object that pulls it to the Earth.
Yes.
Right? Well,
As opposed to
in space, there's no physical matter, right? And without physical matter, things would just float around, right?
Because there's no air particles,
Okay, now,
CO2 and oxygen.
if you believe that it's the density of an object and not the gravitational pull of an astral body, it becomes really difficult to build an argument against density.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's a good point.
Thank you very much. Rather.
Because without a spherical planet, without globe Earth,
yes,
gravity is a much more tedious thing to try and what's the word I'm looking for? Advocate.
Okay, well, let's pretend we're scientists, okay? Well, I'm a scientist, really, but pretend you're a scientist.
Okay.
And you have an agenda to fool the world, you know?
Okay.
Maybe you yourself misled, you know?
Right.
Now, if you want to come up with an alternative, theory for something in which, is heavier and so it falls, or is lighter so it raises into the air, you know?
Okay.
So you come up with the idea or the concept of gravity, there's this imaginary force.
Okay.
Rather than
Density. Yeah, I got you. Well, if you're arguing that maybe the Earth is round, but it's still density, not gravity, then I would be able to say, why is it that
it remains a possibility, Sorry.
If there is a ball Earth and it is rotating, then regardless of the density of an object, it would theoretically come away from the planet. But if you look at Earth as a ball and its gravity acting on this matter, then it becomes a much simpler argument to make. Because it's not just the density of an object, although that does have an effect. Lighter things will be able to pass through the atmosphere easier. Heavier things will sink because there's more for gravity to hold on to. The more mass, the more pull.
Okay, well, there are a few things that, defy gravity. For example, we've talked about helium, When you encapture helium, you can, of course, raise an object with it, provided it's light enough to do that.
Right.
You were talking about the Earth being a ball, but having no gravity.
Yeah.
It's a possibility,
No.
Have you seen the cameras that go into space,
No.
You not know. Have you seen the GoPro camera?
Yeah.
Yeah. And the horizon, have you looked at it?
Yeah.
And what do you think about it? Do you see a curve,
Yes.
I see a curve also. And then, they'll pause it, and then, suddenly it's flat, Because, I don't know if it's because of the camera, if the camera was perfectly still.
Right.
I mean, there are shots where you can see a slight curve, which leads me to believe that we're being lied to about the actual size of the Earth. The Earth could be much larger than what we imagine.
I suppose that's also true.
What about these undiscovered lands, where supposedly they found lands as big as America,
But then it becomes a question of, are you arguing that there's a conspiracy, or are you arguing that the Earth is spherical?
Well, it depends if there's any validity to these stories about these explorers that have seen other lands. Everything's controlled, Airspace is controlled, where you go in the sea is controlled, You can't just pick up and sail, can you?
Not usually.
And of course, if you travel into foreign waters, of course, you must make yourself known.
Right.
So it's not very easy for somebody just to take a plane and go flying around, is it? Wherever they want to, because you can't fly to the North Pole, for example. North Pole. Strictly out.
All right. What then is your explanation of the north and south magnetic pole? And how is it that east is always east and west is always west? Unless there are, unless the world really is more like a rectangle.
I mean, we're talking about a number of possibilities here. We don't really know, well, I don't know personally, what exactly the Earth, is. There could be, some sort of magnetic interference coming from, all around us, at certain points on the Earth.
I would agree that there are some things that could be disputed, but most of that is on the basis of, and I don't mean to offend anyone, but basically magic, It's, well, the reason that you can't see the edge of the world, and if you stand in the middle of a plane and turn in a circle, or if you stand on a boat in the middle of the ocean and turn in a circle, the horizon is going to be in a circle all the way around you. And that's because you're only seeing to the edge, or you're only seeing what the curvature of the Earth allows you to see. It's a lot easier to make that point when there's a diagram or something.
I know what you mean. I'm visualizing it as you speak. The one thing I'm going to say is, these videos that go, 100,000 miles high into the sky.
Yeah.
Well, that slight curve that we can see.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be what the edge of the flat Earth would look like a slight curve, Imagine that, That's what you'd be seeing, It wouldn't be perfectly flat, would it? If you were looking down on a disc, you would actually be seeing a sort of roundness to the outer edges, as if you were on a very huge planet, very large Earth. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you were going up and you could obviously look down at the disc, you'd see. We can't go that high that we'd be able to see all of the disc, but
Right.
We can see around us to the edge, can't we now?
Yeah, I can agree
So
with that.
that could be the edge of the disc, you know?
Correct.
It wouldn't be flat, would it, you know? All these videos saying, look, it's flat. Well, bloody hell. Where the fuck would, you know, the Earth go? That's almost, you know, giving credence to Lord Stephen Christ, bloody. Shy, when you say that, you know?
Yeah, I can agree with that. There's also the argument to be made, and this depends on whether or not you believe that our traveling to our outer orbit and beyond is a hoax. But satellite and the way that satellite orbiting works.
Yes.
You know.
Yes.
They're not just floating above the planet.
No,
what they're actually doing is falling in the same direction that the Earth is rotating. So they're perpetually falling
Would
forever.
you not say that they are being, you know, guided around by the Earth's magnetism? Is that not the official line?
No, I would say it's gravitation.
When you slingshot around a planet, you know, in Armageddon, or bloody Interstellar, you know, when you slingshot around a bloody planet, a solar, you know, being,
right?
You use the gravitational pull to slingshot yourself around it, you know?
Yeah, well, it's the same basic principle.
Yes.
But the satellite is close enough that it's not going to get shot off by the momentum produced by that rotation. It's just going to perpetually fall forever.
Yes.
Okay, so we can agree on that then.
The thing is, you know, you can see, like, supposedly the International Space Station, when you look from, you know, the ground into the night sky, you can see the satellite passing above it.
This is a problem here with you Americans and you people over there in
You can see the bloody, you can see the satellite of the ISS. Well, why can't you see all the bloody others?
The Earth. Finney, have you ever measured the Earth? Have you ever gone out, gotten a theodolite, and measured the Earth yourself?
No.
Yes, with a tape measure, but it bloody wasn't long enough. I'm going to have to buy one of those bloody extended ones. Have you?
You're being sarcastic.
Not at all. I went out there on the bloody field with a bloody tape measure. Was it bloody long enough? No, got about halfway.
You can't measure the Earth with a ruler, mate. You've got to get yourself a nice theodolite, or at least like a.
I didn't say a ruler.
On your
tape measure.
To tape measure.
Yes.
It's not a.
At least I tried.
I feel like you're being a little sarcastic here. Doesn't seem like that.
Never. So what about you? Do you think the Earth is flat or concave or bloody ball?
It's obviously a globe, mate.
Obviously. So where do you, you know, rest your assumption there?
Tesla.
So Tesla provided pictures of the Earth, did he? No, he didn't, did he? Oh well. So how can you base your opinion on
You're just a consumer. I mean, this is all you guys got to say. It's NASA lies, looks flat, smells flat, so it must be flat. You're all the same. NASA lies, looks
I'm not
flat,
a flat earther.
smells flat. It must be flat.
Not a flat earther. Scientist. Just trying to discover the truth, you know? The actual truth.
It smells like a globe. I mean, if you just take a whiff, you can smell that it's a globe.
The last time I took a whiff, it smelled like a farm, you know? Shit.
Nice.
So tell me about Tesla, you know?
You see, Tesla and Schulberger, they were the ones that really knew what was going on, if you understand what I mean.
Yes, I mean, harp. You know harp?
Yes, it's beautiful.
Based on Tesla's,
you know, I don't quite know how to play, but I think it's nice.
It's based on Tesla's work, you know? Controlling the weather. Tesla was the pioneer.
You can smell the harp machine. It smells horrible.
I can't smell any curvature.
All right.
All I smell is shit.
The biggest thing that gets lost when we have conversations like this, things that are controversial topics that have scientific evidence showing either one, whether or not they are true, is still, you know, it's out to session or whatever the fuck you want to say.
Ad hominem.
Thank you.
Who's bringing this guy in? He sounds like a fag.
Yeah, I am
He
a
sounds
fuck
quite
idiot.
genuine.
Okay.
These guys you're fucked in the head, mate.
Listen,
He's genuine.
listen.
He's genuine.
What is the point of having this argument? Both positions believe both
It's obviously a globe. If you can't get your...
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. But I'm also saying...
You just have paid shield. I mean...
What is the point of arguing? Both sides believe they have substantial evidence to prove their own positions, and they are willing to twist logic however it serves.
I can hear somebody back there telling you what to say. Are you shield? You paid shield? You troll?
Is there really an answer, you know? I mean, like, you know, could he really prove to me by just what he said there? Could he prove his answer?
Fuck.
Hello?
Hello.
You know, it's not a simple answer, you know? If I say, you know, well, what proof have you got to prove that the Earth is bloody round, you know, now? Tesla's not the bloody... I mean, he's great, don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, you know, well, Tesla, you know, but that's not proof.
No. See...
Is there any definitive kind of proof out there?
Both positions have personal stakes in it, and once you once you bring in a personal attachment to a subject, you thereby remove all objectivity. It then makes any future discussions or dialogue pointless because neither position is willing to give way on their positions. They'll hear it out, listen to what they have to say, but they're always going to have some argument or some rebuttal
Yes, I
that's
agree.
going to make the previous statement invalid. Or
Sometimes I've managed to, stop somebody from doing that, When talking about 9/11, it was like, coming up with all sorts of arguments, saying, well, if they was gonna bloody do 9/11, why would they not kill anybody? Why would they fake it? I said, listen, if you were going to use a plan to start a war with another country, and you wanted to, in inverted commas, kill your own people, unquote, then how would you do it? Would you actually kill the people, or would you try and fool people? Would you use your media to fool people rather than actually just killing people and then saying, look, they did this, you could actually fake it, Operation Northwoods.
Right.
Listed in detail how to fly planes off the ground, change the numbers in the air, crash them into prominent landmarks, and blame it on Cuba to start a war. Fidel Castro. It's all right there, black and white.
That's always an issue when discussing or debating things that could be considered conspiracies or controversial topic with evidence supporting either argument is you end up going down the rabbit hole and nobody ends up making any points.
No, but
they just end up disproving everything.
This gentleman, I know what you're saying, isn't it cognitive dissonance? But this gentleman actually, came around to my idea in the end. And I told him it's not a theory, it's a hypothesis. I told him, people that claim they saw, Flight 93, crash into the Shanksville, and also, the other one, that flew into the Pentagon. They say, oh, I saw the plane fly over and there was a big bang, so, I saw the plane. Well, if you didn't actually see it, you just saw the plane fly over, and you heard a big bang, you saw a big bang. You did not actually see the plane fly into the building. And mounds of dirt were erected around the Pentagon on 9/11. You can check that out. Also, New York Times article, 8 out of the 10 that wrote the commission report. They came out and they said we were misled. I mean, I go one further. I say to them, you knew what was going on. You weren't misled. You're just, changing your mind now. You're trying to, fool people because of all the proof that's out there.
Right.
John F. Kennedy Airport is directly behind the Pentagon. All they had to do was fly a plane over, fire a missile or blow up a bomb, and say it was a plane. Simple.
It's
If you're going to fool people, what's the easiest way to do it? Is it actually to kill people so you've got lots of families that are demanding the truth, No, you use a bloody plane with nobody in it. Then you've got no accountability. You've got no, real family. You didn't kill anybody. You just flew an empty plane or you blew a missile up in Shanksville. That's all you did. You didn't kill anybody, but you created lots of families, fake families. You created them and you use them to start war. Consensus for war, 3,000 dead. You need minimum to start war. That's what they did.
It seems like 39's getting pissy. And honestly, John, I'm with you there. I have no argument for why Flat Earth is false, and I have no argument for why Globe Earth is true. I don't claim to be an authority on the subject, which is where this debate sort of falls apart. I don't have the information
in a nutshell,
debate
a lot of it comes from when NASA has obviously created these images of Earth, claim they're real, when quite clearly they're not. And they say they went to the moon,
Yeah,
a picture of Earth, blue marble, I've seen 1 or 2 pictures in my life. It looks real, There's a curve, 1 or 2 that I could say, well, they look rather genuine, You can see the clouds, the detail. Only God could create that image,
Yeah.
I mean, it could be all a thing to just deceive you, where they give you fake images, they slyly tell you that they're montages,
That's the thing. That's what I was, that's what I'm saying. The flat Earth debate is still going on because neither side is willing to lose any ground, and the same goes here. I'm very firm in my, acceptance. Like I said, I try to stay away from belief, but I'm very firm in my acceptance of a globe Earth theory, just like many of the people in the chat are much more, or they orientate the flat Earth theory. And no amount of posturing and rhetoric is going to dissuade them from their position, especially on such a heated topic. People get defensive, and that's how arguments fall apart.
Yes, programming is very well done, whether you believe the Earth's a ball or a flat, regardless, because the power of the media, they see it in the film, it's reinforcement, every time they see the ball Earth, it's reinforcement, they see it again, reinforcement. Years and years of reinforcement.
Yeah, well, it's just like how flat earthers seek out their own reinforcement for their own positions. Nobody likes to hear the opposition. Humans in general want to be correct about the stance that they've taken, and they dislike being disproved. That goes for everyone. I've yet to meet somebody who's happy to be proved wrong.
When you grow older, you become more experienced. You learn wisdom. You learn to hear others. Some do.
No, 39.
Even the people you think are most unreachable, the ones that use humor and ad hominems to dismiss anything you're trying to say to them, even those people have their moments of realization where they're like, he's bloody right, even if it's a bloody second in their head, because and then they'll forget about it because they didn't want to, be wrong, as you say.
I definitely feel like Hitch is it would be the better person to debate you on the flat Earth topic.
Who's Hitch?
Hitchhiker Guide to Earth.
Why do you say
the Australian gentleman who's just in here because he shows a lot more conviction in his statements.
About what? A flat Earth or?
Yeah, just on his position in general. He's it makes for a much more interesting debate when you're not willing to concede your own stance as easily as I am.
People with bloody tunnel vision, it's not good. I can envisage every option, I'm always open. I may lean more to one option or one, opinion, but I never say, wholeheartedly, this is this or this is that, until you know conclusively.
Exactly. That's the big thing is I kind of I cracked under the pressure, people in the live chat. Well, it's sort of a big deal to be in a debate where you can't win or you can't lose, especially against somebody who's more confident than you are.
Yes, I know what you're saying. Also brash people, obnoxious people. They always, you're never gonna, get some kind of, it's ego, it's bravado.
Yeah, like I said, this flat Earth is not my strongest subject. If you're willing to hear me out,
yes.
I do have a few points, and I will concede the floor to you and let you essentially have your way with them if you'd like.
That sounds very sexual.
Yeah, indeed. So my first argument is one that you brought up yourself, is a boat sailing across the water and over the horizon, recorded via time-lapse. That's one.
Really? Time-lapse, okay.
The time-lapse of a boat traveling across the horizon and then disappearing behind it.
Really? And they zoom in, and you can see it again, yes?
Yeah, yes. You can. I ran it back and watched it a million times because it blew my mind.
Really? Can I put you on pause a moment? I've just come up with something really quickly.
Sure.
They said that water's flat. What the bloody hell are waves? Come on. You want some curvature? Look at the waves. The waves are curves. Water's not bloody flat. It's bloody curving. Waves. Okay, carry on.
So yeah, there's the curvature of the Earth. When you see the boat go over the horizon and then disappear on the other side. There are also instances of people seeing lights from distant cities across great bodies of water.
Yes.
These are illusions created by
mirages.
Well, no, super cool bodies of water that then cool the atmosphere. When light passes through extreme temperatures, like in the case of a mirage, it will create reflections and even bend to an extent. Well, when the light passes over these extremely cold areas, the light bends downwards, falling towards gravity, which photons have been known to be affected by.
Gravity?
Making it possible.
Do you think gravity has anything to do with that, really?
Yeah. Well,
why? How can light
move? I scratched that. I remembered it bends towards the direction of the extreme temperature, or away from, depending on whether it's hot or cold. But forget gravity then. When the light passes over or passes through this cold air, it curves at a downward slant, making it possible for people on the other side of this huge body of water to see lights from a distant city that they previously could not see.
Yes.
And this has been documented and covered by everybody from Fox News to CNN to the Weather Channel website itself.
Well, you really need to decide whether or not it bends upwards with the hot air or downwards, because that will prove to you. I mean,
it bends downward with cold, up with warm. I had to get my shit straight. I've got a lot of shit going through my head right now.
Is there any possibility that hot air could be beneath cold air? I'd say no, correct?
Sorry, what was that?
Is there any possibility that hot air could be below the cold air? I'd say no.
I would say no.
No, sorry, yes, I mean, yeah, sorry. The higher you go, the bloody colder it gets, no?
Yeah, it does, yeah.
So is it possible for cold air to be beneath hot air?
Yeah.
It is?
Yes.
Bugger, because that gives you now two options. Obviously, you don't know if there was only one, you could say, well look, it's only possible for cold air to be above hot air, so look, the light is bending this way, so look, it's only one way, but if hot air can be above the cold air, then you can't determine. You can't determine.
Well, in this instance, I know that it's the cold air affecting the light because it passed over, like I said, a large body of water that was close to freezing, or was below freezing, but wasn't because of the movement of the water, which stopped it freezing.
Is this proving that the Earth is concave or convex?
I would say convex.
When you zoom in with the telescope or the camera, you can see the object appear again, correct?
Yeah.
Are you looking at the mirage or are you looking at the object itself?
You're looking at the mirage.
No, but I would say you wouldn't. You weren't. I mean, I could be wrong about that. But, when they zoom in again, you can see it's a direct line, isn't it? I mean, what we're seeing isn't a direct line, really, is it?
No, it's a refraction of light off the object itself.
Really, and it's curving, around, so it would suggest a ball, Earth.
Yeah.
And so flat earthers, when they make these videos, zooming out to the sea and saying, look, there's a boat that just disappeared. What you're saying is they're pointing at a mirage. They're not actually pointing at the object. The object has genuinely disappeared behind the horizon.
Yeah.
I mean, at what point does the boat actually become, not what you're seeing? Because, you could say, well, there's a boat. It's right in front of me, definitely right in front of me, still right in front of me. You can say, okay, it's still there, right in the distance. I can still see it. It's right in front of me.
Mm-hmm.
And then, that moment when it disappears from your eyesight, as humans, we only can see so far.
Right.
So, when the boat disappears behind our line of sight, isn't that when the boat disappears as opposed to going over the horizon?
I would suppose you're correct.
I mean, it's scarier, really, when you think about it,
Yeah. Well, if anybody else has something they want to say,
yeah, please join in.
Please do so. I'm more than ill-equipped to have this conversation.
So you believe that the Earth's a ball, correct?
Yeah.
What's your main proof of that?
My main proof of that, mostly I have no reason to doubt that we haven't gone to space, or that there aren't satellites circling the Earth. Typically, I would be very skeptical about something, but in this instance, maybe it is an indoctrination thing, but in this instance, a globe, to me, makes more sense than any other...
Yes, I know what you're saying there, but, I mean, on the other point there that you made, you sound terribly naive.
Yeah.
Terribly naive. Only because the source of the information is a bloody government agency, which says they're not a government agency. I mean, I can't trust liars. There's no public space service, and they did this thing recently. Have you seen this? The other space agency. What's the name?
No, I have no idea.
There's another space agency claiming to be, and, surely there's enough rich people on this Earth to create their own bloody rocket.
Yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, all the rich people, like Richard Branson, he was supposedly making this bloody space plane.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that fell flat on its bloody face, didn't it? Where the fuck is that? Didn't see it.
But there are also people that have had great success in that department, like Elon Musk.
Who?
Elon Musk.
He what? What did he do?
Elon Musk has sent dozens of probes into space and has worked a lot with NASA and on independent projects.
Really? Listen, now that you mention about sending rockets into space, the Nazis, I think it was in the 1940s.
Mm-hmm.
Is it called the Tesla V2 rocket or something?
I'm not sure.
I was looking at it only today, and I saw this, they did a screen still, and it showed the flat Earth. This is 1940. So this gentleman you named, what did his research prove?
I don't fucking know, man.
He sent up rockets, correct?
Let me see. 39 just said he was funded by NASA. I'm sure there's some validity to that statement.
Yes, it's very rare that you get somebody independent these days, and when you do, they get murdered or they get bought out. Like that gentleman that created his own engine from magnets, powered his own house, in Australia.
Yeah,
Well,
I know.
they bought him for millions, billions. He would have destroyed industries. Marijuana was set to replace the paper industry in the 1800s, the late 1800s. The newspapers ran a smear campaign against marijuana, so that, hemp, which is marijuana.
Right.
You could be using, hemp as paper. You don't have to be cutting down all those bloody trees. But they like problems. They want problems. So that they can, that's their own motives, their own laws.
Right.
You can create a more refined oil than crude oil from marijuana. There's two types of strains of marijuana that can cure cancer.
Right.
You don't think they knew this bloody 30, 40 years ago? They bloody knew it. They knew it now. They know about bloody things. They're withholding everything. They're withholding space as well, Maybe they're giving us fake images of space so that,
But what I want to understand, though, and you would know better about this. As I said, I'm new to the flat Earth thing. What would be the purpose of making people think that the Earth was a globe as opposed to flat?
Well,
what possibly could their end game?
I have a background knowledge on this, and flat Earth was like the last thing I've come to, and I'm excited about it. But there seems to be a very, very strong, motive to mislead the public. Are you aware of esoteric and exoteric?
No, I'm sorry.
Well, the esoteric knowledge is those for the inner, those for the inside, the insiders, not LSC's blood insiders. For those on the inside, we get the esoteric knowledge, and the exoteric is given for those on the outside. Religions have this. Religions have this doctrine in which, they have their own meanings for things.
Right.
So, this applies to everything, with the Freemasons, they love to withhold information or mislead you. They see it as a game, I mean, there's a certain element of mysticism to it, but really it's about control.
Right.
And knowledge really being power, Can you understand that or believe it?
Yeah, no, I can understand that.
I mean, there's books out there of their own literature where they say, we're going to mislead the what do they refer to us as? The uninitiated, the profane.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
And they have such a vast grip, on society.
Yeah. It's difficult, though, from somebody who's on the fence, who's heard good points from both sides, both flat Earth, globe Earth.
I mean, there's three sides now. It's bloody cell Earth,
Cell Earth, yeah. It makes you wonder, though, who to trust, because it doesn't come down to, or at a certain point, it's not about which evidence makes the most sense, because
that's what it should be about.
They both make sense, yeah, but you have to trust your sources, and then it comes down to which source do you trust, and it's, again, no offense to flat earthers, but there have been flat earthers who have a tendency to be a bit deluded, and I'm not trying to make a generalization, but in the same sense, there are politicians who have and will in the future, I'm sure, twist information for their own game.
Yes, I mean, look at the bloody idiot, Lord Stephen. He said that the Earth was concave based on the rectilineator experiment. And they bloody reconducted the rectilineator experiment, and bloody said everything they did was bloody false. So well, what the bloody hell? Why are you still believing that shit? If you're saying that they bloody falsified the information, he's based all his bloody thing on that. Say rectilineator. He reconducted it and couldn't do it. Failed. And he said that they bloody lied.
Yeah.
Yeah. People base their opinions on fallacies. People basing their opinion of Earth, saying that the Earth is round because they've seen the pictures from NASA, That's not bloody proof.
Yeah, well, I mean, neither is somebody on YouTube claiming that they've, discovered some hidden truth.
No, but it is genuinely, they genuinely do, they reshape clouds, they copy and paste, they bloody, you can see it for yourself on these montages. Well, of course, it's self-admitted. NASA did admit to themselves that the pictures of these perfect circles were all montages, because in theory, what I think is that they can't go high enough, maybe? And then what they've done is just use pictures of satellites and then put them all together, because, why not just bloody get a picture of Earth from bloody space,
Yeah.
It's that bloody hard. There should be thousands, there should be a 24-hour streaming of Earth, spinning around. You should be able to watch the Earth from space. I mean, do you not think we should have that now in this day and age? You think it's asking too much just to say, hey, Can you put a camera in space and just film it at Earth? Hubble telescope, Hubble is supposed to be a bloody plane. Hubble's not even existing anymore. Hubble's a bloody plane. Look into that.
Yeah.
They're giving us a false image of Earth, and people for years have just believed that is exactly how the Earth looks. I mean, the Mercator, for example, the Mercator map, it goes off, population size. Land mass is altered by population, which is completely wrong. South America is bloody small. In South Africa is bloody small. In Europe's huge. South Africa should be elongated. I mean, they say that the Earth is bloody fatter in the middle. You heard that?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Do you believe that?
I don't know. Fuck. Fanny, you fucked me. God damn it.
It's very tricky.
It is. And for me, it really does come down to a matter of trust.
Yes.
In my government or in other flat earthers.
Yes.
It's tricky. Really fucking tricky.
I mean, I don't know where to go with it, really.
Neither do I. In fact, I'm surprised you carried it this far along.
Oh, no. I have all night.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it, It'd be good if we could get there.
I honestly can say that I think I'm beat because I don't have any arguments to make and I can't put them together as concise.
The elite, they love to put the bloody ball everywhere. They put the ball in their houses. They put the ball.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
They put the ball everywhere.
Yeah.
They got the ball there as symbolism. They're saying, look, we control the world domination. No.
No, I'm.
Is that part of fooling everybody? Because I would rather say that that's they know it's a bloody ball and they're like, look, we know it's a ball and here it's a bloody ball and we control the world. The ball.
The thing is though, is why would I know you said it's control, but why would they have kept up a government conspiracy for 16 years or so?
I mean, it's compartmentalized. I wouldn't say it's per se the government. You can't just say it's the government. It's a faction. It's always a faction in the government. And of course, for example, all of the Nazi scientists, the rocket scientists, Project Paperclip. Hello?
Yeah. I hear you. I'm listening.
Project Paperclip. all of the major Nazis, they were taken to America by the Freemasons. The Knights Templar, the Roman, element.
Right.
And those are the pioneers of the time. They had far advanced technology. The Nazis had far advanced technology. The Nazis had UFOs. Have you seen the UFOs?
Yes.
Magnetism. They're bloody powered by magnetism. So America took all of those scientists and then, so you can see how right at the top there, they're all corrupt. So it's information, those that work for the government on a lower level don't actually get to hear or know about the ongoing things right at the top. So, and it's something that isn't, brandished, it isn't publicized. And when they put symbols in things, it's just like, how can I explain it? It's a way of deceiving people. I mean, for example, making people do certain hand signs and putting them in public, they've got their own meanings for this, and they're the ones, putting it out there. John Cena, the 666.
Yeah.
And they give new meanings for these, and this is right there in their own literature.
Well, I mean, that depends though. Like, what are you actually basing this on? Are you basing this on
Masonic hand sign, Masonic signs that existed before the public knew about them, before the public were using them. They'll say, oh no, it's a bloody okay sign.
I will admit that it would be very unlikely that there wasn't some government sect kept hidden from public eye. To claim that there isn't would be naive, and I can admit that. But if there really is, a culture or an organization that's so secret and powerful that they could appear all over the world, why wouldn't there be more signs? Like, why wouldn't the everyday person be able to see that? And
I mean, it comes with knowledge and researching it. If you're in the know, knowledge is power. If you know about something, then you can identify it. If you don't know about it, then you won't remember identify it. I mean, there's proof out there. I mean, listen, all of the presidents, all of your presidents there, they're all related to each other, except one, Martin Van Buren. It's family. It's bloodline here. Also, they've all been Freemasons. Don't you think that's a conflict of interest?
That depends on if you believe it or not.
No. There's bloody proof. Of course, the founding fathers were almost Masons. Look at Google, Obama and the seal. Obama and the seal. He's placing the seal on the wall, and he's got a Masonic ring on. They're all bloody Masons. They're all bloody Masons. So you can't say the president is the one in the highest power, in a position of power. Of course, he's being controlled. Of course, he's told what to say. It's like the media. It's like the people reading the news are not giving their own opinion or their own. They're told what to bloody say. And a good example of that is the Solomon building on 9/11 was still in the background. You know, it was still standing, and the reporter, the BBC reporter, she was saying that the Solomon building had just fallen, and it's still standing behind her. This is proof, absolute proof, that the media is scripted, and they've been told what to say before, you know, look, even before it happened, she's bloody scripting it, you know, she's bloody saying what the bloody script say, you know, and there's been all kinds of, you know, they've tried to, you know, how can I say, you know, they've tried to smear that, they've tried to create arguments which aren't there in order to make people who are questioning it look crazy. But the only thing we're questioning is the fact that she's actually spoken about it before it's happened. That she's, you know, it's scripted. That's what the bloody point is. It's bloody scripted.
Yeah, it's hard to argue with that. But at the same time, you know, something to that extent, I've got to be skeptical about. You know, it's in human nature for our brains to look for patterns and signs. And there can only be so many symbols that go out there that are original. I mean, eventually you're going to have duplicates. And I'm not saying that it's purely coincidence. Maybe it was inspiration. But to just outright accept that there's irrefutable proof of a secret organization consisting of the world's elites, from entertainers to politicians, seems, and I don't mean to offend, it seems crazy.
No, accepting irrefutable proof is crazy?
No, claiming that something is irrefutable. You know, what
did I just say that's irrefutable? I mean, if a man is wearing a Masonic ring, you know,
then he might be
more likely to be a Freemason than not, you know, especially if he's a bloody president.
The Freemasons are an order that operate out in the open. There's a Messianic temple where I live.
Exoterically, and they have their own esoteric doctrine. For example, the great architect, he's referred to in the books as the great architect, so the uninitiated don't know who he really is. And then when you get to a certain stage in Freemasonry, you learn that the god is Lucifer. That's the real god of Freemasonry, is Lucifer.
That's speculation, though. I mean...
No, it's not. There's a video on YouTube where a Shriner...
I've seen it.
You've seen it, with a Shriner. He's saying, you know, Lucifer, and they use charity. They use charity as a way of, you know...
Yeah, but how can you know that his statement is valid? How can you know that what he's saying is truth?
Well, you know, just from the way that he's talking, I mean, you know, he's very serious about it. He's saying, you know, Lucifer's this and Lucifer's that.
There are very good actors out there, too.
Yes, I do know that, but, you know, this man actually is in a Masonic lodge. He walks back into the Masonic lodge. He's a Mason.
I mean, if you think about it sensibly, though, which makes more sense, that there's a secret organization that's devoted to serving Lucifer, or the fact that it's all coincidence, and these are false testimonies. False testimonies are rampant.
Yeah, but they really believe he's a light. They really genuinely believe he's a light, and what they've been taught is what they believe.
According to how many people, though? Who else can validate his statement?
All of the texts, all of the books, Masonic books. I mean, you know, Lucifer being the light.
Well, how do you know that those are still representative of the Messianic order today?
Because these are esoteric doctrines written for the inner by 33rd degree Freemasons. Albert Pike, for example.
There are organizations and groups of people who have all had ties to some pretty terrible things at some point in time, but that doesn't mean that they still represent what they represented hundreds of years ago.
But there's a Masonic link all the way through history.
All the way through history. The all-seeing eye is an extremely powerful piece of iconography. It's a watchful eye, and it's a symbol for Big Brother, you know. And I agree that, you know,
well, I mean,
I will accept that, you know, quote-unquote Big Brother is a thing, you know, government monitoring and everything. But I don't think it's meant to be some sort of hint. I mean, if it was...
You're taking it too literally.
I don't think you're taking it literally enough. That's my point, though, is why would they just leave iconography and puzzle pieces laying about for people to piece together
because,
and then go out and
these things have spiritual, to them, not to me or anybody else, you know, to them it has spiritual significance. For example, when they build their obelisks, they build it at 666 feet in length. Numerology, you know, there's certain dates where they do rituals, you know, it's all to them very significant. And, you know, ley lines, for another example. On ley lines you have all these Masonic, you know, monuments and architecture. Very significant. Look into ley line.
It's...
All of the royal hospitals in England are all on ley line. All the royal ones.
Like I said, how do you know that this is, you know, like a religious iconography, though? You know, how do you know it's not just
because if you look into ley lines, ancient ley lines, these have existed from supposedly, you know, the dawn of man. Well, not the dawn of man.
Supposedly is the key word, though.
Sorry?
Supposedly is the key word, though.
No, I got it wrong. What I said. You know, we don't know where man came from, do we? Are we an experiment, or are we bloody? Are we made from God?
Well, see, that's a big debate.
Or are we nature? I mean, you go with the Big Bang Theory.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the origin of the universe and the evolution of biological life are two mutually exclusive things.
Yeah, but
God created the universe
they'll
as
tell you that you evolved from a monkey.
No, I didn't evolve from a monkey. I evolved from an ape.
But the scientists will tell you that. They'll say you evolved from a monkey.
And that's perfectly fine. Maybe I was. Or maybe my ancestors were millions of years ago. The thing is that what you're saying, this conspiracy is on the fringe. It's not, I said it earlier, it is he who makes the extraordinary claim has the burden of proof, not the burden of...
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Why aren't the scientists proving it? They're just saying it's just a bloody theory. Everything's a theory. They can't prove it, you know? They just try and falsify it.
Theory is the highest level.
Liar. It's hypothesis. That's the bloody highest, because an hypothesis is an actual thing that's bloody real. You can say, well, that's an actuality.
No, a hypothesis is your starting point.
No. A theory only goes so far. A theory, you can say, well, maybe this happened, or maybe that happened, or it's
you've got them mixed up. You start with a hypothesis. You test your hypothesis. You collect your data, and then your findings, whether they support or disprove your hypothesis, will become a theory. Many scientists will tell you that. All of the reputable ones, at least. It's the ones.
For me, a hypothesis is where you can
if you
put
say
the bones together and make a skeleton and say, look, this is rather than a theory where it's just like more out in the air.
A hypothesis
goes on one line, a definite thing. The hypothesis could be something that's just one thing, with a theory. It could be this or it could be that.
No, it's the opposite. The theory means something completely different than what we use in our everyday vernacular. Theory in day-to-day life, well, you say, oh, I have a theory that my shoes are underneath the couch. If you were a scientist performing an experiment, you would say, I hypothesize that my shoes are under the couch. And your experiment would be to check underneath the couch. Your result would be that your shoes were under the couch or weren't under the couch. Therefore, your theory would depend on your data. So if you say, I hypothesize my shoes are under the couch, and you look under the couch and your shoes are there, then the hypothesis becomes a theory because it has been proven through experimentation.
But
collection of data.
I mean, with a hypothesis, you can actually prove it,
Yeah, well, a theory is just a proven hypothesis. It's a hypothesis.
Are you schooling me right now? You're schooling me right now.
Maybe, I don't know.
I sound more clever than you.
You do, you do. You sound very sharp.
I'm supposed to know bloody everything sounding like this. I mean, let me read this here. A hypothesis, plural, hypothesis, is a proposed explanation for a phenomenon. For a hypothesis to be a scientific hypothesis, the scientific method requires that one can test it. Scientists generally base scientific hypotheses on previous observations that cannot satisfactorily be explained with the available scientific theories. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying?
I do.
Scientific theories that cannot satisfactorily be explained with the available scientific theories. It's more than a theory.
A hypothesis is made off of, or comes from, things that you've observed. You're making an inference about the result of something, but it's not a valid inference about the outcome of something until you've gone through the process of experimentation many times and the collection of data to either prove or disprove whether your inference was correct. Now, the data makes that a theory. As I said before with the shoe, if you hypothesize that your shoe's under the couch, you experiment and check for it, the shoe's under the couch. That means your hypothesis has been now backed up by data and has become a theory for which other hypotheses will be based upon. The end game is to make your hypothesis a theory. A hypothesis can be based on a theory, but it is not the end game. The end game is a theory which has been backed up through the scientific method.
Well, I mean, is he right, guys? People in the chat here. I'm just looking at the chat here. He must be right, yes? What he's saying is right, yeah? You sound right.
I don't know.
Yes.
I mean, maybe. I don't know.
But you sound so bloody sure.
Well, yeah, of course.
So you must be right then.
I can't say that for sure.
Well, what
the
did you
things
say?
The things that I've stated are backed up by evidence that I've collected. This is the same point that I made earlier.
I had it the other way around. I mean, I thought a theory could only go so far.
A theory can only go so far.
And a hypothesis actually says, well, look, these, it's more than that. It's more than a theory. Never mind. I've obviously got it wrong.
A hypothesis is like artificial insemination done through trials and tribulations observations, it's born and becomes a theory, for which many more hypotheses will be derived from.
Okay.
So it's more like a family tree than it is a straight line. One hypothesis begets a theory. It's more like a family tree than it is a straight line. One hypothesis begets a theory. That theory begets multiple hypotheses, and those hypotheses then beget more theory.
Okay. So when you say I theorize, and when you say I hypothesize, what's the difference?
When you say I hypothesize, you're making an informed assumption. You're making a guess. You're making a prediction what the data is going to reflect.
So which is more accurate? Which would you say is more accurate, a theory or hypothesis?
A theory, definitely, because a theory is.
What you just said there, I would go with hypothesis. What you just said there, I would have gone with hypothesis. I would have said that's more.
See, the thing is that a hypothesis itself has not been backed up by data. It's an inference that you've made based on data that has previously come. Like, think about your everyday life. When you have a thought, you're making a guess as to where your thing is. Maybe I left my keys in the car because that's something you've done before. That's
Okay,
that's an informed hypothesis.
There's people here saying I'm right. I mean, okay, there's somebody here, Callie, Luna. She says hypothesis is equals best guess. Theory equals reason why it's your best guess.
No.
No. Callie, he says no. And so does 444. He says no.
Hypothesis and reason, or best guess and reason why it's your best guess are part of the hypothesis.
Okay.
The theory is your best guess and why it's your best guess, then proven or disproven by the data that you've collected through experimentation.
Okay.
The theory is the hypothesis proven.
Okay. Thank you for schooling me. You know, they say you learn something new every day.
I learned some new things about flat Earth.
What did you learn recently?
Well, that it's really mostly subjective. You know, it depends a lot on the person who's hearing the information. Also, there are a lot of damn good arguments for the opposition.
When you say opposition, who do you mean?
Flat Earth. I was supposed to take the stance of globe Earth theorist, but rather than proclaiming my stance, I learned a lot more about the opposition because of a lack of experience.
Well, when I looked into 9/11, I did it, neutrally, and I looked at both sides, and you try to look at the side which glorifies the official line, and you come to a dead end. Is it the NTSB? They've got no official flight records for the flights that flew on 9/11. This is just the bloody same as on 7/7 over here in England, London. They used 3 trains and a bus, and MI5 were actually carrying out a drill on their day, which were including the same things that blew up. They had exactly 3 trains and a bus in the drill, and this is all on record.
The things that you're
this
saying.
is all on record by the MI5. The head of MI5, he's given an interview. It's on YouTube. MI5, head of MI5, admit 7/7. There was a drill on 7/7. Every bloody time. On 9/11, there's a bloody drill. 3,000 pilots were shifted up to Canada so that these planes could be bloody flying around. It's unprecedented. An hour and 15 minutes of a plane just flying around without a fighter jet alongside it. I mean, what the fuck? There's a drill. There's a drill on all these events. Yeah, so I was going to say, there was a train that didn't even run on 7/7, and it's still used in the official line. And if you go to London, trains, London Underground, you can see that it's cancelled. One of the trains that was supposedly blew up on 7/7 didn't even travel. It didn't even, and that was the guy that got shot outside Canary Wharf. He fled. He realised what was going on. He was a British Muslim. They were all British Muslims, and they were sent down to London on an anti-terrorism.
I have heard many conspiracy theories, and a lot of them are extremely well crafted, and a lot of them do have basis in reality.
You're looking at it the wrong way. They're not. People aren't crafting these. Well, what they're doing is, of course, they're gathering information. It's not like they're,
they are
building it up from imagination or something.
This information, and then they are producing their own conclusion. These are not complete conclusions that could be verified by the source.
Well, I wouldn't mind it if you used, the term coincidence here, because, you could say, oh, it's a bloody coincidence, because that's a favorite of everybody that tries to dismiss, They say, oh, it's a bloody coincidence.
I won't say it's a coincidence.
But it bloody well could be, But what are the chances? What are the chances that whenever we're doing a bloody...
The chances are very slim, but all it takes is one well-informed individual to get their hands on this kind of information and craft something miraculous out of it. I don't know if you've ever seen the documentary regarding Paul McCartney's death. It's a conspiracy documentary. documentary on Netflix, and it is amazingly crafted. It is mind-blowingly well crafted.
This is exactly. I mean, for me, okay. What you're saying there is exactly the same thing as this, this information documentary that was made by Kubrick and on all of those, wasn't it? But anyway, Donald Rumsfeld, he was in the video, and he's saying, yeah, we filmed it on a studio, and it's like for 58 minutes, they're telling you that the moon landing was a fake, and you have all these government, people from the time saying, yes, blah blah blah, we did this, we did that, fooled people, da 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 da, and 58 minutes into the bloody show, they say, they attack you. They're like, you believe us? Have you seen that?
Yeah, I have.
Well, that's the same thing as what you were talking about, where they create a fallacy, and they say, he's like, Alex Jones,
Okay.
when he spoke to Aaron Rousseau, Aaron Rousseau.
No, I'm not sure who that is.
Aaron
He's the guy
Rousseau,
that did Mad as Hell.
he was a filmmaker. He made a film with Alex Jones in it.
Okay.
Anyway, he was talking about Nick Rockefeller. He said that he knew Nick Rockefeller, and he was talking to Nick Rockefeller one day, and Nick Rockefeller was boasting about how they were going to put chips in everybody, and they were going to control the population with microchips, and all the currency would be on these chips, and if they wanted money from you, they would simply deduct it from your chip, and you wouldn't be able to escape the system, basically.
Right.
But this Nick Rockefeller, the picture that he was using, he's saying this gentleman's Nick Rockefeller, and it shows a picture of him with this gentleman. Now, myself and other researchers included have, we've dug into the Rothschild's family tree, and nowhere on there is a Nicholas Rockefeller.
Yeah, I will also say, though, it's people who are passionate about this kind of thing and would even say that it's a hobby of theirs to know about conspiracies. When they're going into it, they're not looking at it objectively. Even if it's only a subconscious thing where they're not thinking about it
I know what you're
objectively.
saying. This comes from the media, really. I mean, you can get hooked. You can get hooked. It can become a hobby. You can be trapped.
It can become a hobby. Can I say something real quick?
Yes, go.
Okay, so would you say that it's like a hobby to find out things like that are real, or like it's a hobby to just kind of look for those things that are like kind of trippy? Because, well, which one do you think you're?
For me, it was quite a shock to learn that we'd been lied to about 9/11. And it was like, well, what else have we been lied to? Was my sort of, and I'm looking at other things, and then you sort of get dragged into the control opposition slightly. You get dragged into the zeitgeist.
Yeah, I definitely went straight for Alex Jones. Like that's like the clickbait that.
Me too.
Like, hey, it's not me. So would you say, like, I'm continuing with this. You're aware of like the fact that our money used to be backed by gold. Now it's not, and it's
redeemable for gold, real gold. Did you know that your money used to be, have hemp on it? Did you know that the dollar bill used to have a hemp? You could actually.
Yeah.
I think it still may. I'm not sure, but even if it was hemp, I mean, yeah, that's got some intrinsic value, I guess. But
yeah, it used to be mandatory to farm it. It used to be mandatory. You used to have to farm it in America.
Correct.
Mandatory.
Yeah. So I mean, it's only worth the paper that it's printed on and the ink that's used to print on it.
Correct. Yes. Monopoly money.
So the point that I'm trying to make, I guess, is that that's real. Like they're charging you interest on money that actually doesn't exist.
Oh, correct.
It's only in the form of paper.
Yes,
and that could be considered a conspiracy. It wasn't illegal. It was brought about by perfectly legal means. So technically, it wasn't a conspiracy. Does that make sense?
I'll be right back.
What I'm trying to say here, Zeitgeist, for example, these disinformation programs and also documentaries and also disinformationists themselves, they give 90% truth. It's just a rough estimate, but they give about 90% truth and about 10% lies. And the 10% lie is something quite significant, or where they're trying to lead you with it.
A really attractive red herring.
Yes, exactly. Zeitgeist. Okay, so the first part of it talks about money and talks about the Federal Reserve and talks about it's the same. It's exactly the same in England. There's a thing called the Bradbury pound. You heard of the Bradbury pound?
I haven't.
The Bradbury pound, that's a type of currency that they could use, which is interest free. It's interest free, but no, they keep using the Bank of England, the pound coin. The sterling. The sterling is taxed just like the dollar. Anyway, Zeitgeist. Okay, so it tells you about the money system. Then it tells you about religion. I don't know if I believe all that. Based on the stars. For example, the three stars have arrived. They say that there are three kings, and they point down to Bethlehem on the 25th, and they got the story from the sky.
Yeah.
And then, I forgot the third part of Zeitgeist. I can't really remember what it goes into after that. But it does actually.
I'm with you. It kind of like brings in that sort of like a socialist utopia, and then it's the red herring associated with it is like all astrology is really.
Right there. And also, that is a new age,
Yeah.
I've heard the maker of Zeitgeist, he's called Jax. I don't know his second name.
Like Jack's on, Jack's off?
Yes.
Okay.
He actually said, this is him talking about the 9/11 attacks. He says, we must have done something terrible to deserve that. And as he's doing that, he's making a sign with his hand. You know, he's doing a plane. You know, he's like, we must have done something terrible to deserve that. You know, well, we must have done something terrible. So his view on 9/11, he's made this very truthful video about the monetary system, about religion, supposedly, and yet he doesn't want to admit anything about 9/11. He actually says, you know, they deserved it. America deserved it. They must have done something terrible to deserve that.
Exactly. Yeah, it was the consumer that caused that. Like you consumers are like you're not doing enough.
Yes.
Exactly.
Well, what is that comedian called? Who's very harsh, you know? What's his name?
Russell Brand?
No. Jack Collins. No, harsher than that. You know, he's throwing at you. He's shouting at you. He's almost telling you slaves. You know, blah 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 blah. People are like, you know.
Oh, you're talking about George Carlin.
Carlin. Yes, that's him. You know, he's control of position. People say, oh, he's great. No, he's not.
No, he's just far left, like propaganda. Like
yes, he's laughing, you know, with them at you.
Yes.
You know.
So I mean, it's just not a hobby. I mean, like that's the point I guess that I was trying to make is that to me,
yeah.
It's just not a hobby to find out that like the money that I use has no value. You know, it's only the value that's like.
It's what the media try and stereotype. You know, they try and say, oh, only lonely people.
Wait,
you know,
hold on.
look for conspiracies. Go, sorry.
Why does our money have to be representative, or why does it have to be backed up by gold? At this
it
point,
wouldn't. Like
money could represent simply the work that you've done.
Like a perceived value, and I totally get you. That's the whole concept of currency. It's like electricity. It's like it's power. It's like stored power.
There was
and
the American
this
Civil
is the
War.
issue, though.
There was the American Civil War.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
There was the American Civil War, and the banking system was given to the people as a means to an end. They said, "Here, you know, look, we got money, and money, you know, it's exchangeable for gold, you know. So it's not like this is something that's a lie. We're going to give you peace. We're going to give you a system of monetary system, you know. People liked it, and then slowly it's been corrupted again. I mean, those in charge of it anyway were corrupt, but
I agree. Let me address this real quick because there's an issue here where I totally agree with you, Jamie, that a fiat currency wouldn't be a problem if it weren't for the fact that we're charged interest on it. So we actually have to pay for the service of allowing us to use paper notes. So we're basically renting this money.
Whilst
Does that make sense?
Print it out for nothing.
Yeah, and it becomes worth less over time. So it's just a bad deal. Like that's what I'm trying to say. It may not be a conspiracy, but you know, America Online, was that a conspiracy where they're selling you hours on your internet, or is it a conspiracy that cell phone companies charge you for data, where they charge you per minute on your cell phone when maybe it doesn't affect them? It's really just a matter of whether it's a good deal or not. And the globe is not a good fucking deal. The money is not a good fucking deal. And they teach us in school that these are fucking great deals.
Yeah. Somebody said to me recently, sorry, carry on. I bloody lost it now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just trying to get that point across where it's like, you know, could they get away with it? Could they get away with us, like, teaching us that we're on a ball when we're not? Yeah, I think they could, because they fucking convinced us to give up our money.
Well,
you know?
they
Like,
already have convinced us.
Yes.
Honestly. I mean, you know, the new debit cards or credit cards, they've got the fucking chips in them.
Yes, correct.
Why do I need a chip in my credit card as opposed to just fucking...
Why do you need a chip in your bloody dog? I mean, they give you all very good reasons. They say to you, well, imagine if your dog got lost, yeah? They say, well, we can track it down for you, no problem. You know, they give you a bone. You know, they say, there's a bone, you know, the carrot and the stick, whatever. They give you really good reasons. They say to you, you know, they give you all kinds of really good reasons why you should have a chip in your body, you know? But the real problem with that,
argument.
I mean, if they inserted it, there's actually a logo out there where there's one of these chips being implanted into a baby's head. That's a logo. I'll find it for you later. But actually, if you put a chip next to the brain, you can influence the brain with electromagnetic waves, because of course the brain works on electro waves, you know, tiny little electromagnetic waves.
You'd have to have a power source in order to do that. So like this thing would have to like.
Of course, but the power source is somewhere else. The power source is controlled by these people. If you can have access to these chips, which they've got, you can influence certain parts of the brain. For example, what's it called?
What do you think selective advertisement in smartphones reasons are they've got us so worried about losing our privacy to chips that we implant our body when we voluntarily carry around monetarization systems in our fucking pockets with our
No, but,
credentials, with all of our money.
It's slightly different when you're putting it inside your body. They can't. I mean, sure, you can access.
Like slightly different, but I mean, like when you look at it from moving from one generation to the next, if it's totally normal for you, Jamie, like to be a parent who uses a card with a chip in it for currency, it may seem like an upgrade to get it just in your hand to where you don't have to worry about losing it, or like they've got these fobs now for your keys. Like eventually you'll be able to start your car just by getting into it because your car knows you.
Oh, they've already got that. But in order to do that, you have to voluntarily carry around the chip that you're talking about getting implanted inside of it. It's
a chain. You're carrying around.
Voluntarily carrying it around out of necessity. You're voluntarily carrying it out of necessity. If you didn't voluntarily carry it around, you wouldn't have money. You wouldn't be able to go to the cash machine. They make it. It's all out of necessity.
You have to use debit or like a bank account in order to pay most bills, and there are ways around it now. But I mean,
yes, for example, you could go and draw all the cash out, then then you wouldn't be getting tracked or whatever. If you go and draw all the cash out there, you would only have to make one visit with the card, and then you just use cash everywhere you go. That's one way of escape.
That's what I do. I just put whatever I need to use to pay bills on my card.
I mean, I've escaped the system so much that I haven't even got a bloody identification card. Any sort of ID. I haven't got it. I haven't got passport. I haven't got an ID card. I haven't got anything. And when I got stopped by the police, they say, well, you must have some identification on you. I said, no, I haven't got anything.
That's a big sacrifice, but it can be worth it.
Not really. I mean, I have everything I need. I have a job. I have a house. I have a car. I have everything I need. Well, not a car anymore, but I used to have a car, but I don't have a car anymore. I don't need one. But I've got everything I need,
Yeah, I'm pretty close to being right there with you, man. My friggin' ID expired in November of last year, and I just don't feel like going in. It doesn't seem like a perishable,
The BBC aren't even allowed on my property, I give them an implied rights of access, They can't even come near my house. I don't pay for a TV license. I have a TV. I have Sky. I have a satellite dish outside my house. Sky actually inform the BBC about if they're watching TV or not. About every 6 months, they get a visit, from a couple of inspectors, and I actually give them an invoice. And there's been one time where I've actually received money back. I've invoiced them for wasting my time. I say, for every hour that you're here, I'm going to charge you £50.
For what reason would they come to you? Are they actually coming to you and saying, hey, you're not watching TV?
Well, they claim that they've got, a device which can, but that's bullshit. All they've got, I mean, they say that they can, they claim that they can legally spy on you. They say, oh, we know you're watching TV because we've got a signal here.
Oh, so you're like jacking cable?
Well, not really.
Not really. Okay. Well, that's a totally different thing. But like man,
I don't know.
There's something called a cell site simulator, and basically the United States government is allowed to take the radio signal that comes out of your cell phone and access it before it gets to an actual cell phone tower using something that's called a cell site simulator. So if what you're doing is simply receiving transmissions through the air without permission, I don't think that you're doing anything wrong, because the government's doing that to us. They're taking our cell phone signal and spying on us, for lack of a better term, but they're doing it simply because of the fact that, hey, your cell signal is already in the air. That makes it free. Anybody who's able to receive that signal is able to use it.
Yes.
So I mean,
when these guys come around, they say to you, have you got a television? Now, the law states, you can have a television. You don't have to pay anybody to have a television. What they should be asking you is, are you watching live TV? Because that's what they want to charge you for. They say, if you're watching live TV, then you are to pay them a license. And it's a statute. And the statute clearly states that, they must have your consent. They must. It's not a law. And the police, I've had the police round once. I said to them, this is nothing to do with you. All you're here to do is keep the peace. This is, this isn't a civil matter. This is a corporate matter. Statutory law. Do you agree?
All right, I'm getting fucking blown up with text messages, but yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where like what's the right that they have to even ask you if you're watching or not watching? Is BBC part of the government? Because like these are things that like really I can be honest with you and say like I've never had that happen. I have used like a black box before for cable, and they came and just turned it off. Like they fucking knew, but that wasn't satellite. Satellite's totally different in my mind because if I'm jacking into a hard cable in order to watch TV, that's different than me just simply putting a dish out and receiving. That's like a solar panel. That's like someone coming to you and saying, hey, we own the fucking sun, so basically if you have a solar panel, you owe me money. That's the same thing as someone saying, hey, you can't receive my satellite broadcast without paying to me.
Now, I must state that, BBC, they only got 2 channels on terrestrial TV. Sky is something completely different. But there are BBC channels on Sky. There's an obligation by anybody that sells your TV over here to pass your information on to the BBC. And yes, by the way, they are government run to a certain extent. I think it was around 1999. The BBC were threatened by the government. They told them, we're going to make you an advertisement channel just like all the others. You're not going to be publicly funded. You're going to become just like all the other channels. And so they really, from that point on, I can remember how they've changed completely. And they're so pro-government. They're so pro-politics. They're so pro the EU, and they do such a great job. They're so pro-Masons as well, They're very Masonic. BBC are very Masonic.
Doesn't it mean like 322 or 666 or some shit? BBC, like in gematria? I know in numerology.
I don't know about that one. That's a good one. I don't know. BBC, I don't know. What is it? I don't know.
Can you do Jamaican?
What do you mean? Do Jamaican?
Can you do a Jamaican accent?
Not really. I'm not so good at accents, I mean, I don't know where we were before. We were talking about something, and we've gone off somewhere else.
Doing cable and receiving transmissions and Federal Reserve not being a good deal, the globe not.
Yeah, the hobby about I was saying this is a stereotype of the media. They say only crazy people and only lonely people subscribe to theories. Wild. This comes from the media. I've seen it so many times on Fox, on CNN, all the news channels. They really want you to stay away from YouTube. Very scared.
I disagree to a certain extent with monitoring with a body of government monitoring its systems, but at the same time, I feel like to an extent it is for a good cause, and I don't know all the methods that they use.
Who's they? Who's they?
The government, just in general. The government.
They're always going to tell you it's for your own good. Always.
Yeah.
And of course, for a government to be successful, they would have to be doing some good things. They wouldn't just, they would be becoming dictatorship. I mean, it's much, much easier to control people when they really genuinely believe that they're, free, rather than oppression. People.
These days, I think electronic monitoring just kind of comes with the territory. Before, there were things
you don't think it's a bit Orwellian and a bit, over excessive?
No, not at all.
I mean, okay, so just the pure concept of that alone, okay, no evil associated with...
No. I'm not saying there's no evil associated with it.
No. I'm just saying, let's for argument's sake say that there's nothing wrong per se with knowing what everybody is and knowing what everybody's doing, every precise detail of everybody's life.
Right.
That may be nothing wrong with that, but it's the people behind it. It's the people that control that.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I'm not saying that there aren't
It gives them a powerful tool, a very powerful tool.
Yeah. I'm not
The hypothalmia, I do believe it's a hypothalmia. Controls the emotions. They can switch your emotions, very quickly. They can even control your eye movement with the flick of a switch, just electromagnetism.
Okay.
This is proven. A gentleman from Spain did a test on a bull once, and whilst the bull was in full charge, he flicks the switch, and the bull, he made the eyes of the bull look up, and it made the bull stop dead. The bull's like, what the fuck,
Yeah,
I'm going to show you that. It's by a man called Delgado.
The reason I justify my stance on some government monitoring is it used to be, before the internet and before we had all this technology, it was as simple as walking over to somebody to see what they were up to. But now we've got a whole new way to communicate and a whole new section of our lives, one that I think should be policed to an extent, the same way that it's policed in real life. If you directly threaten somebody, there should be consequences, just like in real life.
Oh, yes, I know. The 10 Commandments.
To that extent, I think it's okay. At the same time, I do agree with you that there are people who will use the systems that are put in place to help keep its citizens safe.
I mean, I'm not saying everybody in the whole world is bad and everybody in power is bad, because I always do believe that there's some good somewhere out there, and there's somebody on the inside always trying to help somebody on the outside. But all these people that we're talking about, all inherently satanic, all of them. And then once you learn what they are and who they are, you realize just what is going on in the world.
Fair enough.
I mean, Bush did a Masonic handshake with his father on 9/11. I mean, it's not proof, but it's just like, it's like, yes, we know, nobody else knows. But we know. When you grip the knuckle, the second knuckle, I mean, it all has relevance to these people. Somebody looking at it would just say, well, he's just doing a handshake. But, he's actually pressing on the knuckle. You can see it there.
Yeah, but see, that's the issue, though, is it's
subjective. I know.
No, it's that circular logic, though. We should believe it because the government tells us it's crazy, and therefore it validates the statements made by the supposed crazy. Where does it end and where does it begin?
I mean, it's not even the government, I mean, sometimes, of course, in speeches, they condemn something or they ridicule something, but it's mainly the media.
Then it comes, like I said, it comes back to where does it start, where did it start, and how does it end? Mm-hmm. Who's crazy and who's the liar? There's no way of determining these. Really.
Well, there is. But there really is. There really is. I mean, Ted Turner, for example, and Vince McMahon. These guys own a huge portion of the media. And Ted Turner is one of the advocates of, depopulation. He says that the world is overpopulated. He pushes the myth, That's one of their favorite myths, is to convince everybody that the world is overpopulated. Right. And let me tell you now, it's not. Everybody in the world could fit into Australia, and there'd still be half a square mile of Queensland left. Everybody, they all have a square mile themselves. The problem is that the rich own all the fucking land, and they're cramming everybody into tight spaces. The projects, for example. They're called projects for a reason, because that's what they are. They're bloody projects. And they send the police there just to fish for criminals. Crime is just profit.
Yeah.
The law system's no longer about what's right or wrong. We were talking about the rules and laws and things. They're using it for their own good.
See, that's your conclusion. My conclusion is that it's a heap of shitty decisions that have led up to this point.
But when you look at the statistics, it shows like, what is it? 86% of males in America are all black. It just proves to you. It shows you. What do you really think that black people are much worse than white people?
Statistically, African Americans commit a disproportionate amount of crimes compared to whites and Latinos.
They get punished more than what the white folk does. No, because I tell you, if a white kid from a suburban area gets caught smoking weed, there's more chance of him being just given a slap on the wrist and told, go along and don't do this again. They'll take the weed off him and they'll go and smoke it themselves. Now, if that young chap was black, he'd be thrown in the back of a van. Just pure racism, and it does exist. And a lot of these policemen and Freemasons, a lot of judges, they're Freemasons. They're using laws for their own benefit, They smoke weed, yet they go and arrest people for smoking weed.
Yeah. Like I said, though, a lot of these things are connected, and there is a deeper meaning behind it. But do I think it's a secret organization hell-bent on keeping a basically enslaved working class underneath thumb? I don't believe that.
But don't you see that they want to, of course, reward themselves, and that's what they do. They reward their own pockets. They're very rich.
Yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with race. It has to do with them being able to get away with it, not who these people are.
A lot of KKK members are actually policemen.
There are only 3,000, or it's suspected that there are only 3,000 active Klan members in the United States.
Well, I wouldn't go off that as an absolute figure, because the numbers they put out there would be more misleading than anything, I would imagine. There's quite a large population of KKK members that don't even do any sort of votes or anything like that, so they wouldn't even be known about. They're so far out in the sticks, as they say, in the wilderness. They almost create a world of their own. Deliverance, for example. Those hillbillies.
It's a tough point to argue. I guess I'll have to agree to disagree with you. I don't see anything. I don't see any organized maliciousness.
Really?
I think
so
it's
you don't see the CIA. You don't see the CIA bringing in, of course, heroin.
I think it's individuals doing bad things and other individuals seeing that they can do bad things of the same suit. I don't think that there's any
No, it's one rule for one and one rule for the other. I mean, there's a gentleman known as Mr. Loophole over here. It depends who you are. Not, it depends who you are. For example, I mean, Mr. Loophole. okay, he gets people, celebrities, he gets them out of trouble. You know, small things, parking fine, you
Right.
know, anything like that. Mr. Beckham, he was one of his clients, or still is. Mr. Lupo got people out of the shit that otherwise would have been in the shit. You know, a common man, speeding ticket, you know, he would have had to pay it, or else he would have been molested. And then, you know, you got bailiff charges and everything else. So it depends who you are. And they use the law when they want to. When they want to apply to somebody, they will. And when they don't want to, you know, they can give them a pardon. They can give them a shorter sentence.
Right.
I'll give you an example. You know, I mean, it's crazy how much the Madeleine McCann, you know, the family has been protected by the establishment. If these were common, you know, they're not common people, by the way. They're well connected. If they were commoners, you know, they would have been investigated, you know, genuinely. But instead, the establishment all got behind them. The media all got behind them. You know, the media doesn't report things anymore. It doesn't look into things genuinely.
That's not what's profitable. What's profitable is gossip. It's having the hottest line, not the truth.
Yeah, but it's not always about gossip, and I do agree with you that now the news has become more about gossip and things that don't really matter, you know? I know that, but, you know, what I'm saying is that the media can protect, you know, certain individuals, or attack them, depending on who they are and what they've done, you know?
Yeah, well, and you have to remember that a lot of these companies are run, or a lot of these news networks, a lot of these media networks are run by individuals who get to choose what stories get published and what stories don't, and how the stories get covered. And these individuals have their own agendas.
Yes, their own agendas, the political agendas. For example, Rupert Murdoch, he traded power. He was, you know, in effect, the 13th cabinet member. He was almost a shadow government figure because he owned that much of the media and could give that much, you know, promotion to Tony Blair at the time, you know. That Tony Blair was like, okay, well, you know, we'll trade. And that's what happened, you know. Rupert Murdoch essentially covered for Tony Blair, and Tony Blair, you know, did things for Rupert Murdoch. And inquiries are complete jokes, you know, when they investigate, or supposedly, you know, the 9/11 Commission. You know, there's no genuine, you know, investigation going on. I mean, for example, Bush and Cheney were all, you know, testified behind closed doors. There was no, you know, what's the word? A transcript. There was no transcripts of what was said. It was just a complete mystery. Now, surely, you know, a figurehead such as Bush would be questioned rigorously about what he knew. But no, there was nothing like that. And all these inquiries are just merely cover-ups. They're just, you know, put there for the people to say, well, look, they did an inquiry and they found it, you know, not guilty. You know, they've been carried out by Masons. That's what everybody, you know. But people say over here, oh, there's no point in voting for the left, or there's no point in voting for the right. They're all the same. They're halfway there. They are all the same. And what they are is Freemasons. I mean, over here recently, there was a debate about whether or not, you know, Britain should stay in the EU or not. And the two opposition leaders were both of the Bullingdon Club. Have you ever heard of the Bullingdon Club?
No, I've not heard of them.
Well, if you know, type on Google right now, Bullingdon Club, you'll see David Cameron there. You'll see Boris Johnson there. You'll see George Osborne. And they're all younger. And the Bullingdon Club, for example, was Masons only, you know, toffs get-together where they go around and they destroy a restaurant. And then they pay for the damage before anybody calls for the police. You know, it's them and us. There's the high society and there's the low society. They're trying to absolutely destroy the middle class. They would just have it that there's a lower class and an upper class. You know, they want to make that divide as wide as possible.
Well, this has been a lot of fun. I'm not just dipping out or being a bitch, but I actually do genuinely have to go. It's almost 4 o'clock, so I've got to get around to making dinner for my family. I'll be on later.
What do you make?
What am I making? I don't fucking know. Probably grilled marinated pork tenderloin with a vegetable stir fry and a salad.
That sounds very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, wait a minute, dude. Wait a minute. You can't just go. When you say you're making dinner for your family,
yeah,
you got kids?
No, I have 4 younger siblings, but my mom works third shift, so I usually make dinner.
You're the guy.
Yeah.
You're the fucking man. Okay. Well, let me leave you with this.
Okay.
Either they lied to us and the earth is bigger or it's flat, or they made a really big mistake and the earth is bigger and it's flat or flat.
Or they're lying to us. Like,
yeah.
they lied to us about the moon.
They either are wrong because they couldn't figure it out, or they were like they fucked up, or they're lying to us. Like,
yeah.
There's no
because you know they could.
That's noticeable. You're not spinning. I know that you can't feel like you're spinning, and they could tell you that the atmosphere is dragging with the earth all they want. But you know, when you think of fluid dynamics. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Maybe it had something to do with the Cold War bluff. You know, the Cold War bluff. They've had to keep it going. You know, they said they were the first into space. You know, they said they were first.
a good reason to maintain the sort of plausible deniability of the fact that they
Yes,
had made
and
either
it
a mistake or they'd been lying to us.
I mean, I genuinely
that's
believe
just
Van
my
Allen radiation belts, genuinely.
No.
All right, hey, I really gotta go. I will be back.
Yeah, you enjoy your dinner, man.
Okay, it's been very good talking to you. Very good.
I completely agree. It's nice meeting you guys.
Who's left on here now?
Oh, I'm still here. I'm actually gonna go grab another beer here, but yeah,
so
man.
you're a flat earther, yes?
Not quite. I mean,
You're
colloquially,
breaking up there. Your line's very bad.
Your line's very fucking bad.
Oh, bugger.
You. No, I just don't think like the air is flat, and I don't think that they're like pretty much don't think that the Earth is flat. But colloquially, like the colloquial meaning of like the term flat Earth, yeah, I'd say it's flat. Do you know what I mean?
You were breaking up awfully a lot there, but
Probably your fucking hijacked satellite internet, man.
bugger. Okay, maybe it will get better in a moment if we just a little bit patient here.
Hello.
Okay, I'm going to go and come back. Try that.
Let me try the Ace Ventura call too while you're doing that. Alrighty then. Yeah, it actually could be my internet's. I'm not sure. Anyway.
Is anybody there? Trevor, can you hear me? It says I get he's playing a character, but not sure I get it, really. Didn't watch Monty Python, so maybe that's why. Can you hear me? This is how I talk in real life. Is that so hard for you to imagine? I'm from a well-spoken background, my family are. Can you hear me? I'm from a well-spoken background, my family are. Yes, you can hear me. Oh, I should show you this. Okay.
The service and devotion.
Oh, hello there. How's it going? How is it going, guys and girls? People watching, good day. It's a good day. Oh, stream. So I just wanted to let everybody know, I just passed the Free Chan channel, the other channel that has affiliations to this one, the person, Yvette, whoever she thinks she is. What they're actually doing is they're watching the viewer list. So if you join their chat, there's a drop-down feature that the moderators and the host has that indicates to them who is actually watching. Well, they've got somebody at all time watching that. So then if anybody new joins, they have already told the panel who it is, what account they're using. So that's how these people are working. They're not truthful about who they are, and yet they're going to go to extreme methods to try to find out who anybody else is. So if you ask these people, who are you and why are you here? You're going to get called a troll and whatever other name they want to put with it. But they're allowed to sit there and before you've even commented in the chat, they'll bring your name into it. Just try it yourself. Go to their channel and figure out how they know that you're there when you haven't even commented. All right? Because if you have their chat open, they have a viewer list and your name will come up on the viewer list. You do not have to comment for your name to come up on the viewer list. All right? So that whoever this flat earth guy from the other show is, that is very unprofessional. They're using cyber stalking methods. Before I've even talked chat, these people are mentioning me. I've just woken up. I thought, yeah, I'll just scroll around and see what the flat earthers are doing. See if there's any real conversation. I turn their show on and this account called Flat Earth Guy starts talking about like I'm there. And I'm not allowed to talk because they've banned me from their chat. So I didn't even try to talk. But I'm just letting you know that it's a bit unprofessional. If you go to these shows, they're watching you. They already know that you're there. They're going to tell people that you're there even if you haven't said any comment, if you haven't commented. All right? Very unprofessional indeed. Whoever that Flat Earth guy is, probably Ronnie St. James Harris, and they should be held accountable for what they're really doing here, all right? Because that's fraudulent. Very fraudulent what they're doing, really. What was that? What was the din-din-din? What happened there? I don't know what happened there, but all right. Well, I'm going to go get ready and have a little thing, have a little something to eat. I'm going to mute my microphone, but feel free to join if anybody has any questions, and I'll answer questions if anybody has any questions about anything. And I'm not here at the time and I haven't responded. Leave a comment in the chat, and I'll come back, read the chat, and know that you talk to me then. All right, thank you. There is sound on this show. It's just that nobody's actually talking at the moment, so I've got myself muted, and I'm waiting for other people to join. I'm gonna go have a feed, something to drink, and a shower and whatnot. And feel free to join, leave a comment, or join, and then we can have a discussion, a conversation. But at the moment, there's no one on the panel or no one in the chat that's actually talking, so I'm gonna mute myself. Feel free to join though. Hi guys and girls, it's the Adam Show. I'm back. I'm out of my shower. I'm gonna have a feed while I'm talking to you. So how's it going, people? How are we today on this fine day? Has anybody found any new information on the flat Earth? Has anybody found any new information they can provide that might change people's outlooks? No, just a bunch of fucking circle jerking immature cunts that want to sit on these chats all day every day and they never learn anything. Just like on the new channel, on that other channel, what's it called? Yvette's fucking CD Hangout, whatever it's called. They've got new people on there at the moment. Are those people dumb? I just want to find out if these people are that fucking stupid they don't realize what's going on, or if these are new people that have been employed to come and sit on these chats. Because it seems pretty weird. If you look at the two characters that are there, they're all tatted up all the way up to their neck. All right, so it's very weird indeed that you have these two characters that jump on the show, willing to show their face. They really haven't added anything to the conversation, but yet they're tatted all the way up to their neck. I'm just curious why the fuck they're there in the first place, and if they've ever learnt anything. Seems to me that they sit on these chats trying to make friends on the internet. Like, these people, I would never even talk to them in real life. They're the type of people that make their friends based off internet comment. All right, they don't care about what the person has offered society. No, I'm based on YouTube comments. They're going to call you name. All right, so I'd like to know why this lady that's tatted all the way up to her neck, and then there's a guy that's tatted all the way up his neck, why they have the need to join these shows that are pre-planned and everybody knows it. I'm just wondering if they're unaware, if these people are unaware that it's a pre-planned show and it's rigged, or if they're just selling out. Is that what's happening? Are they selling out? I'm curious if they're selling out. Now you got this chick tatted all the way up the neck. Has she ever learned anything about flat Earth? Can you tell me anything about flat Earth? No. Fucking brilliant. You go on a show that bans real people, blocks real people, and you want to sit on a fucking panel full of trolls and soccer counts. This lady's digging her hole. When it turns around and shit hits the fan, she'll be ostracized too. She'll be placed in the troll category and nobody will even respect her. That's how disappointed I am. I'm very disappointed that somebody of her caliber has not woken up to it and said, wait a second, you are a bunch of immature adults that attacked one person. You still do it now. They've fucked over this show so then they could take the viewers from this show and then take them over there. The same people that antagonized me yesterday are on the show now. So that seems pretty weird. They come to this show to steal the panel members and to attack the people that are on the panel and then tell the other people to go over to the other hangout. That should be against YouTube rules and regulations if I look into it. That would be against YouTube rules and regulations if I went into it. Coming on and self-promoting yourself on somebody else's channel and then trying to wreck the other show like you done, Yvette, I'm going to report that. I'm going to make sure that I report that to YouTube's fucking team. All right? And for you little kiddies want to say, oh, look, he's reporting it. Fuck up, special little dog. These can't have my real name and they spam links about me 24/7. If you're a mature cunt, have some balls and step up like I am. I'm one versus these fucking paid trolls. You want to join the paid trolls? Or you want to fucking join the cunt that's got some balls? That's what it's all about. I don't need an army. I could do this by myself. I don't need an army to do this. I can do this by myself. I just hope that you realize that by associating yourself with that other channel, you have dug your hole. So that lady that's got tats all the way up to her fucking neck, she's already dug the hole. The hole's been dug. Just like the guy next to her with all the tats all the way up to his neck, he's dug his hole. These people aren't going to get any type of pedestal anymore. Their voices mean absolutely nothing. Their credibility is gone. I just hope you realize that if you associate yourself with a known paid troll such as Tim Osman and whoever he hangs around with, you deserve to get the same treatment that they get. All right, they're paid, or if they're not, they're just fucking immature little dickheads. But my assumption is they're paid to be here and antagonize people, so then they can take whatever trend it may be and make money off it. All right. So when you have these dumbasses that come on these shows, tatted up to the neck, thinking that they're fucking special, I hope that dumb bitch gets what she deserves. I hope Tim Osman and that put dicks all the way in her mouth. I hope they find their fucking
pictures of her family and they fucking do what the troll's done to me. And then maybe then the dumb bitch will be a little bit more mature and she'll realize that hanging around with fucking trolls and people that have no accountability ruins your own credibility and fucking whatnot. Why the fuck would you go on a show full of known paid trolls and dickheads that antagonize people just to sit there and pretend that you're talking about subjects? You're not talking. You've never had anything to the subject. You have not learned anything since you fucking started looking in flat earth. You have not learned anything. And you cannot tell me that you have. You have not learned anything. I'll probably just get one of them $5 feeds from KFC. You want one? I'll get you one too. I'll get you a $5 feed too. It's just like a little burger and a little chips and gravy. Yeah, I'll get you one too. That was I like that. KFC? Yeah, don't know. Yeah. Right inside them all. Oh, look at me fucking camera. Shit, is my camera broken? I know, what have I done? What do I do? There we go. I have to fix my camera, guys. And again, oh shit, there we go. Let's switch it around. Let's go out to the so-called balcony. Have a look at me fucking, look at it, it's dying. Motherfucker died on. These are pretty ass. I like these. Look at that. This is very pretty plant. I like this plant. Oh, this one's multicolored. I like this plant. Very multicolored. Very pretty. Obviously, it's winter. I'm trying to grow some raspberries, strawberries, and blueberries. Looks like I can't grow anything. They fucking died on me. So, well, they've still got a little bit of green. I might be able to save them if I take all that dead off and try to rejuvenate them a little bit. But it's fucking winter, so they sort of need them little bits on them to keep them warm. Look at me lettuce. Fuck, mate, you can tell. The dickheads, they sold me a bowl of lettuce with dirt in it, but they fucking didn't put a hole in the bottom. They put a hole in the fucking bottom of the fucking thing. How fucking stupid. So I'm just curious. Curious. What's his name? Curious George, isn't it? I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Alrighty then, alrighty. So we got another person that's joined the show, and it's an impersonation account. These people, like I've stated previously, these people, they have impersonation accounts of me, and they want to follow me around every time I join a show. Like that, I just joined the show just to have a bit of a ramble and rant on a bit, and this guy is waiting for me with an impersonation account to join. What a fucking weirdo. He has no life, so what he does is he waits for me to join Hangouts so then he can change accounts to his troll account and join. Wow, what a life. What a fucking life. What a life. These are the people that you support. Whoever you faggots are, they're the people that you support. Dickheads like this that use impersonation accounts. They have no voice of their own. They use impersonation accounts, which is illegal. That's against YouTube rules and regulations. And you support these people. Instead of being a mature adult and exposing this person, outcasting that person, no, you hold yourself very immaturely and irresponsibly, which then therefore everybody that's watching would say the whole show's fuck stupid. Everybody on the show, except for that A4 guy who sits there and goes off, the whole show's fucking rigged. He is the only guy that comes on and stands up for what he believes in. All the other people sit there and read off a script. So I'm just curious, who are you, person that's impersonating me? The person that's impersonating me, who are you? Why are you here and who are you? Why are you impersonating? That's against YouTube rules and regulations to impersonate people. Can you please stop impersonating me? Is there any reason for you to go around impersonating people? I'm just curious. Mr. Jeff Stewart, I'm just wondering. Jeff Stewart, I'm just wondering if you have any reason to do that. All right? I'm just wondering if you have any reason to impersonate me, Jeff Stewart. Jeff Stewart.
My name is not Jeff Stewart.
Jeff Stewart. Yes, it is. You're Jeff Stewart. All right? So anybody that wants to know, that person that's using the A4 account is Jeff Stewart. All right? These people aren't mature adults.
My name is not Jeff Stewart.
See, that's Jeff Stewart. See how he only turned his microphone on?
Continue.
This person is Jeff Stewart. Jeff Stewart wants to go around and troll people. Jeff Stewart wants to go around and troll people on soccer accounts. This is Jeff Stewart. That's why the person will never turn their camera on.
How'd you find me? How'd you find me, A4?
You should remove yourself from this conversation and go away. You're doing something that's illegal and against YouTube's rules and regulations, so please go away because you're not supposed to be here, mate. All right, on an impersonation account, go find yourself a normal account account and then rejoin. All right, you are doing something illegal to try and get this channel taken down because you've been exposed. The person on the show that's using the A4 account that's impersonating me is Jeff Stewart, and they're trying to use that account to get this show taken down because this is impersonation, which will end in the end result will end in this show getting taken down. That's what that person's here for. Whoever that person is, Jeff Stewart behind that sock account, is only here to try and get this show taken down. They're not here to try and provide any information. They're here to use illegal methods to get this show taken down. So they're doing whatever they can to incriminate this show, so then this show gets taken down.
Well, A4, you got me. My name is Jeff Stewart, and I do apologize, A4. You're a lot smarter than I thought. I'm going to leave this chat now. You have a great day, A4. Jeff Stewart out. Continue.
As you can see, it doesn't matter if I was wrong or right. What matters is the fact that these people don't have any moral ethics. They aren't able to join on their real accounts and have a real discussion. They're unable to sit there on their real accounts and find out what's really going on. What they have chosen to do is use networks of stock accounts to go around trolling people. They're not here to try and find any type of information. So Jeff Stewart, the Ace McLeods, or the political hillbilly, all these random names that don't have any accountability and don't actually believe in what they're saying. They're only here for revenue. I just want you to realize that they're only here for revenue. They're not here to help you in any type of way. So be very careful when you're going to show yourself or tell everybody who you are. When these people, they don't want to oblige by the same rules and regulations. They will not tell anybody who they are. They will not tell anybody why they're actually here. They're only here to spread disinformation and to ruin the integrity of the show, really. How you going, Scotty Storm?
How's it going, mate?
Good, pretty good. I see that you stopped your trolling from a couple of, what was it, a year ago?
A year ago? When have I ever trolled?
It was about a year ago, wasn't it, Scotty?
I don't know. I've seen you in chat before, but if anything, I've been the one sticking up for you and saying he's right, he's telling the truth, let him go, and then you call me a troll, like everybody else.
Oh yeah, well you got to be put in the category when you hang around him.
When I hang around him? What do you mean hang around? Hang around who?
Who don't you hang around? Don't you hang around JLB, John LeBon? I don't think that I didn't watch you sit there and try to ridicule me when I wasn't around, where you thought I wasn't around, to these people like characters like John LeBon or his fucking brother, what is his name, Gino, or their dad, PK22. You tell me why you were hanging around these people that are fraudulent and now you expect me to be nice to you in any type of way.
Hanging around? What do you mean by going on their chats and listening to their content? How's that hanging around them?
Without calling them out for the fraudulent things that you know they've done, so you sit around a rapist.
What fraudulent things?
Now listen, so when you see a rapist, you just sit there and watch him rape somebody instead of jumping up and fucking kicking him in the cunt and dragging him off and then fucking slit his throat or whatever you want to do. No, you watch it. That's all you do. You join in.
What are you talking about, mate? What are you talking about?
That's your moral ethics. That's your moral ethics. You just said it. You join.
I just said it. You're talking to me as if you know me and as if you know what's on my mind about things.
Several times. Yeah, I've seen you for over 2 years, 3 years now, Scotty.
Yeah.
I know you.
You don't know. You don't have a goddamn clue who I am, mate.
I don't have a clue who you are, but I've seen you around. You can try to play the game all you want. You're a fucking troll lover.
You see me around on chats and you think I'm a troll lover?
You are a troll lover. You sit there and associate
I'll be honest with you.
trolls.
I'll be honest with you. There's probably about 2 times out of so fucking many where I started trolling you, and you know why I did it? Because you kept fucking calling me out as a troll and calling me out and saying, oh, you're this and that, when it was untrue. So I'm like, fuck this cunt, I'm just gonna troll his ass, because I'm the only cunt who ever fucking backed him up and said leave him alone as a right. And then I said, fuck him, he's calling me out on bullshit, so I'm gonna start trolling him. And I did that about two ever times. I started being a funny cunt. Just because I'm a dickhead you've been to me when I then did nothing to you.
Oh, no, mate, you did. I'm the only person here that's actually trying to expose the real truth. So when you tell me that you've done nothing to me, when you sit with a fucking network of trolls and you fucking want to protect them, I don't think you realise what your actions are doing.
So when you jump on chats, do I call you a troll for hanging out with people on chats?
And then when one person wants to try and expose a network of corruption, you're standing in the way, buddy. What do you expect me to do? Do you expect me to be nice to you and just sort
How
of
the
ask
fuck
you to
am I
step aside?
standing in the way
I'm
of
just gonna
fucking
walk up
shit?
and punch you in the fucking face and watch you drop, and then when you try to say something to me, I'm going to be like, you're the fucking idiot that caused this for yourself, mate. Step the fuck aside and choose a side properly.
Mate, you're talking absolute shit, and you're overly paranoid. You think
Am I really, Scotty?
you
Am I really?
think
You've been here. You've been here. For
you
2
think
years,
every
and
motherfucker's
you
a
do not know
troll and an
anything about the
agent.
flat Earth. You've been here for over 2 years, and you do not know anything about the flat Earth. Tell me more, Scotty Storm. Tell me
Look
more.
at my profile picture. It's clearly
That's yin
flat
and
Earth
yang.
related.
Yin and
Yeah.
yang. Yin and yang. That's not flat Earth. That has nothing to do with flat Earth. That's yin and yang.
Well, it represents how the flat Earth works. The sun and the moon going around the Earth.
That's energy. So what? Who cares? That's not flat Earth.
So what? Your picture's not flat Earth. So what? Do I say shit about that? Does
Mine's
it
not
matter?
on flat Earth. I don't have a picture of flat Earth. My one's of my
Exactly.
face.
Exactly.
That's
So
what I
what
said.
is
After 2 years have you learned anything about flat Earth? No, you haven't.
Yes, I have.
Tell me.
I believe
Tell me about it.
Well, what do you want to know about it, mate? There's a lot to know about flat Earth.
Tell me how you got onto the flat Earth theory in the first place.
By watching videos and people explaining that the flat Earth model is more accurate than the globe Earth model.
Who was one of the first people that told you about the flat Earth and that it's something that you should look into?
Probably. What do you mean? As in someone specifically, or?
Yeah. What videos or what person did you talk to that made you curious about looking for it?
Probably Eric Dubai.
Eric, really?
Oh, yes, I'd have to say so.
Big pardon?
Yeah. I started believing the Earth was flat. Yeah, Eric Dubai. I started.
What videos in particular would you suggest people take from Eric Dubai's list of? He's got hundreds and thousands of videos at the moment. What videos would you recommend that they watch that would give them an in-look, something to look into what you've actually seen? So
I'd probably say all of them. I mean, there's 200 Proofs was a good one, but there's so many of them, and even his interviews are probably really good to watch as well. So
his interviews, the ones where he dresses up like a transvestite, where he acts very inappropriately.
Besides them ones, yeah. To be honest, I don't think he should have done that because it kind of puts people off flat Earth by dressing and doing what he did in those videos. But at the same time, he does give good information.
Did he give any reason to why he done that?
No idea. Why did he?
I'm not a fan of his. I'm not a fan at all. I won't even watch his videos. All right. So I see a thumbnail with Eric Dubai in it, and I'll make sure I fucking don't even go near the video. I won't even give it a half a like. I won't even give it a fucking view.
You can't really give things half a like, can you?
That person is a fraud in my eyes. When you have to sell out and go to another country and sell out even more, it shows me what your true agenda is. This person does not care about the crisis factor. He cares about making money of something that you cannot prove. So tell me what he actually told you that made you believe in a flat Earth, because there's no such thing as a flat Earth. Tell me why you believe it.
Obviously, the Earth's not flat, has mountains, ridges, and it's not completely flat, but essentially, it's a flat plane all up.
But the concept of don't you realise that psyop? Then don't you realise by going around to people and saying that the Earth's not spherical, it's flat, you look absolutely retarded, and you ruin the fucking credibility of people like me that have been around for 4 years that are saying, no, don't listen to these fucking idiots. It's an inverse toroid. It's an inverse toroid, and I have to deal with fuckwits like you coming on, dribbling, saying go to Eric Dubai. Fuck Eric Dubai.
I never said go to Eric Dubai.
He's a transvestite. If you want to know about the flat Earth, go to Matt Boylan and don't do anything that anybody's told you about him.
Matt Boylan's nothing but a Freemasonic fucking shill, and you're telling us to go to him? No, mate.
Yeah. Even
if Eric Dubai is corrupted, I'd still rather go to Eric Dubai than Matt Boylan.
You're telling me to go to a transvestite to find out about the flat Earth.
How do you know who's an actual real transvestite?
The Freemasons are the ones that have the maps. They are the ones that control the knowledge and they control the maps. So if you're saying that Mr. Matt Boylan is a Freemasonic, he's affiliated to the Freemasons, I would rather listen to something that Matt Boylan has to say, because maybe I would be able to decode what he said, him being a Freemason.
Right.
Do you understand the logic? You were asking to go look at a transvestite's work, and that transvestite based his work off the person that I'm telling you to go check. All right, Eric Dubai.
He didn't base all his work. He didn't base all his work off him.
Do you know that, right? Eric Dubai copied Matt Boylan.
Not all of his work. No.
Yes, he did. Yes, he fucking
No, he didn't. Not all of his work.
He puts it in a different way.
Plenty of sources. Plenty of sources like Robotham. Many other people. Many other old books. People can say plagiarized, but everything in history, all information's been plagiarized by somebody. And there's nothing wrong with it. Putting it in your own words and trying to present it in the world in a different way. For the new generation, there's nothing wrong with that.
The people that are pushing the narrative now will obviously call people like myself and Matt Boylan Freemason. Good on you.
Well, you do have a Freemasonic ring, don't you?
And considering you knew me 4 years ago, and 4 years ago I didn't.
I don't know you.
3 years.
I don't know.
3 to 4 years ago.
I don't know you. I don't go around say I know who you are, do I?
But you've seen my pictures and you've seen my videos before. You've been on my hangouts before.
Yeah.
So, did I have a Freemasonic ring 3 years ago? No, I didn't. So,
What? Just because you didn't show it?
Oh my god!
Just because you didn't show it doesn't mean you didn't have it.
Oh my god! Something I looked into and something that I was showing people was not what they wanted me to show people. So they sent me a ring in a hope that I would shut up.
Why
So
would
tell me more.
why would them sending you a ring hope to make you shut up?
Because why would they not? Why would they not? Why would they
send a Freemasonic ring?
It's
It's ridiculous.
That's exposing the true reality to it. That you don't have to look into a flat Earth to figure out how it works. You can look at the world like a circus. That's all you have to do. You're underneath a tent. You can call it a dome if you want, but you're a fuck clown. Everybody is a clown, and it just depends on who you're acting for, who you're doing your clownery for. All right. So if you want to do your clownery for God, then you'll work with somebody like me, and you'll fucking get the information straight out. You'll tell people, wait a second, that person's a fucking clown. They dress up as another person. All right. They won't sit there and try and trick people into fucking regurgitating shit you know nothing about. You want me to go and regurgitate heliocentric mathematics? Is that what you want? Because you don't know anything about it. The people that regurgitate don't know anything about it. But yet that's what we have to talk about, right?
I don't know.
Well, that's what you're heading with that. That's what you're heading with what you're doing, brother. You're telling people to go look at Eric Dubois' work, and Eric Dubois has shifted people into this debate type of a forum where they have to provide the mathematics. So you want everyday people to go work out the mathematics. What's wrong with that? Because we pay
you're saying we should listen to fucking Matt Boylan. That's even worse.
We pay trillions of dollars companies to tell us what the shape is. All right, so we can just stop them companies and we can be the company then. All right, do you understand the concept? I'll tell people to go to Matt Boylan because Eric Dubois is copying Matt Boylan. If you want to sit there and tell them to go to Eric Dubois, I'm just going to make them skip the chain and go to Matt Boylan because he's the one that is getting copied off. I don't care if he's a Freemason or not. I don't care. The information that he's providing is being copied.
So you're saying every single thing Eric Dubois said is copied off Matt Boylan?
One way or another, yes. One way or
bullshit.
another, yes.
One
way or another, yes, brother. One way or another. One way or another.
That's bullshit.
He copied his work. Yes, he did.
That's bullshit.
No, it isn't, dude. So you're telling me that after Matt Boylan produces an eccentric video where he's out there and he's half molesting a goat, the next day or the day after, Eric Dubois produces a video where he's dressed up as a transvestite, and you don't see how there's a flip in that how Matt Boylan turns into a character clown for one of his videos, and the next video that Eric Dubois releases is a character clown. Are you fucking retarded? He copies him. He watches the script that Matt Boylan's going off, and he copies it.
Really? Is that what you think? Is it?
That is what's happening.
If that's what you say, if that's what you think, you know, I can't convince. No one can convince you of anything, right? That's the honest truth.
No, obviously. Well, it's not about you convincing me. It's about you expressing your opinion with enough information for me to go search it afterwards. I'm trying to tell you that I don't believe in what you're saying, but I'll give you the reason why I don't believe it, and it's up to you then to either add an argument against that or go look into what I've said. I'm not telling you to believe me. I'm just giving you the information for you to go elsewhere and look.
Yeah, I know. And that's
Eric Dubois he's a copycat.
In my opinion, Matt Boylan's a shill, and I believe Eric Dubois could be a shill as well. I'm not discounting that possibility. But it doesn't mean that I don't give out good information.
In my opinion, people think that Matt Boylan's a Freemason. He's not a Freemason. He happens to do things in an eccentric way to try to expose the things that he can see, because he's not going to just come out and tell you it's a crisis actor reality. Dick House Productions is actually the ones behind the false flag events. If you want to know what company it is, look into Dick House Productions. No, he's not like me. He wants to be a little more eccentric. He wants to appeal to somebody on an artistic level. Where me, I just tell you straight out, Steve-O and Johnny Knoxville and all them fucking idiots, they're actually dressing up now and they've got prosthetics on and they're your government. All right, you dumb motherfuckers have got Canadians in your own government dressed up in prosthetic. Tell me more.
Steve Irwin's dead though. Steve Irwin died 10 years ago though.
Supposedly.
Did I say anything about Steve Irwin?
No, you mentioned him. Sorry.
Yeah, you did mention him.
No, I didn't. No.
Didn't you? You just mentioned Steve Irwin.
You said Johnny Knoxville and Steve Irwin. Steve Irwin was a crocodile hunter. He got killed by a stingray.
Are you a dumbass? I said Steve-O. Steve-O. You know,
okay.
that affiliates with Jackass Crew. You know how it goes.
Sound like Aaron to me.
Steve-O, Bam Margera, Dave Aaron, Danger Aaron, or you can go through the list. Are you fucking stupid?
I never watched Jackass.
Well, sorry, that's the Dick House production. I wasn't mentioning Steve Irwin. I was mentioning Steve-O, the character clown, the person that will wear prosthetics prosthetics and become another person. Have you
I
ever
don't really
seen the
watch the
movie?
show, so
Have
I
you,
don't
have
really.
you ever seen Have you ever seen the movie Bad Grandpa?
I've heard of it. I haven't watched it.
It gives you an insight. It gives you an insight into what they will actually do. That's the funny side. Imagine the sadistic side.
I watch reality TV like
Imagine
Amazing
what you
Race.
can really do. Imagine what you can really do when you've got $1 billion under your belt and you can become anybody you want.
I watch Survivor.
It's called the Dick House Production. Are going around committing false flag crisis events. They're wearing prosthetics. They're becoming different people so they can push whatever narrative they want at the time. They can become a new. They could be a prime minister of a country right now, and they could already have it planned that the next character getting elected is them under another character wearing more prosthetic. Change their character. If you people cannot see how this works, I'm sorry to say, but you are fucking asleep.
I already believe this actor-based reality. I already believe that there's many people playing different identities and put makeup on and aesthetics to become somebody else who's not a real person.
Thank you, Scotty. Thank you. It's good to see that. It's good to see that other people will wake up to it. I don't expect you to believe what I say. I expect you to take what I say with a grain of salt and go check it.
Yeah,
Not call me an idiot. Not name call me. And I'm not talking to you, Scotty. I'm talking to these other dickheads on the panel that feel like they're superior to everybody. I want you to go check it. I want you to go check and see if it's possible for somebody to do the things that I'm saying that they can do. And if it's possible, yeah, that's right. So instead of these dickheads being allowed to call me crazy anymore, no, you're the crazy one for not seeing it for what it really is. You're the one that should be not trusted at all for what you do. So what's up, dude? No one should ever trust you because you were unaware on how to tell people about crisis actors. You want to tell people about the flat earth and how it's so flat, and you have to trust this. Fuck your fucking flat earth. Tell me about the crisis act. You won't because you're probably a crisis actor. See how this works, Scotty? I don't think you realise how it works. I realised 3 years ago.
I know how it works.
I've done research. The flat earth is set up movement and it's controlled by the crisis actors, all right? So the same people that are going out and committing these false flag events, they come back on the internet, onto YouTube in particular, and they run networks and networks of people to sway people straight into the flat earth when they look into Jeff C's videos. So when you go to somebody like Jeff C or Red Silver J and you see the crisis actors, guaranteed you're going to be followed by one of these fuckwits and then dragged to one of these shows. So you start believing flat earth in a reality that's too fucked up to even believe in. You won't actually get out of the box because these faggots are here to put you in it.
Well, what do you believe then, people? What do you believe the shape of the earth is?
I couldn't care. What I care about is what's his name? What's up, dude? The only thing I care about is what's up, dude, turning his camera on.
Who's that?
If he does, I've revealed a crisis actor. I've exposed crisis actor. If he turns his camera on just once, I've exposed crisis actor. Fully exposed. You know what I mean?
I don't mind turning my camera on, but I got no webcam.
I've known you for a long time now, Scotty. I don't think that you are affiliated to these people. I think that you're inquisitive and you're looking into things. I'm not too sure why you've been around so long and you haven't turned on these people like everybody else does. Each to their own, I guess. But I wouldn't hang around snakes. I wouldn't hang around dogs. Eventually get fleet.
Well, it's not as if I haven't turned anybody. It's that I look at all information presented and essentially pick out the bullshit and what's real and what's not. Because most shows, I look at all information
presented. Well, that can't be the case because I've been on these shows for a couple months now and I've debunked every single one of these people. Like the Zeiss's character, who is John LeBon on a fake account, I debunk him every day. But yet these people come back on, they block me, they ban, they lie about me, and yet you're saying that these people are credible. You're giving them some type of credibility, saying that you look to their work when I have personally debunked it. I come onto the show and I tell them, wait, this is the statement you just made, and I'll show you exactly how it's wrong, and I show them, and then I'm the one that's ridiculed, and you're going to tell me that these people have some type of credibility?
I didn't say anybody has any credibility. All I do is I look at all information presented and try and find out what is real of what they're saying and what is bullshit. I never trust anybody, but I look at all information, and as a skeptic, and you should.
Well, you know that these shows are set up to make people self-incriminate. It's good that you haven't turned your camera on, and I'd suggest you don't turn your camera on. You know that I'm the type of person that will ask you to turn your camera on, but I'm telling you, don't turn your camera on because you've been around way too long, and you'll probably be put in the same category as me when they get your identity. All right, so be safe and avoid these fuckwits because they're not here to help you in any type of way. They're here to try and sift your name out of yourself. They're here to try and sift your location. That's why when they talk to you. They say, oh, so how was your day? Oh, yeah, so where did you go today? Oh, yeah, where's that near? Oh, yeah. And then we say, I live in Queensland. They're like, oh, yeah, do you live near? And they start to get the map up and they start to pinpoint where you are so they can fucking track you.
Yeah, well, you've already seen my face because I've talked to you on Facebook before. So it's not as if I'm hiding.
I know who you are, but I'm telling you not to trust these people. Don't turn your camera on for them.
No, I don't. I don't trust anyone.
They've already made 2 other people self-incriminate now. They've got 2 other people now that are sitting there, fucking a lady and a man on the other show that have got tats all the way up to their neck. They're fucking gonna make him self-incriminate, bro. If I was you, I'd try to help.
What happened?
I don't know. Did he get kicked off or something?
He just muted himself. I'm not a troll either.
Okay, and what's your name?
What's up, dude? I just used this account for Hangouts.
Oh, okay.
I just came here to listen, honestly.
What are your opinions on the shape of the Earth then, and such things?
Wait, if I can jump in, what's your name, buddy?
What's up, dude? This is just kind of a backup account. My real account's East Coast Bro.
East Coast Bro. What's your real name, man? My name's Adam. And obviously,
Mine's
that's
Scott.
Scotty. That's Scotty there. That's Scotty. So we got Scotty, we got Adam, and.
I want to just reveal my first name because I don't want anyone looking up my Facebook or anything like that.
No, you can just tell me your first name. Is
Dylan.
it John Doe? Huh?
Dylan.
Dylan, how's it going, Dylan? Nice to meet you.
Good.
Nice to meet you too.
Just
I'm not
chilling
a
here.
bad dude. I'm not a bad person, but what I need to do is take a bit of a pedestal here. I've been around the longest. I've seen these people and how they work, and I'm not going to take their shit no more. They can use as many fucking stock accounts and troll networks to try and take me out as they can. I've been here for 4 years, death threatening people. I'll say that I'll slit your throat. The cops will never show up at my door. You know why? Because they don't care about paid trolls. They don't care one bit. They've already investigated, and they said to me, well, there's nothing we can do because they're not held accountable. The network that they work for already has rules and regulations that we will be able to hold the company accountable, but not the individual person. All right? So these trolls, they won't be able to get held accountable anyway. It's the company that will get held accountable. I already know. These people think that I haven't called the police. You think that I wouldn't after 4 years of being antagonized by fucking trolls? You think I wouldn't? They're lucky I haven't already got one of their names, all right? And if I do, then I know that I have to follow the rules now. I won't be able to post it. But they're fucking so lucky. They're lucky I won't go outside of the box and do a little bit something illegal to find the network and expose every single one of them. Because if I do ever do that, before I go to jail, I'm going to make sure that I fucking do the worst type of shit to them ever. I'm going to leave the most vile videos out there about these people. What they've done to other people, they shouldn't even be on the internet. For what they've done to other people, you should all stand up and say, you're outcasted. You're outcasted. You're not allowed to come back on the internet. I don't give a fuck who this Yvette dumb bitch says she is. She needs to fuck off the internet and never come back. And anybody that says that she's allowed to, you fuck off too and you're never allowed to come back. And it should be real people stand up and start offering these people a rope and a tree, all right? Because if you want to let your children suffer the fucking shit that I've been through for 4 years, you deserve what they fucking will get.
Yeah, but I mean, getting like called names and stuff and over the internet, does it really affect you that much?
When they get your name and they post your address up and they post pictures of your residence, so where I lived, they post pictures of themselves outside of my house with whatever weapons they want. Yeah, have they? That's a bit intimidating. Yes, they have. They fucking have. That's a bit intimidating. So yes, with weapons. I'll fucking say whatever I fucking want. These pedophile dogs deserve to be hung by a fucking tree. They fucking post pictures of my mother. Fucking sick fuck. Can you not see how that's wrong?
Well, I haven't ever seen evidence that's actually happened, so I don't know.
Well, there is evidence, and there's plenty of evidence, and you apparently watched my video, so you're a fucking liar.
I don't really watch your videos, to be honest, that much. I've watched something, but I don't really.
Liar, man, because everybody that knows me know that I have the evidence of these people doing that dirty shit. So don't ever try and say that I don't have the evidence when it's easily accessible on my channel.
I didn't say you didn't.
Talking on right fucking now.
I didn't say you didn't have evidence. I just said I haven't actually personally seen it.
Well, that's not my fucking fault that you don't pay attention to what's really going on. You want to sit there and pretend that there's fucking flat earth that you can make a difference on when I'm trying to give you subjects and topics that you can actually change within your life and you can be known as a good person, but you chose to participate in trolling.
Maybe just trolling.
Just remember this at judgment. When we get to judgment, I'm going to make sure I call every single one of you out that didn't join the right side. I'm going to say, no, he joined the flat earth fucking trolling cunts. He joined the devil. You joined the demons that want to sit there and antagonize humanity. You want to be on the side that fucking sits there and puts people in a box. You'll get yours. God's soldiers will always be angry. God's soldiers will always wake up and be fucking vile. Why do you think that? Because we don't want to be in a realm where there's fucking pedophiles around me. What the fuck would I want to want to procreate with pedophiles around? Are you fucking stupid? So eventually my fucking blood is going to fucking interbreed with fucking pedophiles? Are you fucking stupid?
That was interesting.
It was interesting. How about you go over to the other show, Yvette fucking Slutface channel, and
Who's
then
that?
tell the two
What?
people
Who's Yvette?
the other channel. Yeah, go over to the other channel. Don't troll me because I know what you talk. You know what it is. All right. Why don't you go over there? And
I've honestly
tell
never watched her.
Well, why don't you go over to the channel over there and tell the people that are on the show that they shouldn't be on there because these people are not nice people and they should
What's
go.
their
elsewhere
last
for
name?
information. That is the nicest thing that I could ever see you people do. If I see any of you do that, I'll give you the
I can't go on if I don't know her full channel name.
Well, I've been over there before, and they've been nothing but nice to me. So what do I have against them to be mean? Because it sounds like
they are making people self-incriminate. They are choosing who they're allowing on. They antagonised the young kid yesterday as soon as he joined. I don't agree with it.
Is this like a
that's appropriate
flat
because
Earth
you
thing?
are able to stare with them and they're able to you use multiple accounts so they agree with you. These people that are on the show right now that I'm watching, all right, this lady and this man that are tatted up to their necks, they're being made to self-incriminate, all right? I hope you realise that you're helping these people by arguing with me about the principle of it. The dickhead trolls, the only reason they're here is to make people incriminate, have 2 new fucking victims. I'm trying to ask you people to go help them because I'm not allowed to.
Well, what's the channel name?
Show. If I go to that show, then the copyright strike I put against it, the copyright strike against it will be taken off. All right, that channel will be taken down soon enough from what they've done to me. But I'm asking you to go tell these people to watch out.
Just type in Flat Earth Live and yes,
It says hey, Negatorks, leave my threads alone, featuring Jumpad, a Flat Earth troll. Is that what it is? Free Chan?
Yeah, that's the one. But you go on there and just say hold yourself appropriately. Be nice if you want. You'll get kicked out straight away anyway. But tell them people on the panel, the 2 newcomers, be very wary on what you say and do because you will be incriminated. Whatever you say will be used against you elsewhere.
Might just listen to it first.
I just want you to let them know that.
I've been on their show before, and I've only seen nothing but nice things, and I haven't been incriminated in any way, shape, or form.
You haven't shown your face, mate. These people are on there with their faces showing.
I have had my face on my pictures before, but I just recently changed it.
I'm just gonna leave for a sec. I'm just gonna listen to the hangout.
Not with them people, buddy. You can try to defend them all you want, mate.
I'm not defending them. I'm just saying my personal experience.
All you're doing for me, Scotty, is putting yourself in a category where it's like where I have a category of people that affiliate with trolls. I don't think that you're paid trolls. I just call you the affiliations. All right, you're starting to put yourself in that category.
Well, in your opinion, I am, which that's your opinion.
Obviously, and I'm trying to tell you right now because you're an Aussie. I'm trying to give you the heads up that you are doing things right now that are making real people like myself very skeptical on your intentions of being here.
I've got no intentions at all. One of the main reasons I actually came to this chat with you in it is because I typed in Flat Earth Live and I saw different chats, free chat, and I saw this one with your picture on it. And the only reason I came to this one was to talk with you personally for once.
Well, thank you very much, but I'm not going to be a nice person these days. I've been antagonised too long, too much these days. It's been 4 years and I still haven't received any type of mature adult. I haven't received any type of mature adult that will jump in and actually show some rationale, some maturity. So I'll continue to be a solo and do what I do. And if people call me a troll, they can be so. Wait, Phil, am I a troll? Am I paid to be on the internet? No. There we go. I've got a person that stands here right now. How old are you, Phil? He's 50 years old. Do I work for anybody? Do I work for myself? I work for myself. I get my own money. All right? So I've got a 50-year-old tell you people then that I don't work for anybody, that I make my own money. So if I hear any of you call me a paid troll or anything again, you're absolutely fucking pathetic because I've proved myself. I've never called you several times now.
I've never called you a paid troll.
You do realize, A4, every time I've ever seen you or talked to you, you come out fucking swinging. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You're a fucking baby. Dude, are you 4 years old? What is wrong with you? Really, I want to know.
See how
Boy, oh boy.
Ian? I just got a 50-year-old to tell you that I'm not a paid troll.
I don't know. There's some voice in the background. I never said you were a paid troll. You're just fucking batshit crazy.
Turn your camera on, you fucking pedophile dog. You want to sit there and say, "Did you see proof?" Turn your camera on, pedophile.
So that would prove
You
it.
don't have
If
any-
I
you don't have
turned
any say.
on my
You don't have
camera,
any say.
that would
You don't have any
indicate
say.
that what? I'm
You
not a
don't have
pedophile to
any
you.
say.
I've heard
don't
you
have
make
any
claim
say.
after
You don't
claim.
have any say. You don't
Are
have any
you
say.
4 years old?
You don't have any say, brother. You don't have any say. You want to sit there and try and say, when I just provided proof that it wasn't proof, you don't get to have a voice, faggot.
Hey, am I a paid troll? No, you're not a paid troll.
Probably, because you want to
That
join
right there.
and try
That
and
was the
antagonize
fucking
me,
president of the
fucking
United
faggot.
States that just said
You
that.
want to sit there and try and antagonize
Yeah,
me, you
okay,
fucking
lady
faggot.
boy.
All right, yeah, that's why you're.
All
he's saying,
You're
I know.
military. You're
He comes into
military. You're military.
everywhere he goes. He walks around and punches people in the face, and when they react, he's surprised.
Tell them who employs you. Tell them that you work for the military. Then you fucking liar. Tell them that you work for the military.
Who
Tell
works
them,
for
say
the
it.
military?
Say you
Who?
work for the military.
Who?
Yes, you fucking do. Yes,
I
you do.
don't work for the military. I've never taken a dime from the government for any reason. Now I'm a liar. Okay.
Yes, he is. Yeah, he's a military. He's sitting
I'm
right next to a
military.
computer in a military base right now. Yes.
I'm sitting in a military base right now.
You think I don't know where you are?
Well, it's proven, mate.
You know where I am. If you knew where I was, you'd realize that I'm sitting at my desk in my fucking living room. Simple.
I've got your IP address. You're on an army base, fucking idiot. You're a dog.
I'm on an army
military.
base.
This guy's
Okay.
military. This guy's
I'll tell you
military.
what
I've
then.
got his IP
Throw
address
the
right
IP
now.
address up in the side chat so everybody knows what it
I've got
is.
his IP address.
You're not going to do it, are you?
In the military. He's in the military.
That's what I thought. You're not
You're in
going to
the
bring forth
military.
any sort of
You're in the
evidence and
military.
all. You just make
You're in the
claims.
fucking military. If you want
I'm
to
in the
provide
military.
proof that you're not, turn your camera on.
That's right. I'm a general in the military.
Show everybody that you're not in a barracks. Show everybody by turning your camera on that you're not in a barracks. I fucking just IP fucking flooded you, dickhead. I pinged your IP and I got your location.
You do.
You're on a fucking military base.
Then
cunt.
put it
You're
in
on
the
a
side chat so everybody can do a who is on it.
I
Simple.
don't care what you say. I'm not going to show you.
I know
how
you're
got
not.
your address.
I don't need you to show me. Just drop the IP address in the side chat and then everybody can go look for themselves.
He's on an army base, people.
I'm on an army base. That's right.
Where exactly? Which army base?
I'm not on an army base. I'm in Ohio at my home. I don't know what he's talking about. What can I say?
Yeah, he's in his home on the barracks that he lives at.
Right, boy, dude, you're out of it, man. I don't know what
He's
to
on an
tell
army
you.
base, dude. I just fucking pinged
Put
his
the IP address in the side chat so everybody else
Like
can
I'm going to tell a fucking soldier how I fucking act. Are
Right.
you fucking retarded?
You just make claims,
Are
man.
retarded?
You
Yeah,
just
these people
make
want me to
claims.
self-incriminate. These soldiers
Boy.
want me to tell them how I've done something
Soldiers.
illegal. Fuck off,
I'm a
faggot.
soldier.
You ain't
Nah.
finding out how I've got your IP address. You just got
Okay.
exposed. You're military. You're
Yeah,
military.
I'm
You know, someone that uses that
exposed.
symbol,
You exposed
military,
me.
Military.
And you're calling from an insane asylum. I just got the IP address.
Military.
Is that all it takes? That's your proof?
You can say whatever you want. I know that you are in the military. I know. I just
Okay.
fucking pinged your IP and you're on a fucking military base, you scumbag dog.
Wow, man,
can
you
sit there
just
and
say
yell whatever you
whatever you want, don't you?
You can say whatever you want. You're on a military base, faggot.
On a military base. Okay. I've never been in the military. I don't know what to tell you.
Cool story, mate. What are you here for then? Why did you join this show at all? I'm on here and I'm talking shit. So I'm
Because
sure
you're
that you
always
can go-
talking shit.
You can go
Always.
over to the
Because
other show.
you called me for a
listen,
hangout one time and started making accusations like this kind of nonsense.
Yes, don't justify. What a dickhead. You have to talk constantly. You tell people that I talk
Yeah,
over
I'm
you,
going to talk
and then
over you
every
just
time
like
I
you
try to
talk over everybody
every
else. I
time
can
try
talk
to
louder
like
than
this,
you
talk over
for
me.
sure.
Yeah, like you're not supposed to be talking right now because I was talk over people. constantly. There we go. And again,
I know
as
you
soon as
wait
I'm
your
saying
turn,
the
don't
word,
you?
talk over people instead of being a mature adult and waiting till I'm finished my sentence.
A
you
mature
continue
adult
to talk
like
over me.
you.
while I'm telling you that you're talking over me. Fucking retarded. There we go. Still talking over. Are you fucking retarded?
Adam, do you like conflict or something?
I like to expose people that should be exposed, that are only here for the wrong reasons, buddy.
Yeah, but
All right, I
you
thought
talk
you would
about
have realised that
yeah,
by
but-
now. I'm not going
No,
to
but
be
you talk
friends
about
with the
providing
enemy. You're
evidence,
telling
and
me
you
to
don't
be
really
friends with
provide
the
any
enemy.
evidence.
You're telling me to be
I didn't
friends
say you to
with
be
the
friends with
enemy.
anybody you don't want to be friends with, mate. When did I say that?
Is the debate community always like this?
Have I attacked the host at all? Have I said anything to the host?
Not generally.
Adam,
A4
have I said
on
one
here.
thing to the host? Have I actually
Adam,
said that you were paid to be
make
here,
people
Scotty?
dislike you.
Scotty,
You
did I say
make
that you
people.
were paid to be here?
I never said that. Yeah. So what's your point? You make
So
people
I said
dislike
that
you.
Ian's. You're
You
saying
do
that
it
I wanna
yourself,
attack
mate.
them. I attack the people that deserve it.
No, I
Did
don't.
I
I don't
half
say
attack-
attacking people. I'm just saying, like,
Did
do you
I
always
half
like
attack?
conflict?
Did I ask that person what his name was, and when he obliged, I left him alone? Yes. All right. I know that person's name's Dylan now. That's all I need to know. He was
I'm
truthful enough.
not giving my last name
No, that's
though.
all good. That's all good. That's all I'm saying.
And the reality is, maybe his
That's
name's
enough.
not
I
even
had an
Dylan. There's no real
interaction-
evidence his
Shut the
name's
fuck up,
Dylan.
dickhead. I had an
Actually, it
interaction
is.
with the person, so
Yeah,
I
I'm
left
just
him
saying,
alone.
like, you know, there's
All
no
right, so
proof.
how
I'm just
do you
saying.
how do you get your logic that I'm attacking everybody when I left him alone? I attacked this fucking idiot because he deserves it because I just pinged his IP and he's on a military base.
I'm on a military base. Okay,
Why-
put it
why
in
you-
the side
why you-
chat. Simple.
I'm not going to show a fucking soldier
Why don't you screen
that is
share it then?
employed by the military to be here and fucking antagonize me. I'm not going to show you how I got your IP. I'm not even
Extraordinary
I
claims
just
require
exposed you to
extraordinary
yourself.
evidence.
In your head, all right, shut up. I don't care. In your head, you know that I know where you are right now. I pinged your IP. I know where you
do.
are.
Okay.
Yeah, you and that Jeff
He's got
Stewart
you, mate.
fucking dog,
He's got
right?
you.
You and that Jeff Stewart and all them, eh? You and that Ace of the Cloud. That's what fucking squad you run with, ain't it? Yeah, laugh all you want, faggot. I got you cunts now. Same fucking army base. Same army base when I ping fucking them cunts. Same army base come up, dickhead. I know
The
that you're all
same
affiliated.
army base.
Fucking moron. Yeah, that's
You
right.
really fucking lost it.
Which army base would that be then?
Go figure it out for yourself, Scotty.
See what I mean? I'm asking you simple questions. and
Why
you
would
can't
I
even answer
tell
them.
you? Why would I incriminate myself? If I say the location, then I'm
How does that incriminate
incriminating
you?
myself. I'm incriminating my. Yes, I am, because you're not allowed to post anybody, and you're not allowed to verbally say somebody's personal location if they haven't provided it.
Yeah, but
I can tell him I know where he is.
the
all I want.
reality, you constantly
I'm not
incriminate
going
your
to
own
get myself
self.
fuck-
You
can
do it
sit
to
there and try and make
yourself.
me incriminate- You can sit there and try and incriminate me all you want. I'm not going to self-incriminate, you fucking idiot.
Every word that comes out of your mouth sounds like self-incrimination, mate.
No, it isn't.
I'm just being honest.
Obviously, you don't know anything about the law then. Obviously,
No,
you don't
nothing,
know
mate.
anything about the law then. I have
No,
not given
nothing.
his location. I can tell him all he wants that he's on a military base. I can tell him that I know where he is all I want. If I say
Right.
the location, I incriminate myself.
And you're in an
then he can call the
asylum.
police.
I know
He
where
can
the
call-
asylum is, but I can't declare its location because I'm not allowed.
The asylum's on
If
Mars.
you want, you can say you're just the same. That's a troll rhetoric. That's exactly what a paid
That's
troll does.
troll
It's
rhetoric.
exactly what you say. Yeah, you use exactly what I've said
Okay.
against.
Well, I gave you permission to report my location. I'm giving it to you verbally now, right? It'll be recorded. Go ahead and drop the IP address in the fucking side chat.
True, he did say you can do it.
There you go. Have at it.
No, he said that I can drop the IP in the side chat.
Okay,
I'm not
report my
giving you that
location,
anyway.
whatever it is that you imagine it to be. I don't even know what you're talking about. I'm sitting in my house, dude. I don't know what you're talking about.
Cool story, brother.
It's a goddamn construction zone. I'm rebuilding
Yeah,
the
it's
place.
yours-
I
it's
mean,
yours,
really,
it's
I got
yours,
the backstory
You're
that
so
I,
adamant that
the
I'm wrong,
script sitting
wouldn't
here
you
in
just
front of
leave
me
it
and
alone, right?
everything. You're crazy,
It's a
man.
bit weird to me. It's a bit weird to me that if I was wrong, why are you so adamant about me having
Okay,
to?
so if I agree, aha, you've got me, and if I disagree, aha, you've got me. Well, that's circular logic. What could I possibly say to you to prove it?
Say you don't care. You don't care. I'm wrong, and you don't care. You got it wrong, buddy.
Okay, well, like I said, it's circular logic, man. Work it out for yourself.
You're the one that's showing me that I've got it right, that I actually got the location right. I haven't said them, but you know it. My personal opinion, for the way that you're acting, you're showing me that I did hit the right IP and that you are on a military base.
Well, what's my... If you can get his IP, what's my IP address then?
I'm not telling anybody, I'm not stating any numbers. You can sit there and try to make me incriminate all you want. I don't care
you know where
what
I
you
am?
say. Try to make me say it. I don't care what you say. Go look
Do you
up
know
the
where I am
program.
right now?
Go look up the program Cain and Abel. It's not the one that I'm... But go look up the program Cain and Abel. All right? It's not the one that I'm using. But if you want to know how I'm doing what I'm doing, go look up the program Cain and Abel. It's not the
So
one
you
that
are
I'm using,
you
but you'll
are
get it.
using it. You are using it, but you're just saying it's not the one I'm using, so you don't incriminate. Am I
Something
right?
similar to that, maybe.
So you're saying you are using it?
No, I said look at that program because that is the base program that most hacking programs are built off. Go look at that program and it tells you how I can get your IP address. It shows you how to do that. It shows you the concept. So come on, Ian. Let's start a new topic.
What's your
Let's
point?
start a new topic. Let's leave the last one because I know that by you bringing it up constantly, have something to worry about.
You know.
And let's
Okay.
leave it alone then. If you don't have to worry about it, let's move on.
I don't have to worry about it.
Well, let's move on then. I got it wrong. I can get
Okay,
things wrong all the
let's,
time.
please.
Somebody here in the military.
Somebody else is in the military.
But I think it's
huh?
you
Who
anyway.
could it
I'm going to
be?
continue on that it's you. You're in the military.
Okay. Yes, I'm right. I'm military.
I watched the join.
Special
I watched
forces.
the IP join when you joined. Then I
Ah.
ping it. Then I ping it, and it comes up in that location, and it's on a military base. And you're trying to tell me that wasn't you then?
Does it matter what I say? Probably not.
Probably not.
I've just declared to you that I'm not in the military. I've never been in the military, and I'm not on a fucking military base now. What else could I possibly say to you? You're not going to believe me.
No, probably not. Doesn't really matter anyway. What does it matter if I believe you? I'm not the type of person who wants.
It doesn't actually matter. But
That's
you're
right,
making
so let's
you're making
move on.
claims that you have no proof for.
Let's move on. You
You're
make
just-
claims that you've got no proof of all the time. Sit there and say defend around Earth when you've got no proof for it.
I made no such claims at all. I'm open-minded.
You have,
I
sir.
have. Okay. So
You and the rest of you trolls. You and the rest of you trolls come on all the time and try to tell people that.
Who does?
Produce information about.
You
the
you know
flag.
what? You do
They're
not
wrong.
really even pay attention, do you? You really don't even pay
I
attention.
do. You just think that I don't fucking figure out that you are using another account and you are using like several accounts to attack people on the side.
This is the
You
same
tell me-
account.
You
I have.
tell me. You
This
tell
is
me
this.
what other accounts you're responsible for now in the other chat and this one. You
I
tell
have
me
no.
what other accounts
I
you're
have
responsible
one
for.
account. It's the same
Fucking
account.
liar.
That,
What a liar. All right. You can lie to me all
okay.
you want to.
Okay. All right. Well, I don't know what to tell you. If I had other accounts, I'd admit to it. I really don't know what to say to you, A4.
So you're telling me that Patrick Bateman doesn't use several accounts. The people that
I
you
didn't.
associate
I
with.
don't. I'm not speaking for Patrick
So you're telling me that
Bateman,
Jeff
man.
Stewart
I'm
doesn't
speaking
use-
for
you're
myself.
telling me-
What the
Yeah,
fuck is
well, I'm just
wrong with
putting-
you?
I'm just putting you in the same category, considering that you work for the same network. Fuck idiot.
What network? What are you talking about? You mean I've been over at Free Channel? Is that what you're talking about? You've been over there too. You must work for them. Aha. See, the plot
Exactly.
thickens, right?
Dickheads, no.
You're
no,
a
because
double
the catch-
agent.
No, because the catch-22
I
in
just
that is
pinged your
I'm
IP
exposing
address
them. I'm
at the
exposing
asylum.
them. I'm the only person that's on their chat trying to expose them. I'm the only person that goes onto their show.
I work at the asylum, so I can
you tell
approve
me
of this.
why you were here. Instead of telling me that you want me to believe in around Earth, can you tell me why you're here 24/7? See the difference?
I'm
between
not
me and
here
you is you wanna go
24/7.
around in circles,
Everybody
you
that
wanna
fucking
go
shows
around
up
in
here, you
circles.
say that to.
Here more than me, mate. And I know
No,
what to
I'm
do when
not
I
here
want.
more
I
than
know
you.
what to do
No,
when I
I'm
want, whenever I
okay.
want. I'm
Boy,
not-
you
I can
just
go
he just
to the
says
city.
whatever
I
he
could be-
wants.
I could be in the city. Yeah, that's
You don't
right.
even
Oh,
try and be
party.
consistent.
Go out.
You are dumb as a fucking goddamn bag of hammers, aren't you? Just
Go
dumb
out
as
and have a kebab like I did last night. Get on my phone, sit there and see the same people that I seen beforehand. So I was like,
I
hey,
was not
I'm
here
out
last night. I
partying.
was not here
I'm
the
out
night
partying.
before. I think maybe I was here over the weekend and argued with atheist Rex.
Blah, blah, blah.
Right,
I'm
that's
out there
about
in
it.
the city, blah, blah, blah. I'm out there in the city eating a kebab, watching the show, think, I'm out here partying and these people are still here. Then I leave. I'm like, all right, I'm going back to party. Fuck that. I go back to party. I come back this morning and the same people are in the same fucking chat saying the same thing. And you're going to tell me they've got no other reason to be here, just them boredom? Oh, yeah, logic, man. How are they able to afford to be here 24/7 and including yourself? You can try to put yourself out of the circle, but we know that you use an alternative account and you troll people on the other account. When you are sick of using your Ian account, you've had your 8 hours of Ian, then you go on another account, you go troll.
Wow. So okay, what's your evidence for that?
I don't have to provide evidence.
Oh, well, okay.
Are we in court? Are we in court? Is this court?
Are we in court? Yeah, we are. You're making claims. I mean, so you don't need any,
I
you
can
just
as many
make claims. You
as I
don't
want.
need
You
any
make claims
evidence.
about me. You're making claims that I'm making claims. You're making claims that I'm making.
I'm making
Where's
claims
your proof?
because
Where's
you're
your evidence?
sitting right here
Where's your
claiming them as we
Where's your
speak.
evidence? Where's your evidence that it's claimed?
Oh, man. Somebody's tapping my line.
Sorry,
It's
my
over here.
that's my
Where's your
earphone
evidence
mic.
that it's claimed?
I'm just kidding.
Where's your
I
evidence?
had to
it's
fix
claimed?
it. Sorry.
Right. How can we prove a negative? Where do
Just
we
messing
start?
up.
I suppose I could send you all my information, like give you my social security number. I suppose.
No, I don't want you to dox yourself.
Well, I mean, we could do that, and then you would still. Then what? You would. Oh, you would say. Oh, right. So that's not sufficient either.
Blah blah blah. You
Right.
trolls try to say to me, oh, like we will give you our information. Join me on a private chat, and then we'll tell you our private information. No, I'm saying that if you want to take a pedestal like you think you deserve, then you better be honest about who you are and your intention of being here. Because when people wake up, they're gonna.
Every time I've talked to you, I've said the same thing. My name is Ian. I've spoken to you before.
How the fuck do we know that? I don't know that. For all I know,
I guess you don't know who anybody is on the fucking internet now, do you?
That's why.
That's by virtue. That's the virtue of the internet, whether you like it or not. But you can't just run around saying liars, liars, liars.
When you're on a fucking truth community, yeah, then I can, all right? Because you're trying to put this into a whole internet community. Oh, you can be honest on the internet. We're not talking about the whole internet. We're talking about a community that is trying to take out a company like NASA, all right? We're talking about people that want to expose people, corrupt people like a Barack Obama. So don't tell me that we don't need to be truthful about who we are and our intentions of being here. Because if we don't, in the long run, it's going to be used against us that we were fraudulent in our methods to get there. So you can fuck off, all right? Because I'm going to make sure that I separate it and I say, no, that was a psyop. They were planted here by the same people that were exposing NASA. You work for NASA. You work for the military, all right? You ain't going to be able to get out of it.
Okay, congratulations.
Yeah,
Victory is yours.
I know how your twist works.
You do.
You can't get past. You're going to need somebody with an IQ of over 200 to beat me.
Okay.
I already fucking flogged.
I know you have a powerful intellect, and you've displayed it here most definitely.
Blah blah blah. Go ask Robert J. Morris, a person with an IQ of over 120. I mean, over what was it? 194. I think he said it was.
Think about it. It'll come to you.
His IQ was 194, evaluated by the military. Then I had another person called Grin V, Mr. Vance. All right, he said that his IQ was 195, evaluated, and he had the documents to provide to show it too. And I out-debunked them. I out-debated them. So you think I'm really scared of somebody like you when I haven't even got a proper
education? I did not expect you to be scared.
And went out and worked hard labor and earned real money. You think I'm really scared of you? I've got the most fucking smartest, if you want to call it smartest brain. Considering
the smartest, and you got the bestest words too.
Yeah, DK. Considering I'm the only one that's here calling you fucking idiots out. You want to sit there and twist people into the flat earth. I want to sit there and tell them, wait a second, ask this motherfucker if there's a crisis act. See the difference between me and you? You're about to get necked. Yeah, because
are you gonna do it, lady boy? Are you gonna do it, lady boy? No, I didn't think you were.
It's going to be society, yeah, and you must be the person.
Okay. Boy, are you a big talker, man? Boy.
You must be the person that uses that fake A4 account, because that always calls me a lady boy. So you must be behind that account. You said earlier that you weren't responsible for fake accounts.
It caught on. It's kind of your nickname throughout the internet at this point.
I think that's just you. I think that's just you and your immaturity, and you use several accounts to spam it.
That's right. You got it, man. I have 700,000 accounts, and they're all directed at you.
Any normal person would leave. They wouldn't want to hear it because it has nothing to do with them. They'd hear an argument, so they would leave and go to another show where they're going to find information. All right. So the only accounts, the accounts that are in here.
You're on just about every show, so I guess that means that everybody should leave.
I'm on a few flat.
Oh yeah, I've seen you bouncing around all over the place.
Am I on CNN? Am I on ABC? Am I on NASA's channel? Am I on Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes? Am I on Eric Tobias? Am I on Dabu7's Hangouts? Am I on Free Radio Revolution, New World Agenda's Hangouts? Am I on Stefan Molyneux's? Am I on Atheist of the Amazing Atheist Hangouts? Am I on Bearing's Hangout?
I don't know. Apparent, boy, I don't know. Most of them I've never even heard of, so I couldn't tell you.
Hangouts, so I can another 1,000 Hangouts that I go to and I participate in the chat on, but I don't ever join the fucking stream because you're not allowed. They don't post their link stream. I've been asked to join some of them when I've actually provided the information, but I'm just curious on what shows you're trying to refer to right now. You refer to 2 shows that I've been to that are collaborating, and they are the same people. The same people come back and forth within these 2 shows, and then you want to say that I'm everywhere when there's 2 shows set up. One's paid to antagonize, and this one here is free for all, but the host doesn't say anything at all the whole time, so it's just a dead show unless you make it. So the other show is a show that is pre-planned and it has pre-planned panel members.
When was the last time I was on here A4. When was the last, since you have apparently kept records, when was the last time I was on here?
Who knows? Whatever account that you've been using to join.
Oh.
You mean on that account?
You say I'm always on here, but I'm using super secret fucking accounts. Okay.
Yeah, you could
You're
be behind
fucking,
the
dude, you
Joseph-
are
you could be-
batshit crazy. I cannot believe nobody has
You
picked
could be
your ass
behind.
up yet.
You could be behind any of the accounts in the chat right now.
I guess I could be. And you could be too.
There's a possibility of that too. Yeah,
There
you
is
could
a
start picking up to
possibility.
me. You could
Right.
flip it on
I
me,
think
but
you're a
considering-
double agent.
Considering I'm the one that's
You're
actually
super
exposing
secret
it, considering
military.
that yeah, that's right. I'm the one that's bringing this.
You're
to
at your own
attention.
army
I'm the one
base.
that's bringing this topic up, and yeah, I'm the double. I'm the only one that's bringing this topic up. That there's fucking accounts here that are paid to be here, and we need to get rid of them. And I'm the double. So when I've actually provided proof several times now, I've shown several people here that know me personally, and I've got them to say who they are and who I am, and they state that
And I've talked to you before, and I've had a civil conversation with you before, but you don't remember it because the meth is fucking your head up.
Oh yeah, see, then we go with drug use accusation. I couldn't care if I had a civil accusation.
Well, who cares? I've seen you using it before on the internet, dude. I've seen you using it. I saw it. I saw you do it. I saw it personally.
Wait, what?
Yeah, I saw him. He was doing meth on the internet. I saw him doing it.
She's a paid troll. Don't trust
He's
her.
on all of these shows doing meth.
I don't do meth. She doesn't believe in what she says. She's paid to say.
I mean, we're just gonna make wild accusations. What the hell? Why not?
You could be Rex for all I know, and the amazing.
I could be.
You could be atheist Rex for all I know.
I could be. You're right. We could all be somebody else.
There's this guy from the band called The Lost Prophets. He was their singer. He did some pretty fucked up shit on meth. I think his name was like Ian Watkins or something like that.
Is that right?
Oh,
Yeah.
is
well,
that
he was
you?
no, it's a singer.
No, I'm saying is that Ian?
No, it's another one. It's like the Lost
Another
Prophets.
Ian that uses meth. Oh, thanks, man. At least we know
No,
that.
I didn't mean that.
There's
Sorry.
a common denominator. At least we
It's
know
all
now
right.
there's a common denominator.
I meant there was a singer that was really effed up.
We can look into that though, because that's profound. If you ask
Ever
me.
heard the song?
We've heard about two Ians, and in two Ians, they're both on meth.
Oh
No,
my
but this
gosh.
one.
Maybe
no.
we should look into the drug use.
This guy wrote a song called Last
And the
Train Home,
likeliness that
Rooftop, Shinobi
likeliness-
Dragon.
Maybe we should look into the likeliness that people will use drugs based on their name. You know, like two Ians using meth.
I'm about to say something. This Ian was the
Might be
guy that wrote
coincidental.
Shinobi versus Dragon Ninja, Last Train Home, Rooftops. Ever heard those songs?
Oh, I've heard those songs.
Standing on the
heard
rooftop.
Shinobi.
Ian.
Yeah, there's.
I've heard
yeah, there's
Shinobi.
Shinobi versus
Zion.
Dragon Ninja.
Zion, are you here there, Zion?
Just talk over A4. He doesn't listen anyway. He's got a boomerang in his butt.
So Ian, you laugh at that character when that person is using an impersonation account of me. They tell you to talk over me.
Because I'm funny.
They're using an impersonation
comedy.
account of me, and you don't see how that would antagonize somebody when they do it every day. I joined this hangout yesterday.
Did you just hear all of the fucking shit you said to me?
Did you
Is
hear
your
yesterday?
memory
Did you hear
that
yesterday,
short?
the day
You
before?
walk
Did you hear the
around
day
and you
before?
smack
No,
everybody in the face and you get a reaction and you act surprised. Are you retarded? A little bit, maybe?
The victim card. It's been going on 4 years, you fucking moron. You want to bring up today and the things I said today. What about the way they treated me yesterday? Or for the last 4 years,
who
you fucking
treated you?
pedophile dog? Are you
Every-
a
Don't make no
Are you a pedophile? Are you a pedophile because you want to defend the things that they've done when they're the ones that started
Who
it?
is
All right?
they? I don't even know who you're
This
talking
fucking
about.
idiot that's using an impersonation account in the fucking panel right now. And you
I'm not using an impersonation. Oh.
You fucking retarded. It's an impersonation account and you laugh at it. Are you fucking retarded? Are you a mature adult? Do you want to be taken seriously?
No.
Not you. I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to this Iron fella. Do you want to be taken seriously? Because, like, I could go
You
back
mean
on
like
my-
you?
I could go back on my...
Every time you
Right.
show up
Of
anywhere,
being
it's a
paid
fucking
troll.
circus. Have you noticed that? Have you noticed that?
What?
Even if it wasn't a circus before you showed up, it turns into one. Why is that? Because you're bringing the fucking circus with you. It's a goddamn
Are you fucking
traveling
retarded? No, you're retarded. You are retarded.
Okay.
So you're telling me that their actions are caused by me when I joined the show to talk to whoever I want to, and this person followed me on a sock account to troll me. Somehow that's my fault. Somehow that's my fault when this fucking idiot is sitting on the panel with us. You have not said a word to them about using an impersonation account that will get this channel taken down because that is against YouTube rules
You're
and regulations.
claiming the same
That is
thing
against
about
rules-
me.
that is against
Did
rules
you
and
notice that?
regulations.
Oh
That is
my
against
God.
rules and regulations. Are
This
you
is an
fucking
exercise in futility.
Are you dumb? Are you dumb? Because this person is
I don't
using
know,
an
man.
impersonation account. They're using an impersonation account on this panel right now that you're participating, and you have not said any word to him when I'm trying to point it out, and you keep on avoiding what I'm saying. Like, can you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth?
I can hear the tears coming out of your mouth.
There is a person.
You're about to cry, aren't you?
This person right here, and you
He's
find
gonna
that
cry.
mature, the same person that's trying to antagonize me now and has not added anything at all. You have not had a reasonable conversation with that person. You tell me that you've had a reasonable conversation with me. You have not talked to this person.
I'm really Jeff Stewart.
On an impersonation account.
I'm Jeff
You
Stewart.
won't say a word to them. You won't say a word to them.
A4, you're a piece of shit.
Who's Jeff Stewart?
Who knows?
I'm Jeff Stewart. I am also in the chat. If you look down, I'm Jeff Stewart. I'm in the chat.
Why is there a picture of a guy in a dress, though?
He's using an impersonation account. He's only here to try and get the channel taken down. They use illegal methods. This is cyber attack, cyber bullying.
I mean, I think it would have to be like like nudity, wouldn't it? Or is that like I don't know?
That's it, right? Exactly, inappropriate material and whatnot. I've already tried to flag it, and it will be getting flagged.
It would have been a lot worse if it was like nudity. Like that's not, but like I've seen stuff like that happen.
That is against YouTube rules and regulations. He's using an impersonation account. Yes, it is, and he's cyberbullying, and he's not here to actually add any to the conversation other than cyberbullying. That's what I'm trying to bring to your attention. Is you have
I saw something happen
on what is actually affecting these shows right now. It's trolls like that, people that want to impersonate other people that are only here to antagonize other people. I'm truthful about who I am. I've told everybody who I am, and I show my face, and yet this person has never been truthful about who they are, and they're on an impersonation account right now, and nobody wants to say anything but me. And you don't see how I won't attack you people, if you want to call it that. I call it retaliating when you're defending them by letting them participate. Every time I try to talk, I either get talked over by one of the panel members or that fucking impersonation account.
Yeah, I think a few months ago there was these two trolls that came in with like 9/11 pictures and like porn, no joke. They like came to the hangout and like put it all over. It was really bad.
The trolls? Here's a network of trolls. They're paid to do this. Don't make no sense. Hey, what happened to Scotty, dude? Shit.
They must have dropped.
Oh, man.
I just went to get my orders, so.
So you talk with an impersonation account instead of telling them to leave and rejoin on their proper account, so that they can have a proper conversation.
He knows who I am, so it doesn't really matter.
It doesn't really matter. I'm called.
It doesn't really matter. If you knew how to do real research, you'd know who I was.
It doesn't matter. I don't care who you are. I'm talking about your.
You obviously do.
Level, your own maturity level. No, I'm talking about your own maturity level, where you have to use impersonation accounts to fucking show up. That's all you're here for. You're here to fucking show up, so then nobody actually gets to a real conversation.
What did you want to talk about?
Well, I'm not going to talk when there's an impersonation account in here.
Oh, well, I guess everybody would have to leave.
When he's impersonating me, right now he's got my name, he's got an account called A4.
Wait, is that you?
He's using...
That is him. I found that in his mom's dresser.
Yeah, that's right. He uses my name with an inappropriate picture, so then he goes around other chats, he posts stupid shit, so then people think that that's me. Thank you very much, Iron. You're very mature. You can laugh. It shows you your maturity level. Other people will be watching, and they'll put you in the same category that you deserve to be in.
Right. Not mature like you mean. Sure.
Yeah, dude. When considering that you're the one that won't say a word to him about what he's doing right now.
I just had you unleashed for about 20 minutes straight. You're this, you're that, you're on a military base. I mean, you're claiming that I'm a military agent. Do you remember that? It was just a few minutes ago.
No wonder you're defending your mate then. No wonder you won't
say right. But you just got confused for a minute, and I was supposed to come out against him. Do the double cross?
That's the reason. You're so dumb. You don't even realize that I was showing the audience how you won't actually expose what needs to be exposed. You'll avoid the obvious. You're one of the character clowns that avoids the obvious.
Right. How long have you felt like this, A4?
You can sit there and try and twist it all you want. You're not a fucking
I'm not twisting it. I'm just trying to understand.
You're not a psychologist. Don't try and ask me about my past or my future. You're not a psychologist.
Are you used to that? You're used to that question, aren't you?
See, look at this person trying to antagonize me yet again.
Oh.
Instead of avoiding talking on the actual issue that there's an impersonation account in this hangout right now, which could get this channel taken down, he avoids that and antagonizes the person that is impersonating.
Okay. Well, I'll tell you where it went with me. One day you called for a hangout. I answered and you went fucking batshit crazy. And I was like, who the fuck is this dude? And you're like, how old are you? Where do you work? What's your first and last name? Give me your social security number. I'm going to find out what your IP address is. And I was like, who is this fucking crazy person? person.
Nobody knows what
That's
he's
how
talking
I
about,
met you, A4.
This person wants to talk about an event that nobody knows anything about and avoid the actual issue that's right here. Like
So
I've
are you
stated
denying it?
times.
You don't remember it, do you?
See this?
Ah.
He is avoiding it, trying to bring up past
Okay.
situations to avoid the situation that's going on right now. The fact that one of his friends is using an impersonation account to try and get the channel taken down.
Mm-hmm. Good point.
Well, eventually it will because it's an impersonation account. It's against YouTube rules and regulations.
Okay. Good point. Well said.
I'm just trying to show people that are watching that, yes, I might overreact, but there's a reason for it because these people that are here, these whoever they are, character clowns, they are here to antagonize real people so then they can get their material elsewhere.
That's right. You have enemies all around you, A4. Don't trust anybody.
No, I just have a select group of paranormal ghost, paranormal fucking dumbass cunts, because that's what it is. All these fucking idiots are from the yes, that's what it is. You don't think I know who you are? All these paranormal hunters and these ghost hunters, all them faggots that made all them shit videos a couple years ago, all the fucking Jeff Stewarts and all that. All right, all these faggot
Right.
ghost hunter fucking friends, yeah, all these faggoty ass ghost hunter friends, they all fucking jumped on board this flat Earth because they fucking realized that nobody's fallen for their Bigfoot videos or their UFO videos. So now they're sitting on flat Earth trying to hope and pray that they can either twist it some way that they can get revenue out of it.
And you started it all, didn't you? And they're trying to take it from you. Why would they do that to you?
Military scumbag gold. Tell me more, hoorah. Tell me more, soldier.
I'm actually in the house right next door to you, looking in your window
Yeah, cool story. Oh, yeah.
with everybody else.
You try to make out like people are, what would you say, crazy or speaking irrationally, but the claims that I've said, everybody agrees with that you people are not truthful about who you are, and you use stupid methods.
Stupid methods.
Indeed. Look at what
Wow.
you're doing. Like, you could leave right now and rejoin on your proper account, but you choose not to over and over again.
What if this is my proper account? You ripped me off. Everybody report A4. He's an imposter. He's taking me account and ripping me off. He's impersonating me. Everyone report A4. 4DM, whatever your name is. This guy is an imposter. Ripping me off.
So you can sit there. You can see that's the problem with you there, Iron, is I don't mind if you hate me and you don't want to talk to me, all right? But the way that you hold yourself and you do not like that, you find this as a parody when I can still talk to other people and I have every right to add my opinion to a conversation. Yet you do not say to the person that you personally know and you've had conversations outside of this, just to leave so then we can have a productive conversation somewhere along the lines here, because it seems like every time you're here impersonating him, he fucking reacts this way, all right?
Ooh, what are you talking about now? What are you on about now? Everywhere you go, there's people watching you. They're following you everywhere you go.
Every step I take.
That's what I was thinking of.
Every move you make. Every single.
See how you do it. You antagonize people so they have to.
I hope this is the Puff Daddy version of the song. Not
You
that
talk to
Sting
them
piece of
repeatedly, so
shit.
they have to repeat themselves, and then you try to mock them because they've repeated themselves. Like, obviously, I'm going to repeat myself when you constantly talk over me and nobody can hear what I'm saying. There we go. More talking over me with dumb, stupid.
You never shut up. That's part of the problem.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have something useful to say besides just accusing everybody of attacking you? I mean, really, do you have anything?
Can you tell the impersonation account to leave, considering he just attacked me?
I can't tell anybody to leave. This isn't my house.
It's an impersonation account. You cannot hold yourself productively, then you don't deserve to have any conversation. Why would anybody want to have a conversation with you, Ian? There we go. Why would anybody want to have a conversation with you, Aaron, when all you do is let people impersonate other people? You're not here for constructive. Why don't you fuck off? Go back to the other hangout. You fuck a bunch of pedophiles.
That's another. You like to make that claim a lot too, don't you?
Yeah, you and your stupid mate you can sit there trying
It makes me wonder, is this inverted? Who are we talking about? Are you talking about somebody else or yourself?
To the conversation other than attack. All you've done this whole time is come in and direct the conversation towards me. You and your friends. That shows you the maturity level. You won't leave. Your friend won't leave, so then I can have conversation with other people. Because you're only here to antagonize antagonize me.
Right. The
You're not here
circus
to
doesn't
antagonize
follow
me.
you
You're
wherever
directing
you
your
go.
conversation towards me.
You're
You and
being
your friend
gang
aren't
stalked.
talking.
I'm sure of it.
You and
You
your
have
friend aren't
enemies
talking.
all around
Your
you.
friend's playing soundboard about me. He's using a fucking impersonation account about me. He's interrupting me.
Don't load up.
I don't care. You're just digging a hole. Anybody that's watching knows that you people are immature now.
Right. They know it. Unlike
They know,
you.
they know Event Skeptic, okay? Yeah, that's who you are. Ronnie saying James Harris. No wonder you antagonize me. Yeah, Event Skeptic. Ronnie saying James Harris. That's who you are. And that's giggity goo. And that's giggity goo. And that's how it works. That's how it works. You're Event Skeptic, and that's giggity goo. Iron just fucked up and broke character. That's Event Skeptic. That is Event Skeptic, and the other person
I broke character.
is giggity goop. Yep, there we go. He just broke character. That is Event Skeptic.
I don't even know what giggity goop is.
I don't know what it is either, dude.
What is it?
It's
maybe somebody in the side chat can tell us.
Troll account. I think it's a troll account or something.
It's a troll account. Okay.
He accuses everybody of the same thing. Everything that he does, he accuses everybody else of.
That's true. It's true, and it's kind of a sad state of affairs. Like I said, I never had any problem with him till he called me one day. And that,
Yeah, I
of course, that
remember.
set me off, threatening me, oh, I'm going to get your IP address, and you're not who you say you are, and all
What
kinds of
an
I was like,
asshole.
who the fuck is this guy? You know what I mean?
Yeah. God, I remember I got the call too, so I know where you're coming from. I didn't actually hear it, but I was on the list for some reason.
Oh, I answered it, and I was like, oh, somebody wants to chit-chat or something. Seriously, I was not prepared for it. I was just going to be like, hey, man, what's going on? Who is this? What do you want to talk about?
I had a
But,
You were like,
call.
you're
sorry.
bamboozled.
I got a phone call today of some robotic voice. Like I answered the phone and all the robotic voice said was goodbye, and it just hung up.
Oh.
Yeah, it was like a robotic voice too.
It said hello and then just hung up. Yeah, that's
No,
strange.
It said goodbye.
Oh, it said goodbye.
Yeah, it was like really random.
Wow, that is that's pretty unusual.
That's like the Johnny Cab in Total Recall. Get ready for a surprise, or whatever it is. It's the head. My
It's
bad.
the what?
I mixed them up. The Johnny
Oh.
Cab and the lady's head from Total Recall. I mixed them up. Fuck, my bad.
No, that's all right.
I'm worse than A4. No worries.
Yeah, most of my phone numbers now, if I don't recognize it, I just don't answer it. Leave a message, right? Because it's usually I don't know, somebody spamming me or something. They want something. Little Ethiopian kids in Africa need your help, and we have the lottery ticket, and if you just pay the taxes on it, you can get the lottery funds. My girlfriend got one that said it claimed it was the sheriff's department, and they were on their way to collect her federal taxes or something to that effect. But if she gave them a credit card right now, they could stop it.
Who believes this stuff, man?
Like an 80-year-old lady or something, you might buy it. I mean, you're like, oh my God, the police are here to arrest me. So somebody, works on some people apparently. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
it's
phishing,
just-
of course, but
Yeah, not too bright. Yeah, it's just like the lottery. Fucking, it's in the numbers, so eventually someone's gonna crack.
well, yeah. Well, you guys,
Yeah,
everybody's
sometimes.
had that the image come up on your screen, on your computer, and it says your computer is infected with a virus.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Right, and call this number or whatever, and we'll correct it for you. So most people have had that sort of experience, and I guess if you're sort of naive, well, you might do it.
Yeah, right. That sucks for some people, man. But I guess it's their own fault. I guess, what else could it be? You just have to be perceptive, man. Fucking tough world out there.
Yeah, I guess you just have to be on your toes a little bit. But to be fair, my mom called me, with that sort of alert, and what should I do? And I was like, don't do anything, right? Turn the computer off. I'll fix it,
Right.
But don't call anybody or anything. But yeah, she thought, well, maybe I really do, and maybe I need to call these people.
Not everybody knows about computers, so it makes sense,
Yeah, it does. So, but I've never had somebody just call me and say goodbye.
Yeah, first time it ever happened to me.
Yeah, that's
It does
kind of
not make sense.
Yeah, tell me about it. It's like really effed up.
right. You're puzzled, like, did I do the wrong thing by answering my phone or something?
Yeah, I was gonna
we
say
got what
maybe there's something going on that I don't know about it.
Yeah, that's strange. Well, maybe it was sort of in the midst of a recording or something. Maybe it was, I was going to say maybe it was talking to your answering service or whatever, but I guess that wouldn't work like that. I don't know. That is strange.
Yeah.
So yeah, go figure. So I watched Phantasm with the P the other night. You guys remember that movie? It's like from '79 or something.
Yeah. I was born in the late '90s, so I don't think I've seen it.
Oh well, it's an old one.
No, is it cartoon or is it live action?
No, it's a live movie. It's a horror. I don't know what you'd call it. Supernatural horror movie. It's well, if you guys have never seen it, I mean, its big claim to fame is there's this flying ball that sort of flies around with barbs sticking out of it, and
this movie
it
looks
launches
cool.
itself into people's heads, and blood shoots out. It's really a pretty freaking strange movie. But I mean, I saw it when I was a
Wow.
little kid, and I was like, I need to rewatch it again and see if I can figure out what the hell was going on. And even now, I'm still not sure. So I guess they did it right. So it's probably a cult classic.
I think it is. I'm looking it up, and there's so much fan art based on the movie right in the Google search. It looks interesting, man. I would like to see this. I'm a big fan of the older movies, so fuck yeah, dude. Thank you for hooking me up with something to watch.
Yeah, go check it out.
I don't like any of the stuff that's coming out these days, dude. So this is great.
Yeah, check it out. Like I said, it's it's different. Let's put it like that. So yeah, it's worth checking out.
Looks like it's got some sequels. Dude.
Oh, it does, huh?
Yeah, probably get a lot gorier than the first one, I'm sure.
You guys have seen Evil Dead 2, I'm sure, right? That's a classic.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's weird. It's like a remake of Evil Dead 1, which I didn't quite follow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the Evil Dead 1. No, it wasn't as good. Well, Evil Dead 2 had a little bit of comedy in it, and I don't know. You find yourself, it's kind of spooky, and then you laugh at the same time. So that's I don't know. I think a classic.
Oh, for sure. I love how it leads into Army of Darkness, which is just a fantastic film in and of itself, dude. Like, I can't get enough of Army of Darkness.
Is that that's a sequel?
Too. Yeah.
Okay.
Where Ash goes into the time portal and then he goes back into medieval times and he's got to fight.
Oh, I don't think I've seen that one.
You haven't seen that one?
No, I haven't seen it.
Oh man, you're missing out, dude. It's so cool. It's like old school Terminator with the animation style and stuff. They've got like walk skeletons and all sorts of crazy creatures, and it's pretty much a medieval movie, dude. It's fucking sick, man. I definitely highly recommend you go watch that movie, Army of Darkness. And it picks up right after Evil Dead 2, so I mean, if you know a lot about Evil Dead, it should be a great story. It's like a trilogy almost, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll check it out. I'm writing it.
Is that a zombie movie?
What?
Evil Dead 2. Evil Dead 2 sounds like a zombie movie.
No, it's not a zombie movie.
What is it?
Well, I guess they're
They're more like ghouls. They deal with basically demons that come from people using some old school.
The Book of the Dead.
The Book of the Dead.
The precept here is that somebody reads a passage from the Book of the Dead, which is recovered in a tomb or something to that effect, and it sort of opens up this porthole to another dimension, and that it's sort of followed by all kinds of supernatural effects, and I don't know. It triggers a whole series of events, I guess. So
is it worth watching?
Yeah, Evil Dead 2. Yeah, it's a cult classic, as they call it. It's injected with a lot of humor, and
What about Evil Dead 1 then? Obviously that's a fucking sequel, so what about the first?
well, yeah, I don't know. I guess I've seen it, but I couldn't actually speak to it. I mean, it's not imbued in my memory.
It's basically the same movie, but with a lot less going on. It's basically a remake of Evil Dead 1. Evil Dead 1 is just the two people go out to hang out in the cabin, and part 2, it's the same story, except they bring two friends along, and it kind of changes from there. It's weird. I don't know why they remade it and then called it Evil Dead 2. It's the weirdest thing. Maybe I'm missing out on something there. I don't know. But I'm confused, because they're both the same movie, but they change it up part 2 for some reason. It's so weird. Don't make
that might be the personal director's fucking trick. Some of them directors have like hidden Easter eggs within their movies.
Yeah, it's got to be something like that, man.
No, it's a cool movie though. What else did I want to? Oh, you know what I want to watch too is Altered States. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but that's another one of those. I think I saw it when I was a kid, and I'm like, I need to go back and watch that again.
Yeah, I've heard of it. I think I've seen the artwork from that movie, but I've never actually watched it. Another
I
one
haven't
to
seen
go
that
check
movie for a while. Like a really, really good movie. Fucking couple of years now, really.
Yeah, dude,
Ones that
they don't
bring
make
out
good movies anymore.
Like I thought that Central Intelligence might be funny, but it was just average. everything's average. Like I'm even willing to go watch Ghostbusters now because everything else that I've seen is shit. So it's like, well, I might as well watch Ghostbusters because it's shit. I've heard it's shit, but everything else is shit too.
It's really hard to get into anything nowadays, like as far as movies.
Yeah, I know. It's fucking pretty hard. But what else can you do when you're bored of fucking brain and you don't want to fucking look into bullshit anymore?
I kind of just like Star Wars movies that come out now.
I don't know. The last one was pretty lame.
I think Revenge of the Sith was probably my favorite one, just because the whole Darth Vader rise kind of thing.
Who's your favorite Star Trek character?
Was that the one with Darth Maul?
No, the one that's Phantom Menace. Revenge of the Sith is one where Anakin becomes Darth Vader.
Oh, okay.
Is that the one
where
Captain
him and Obi-Wan
Kirk has
have
to
that?
go through loop around the sun and then take it back in time? That's the same movie, right?
I don't think so. No.
No?
Is it?
No. We're talking about Star Trek or Star Wars?
Star Wars.
Star
I thought they were the same thing.
No, you didn't.
I'm only joking, man.
Oh, okay.
I thought the Anakin and Obi-Wan lightsaber duel was pretty cool.
My favorite Star Trek is the one where they go back and save the fucking whales. I love that one.
With all the
back in San Francisco.
Sorry, I had to throw that out there. I saw it when I was a kid, and I was so disgusted. I was like, "This is so stupid."
Yeah. With all the
Sorry, I didn't mean-
premise on that was strange.
Yeah, with all the conspiracy theorists and open-minded people that are coming together within these like communities lately, like somebody should write down a script of like some type of a movie or some shit. It'll be pretty good. It'll be entertaining to watch for all the far-fetched theories that come out, and it'd be like they could make it pretty rational too, because you've got smart people that are coming out with the mathematics, so you could sit there and have it look actual plausible.
Yeah, you probably could.
Like
There's
a
plenty of
flat
backstory.
A flat Earth movie, you know what I mean? A flat Earth movie or something like that, you know what I mean? Something similar to what somebody would experience when they wake up with a flat Earth, and then make it like it is, and then make it like extreme, like the government starts to kill people off and turn it into a very big conspiracy. You know what I mean? It's like take it to extremes. It'll be fun to watch that type of movie.
Well, I think Stephen
I
King
wonder who's
actually
gonna
did
play
something
Matt.
like that. Sorry, go ahead.
Stephen
That's
King,
okay.
yeah,
I'm just talking out of my ass.
Oh well, he did Under the Dome, right? He had a series in that regard called Under the Dome, I think. I mean, it was a sort of microcosm of well, it wasn't flat Earth, but of course there was a dome. So it's sort of, I don't know, it's indicative of that, I guess.
Yeah, he's got some really good movies though, like Stephen King's It, the clown movie. That was fucking pretty freaky.
Fuck yeah.
When I was
Pennywise.
young, like, I've watched it now, and it's like it's pretty lame now. But back when I was a kid, that was the most terrifying movie I'd ever seen. I hated clowns for years. I still have like, if I see a clown, shit, fuck, clown, oh fuck, it's not it. It's all right. He's not going to take me down in the drain. They don't float down there.
They're remaking that one too, I guess now.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Who are they going to use? Same guy that played it last time?
I think it's some guy named Edward Skarsgård. I don't even know his name. Some actor. I can't remember the name exactly.
I think the same isn't that old actor from Stephen King's It still alive?
Yeah, Tim. I think he is. Yeah.
Tim
Yeah.
Curry,
I haven't heard anything.
Yeah, like they should use him again because he has the best character. Don't float down. Like that was the killer. He'd kill kids for days. Like yeah.
I heard he isn't in the best shape. I guess so. He's like 70 something. I think.
Oh what?
That'd be the creepiest clown you'd ever see. 80
Yeah, like.
Maybe he's got a son or some shit that they could hire.
Yeah, they probably could. I heard something like I guess he's in the best shape or whatever. I don't know.
He probably looks like Carl from Aqua Teen.
I hope they don't ruin it. Like they could make it really good too. So I hope they don't ruin it.
It was already pretty well done, so we'll see what they do.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like I'd rather watch the classic. If they ruin it, I'll just keep the classic. Really.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty rare when they do it and get it right. I mean, it can happen, but it doesn't happen very often.
Hey, Ian, did you see the new Mad Max movie? What did you think about that?
No, I actually didn't see it. Well, I don't know. I read a lot of the reviews on it, and I was sort of skeptical.
Yeah, are you a fan?
Yeah,
are you a fan of the old one?
Yeah, I am actually. Sure, those post-apocalyptic movies, those are always fun. Yeah, of course.
Yeah, man. That's interesting, like intriguing topic. So yeah, definitely watching movies like that myself. But yeah, I would say I was happy with it. I thought it was great.
There's plenty of character development then and that sort of thing.
Yeah, there's plenty of character development, and the fucking chase never ends. You know, a lot of the times I would just watch the end of Road Warrior over and over just for the car chase shit. But this movie is like a car chase throughout the whole movie. It's cool. Like it's right up my alley. It's interesting, man. I'd say check it out. It's a different take, but they didn't really ruin it. I mean, in my opinion, but everybody has their own, you know.
Yeah, right. Well, I'll check it out for sure. I don't know. It looked like one of those. You know, if there's too much action, I actually lose interest. interest. Like if it's just explosion after
Really?
explosion, that doesn't actually that doesn't hold my attention. So,
No, it's not like that. It's got a cool story, dude. It's definitely something to watch. It's interesting, very interesting. I mean,
Have you seen the Tarzan movie? Shit.
No, man.
Oh,
Is it shit?
Yeah, it's shit.
I've never liked Tarzan, so I would
It's
never
for
fuck with it.
girls, man. They made it for girls. It's just fucking some naked dude running around the bush the whole time. It's like, fuck off, I ain't watching this shit.
Oh, and you didn't like it?
Nah, man, it's fucking stupid. Like he fights the fucking gorilla, for fuck's sake. He comes out of it.
He fucks a gorilla?
The gorilla pounds him in the back. It's like, dude, you'd be fucking dead.
Damn.
And then he hops up and walks away. It's like, nah, I don't like that movie. I can't cop that.
Fuck that movie then.
What was the new Jungle Book movie like? Anyways, was it similar?
Nah, I didn't watch that one.
I don't
Was
know.
it based in Compton?
I don't know. It's like it looked a lot darker than the Disney movie, though. That's for sure.
The Jungle Book, isn't that like a children's movie or something?
Yeah, well, they remade it recently, so yeah.
I remember watching like a little bit of it, but it was shit quality, so
Yeah.
I didn't watch it.
I don't know. I just saw the trailer for it a few months ago, so I was like, I don't know. It looked pretty dark, though.
How about Wizards? Have you guys seen that? That's an oldie but a goodie.
Nope. What's that one about?
Yeah, that sounds familiar. It's an animation, isn't it?
It is an animation. Yeah, it's about, well, I mean, you have the simple, I don't know, the simple plot of good versus evil, and you have a sort of good wizard versus a bad wizard, but it's sort of post-apocalyptic too. It's sort of an alternative universe post-apocalyptic animation, I guess. But if you guys have never seen it, it's really worth checking out. I guess it's sort of similar to like a sort of Lord of the Rings universe, I guess, but well, it's different in a lot of ways. It's really hard to it's kind of hard to codify. Sorry, go ahead.
It's like Lord of the Rings meets Star Trek meets not Star Trek, but Star Wars
Lord of the
meets
Rings.
Heavy Metal 2000.
I read
Heavy metal, yeah.
I read Lord of the Rings book like 2 years before they brought the movies out. I was like, everybody else hated the movies, but I thought it was pretty good. Considering I'd read the book, and the books are like very detailed, they done pretty good for the movie. You can't make it like a 20-hour fucking... They did, really. They made it as long as they could, and it was still not good enough for all the dramatic fans, but I found it entertaining. I still watch it from time to time.
Fuck yeah, it's a good movie to smoke a joint, dude, for sure.
Yeah,
Oh, the Lord of the Rings?
Oh, yeah. The Hobbit, too.
Yeah, Gandalf starts puffing away. It's like, yeah, fuck it up, dude. I'll light up Paul. Just wait. We're having a session now. Me and Gandalf.
Fuck yeah. That's funny. Me too. I do that too.
I read them all when I was a teenager. No, I thought actually the movies were pretty well done. I mean, all things considered, I think he stayed true to the books. Not The Hobbit, of course, but and they're great in the winter here when we have lots of snow. You know, you're like, oh, I'm going to take the day off and just watch the Lord of the Rings, the whole thing, the trilogy.
Hobbit was the cut and paste. It was just snippets. But like I said, what can you really do? Can you make a 20, 30-hour movie, or can you just snippet it up and show some entertaining dragon scene? Like Smaug, how they detailed Smaug, that was fucking pretty good. I'd rather just watch the dragon scenes than see a whole bunch of infield.
Yeah, well, I didn't like The Hobbit too much. I saw it reminded me of a big video game. I was like, wow, product placement all over, and I'm sure they turned it into a game, so I could kind of see it. But that's my opinion.
Yeah, but these days companies like to try and spread their market out, make the revenue however they can, get it back. They've got to like press their shareholders, otherwise they won't be able to produce another movie.
Well, I get it, but I'm just telling you that it smells a franchise. That's what I mean. I mean, like I can detect it, and they didn't. It was pretty thinly veiled. That was my problem. Come on, hide it a little better, guys.
Yeah.
That's where I go. And I haven't seen the new Star Wars yet, so I'm in no hurry.
It's pretty boring, really. The actors
Oh, is that right?
The girl tries too hard. Sort of, you can see that she's like going to be a Jedi before she's Jedi. Just like the way they promote her. And then the bad dude's like the worst bad dude I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, he kind of looks like Josh Groban. Like, you know, Josh Groban?
I don't.
Well, I know he's like an opera singer. He kind of looks like him a little bit. It's kind of weird.
Josh Groban. I shall Google him. Let's see.
He's going through what looks to be like a gay depressive state. You know what I mean? When he's supposed to be a bad dude. It does though. You know what I mean? It's like
funny, yeah.
He's supposed to be angry, like raging and bashing shit and whatnot. But he's like, oh my daddy. It's like, come on, man. It took him like 5 minutes to kill his dad. I would have been like slashing up if I was the bad dude on fucking coming a Jedi on the dark side, and you're like thinking in your head that if you kill your dad, you're gonna become some super bad dude, and you get ultimate bad power, is what he was thinking. Well, then you chop him up. You know what I mean? Like make the movie dramatic. But Didn't get me into it. I won't be watching the next one if they make a sequel to that.
Yeah, who needs it, man?
I'll be just skipping that one, waiting for that bad Jedi to die. When that bad Jedi dies, then I'll watch Star Wars again. But that guy's shit.
You mean what's his name?
Whoever killed fucking Han Solo.
Oh, they mean that guy is a pretty bad actor.
No spoilers.
My God.
Kenny Rogers was in it.
Kenny
He's a bad
Rogers.
actor.
Kenny Rogers.
The ghost of Hayden Christensen's acting career.
Like, don't get me wrong, I like the guy the clone that wakes up. He was a really good actor. I watched it like 3 times to see how good he really does act, and he got me into the movie every time. And same as the other character, that wing fighter, the one that gives him the jacket. Their little story, that was pretty cool. That got me to the movie, but the bad Jedi, he just ruined it. So for any of the directors out there, you just know how to fix your next one. Kill the bad Jedi off and then somehow bring some Han Solo back. Alternate universe, bring Marvel in if they do that. Does anybody like movies with fucking, what's his name, Leonardo DiCaprio?
Yeah, he's okay.
It depends, I guess.
Yeah, I know he dies in like 3 of the movies he's in, I think.
He's a good actor, I reckon.
Yeah, like I think I saw 3 movies with him and he died in all 3. Titanic, The Departed, and that Django movie. God,
He didn't die in the most recent one, so
well, guess not.
redemption is nigh.
It's all like the actiony or romantic type of movies he dies in.
Yeah, it's that sort of lost youth or youth cut short. They like to portray him that way, I think. He's getting a little old now, though, but yeah. Yeah, I watched his last movie. What was the one? I can't even remember the name of it. I wasn't a big fan of it. That
Is it The Great Gatsby? Or?
No, that's the survival movie where he's seeking revenge and
yeah, The Revenant, where he's crawling.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was pretty lame, but he's still done a half decent considering it was a movie where he crawled the whole time. Like the story plot was, all right, a guy gets sort of fucked up and then he has to try and make it back by crawling.
Well, yeah, but I mean,
like that. To even take a role like that is pretty hard.
Yeah, it is. Well, there was very little dialogue in it, I guess, really, and I don't know. It just wasn't my style of movie, but it was okay. I like survival movies, don't get me wrong, but it just, I don't know. Maybe it was too down or something. And then, of course, he does a lot of swimming in the river in the middle of winter, and I'm like, well, how in the hell is he surviving that? He doesn't make a fire. I mean, it just, I don't know. It strained credulity for me, so it had that sort of component to it as well.
Yeah.
But maybe I'm a critic.
There's this movie. You guys know Jim Carrey, right? Like familiar with his movies?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There's this movie that he's in called Lemony Snicket's. It's based off the book. Ever seen it?
No, I don't think I have.
No.
Lemony Snicket's A Series of Unfortunate Events.
I know what
Is
you're
this
talking about,
is in his early career then, or something? Is that
No,
what
it's like
this is?
2004. It's actually a pretty good movie though.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, it's like a recent one, like 12 years ago kind of thing. It's actually a pretty good movie.
Yeah. Okay. I'll add it to my list.
Yeah.
When I hear Jim Carrey, I just think of fucking The Truman Show. It's like, yeah, Truman Show. Everybody's in The Truman Show.
Yeah, I
and
guess
Dumb and Dumber. That's a funny one.
Yeah, Dumb and Dumber.
Yeah,
Right.
Dumb and Dumber fucking rules, man. Good one. One of my favorites. I went back and listened to the soundtrack of that movie recently. There's a lot of good songs on that soundtrack.
I reckon
Dumb and
Ace
Dumber fucking
Ventura.
rules.
Like 90s grunge rock or.
Oh, The Mask. The Mask was pretty good.
Pretty much. Yeah, dude, The Mask fucking funny. Dude, all of Jim Carrey's early shit is fucking standard gold, man, for sure.
Yeah. Then they turned their movies a bit weird. It started being like more apocalyptic. Everything gets destroyed.
There's this movie that Mike Myers is in called Cat in the Hat, and it's actually so bad that it's actually really funny. It's Cat in the Hat starring Mike Myers.
Yeah, I've seen the previews to that when it was first coming out, but I didn't see it. Didn't watch it.
It's actually so horrible, but it's actually laughable because of how bad it is.
What is it, basically Shrek with different characters? You know how fucking Austin Powers is basically Shrek with different characters?
No, it's just like Cat in the Hat. I don't know, just a weird laugh. I don't know, it's a fucked up movie. There's a lot of like sexual innuendos too. It's a fucked up movie. It's in a kids movie too, by the way. It's like, what were they thinking?
I just downloaded 9 Miles Down. I have yet to watch it, but it's about the Russian deep drilling experiment. So I'm curious to see where they go with it. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but the Russians had a sort of deep drilling experiment, which was sort of analogous to a space program. I mean, that's how intent they were upon it. They were dumping money into it, and that's all the further they could go was 9 miles, and their bits just kept melting as though there was some sort of barrier there or something. So I'm curious to see how they portray it in the movie. Does anybody know what I'm talking about? The Russian deep drilling experiment?
I think I've heard of that.
Yeah, as opposed to going up, they went down. So
Didn't they
they
only
just
reach like a certain drilling like point and measurement down?
yeah, 9 miles, I think. Oh, well, I thought it was 8 actually, but the movie's called 9 Miles, so I'm gonna assume that's correct.
Well, they probably like they couldn't get through the 9th mile or something like that.
Yeah, well, there's a sort of reoccurring theme here when you look at, the depth of the oceans and that sort of thing. I mean, the deepest anybody's been down is something like 8 miles, right? It's a sort of reoccurring theme, so it makes me wonder.
Yeah, man, Mariana's Trench is, I think, the lowest point they can get to.
Oh, is it? Yeah, that sounds about right. That was, yeah. I think the deepest they've ever gone is actually when they were filming Titanic, which, hey, what a synchronicity since we were just talking about Leonardo DiCaprio. But I think it was somewhere in the neighborhood of 8 miles. So it's a sort of reoccurring theme. Like nobody can go below 8 miles.
Pretty weird.
Yeah, that is strange.
I wonder if there's a new mineral down there that we haven't been able to penetrate. Penetration.
You'll wake up the turtles. You can't go in there.
It's the back of a turtle, is it?
I watched a movie, or like a snippet, a documentary from a snippet, sorry, and it was a guy saying that he went into the ocean and they had a firmament, like there was a layer that they could not penetrate, that they were in a submarine, and they were found like a ring of what looked like to be shellfish, and they tried to descend through the middle of it, and the submarine like bounced off, and they couldn't penetrate the firmament, what it seemed to be a firmament.
Yeah, I believe that was in Planet Earth. They were going in it. Yeah, I've seen that. It's like a whole different, complete type of water. They can't really they can't make the transition over. It's weird.
Yeah,
it's salient, right? So it's right. It has that's the official version at least. It has more salt deposits in it, right? So it's more salient and has more buoyancy, and you just sort of bounce off. That's the official explanation at least. But it is pretty cool if you've ever seen it. I mean, it's wreathed around it with all of these shellfish, and then there's just this void there. So yeah, you just sort of, I don't know, bounce off of it. It really is strange. It seems like, you could adjust the buoyancy, right, of your submarine, though, to descend into it somehow. But I don't know, maybe it's the two mediums, you couldn't do it without sort of getting crushed or something. I'm not really sure exactly, but
that's weird.
It is weird. If you guys have ever seen it, it really is pretty cool, though, if you check it out. I mean, the guy that experienced it, he's very excited about it for sure. And in fact, I don't think he lives much longer.
Well, I don't think he lived much longer after that. No wonder they would have killed him. I mean, like, shut the fuck up. You've been talking about the firmament. People in Australia are talking about what you've said now. Shut up, dude.
Yeah, I couldn't speak to that. I mean, I don't know exactly what happened. I think did he have a heart attack? I can't remember, but it was something to that effect. But something did happen to him. He wasn't around much longer, so that's kind of interesting.
It is, though. That's very interesting. I wonder if the military have gone back down there and tried to descend into whatever it is, or actually tried to figure out what it is. If they're down there experimenting.
Well, I mean, officially, I guess the oceans are less explored than space. That's my understanding. I mean, we know very little about the oceans.
That should be the first place that we studied, really, considering that it's a lot easier for us to go into the water and down than shooting rockets up in the air.
I agree with that.
Yeah, you would certainly think so, huh?
You would. Do you think that we'd have, like, the waters under control at least before we tried to take over the air? Considering we can't fly, we can swim, but we can't fly. I think the smartest thing would have been to try to half dominate the waters.
Well, I guess the theory here is the pressures are just unbearable. I mean, I don't know, though. Is it more hostile than space? Boy, I don't know. That's hard to say.
They both have their drawbacks. So yeah, it's hard to say. But they're both equally dangerous. They're just dangerous in different ways.
Did you guys know that nobody has ever died in space? How about that as a cool fact?
That they tell us.
That is weird, right?
Well, I mean, officially, nobody's ever died in space. That's all I'm saying. And I think it's weird, too, because you assume it's probably the most hostile environment there is.
It's got to be one of the most life-risking things that you could accomplish, you know what I mean? Like, that's just nuts. That's a good point, Ian.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of strange, too. I don't know. I was like, no, that's ridiculous, and I went to look it up, and I was like, nope, nobody ever has died in space. Low Earth orbit, yes, but,
I live in Denver, older, and I used to have like relatives that were older, like elderly, and they'd have a hard time coming up here because it's so hard for them from another state. You know, it's about a mile high. They call it the Mile High City for that exact reason. But if people like that, like my aunt and uncle, had problems with respiratory issues, you would think that people going up into the atmosphere would probably, you know, it's multiplied times however much, but it's a lot more than coming up to Colorado. You think that they'd have similar experiences, you know, you know, or like, what the fuck? It just makes no sense, man. Craziness.
But it was troublesome for them to come there?
Yeah, they had really hard time breathing. Like they didn't like coming up here because it's just so hard to breathe. And it's weird. You'd have to have cars like tuned differently up here and everything. It's a big difference from the rest of the continent, I guess you could say. But yeah, you know, you could factor something like that into the equation. You would expect to see some people dying. If 500 people have been to space, supposedly, 10% of them should be dead. What's that?
Not necessarily.
You don't think so?
Nah, because...
What's your input?
They don't go high enough, and the ones that apparently do are in the vehicles that they've modified specifically for that, and they're ready for that. So it's like countermeasures have been taking enough, like they spend enough money to make sure these people don't die. If it was just everyday people, then they wouldn't have the money, but these people are spending a lot of money to make sure that these people aren't dying.
And don't you think that they'd probably lose a lot more people during re-entrance, like when they're in the Soyuz capsule and shit like that? I mean, it's in the numbers that stuff like that should fuck up more often when it comes in.
Yeah,
because it's,
man.
You know, it's in the first run. It's in trial, basically. You know what I mean?
Especially the moon landings and that sort of thing. I mean, you don't know what you're going to encounter. You have a sort of vague idea, but you know.
At the same time, I think they'd go through like vigorous testing to get them used to what they're going to be going through. So they wouldn't be.
But you can't get used to having your blood boiled. That's where I go with it. Like if your blood is right.
Send people up that are more susceptible to having their blood boil and whatnot. You know, these soldiers that have trained for this, they're not going to send people up that are going to die from simple heart attacks and whatnot. You know, they find these very fit whatnot people. Well, that's my opinion of it. But in saying that, the astronauts that I've seen them showing on their own footage doesn't really add up to my own like theory there. So you know, I see like fat people up there and whatnot. So in my theory, it's like only fit people would be allowed to go up there. You know, you'd have to be a select criteria to get up there. But what I see, any Joe Blow's able to get up there. I'm contradicting my own statement. I don't know.
Just one question. You guys ever heard of a guy named Luke Dog?
Nope.
I haven't.
Yeah, he's like some crazy dude that does.
Yeah, he just made a recent video. Apparently, he's living in a tent.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
He got kicked out of his house. Like what?
Who is this guy?
He's this guy he's like drunk in all his hangouts.
He's some dude that I think he's
funny?
Religious. Nah, he's just drunk. He talks about wrestling and shit.
Oh, that's boring.
Like really stupid.
Boring. What's he on HulkHogan.com all day? Fuck that, huh?
I wouldn't have a clue. They do like somebody live streams on his show that like they join and they'll.
He talks about like Illuminati and all that. Whatever. I don't know what his thing is.
He goes on a bit and he starts raging like Luke versus the world, and then like he'll take his shirt off and then start like rubbing his stream and shit.
He plays like Scott Stapp songs. I'm guessing that's the guy from Creed.
Right. That's gross. How is he going to do this all from a tent now? Does he have to live by McDonald's?
I'll send the link. He's literally in a tent right now. I don't even know how he's making videos or hangouts or whatever.
Yeah,
literally in a tent.
At least he has a go.
What's he got?
I put the link in the side chat.
Fuck. What's his name? I don't know how to look in the side chat.
Here, I'll just like screen share
it's
it.
in the internal chat. That's what he means.
He seems a little eccentric, but each to their own.
Okay. Yeah, let's see what he looks like. Screen share that shit. Come on, baby.
He also asked a 17-year-old to strip too. No joke. That's what I heard.
Yeah, well, 17's almost legal, so I think he's okay there.
I don't know. I mean, some guy actually posed as like catfished him as like a 15-year-old, and I don't know. Apparently, he was like telling her to go off air or something like that. I don't know. This guy's really fucked up though.
Yeah, let's fucking do a live catfish. What do you say?
I don't know. I'm not doing any of that.
I'm only joking, man. We could say that it's a chick that lives like 5 blocks from where he is now. Let's fuck with him. I'm only joking.
I'm just shocked he isn't dead yet, because, like, look at the guy.
I don't see shit.
Oh, okay. You didn't click the link?
I thought you were going to screen share.
No. Oh, here, I'll screen share it. Sorry.
I can't. I don't know how to find the side chat.
Here.
It's in the internal chat, right? You know what we're talking about.
Here's a video of the
I
guy.
don't think
It's
you
not-
can get to that on your phone.
Oh, is that right? Okay, that may be the case. I'm on my PC.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
At the
shit.
military base.
He was just here.
Oh, shit. So he must
Yeah,
be
well,
on a phone.
this guy's really fucked up, though, really.
Does he do drugs? He looks like he's on drugs.
Yeah, he's done a lot of drugs. You can tell on his arms, too. There's, like, little needle marks.
How old is this
some
guy? Like
videos.
30, 29 or some shit?
Mid-30s, but he looks like, I don't know. He looks like 100 years older.
He looks about 40, like 35, huh?
Yeah, he's in his mid-30s, apparently, but I don't even get how he's doing this in a tent. Unless he has a laptop.
What's he doing? He's doing videos or what?
Yeah, well, usually he does this in his house, but apparently he got kicked out.
Well, what is his claim to fame? Why are we talking about him? I'm just curious. I mean, there's some dude that
He's
does
this
videos
guy
from
that
the
makes
tent.
like wrestling videos, like WWE, that type of sports. Like he
Oh.
makes these wrestling videos, like little hangouts where he talks about that, talks about like shit like the Illuminati killed Ultimate Warrior, all this dumb shit. I mean, he's insane.
Oh, okay.
It's hard to explain. You'd have to listen to him to believe how like friggin' crazy he is.
Look at his hair.
Yeah, like it's literally crazy.
Is he like a Lord Stephen Christ type of guy?
I don't even know.
Similar. Yeah, similar.
He quotes
He has a
wrestlers.
Yeah, I think he has a far-fetched theory where he says he's somebody, like some type of enlightened one or something like that. I've heard him say. But this is like an act, and like you just said, there's something to do with wrestling. No, like there's something to do with the wrestling, and like this, he's outside now. He does get a few viewers, and he gets a lot of panel members when he holds his hangout. When he does do his like WWE conspiracies, then people have PR too. So I think he's just doing his shit for them. He's been doing it for a while now. He's like one of the people that holds their live streams or some shit.
My God, I mean, like how do you think he even has a job though? Because like, look at him. Like,
Does he
how
monetize?
how would he be able to have a house like with the way he looks right now? Do you think he even works? Because he like literally looks drunk all the time. Like, I
Who
mean,
knows,
could he?
man?
There's no way he'd keep a job like that.
I don't know. There's lots of places you could work like that.
Well, you could you're not thinking outside the box, see? My first
okay.
impression of him wouldn't be that he's homeless. He's just because he says so. All right, he could be outside in his backyard in a tent trying to push some type of thing.
Yeah, okay,
when
could
you
be
say
making
certain
it
things,
like
all right,
a-
like you just said to me, you said it, and I've already looked into it about a week ago, and you just said it openly on this hangout. Was he talks about the Illuminati killing, who was it?
Ultimate Warrior.
Ultimate
I don't know.
I didn't hear it from him, but I was looking on my conspiracy fucking journey that I used to go through. Yeah, and I found a video that said that the Illuminati killed the Ultimate Warrior. So this person might just be working alongside the WWE to get people to watch their shit. Because after I watched that video, I ended up watching some wrestling videos. You know what I mean?
What?
You gotta see how marriage control works. You gotta see how these people PR you to watch their shit. All
Yeah,
right?
I mean-
These people are very smart in manipulating you into watching what they're providing.
Pretty
You gotta think
crazy
about
world.
that. It's not about what they're saying. It's about what you end up watching afterwards. What the intention was.
Maybe WWF is just sort of a microcosm of the Illuminati stage play, right? And you can get it all there.
I've heard of that before.
I just made that up right off the top of my head, but yes, I'm sure somebody else beat me to it.
He gets his own streams flagged by telling girls to strip, though, so that's pretty dumb.
Well, I mean, everybody, if you see a car accident, right, you're just inclined to look at it, and there's that sort of component to it as well. So,
Yeah, he's
like,
played music.
living in a
His
tent
videos
and-
literally get flagged because he's always playing like Michael Jackson or Disturbed or something, like music, pretty much.
Exactly. These people, like you just said, these people are allowed to play whatever they want, whenever they want.
But he actually intentionally does it too. He'll just like play Michael Jackson in the background, then it'll get flagged.
What's your name? Your name is What's Up?
Oh yeah, this is like a backup account.
Oh, that's a backup account. Do you know who the captain and Tennille are?
Oh, you mean this guy?
I don't know whoever your avatar is. It reminds me of the captain.
No,
and
it's
Tennille.
actually this is from a show called Theodore Tugboat. The guy here actually used to sing for the Mamas and the Papas.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, they're a band in the '60s. They're up California Dreamin'.
Yeah.
We know. We know.
You sound
Are
lamentable.
you a big fan of them?
They have a few good songs.
That Big Mama, whatever her name was, always reminded
Mama
me of Shrek.
Cass. Yeah, I don't know. She was a
Big
good
Mama
singer.
Shrek.
This
Yeah.
guy's actually from Halifax, Nova Scotia, which is like 2 hours away from where I live.
Oh yeah, what are you up there in Winnipeg?
Moncton, New Brunswick, Canada.
Wait, you're a Canadian?
You sound nothing like a Canadian.
I know. I get that a lot.
Huh.
Say process.
You'd watch Jeff.
Process.
Yeah, you say it the right way. They say process for whatever reason. Fucking Canadians. I'm just kidding. I'm only joking, man.
I know.
So,
A lot of like my province is actually bilingual too, because it's like English and French.
right. So you know French too?
A little bit.
That's pretty cool, man. So,
Are you a flat tart or are you a globe tart?
I just had to pull the spaceman on you. How'd you find this chat, man?
Well, oh no, I've seen it before. You mean the flat Earth?
Yeah, you're flat
I've come
earther or
across it
something?
before.
Yeah, right
Yeah,
on.
listened to a few of the debates.
Right. I'm gonna let Adam talk. He was trying to get something in.
Oh no, I didn't say nothing. No.
Oh, my mistake.
You're right. So, what is your opinion then? Do you believe in more along the flat Earth or the round Earth, or do you have an opinion on it?
I don't know. I mean, it's hard. I'd say round Earth, honestly. I mean, that's kind of what it seems to me, because it's like different parts of the world. I mean, I don't know. I always get confused on it, so it's like, I don't know. I listen to like what people's opinions, I guess, and try to base my own on it. But yeah,
Could it be mushroom Earth?
never know.
Okay, so you're open-minded.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't know.
That's the short version. Don't
Yeah.
tell Spaceman.
Yeah, he'll call you a retard.
He will call you a retard. He's a character for sure.
Hey, Adam, have you ever talked to Spaceman?
Spaceman. No. Does he affiliate himself to Rocket Man, the guy that pretends that he's employed by NASA?
Not
No.
really, no.
No, that's a different character. I've talked to him before. I know you're talking about.
Yeah, he's a character. Rocket Man. Most of these characters say they work for NASA.
I think he really does work for NASA. He's pretty legit in my eyes.
Yeah, I think he
What?
probably does too.
He's just a nice old man.
You reckon
Really?
that's a bit of PR then, a bit of damage control, because like.
No, I think he just somehow found this weird community and they're talking shit about his place of employment, so he wanted to maybe defend him a little bit.
But like people don't even put it into like account that a company like NASA would have a PR and whatnot. They'd have HR divisions and whatnot. That would.
Yeah, every company has that.
Yeah, that's right. That would go, and these people, being the company that they are, especially when they would have received letters about the flat Earth, other things. Barack Obama mentioned it. I'm sure that NASA employees have looked to it, like the people in NASA have. So why wouldn't they send people out? Like I tell them, you're probably here employed from NASA, sitting there in your NASA studio right now, regurgitating what they want you to, which is okay in my eyes. But please tell the audience that that's what's happening, because that's illegitimate if they don't. If they're going to pretend that they're at home and that's what they're doing, no, that's not what's happening. They're actually at the headquarters, whatever it is, and they're being told to say what they're being told to say. And I agree with that, because that's like if there's some type of a false information about the flat Earth being pushed right now, and I'm NASA and I'm like the head of NASA or whatnot, I would like my company to be providing some actual information to the audiences, so then they don't go into some type of a frenzy and think that my company's fraudulent when it's not. It's being misunderstood.
Yeah. No, just
you know what I mean? And then I get called.
Yeah, alright. It's on stage.
Because I say that NASA.
I just had it on stage. Can you touch it? Okay, I'll do it. Yes.
It seems a bit weird, that when you get inquisitive and you don't actually want to look into the things that these other people tell you to, you want to look into what you want to, then you get called dumb. Things like that. I don't want to look into the flat Earth. In no way can I make an impact if it was flat anyway. I want to find out if there is people out there that crisis act. That's more of a reality. That would have more of an impact on everybody day to day. If the government are going out there and they're hiring people to participate in events that are staged, so then they can dictate certain laws and take people's rights away, that's something that we'd have.
So you're saying that the flat Earth thing is sort of a misdirection, a ruse to sort of evacuate people from the truth community, as it were, and send them off down the proverbial rabbit trail. That's what you're suggesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Perhaps so. Or perhaps it's NASA trying to convince people that the Earth is flat. How about that?
That could be an option too. But can you elaborate on why you'd say something like that?
Well, I mean, I think I like history, so I sort of harken back to history, and I kind of wonder a little bit, with each age we have a new perception of reality, and right, we're in a new age, and I think that there's going to have to be a new perception of reality, and if you could could create it, wouldn't that be the ultimate authority? I mean, let's say the Earth is a sphere spinning in space. If you could convince people that it was flat, really, that would really, I don't know, it would show your authority over the populace and their opinion. So, I don't know. That's a wild-eyed conspiracy theory. But
making people skeptical, like, that doesn't make me believe in a flat Earth. That just makes me not trust the authority figures. See, like, their method has not worked the way that they would like it to, because I don't believe in flat Earth now. I just don't believe in NASA as much as what I would before. Before, I would have, like, when I was a kid, I wanted to be an astronaut. Now, I don't want to be anything to do associated with that company. If people find out that you're fucking associated to NASA, then they think you're fraudulent. Why would I want to be fucking an astronaut now when people don't even believe astronauts went to the moon? They think that they were Hollywood superstars. Like, they think that they come from the Californication song from Red Hot Chili Peppers.
That's a good song.
It is a good song. I'm not a big believer in the moon landings. I mean, I'll just come right out and say it. I think there's another possibility here that the theory, the shape of the Earth, and I don't know what they expected to find. Perhaps they found something completely different when they attempted to go to space, and they just sort of wanted to keep the character of it. So if you did fake the moon landings at this point, you would have to keep that same sort of character. I mean, you can't see stars from space and that sort of thing. So it does make me wonder. Anybody opine? Nothing. Crickets. Crickets.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Well, just imagine let's say for 500 years, you're like, okay, this is the shape of the Earth. This is the nature of space. This is what the stars are, the sun are, the moon, right? And you actually try and go there and discover perhaps you can't go there, or it's different than you expected it to be. I mean, what do? Do you say, whoops, we got it all wrong? Let me explain to you what we did wrong. Or do you just stay with
what would be so wrong with them saying that it was wrong? Like, you don't think that they'd come out and tell you that we fucked up if they were wrong?
Well, I don't know.
Like, what is that riding on the back of? You know what I mean?
Well, it's a pretty profound change in the cosmology and the way we understand things. So you can see these little
changes. Hypothetically, it was actually geocentric as opposed to heliocentric. Do you think they would hide it just on that merit alone?
Well, I personally think geocentrism versus heliocentrism is a philosophy, not a fact anyway. So that's where I kind of go with that. I don't really. That's perspective. And if you go back to the Greeks, they sort of altered their philosophy according to their politics of the day. So it sort of depended. So it's really difficult to tell. I mean, from looking at the stars, I think that, what's moving. And if you go into the Einsteinian theory of relativity, well, what is moving? Are we sitting stationary, right? And there's a sort of a spherical object circling around us. I mean, it really becomes difficult to tell. So
yeah, it's tricky, man. I wish we could figure it out. Fortunately, there's just some things that people aren't ever gonna fucking figure out. It's like an ant trying to figure out the Empire State Building. It's just impossible.
Well, maybe the human psychology, like the mass psychology, actually influences our surroundings. I mean, maybe that's true too. So, maybe that sounds way out to people, but, it's kind of cool if you look at the UFO phenomenon. Now, I'm not saying they're aliens from outer space, but certainly people have had some sort of encounters. So, if you look at the American Indians, they say, well, we saw this craft and it was a canoe, right? And then if you look at people from the 1800s, they have these sailing ships that they see in the sky. And after that, it was lighter than aircraft, like blimps and so forth. So there is this sort of reoccurring theme. Some people are having some sort of experience, and it seems to be tailored to the mass consciousness of the time. So, I wonder about all that. Maybe the universe is sort of recreated. I mean, even cosmologists say the universe seems to be expanding directly proportionate to our ability to perceive it, which is kind of an interesting phenomenon too. So, I don't know. I guess that's where I would go with it.
Right.
Again, I take a more philosophical view, not like, I've done all the math and I've crunched the numbers and it's like this. I mean, I don't really go that way, but I'm not belittling the value in that.
Right. No, I think there's room for all ideas. So spit it out, sure.
Yeah. I don't know. It's a wild universe. I mean,
T-minus 2 minutes.
Attention please. This hangout will expire in 2 minutes.
Oh shit! Wow, that sounds very dire.
How does he get that to go? Does like the Hangout play that automatically?
I don't, I don't know if that's the moderator or what.
No, he's there.
Oh, is that right? Okay, that's Andre.
Andrea.
Or
So
Atheist
Adam,
Rex.
He'd have some type of alarm system for himself to start it up. Yeah, dude.
I enjoyed the conversation with you tonight, man. You made yourself seem a lot more like humane in a sense. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete this account, and I'm gonna leave you alone, man.
Minus 1 minute.
Attention please. This hangout will expire in 1 minute.
Yeah, man. No hard feelings, man. I'm just fucking around. I'm not really a paid troll or anything. I'm just a guy in Denver. All right, so I'm gonna delete this, and I'll see you around, man.
See you around, dude.
All right,
See
later,
you.
dude.
See you later.
Good night, Ian.
All right, good night.
See it.
See you guys.
See you
You guys going?
I guess so. Well, there's a new hangout 2 minutes. I don't know.
Attention please. This hangout will expire in 30 seconds.
There'll probably be if you want to join, there'll be a new link in the side chat, but it's 1 o'clock in the morning for me, so I'm
Yeah,
deliberating.
it's 2 a.m.
We'll
I'm
see.
probably going to bed.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens.
9, 8, 7,
Yeah.
Okay, peace.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Why is your name still Atheist Rex? That's still coming up as Atheist Rex. Well, I guess I'm not moderated, I don't think, anyway. I'm not too sure. I don't think I'll be able to boot. The other people were still in the last hangout having a discussion, slash argument, slash whatever you want to call it. So I don't think anybody will be joining straight away. Guess who is then? No one's moderating at the moment, Caleb. This is going to be a free-for-all, so I guess it's going to be a bit of a shit fight at times. Try to hold your own and be respectful, please. As little muting as possible would be, helpful. How you going,
That's
Timmy?
because you're a pedophile.
Oh, Timmy, mate, Timmy.
It's because you're a shill, you're a troll, you're a pedophile.
Oh, shills and trolls are everywhere. Anyway.
You're a shill, you're a troll, you're a pedophile. Just tell Adam Dwyer that he's a shill, troll, pedophile.
Adam Dwyer. I've been listening to this guy for like hours now. It's been ridiculous. And he is a loose unit.
Yeah, literally, dude.
I've seen some of your work, Mr. Osmond. I like it. Hey, A4, are you there? Do I need to do something to not be muted? I can't hear anything.
You aren't muted, man. There's no sound at the moment. Yeah, I just wasn't talking. I had a phone call at the time.
Yeah, cool, man, cool. I've been listening to this stuff for about the last few hours. How you doing? You must be knackered.
Yeah. Just listening in. It's some things you take in. Other times I just leave it and I'll mute myself and go do my own thing. You know what I mean? Like I went shopping and just left it on there and come back and I'd lagged out and whatnot. You know, so I just find this I find this a little bit more entertaining than TV. You know what I mean? Or like watching the same videos over and over where I know that they're bullshit. At least these people, even though I don't agree with the majority of the things they say, some of them seem pretty educated. If you want to, take education for what it is, we can sort of learn something from them, and hopefully they can learn something from us. Hopefully.
Well, look, I've got to admit, like for me, it's about the kind of psychological experiment. It really is just about listening to what other people think out there in the world. It's a real time hit. Hey, here's what other people think. What's going on?
Indeed. Yeah, that's right. Like you can have a very far-fetched theory, and that's always good for other people to listen and hear it. You know what I mean? They could one day use that and as a story to tell a fairy tale or whatnot. Everything doesn't have to be looked at as fact or truth, but it can, you can tell your own little story, fairy tale, the way you see things.
Do you really think though that as I've been hearing you kind of say that everything is a fucking lie? Everything, like it's kind of like a blanket. Everything.
Yep, everything's a lie. Everything. Everything that means that they told me that I'm living in Australia. For all I know, I'm probably not. More than likely I am, but more than likely I'm not. There could be a possibility that the chunk of land is just a little chunk of land that they've called called Australia, but there's another Australia. Like, I'm just sort of thinking outside the box. There could be, like, I don't know, it could work in a different way that we're actually thinking. Where we look at these maps the way that they tell us to look at these maps. We look at these books the way that they tell us to look at these. We're only using the tools the way that they tell us to use the tools. As soon as anybody steps outside of the box, turns a phone into, I don't know, a radio, something else, say scales or something like that, or a printer. Say somebody turns a phone into a printer.
Have a good day.
They're instantly their technology is stolen and their technology is hidden.
Oh man.
And,
Yeah, but a phone is just hardware and
I'm just using
software.
the
That's all it
concept.
is.
I'm just using the concept, though. You know what I mean? Like it's all stolen and then corporized. It's all taken by these larger names, and it seems to be dictated
It doesn't actually
by
change
what I would
things.
say. When I look back, it's more
My
of a
word.
gypsy
You
folk.
can
It's
never
the
know
circus folk.
the sun
When
doesn't
you look
actually
into
change
it, it's the
signs.
circus folk, because like the concepts that they put across is we're underneath a tent, and this is a stage show, and they're the actors, and we happen to be the audience, and the audience happens to pay for the act. So they're the ones that they're the magicians and actors. So we have to pay them in their eyes, which I don't agree with. You know what I mean? That's
Nope.
not how I see the law. Maybe they see the law differently, but that's not how I see the law of God. Maybe I just see the bloodline, if there is that's why people are doing what they do. Certain people are like fighting for what they believe in, and it's more of a freedom, and other people are fighting for this what would you call it, society or chain or box that we live in to remain as it is, so then they can remain as actors and get the revenue that they.
Okay. Hey Adam, could you? I don't know if this is I don't know if there's something wrong with your mic, sir, but do you think you can turn your mic up, or is that just the maximum volume that you have?
I think that's the maximum volume I have.
That sucks. Alrighty, that's why whenever Adam speaks, guys, I like to kind of like shut up because the volume from his mic is kind of low. So whenever you do see Adam's little pitch micer going up and down, I think we all just like be quiet because he has the lowest mic out of all of us. That would be great. Alrighty, yeah, Adam, I totally agree with all of that. And the problem is that it's really not as hard for anyone to understand. It's just a bunch of rich white people, black people, Asian people, Japanese people, Russian people, all sorts of humans who are inside of this clique who want to keep all of us under their boots. They simply want to keep the money because they don't want to work their 9 to 5s like we do. That's all it is. They don't want people to know the truth that you might have been created by someone. They don't want us to admit the truth that we're not able to leave this world that we live just by we can just la-di-da leave. They don't want us to see the truth, because if we do, why would we serve them? Why would we do these things anymore? Like I said, it literally will cause the shutdown of society as we know it. I damn sure enough would not continue to work my job as I do, and I will not continue to pay for all the things that are literally free and in abundance. The water, the fruits, the vegetables, everything is just free on earth, but we have people, human beings have put a price tag on it, and we believe since they have power, we serve them and we must work for them in order to get what is free.
What do you think? Hey, Sapphire. Hi, Josh. How you going? What do you think would happen if everything just went back to a barter system and all of a sudden people were just trading services for goods? What do you think would happen 50 years after that?
I think that is actually a very good idea. But what we all think about that when we say, oh my God, we're going to go back to the Stone Ages where we were dressing in rags and we didn't have cars. No, don't you understand? We've been taught a model of our entire world that is false. If we embrace the new model and really look at it for what it is, we can actually learn how our world works and truly benefit from everything it has to offer. Think about it. 100 years ago, the car was invented. What the hell has changed?
That's right. If it is like we say it is, and the moon and the sun don't have the rotations that we're told that they have, and we actually are told the truth, then the scientists that are smart then can use that mathematics to provide free energy and whatnot. Generate that could last forever and what. Like there's so many possibilities out there.
Dude, like all those, I know you guys have watched those cool ass futuristic type movies where it depicts a future of society that is just badass, and it's like, wow, I wish our world was like that in the future. Well, guess what? I have come to the conclusion that the ball earth, the heliocentric model, and all of our current scientists are actually gatekeepers holding us back from that reality. They're keeping us from being able to actually experience all the things we want. I say, how come we don't have flying cars now? Albeit there are a lot of problems that would go along with flying vehicles, but it can be worked out. I said, if we had flying cars by now, we would actually have already seen the true shape of the earth. Many people have already said, hey, wait a minute, what's all this ice all over the edge of the earth? Let's see if we can fly past it, clunk, the hell? Oh my God, what the fuck is this? Is this invisible barrier? People would have been like, guys, we are over here in Antarctica. It's freezing, it's cold as fuck, and there seems to be some sort of invisible force field around the earth. And we would have been like, okay, everyone else start doing it. Everyone else start flying your cars or vehicles towards the outskirts of Antarctica. Let's see if this thing is everywhere. Boom, the dome would have been found. The earth would have been discovered to be flat. We would have realized that the sun and moon are literally close and not very far away. The whole system would come crashing down in seconds, overnight. And that's why I'm like, if we actually see with the earth for what it is and stop saying we need fuel to be able to run our cars when the very first engine was created to run on peanut oil, but now we run them on oil and petrol fuel. Pretty much they're hiding all the realities that this earth, everything that we experience, we can have everything we want because we're smart now. We basically, in a sense, sort of evolved, but we're not to the evolution sense, but we have evolved in our minds. We've gotten smarter. We can use our smarts to our advantage. That is what makes us human beings the smartest and greatest creatures in existence on this earth. Why do you think we are the dominant species right now? Because we beat each other up like animals? No, animals kill for their own personal gain. They have to eat too. But it's our intelligence which makes us special and which makes us different from animal. And people are not seeing this. They're just being deceived and taking it for what it is because they don't know any different for 500 years, guys. That is why we must work together to not debate for hours and hours and hours. We need to say, look, you come in, you make a claim, you state your facts, you provide your proof and your evidence. If you cannot, simply be quiet and wait for another person to do so, because we're not going to get anywhere if we keep on going the way we're going. I don't know if anyone agrees with that or if that's just the way I see things, but I'm just like, I'm tired of this. It's 2016, I'm 21 years old, and all of the wonders that I've been promised by science, they're not being fulfilled. And whenever I question them as to why they can't figure shit out and why they haven't been back to the moon, why there's no colony on the moon, why haven't you gone to all these other places which you should be able to go to and figure it out by now? I mean, how fucking long does it take to figure out an equation for a device that propels you through infinite space? It shouldn't be too difficult if it was real. If it was actually there, you would be able to say, okay, let's measure it, let's figure out a way to get around it. But 50 something plus years and we have never been back to the moon. And now they say, we've been there, we've done that. Does a person go to the Bahamas or to Russia for a visit and say, I've been there, I'm never going back? No, they go back because they enjoyed it. It was fun. They explore. We need to start questioning scientists at the core and ask them what the fuck is wrong with them. If you were true scientists and truly here for human beings and trying to advance our species, you would go back to the moon and you would excavate the fuck out of that place. Who knows what could be on the moon, right? But you can't. No one can actually go to the moon or Mars or Jupiter or Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, Pluto, whatever planet you want to name, because they're simply lights. Oh my God, guys. And I believe that, I'm not sure this is true, but I think the stars are literally starting to fall to the earth. I know this sounds crazy, but when you think about stars as being this entire system being physical, we touch everything, we feel everything, we see energy. In a sense, we can feel energy. I believe the stars have started to fall all over the earth. A couple of these devices, like these spheres with these little stems, are now falling. Some have fallen to Venezuela, a few have fallen to Russia, and I'm like, oh my God. I remember, I have to use the Bible because it has some credit, it has some false, but I remember the Bible saying, and the stars of heaven shall fall to the earth. And and the heaven shall cast her stars to the earth, just as it said, just as a fig tree casteth her untimely fig. And when you go look at what a fig tree looks like and its figs, and you look at what these little objects or spheres or little thingies that are falling to the earth, you begin to realize, oh my God, are the stars starting to literally fall to the earth? It's like, whew, so many things that are happening, and it's happening quick. Like I said, I believe this could possibly be the age of our existence where things are going to start coming to a crumble, because look at this debate, man. There's never been a debate or a conspiracy in history to rouse so many people up. Never. I mean, I've never seen one, and I've been schooled in history. I could provide some proof and evidence for my star claim, but I don't think I need to unless you guys want me to. But who else has something to say?
Well, I actually just asked you, Sapphire, I asked you what you thought would happen in 50 years if we went back to the barter system.
To exchanging goods for pretty much, if I have apples and I need oranges and you have oranges, but you need apples, and I would give you some oranges and you give me some apples, and that kind of system.
Well, that is the barter system. So if we went back to that, if that's kind of like you're saying, you know, money, the currency of all evil and things of this nature, if we went back to the barter system, what would happen in 50 years?
We would flourish. You want to know why? Because we will no longer have all of these cities, all these states, all these countries, all these towns desolate and void devoid of fruits and vegetables. If I had a garden that provided a certain amount of fruits and vegetables to myself, and you had a garden that provided a certain amount of fruits and vegetables to yourself, or you made guitars, I made violin, you wanted to come over and get some fruits and vegetables, we would exchange between one another. There would no longer be a need for governments. There would no longer need be for higher amounts of supervision. Pretty much we could have local farms providing all the food we need for this amount of people in this town all over the earth. And at the same time, we could have a true science division. We could have a mining division. We could have all sorts of divisions. Honestly, it could be like the Insurgent series, but not the fucked up way they've done it. But we could pretty much section everything off to what we need and who has what. And we would just be able to exchange with each other throughout our entire lifetime in our city, and we would grow. We would literally be able to expand. We won't be stuck into the system where if you don't have a certain amount of apples, you can't buy anything. Basically, I'm saying if you don't have a certain amount of dollars or dollars at all, you can't even live in your home. So we would actually, I feel like we would expand. We would possibly be able to grow far beyond what we ever dreamed in this current reality. And I think we would come to the conclusion that there would be a limit to how many human beings can exist on the earth before it would get crowded. I don't think the earth is getting crowded right now, but 7 billion people, that is quite a bit. But there are a lot of tons of places where it is just not even populated. And if we accepted the true nature of our world, we would be able to measure out and we would be able to figure everything out. And to that, down to the T, we could have everything perfect. Towns with local farms, exchanging goods for what you have, for what you need, not money in place of if I don't have it, I can't get it. We won't have stealing. We won't have murdering because I don't have enough pears to eat or to feed my children. There would be none of that. We would have local everything, local fruits, local vegetables, local berries, local energy. I mean, think about it. I said back in a while ago, I believe one of Nikola Tesla's experiments was that he lit up a whole town with wireless energy. So I'm like, God have mercy. There are so many things that we do not know, so many things that are being swept under the rug, and so many things that we need to find out. And if we went back to that type of system, that would be able to give a stepping stone to a better existence of society. Because right about now, everyone, you, me, we have all thought about, I'm not going to judge, but I'm pretty sure we have all somewhere thought about suicide in our lives and leaving the society because we just can't take it anymore. I don't know if that's all of you guys, but I know damn well I thought about it, but I had to fight through it. So I'm like, there's a way we can truly enjoy this world that has been created for us, and not if you don't have it, you can't have it. I have it, you can't have it. It's mine. Pay me for it. You know, it's like all the laws
yeah,
in the
that's
Bible.
it's pretty dark, man. Just go into that whole suicide thing. But I mean, really, don't you think that's what we did the first time around? People grew up and had certain skills and certain services that they could provide to the world, and we had to come up with money. We had to come up with a way to exchange goods and services that exceeded the value of the things that we could actually hold on our person.
No, what happened is that everyone started getting greedy. We started noticing that this person has that and that person has this. Why can't I have this and why can't I have that? This is where it all began. We all began to want things that we truly did not need. But just as I have learned, I have my own computer, I have my own laptop, I have my own multiple different things. And I'm starting to realize you don't need a whole lot of things that you actually want. People are bombarded in society today and just a few hundred years ago with advertisements of things that they truly did not need, but they were told that they needed. And in all reality, human beings, all we do is just look for the basics in survival: a shelter over your head, energy to provide for your house, food to be able to eat, and water to be able to drink. Those are the basics, and from there we can grow. Money is a way to control people. It can be used for good, but when you begin to get so greedy to the point where you have billions and billions of dollars in the bank, which you can use to help your own fellow humans out, but you choose to keep it locked away in your own safe, there is where it becomes a problem.
I agree. I think, I think a lot of things started out with good intentions, and I think that they got messed up along the way.
Yeah, I think human beings in general just have pure good intentions, but it's the fact that we can be manipulated so easily. We're not saints, we're not demons. We are simply human beings. We love, we hate, but it is what we learn that teaches us how to do these things in the first place. When you're a child, you have no goddamn concern about any of the shit you're going to have concern for in about 15 to 20 years. When you're a little kid, you just run and play, and all you know is your parents provide for you. You don't ask questions, you love it. But as we get older and we grow older, we begin to ask questions. Why does Bill Gates have this much money? Why does Beyonce have this much money? Why are they not contributing to society? Why don't they use those billions of dollars to help all those starving children in all the third world countries? You know, it's like all these billions of dollars that people have, yet they're not using them to actually do anything. They're just letting it sit in their accounts just in case society collapses, and they'll be able to find or pay a way out of the destruction that society is going through. They can pay a way into one of the secret underground tunnels. That's what it all seems like. And then you got to ask another question. Why are all the governments building gigantic city-like underground reserves? And then they have the Doomsday Vault, which they are collecting, or they were collecting all the seeds or many different seeds all around the earth for a doomsday-like event, quote unquote. I've been looking into this stuff.
But if you had the cash, wouldn't you?
If I had the cash, would I just harvard it and wait for society to blow up, or what are you asking me?
Well, this is the question you're talking about. I mean, you're saying that you feel that you've got undeniable proof that the leaders of this world, the ones with the millions and billions of dollars, are building an underground cave network to ride out the apocalypse. That's what you think?
That's not what I think, sir. But if you just do a simple Google or internet search on underground tunnels being built under the United States on internet, whatever search engine you want, or even YouTube, you will see that they are building. In fact, there's a tour. Someone was able to be taken onto a tour inside of one of these giant underground tunnels, and you can look up the Doomsday Vault. I'm not making any of this up. You act like I am here to lead people away. I'm simply stating what I have learned and researched over my years of being alive. I am not saying that there's an apocalypse, an impending apocalypse coming, but if all the ancients were true, our world has a beginning and the end has already been predicted, simply because human beings can be bestowed upon what we call psychic abilities to be able to predict future events. And these future events can be written down in text upon command or upon spontaneous, what do you call, when you have inspiration. When you see something, you're like, oh my God, deja vu. Or when someone tells you that something's going to happen, you hold it into the back of your mind and you're like, I wonder if it's going to happen. When it happens, you're like, holy shit. So basically what I'm saying is the elites know that what this world really is, and they know what this world is really coming to. Society literally is on the brink of collapse. And I don't know if you guys have been watching or keeping up with current events all around the world, but my God, it is getting nasty here on Earth. I mean, all the nations of the world gearing up for war, the war that's going on inside of Israel and Palestine right now, and the Albert Pike's Three World Wars, how it says that the Third World War will be started within Palestine and Israel. Them two will literally begin to fight each other until they blew each other up. And then the backing partners of Palestine and Israel will jump in the war to back them up. So you have Israel being backed by the United States, you have Palestine or Syria being backed by Russia. And if those two go to war, guess who's going to jump in? My country and Russia. Then Russia is going to have their people who are backing them jump in. It's basically being set up to be a World War III. And I'm not sure if people understand or realize this, but dog, if you just look at the evidence for yourself, it's all over the internet. It's just exploded over the internet these days. It's right there before your very eyes. And I'm not saying, look, we need to prepare for the apocalypse, but look, we need to prepare for the apocalypse. Either we can change it now by revealing the truth, or we can sit here, debate, and argue our fucking heads off and do nothing about it. And when all the warheads start crashing down over our cities, then we'll have no one else to blame but ourselves.
And do you think that somehow this flat earth belief will somehow avoid this World War III?
Honestly, what I believe is there are two possibilities. One, the flat earth can circulate throughout the earth to the point where it wakes everyone up. And all of us, every single country, nation, state, city, all of us, we go to our governments and we kick them out. We give them the boot and we take back our cities and we prevent this apocalypse that is coming. The second outcome is that the flat earth would get to such a critical mass, or any other current event that's going on was get to such a massive point, to the point where society begins clashing between itself within cities and countries and states. And it will cause one city to collapse, and then it'll cause another city to collapse, and then it'll trigger a chain reaction around all cities, and eventually everyone's at each other's throats. We're all at each other's, we're at each other with war, and we have no idea what's going on. And then the apocalypse scenario unfolds before our eyes. So to answer your question, the flat earth has two possibilities. It can save us, or we can all be destroyed by our own ignorance.
But wouldn't it also might turn into like theories of like Sodom and Gomorrah or whatnot, or the Tower of Babel, where if everybody wakes up, we might try to build a tower to get out of here. And
that's what I'm talking about. This is the fucked up part about it.
Might anger God. It's like
this is the fucked up part about it. It's almost as if what has been written in history is semi unescapable, but if we have the right intentions and if we do enough hard work work, we can avoid it. But I don't know if you guys have done any research on it, but I know if you have, you would have realized or found the evidence that Sodom and Gomorrah was a real event, and it really happened. There's a guy on YouTube. He was a explorer from around the 1980s. He went out into what was I think he went to Libya. No, was it Syria? One of those desert areas wherever Sodom and Gomorrah is. He literally went there multiple different times, but every time the explorers went there, they really didn't find anything until one of the explorers pointed out they saw something in the distance, and they said, "Let's travel over to there." It took a little while, but once they got there, oh boy, they actually found what appeared to be the ashen remains of the city of Sodom and Gomorrah. And to their surprise, they were like, "Holy shit, this is real. This really happened." They were crumbling off pieces of ash into their hands from the surrounding rock and the surrounding stone buildings that were destroyed. And they said, "What the hell is all these little, what looks like pellets engraved into the ash and stone of the Sodom and Gomorrah site?" It was Sodom and Gomorrah, Masada, and it was like two more other cities that were destroyed. It says that Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed by fire and brimstone. And I said, "Oh my God, I've heard this fucking story too many goddamn times. Where's the fucking proof?" So as I continued to watch the video, they took samples of what they found and they cracked open some of the samples and they took out what appeared to be brimstone. And I said, "What the fuck is brimstone anyways?" So I typed in brimstone and learned that brimstone is actually sulfur. And just a few months ago, I was just researching, sites on Earth that I haven't been to that I might want to go to, and I came across one site that was a blue burning fiery volcano that is found in Indonesia. I think there are like 2 or 3 more sites where there's a volcano or a mountain site that burns blue fire. And the reason why it burns blue fire is because sulfur is an element that burns blue fire, and it burns extremely hot. But pretty much the idea is that fire and brimstone is literally sulfur. What they found at that site was pellets of sulfur just rocketed, crunched into these structures, and they picked them all up, and they didn't excavate them all because they wanted perhaps someone else to come and see them, but they took samples back to a lab, and the lab was able to confirm after they tested it that it was pure sulfur. Now this is the part where it gets crazy. Here on Earth, we only get we have sulfur deposits. Our most pure sulfur gets about 46 to 50% pure sulfur, and there are trace of other elements, so 66 to about 50% of trace of other elements engraved into the sulfur compounds. So it's not pure sulfur. The sulfur that was found at the site of Sodom and Gomorrah that was beat into the rocks and cracked and burned in there, that sulfur was 98.6% sulfur, which is not even found here on Earth. And if you look back at the story of Sodom and Gomorrah, it says that God or Yahweh, Elohim, whatever the hell you want to call him, the city got so bad to the point where he had to rain down literally sulfur and fire onto the city and burned it to pieces. So that sulfur literally does not even come from our Earth. And when I saw that, I said, "Oh God, fuck. You telling me Sodom and Gomorrah, it was real?" I was like, "Oh shit, man. We got a whole lot of Sodom and Gomorrah shit going on right here in our own countries. Are you telling me that the apocalypse possibly can actually happen?" And with everyone not listening and waking up to their error in their ways, it really does look like there could be an apocalyptic event awaiting us in the future. If you guys want, I could provide the link to go to the video and watch it. I don't expect anyone to watch it, but just to provide proof, because like I say, if you do not have proof, you should not be stating a claim or anything. You got to have proof and evidence to at least support yourself. But yeah, I mean, I found so many things that I just didn't even find. Over my years of researching on the internet, I didn't find any of this shit up until about 7 months ago, and it's literally just kind of starting to ache at me. And I'm like, "Oh God, this is not good." Sodom and Gomorrah was real, and then they found what was that? They went to the Red Sea, and they jumped in that Red Sea, and they swam down as far as they could, and they began to find the destroyed chariots and golden wheels and all this other stuff, the spheres and bowls and whatnots that supposedly the Egyptians followed the children of Israel into the Red Sea, and then Moses closed up the Red Sea and pretty much destroyed all the Egyptians. They began to find their chariot wheels, and they pulled out samples from the sea, and I said, "What the actual fuck?" I could have sworn I just watched a video on Bill Nye saying that you can't find any site of the Red Sea or Sodom and Gomorrah, and they said that these events happen in places that clearly the Bible or any other ancient text does not state. It states it happened literally right there in that desert area. And then the ark, oh my God, man, it's like, fuck, shit. It's like with all these evidences and proofs rising up, it says inside the Bible that when the last days or the end times are coming, the veil will be lifted from off of the face of the people and the truth shall be revealed. And I'm like, fuck. Is the veil being lifted right now? Because it is. If it is, this is kind of scary. You know, you got events that have been said to not have happened for hundreds of years. No one came up with any proof. And out of nowhere, finally, with the advent of the internet, we can share so much shit. And in an instant, we are finding all the discoveries that we've been looking for all along. From Sodom and Gomorrah to the dome to the circle of the earth to, it's just like, God have mercy. The stars falling to earth is like, what the actual fuck is happening right now? I don't know if anyone is still there.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm listening to you, Sapphire.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I don't know if you. I don't want anyone
I'm not
to.
gonna sit there and there's no use in interrupting you when I sort of agree, It's like I'd rather look into it and hear a story than like hear people just arguing and yelling and screaming. So it's good.
Thanks, man. I really appreciate it. But yeah, guys, what it's getting down to is I don't know how old you guys are, but I know how old I am, and it honestly does look like that. The future is looking pretty bleak for us youngsters. It really does. If we had been born just by chance, 40, 50 years ago, we might have been able to grow up and then die with an empty conscience. But now there's so much information that's just been popping up. I don't know, man. Our world just looks really dark ahead in the future. And talking about World War III, and I didn't believe it for the longest time. But once I started seeing Russia and them and all these countries doing drills, I'm like, what are they doing these drills for? There isn't even a giant war going on. There's just a war in the Middle East. Let them hash out their own differences. Don't bother them. Don't get involved. But Russia sent shot down one of Syria's airplanes, and now Russia's involved inside of it. I'm like, oh, no. Don't let one of the big guys get involved, because if Russia gets involved, the United States wants to get involved. If the U.S. gets involved, China's going to get involved. And then North Korea's been itching to have a war with someone. So it literally looks like there's a possibility for World War III. Plus, it's been on the news, and they're saying we need to de-escalate this before it gets to the point where World War III could happen. I'm like, oh, fuck.
Have you looked into like crisis actors and false flag
Oh
events?
my God, and the crisis actors are deep within this shit. If you watch read Albert Price Albert Price letter, Three World Wars, something like that. I believe it's called Albert Price letter to Mazzini. It states that there are supposed to be 3 world wars and there are supposed to be 2 more civil wars. There was already 1 civil war in the United States. Now they need a second civil war inside of what's it called? Behold a Pale Horse, 1984. What is it? Damn, I can't think of the book right now. That's nice. When you have an idea on your head or a book in your head, you can't even bring it up. I'll think about it later. But yes, the crisis actors are being used to push civil war and a racial divide between our people. That's why I don't look at your skin color. I see many different people getting caught up on the fact that I'm black, you're white. I'm like, listen, guys, this is what they want. If we cause another civil war, it's all going to lead towards absolute calamity, and then World War III, and then bam. But crisis actors since Sandy Hook, the Pulse shooting, the theater shootings, the Paris shooting, all of these are staged events, false flags, if you will, being used by the United States government, the Russian government, the Chinese government, the Japanese government, the North Korean government. They're all in on it to push everyone towards civil unrest. And then what? Implement martial law, shut down the Constitution, say you cannot have weapons, you can't defend yourself, get in the fucking camp, don't say a fucking word. That's what it's leading to. Yeah, I've heard of the crisis actors, and I'm like, they're using us.
But for them, for them to do that, they'd have to instill fear, and they still haven't instilled fear into me, so it's still not working.
It's not working to a degree, but my God, sir, I just watched a video of a man being cornered by an entire crowd. Supposedly, he was afraid to be able to turn his back because he thought people.
What is that? What is that?
Josh, you
what
said
the
something.
fuck is that big white thing?
What's a big white thing?
I've been watching this shit for like 40 minutes and I've yet to notice any landmass.
You mean on that ball earth thingy that someone just put up? I just saw that and I was like, what is that?
No, this is a supposed live feed from the space station. But can you see what is that? What is this?
Looks like clouds.
Wait,
no, you have to. Let's just watch it as it comes up. What the fuck is that? I know this is bullshit, but like, there's no landmass. You can't find any landmass. I've yet to see any landmass.
Hey, Paul,
it's the live. Of course it is.
Let me go to this real shit, guy. And this is another thing. It's like people don't understand how easy CGI can be created these days.
Just have a look. Just have a look how much cloud cover there is.
Oh, I know what you watch. Oh God, man, this is guys.
Look at that. What is this line here? Fucking bullshit.
Perhaps it's the horizon pool and the curves the dome on top. Real thing.
Yeah, what
You're
the
right.
fuck
There's no dirt there, mate.
Does the world look that cloudy to you?
Not from my perspective.
Seriously, guys, it's like they're trying to show that the Earth is in a perpetual ice age. Like, goddamn. Gentlemen, this is what I'm talking about. This right here, we know that we are starting to realize what's CGI and what's real. And people are starting to wake up every single day. We're noticing this is nothing but a CGI program. This is just a filter. That's all it is, actually. If you can do this in Photoshop, Sony Vegas, and GIMP, you can do this in any type of computer software that has the capabilities. It's not that difficult. Plus, with them getting $18.4 billion a year, I'm sure it can't be too hard to grab a little college kid from computer engineering graphics to say, hey, man, we want you to, create a couple of illustrations or some animations for us on the Earth. He's like, oh my gosh, sure, I'll do it. Of course, that's just a slight exaggeration, but seriously, it's not that difficult. This is all just animation. Man, I don't know how people can't see this.
I see it.
Oh yeah, of course we see it. We're pretty much.
Your eyes have got to be open though, mate, and they're just ignorance is bliss to 99% of them.
Oh my god.
Ignorance is bliss.
Right.
So you guys think that is entirely CGI animation? It's not actually just a thing